What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and we're brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber? Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. We thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, December 8th, 2025. And that number 8 is prominent because it is 8 straight losses for the Washington Commanders.
Yuck.
Play the terrible music. The Titanic set sail a long time ago. Is yet another Misery Monday presented by a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. And I think it's rock bottom. Although they could still lose the rest of their games, I don't know how it gets worse. You get shut out by a bad Minnesota Vikings team. You let J.J. McCarthy, who has struggled, look like a Hall of Famer against you. Wow. And Jaden Daniels gets hurt again.
Yeah, you get blanked. I mean, the defense, they can't stop a very mediocre offense. You actually let J.J. McCarthy have a clean sheet where he's turning the ball over in every other appearance, except he didn't against the Commanders.
Does it get worse, Cakes?
Sure. I mean, they could get boat raced by the Giants and the Eagles and the Cowboys on Christmas. Of course, it could get worse.
It could definitely get worse. Listen, I'm sure we'll talk about it for 4 hours. The bright side to me is the injury was just kind of re-aggravating, an elbow that hadn't quite healed. So it could have been an ACL. It could have been a new injury. It could have been something, a concussion, something that, this is just the boo-boo got worse, whatever, left arm, doesn't mean anything. But it was bad. They couldn't get through the game, but it could have been worse. If he had like Zach Ertz injury, that, seeing Zach crying on the cart, knowing his career's over, that's worse. Could have been that.
It's pretty bad. Yes, it could conceivably get worse. He got shut out by the Vikings.
I mean, getting shut out it's near impossible to do in the NFL. It's really hard to get shut out in the NFL.
Especially considering I really loved their first drive. I mean, I remember I was actually watching with a friend as I asked one of the volleyball dads asked if I could watch at their house because I was stuck out in Virginia. And they go down and score right away, and you have that pit in your stomach. Like, oh, it's going to be one of those games where we can't stop anybody, huh? And then we're getting down there, we're getting in the red zone, and I actually said to my friend, I said, "What a great response this drive is! What a great response!"
Well, yeah, I mean, you had the. Let me just jump in. You had the first pass from Jaden, which was like a layered throw. It looked really nice to Terry McLaurin, and there were some within that drive. There were some things to be encouraged by.
And then, to be honest with you, Coleman's open, and for some reason, I don't know somehow if Jaden was obstructed or somebody didn't see him, or didn't see the window. He was open for a second, and of course, the 3 next plays were all kind of awful. 4th down play probably should have been caught, but whatever. And then it just kind of was bad from there on out. Just kind of bad from there on out.
Yeah, and Debo had the ball in his hands.
Yeah, on the 4th down play.
Jaden gunned it in there. Now, I question kind of that sequence because on 1st down...
It was Coleman. He was open.
No, but on 1st down, didn't they run Chris Rodriguez, and he got all the way to the 1?
Right, okay. So
and then they went pass. It was like, well, Chris Rodriguez just gave you 5-6 yards. By the way, under center. When they were under center, now the play, there was one play which got stuffed, and it was right after, I think, on the broadcast, Drew Brees said, hey, when the Commanders are under center, they're averaging 7 yards per carry.
Mm-hmm.
And they were having some success with that running. And then, 2nd down, they got cute. 3rd down, they didn't have anything. 4th down was the Debo pass. But, yeah, I mean, the first drive, you thought, okay, there's little life. And after that, it was gone.
Yeah, it was gone. And I couldn't believe we didn't get the ball again until 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Like, literally.
Well, that's what happens when you allow the other team to go for like a 98-yard drive.
Understood. But honestly, in my life, I don't know if I've ever experienced that.
Was it an 18-play drive?
Well, whatever it was, there were 5 minutes and 37 seconds left before we got the ball again.
It was.
So we had the ball one time in, what is that, 15 plus 10 and 25 minutes.
It was a 19-play, 12-minute drive.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I'm sitting there going, I can't believe this game as it's unfolding. And then we go 3 and out. And then really already in my mind, it's over. We can't stop them, and we never have the ball. and then it just kept getting worse.
Couldn't really provide pressure on JJ McCarthy. So, especially early on, they were converting all the third downs. Credit to Kevin O'Connell, had a good game plan against Washington's defense. And I think the conversation we were having the last 2 weeks, just throw it away about Dan Quinn kind of revitalizing the defense because
Didn't
Does
look
it take
revitalized
away- defense,
yesterday.
But does
was
it take
terrible.
it away? I mean, they were terrible. Or is it also just emphasize there's only so much you can do?
I think it's just the context. I think that Joe Witt might have had more success against the previous opponents.
Maybe.
And Joe Witt got bounced out of there after playing some really tough offenses. If Dan Quinn was in charge of the defense
Well, I'll
against
argue
the
with you.
Cowboys,
I'll argue with you. If your essence is they're basically the same, I'll argue that. I think DQ's resume trounces his.
I agree that the resume is better.
I
I'm
think
but
sure
he's a
it
better
does,
D
but
coordinator.
that's a blemish on the resume. When you allow JJ McCarthy to just have his way with you,
I also think
that's a
JJ's
black
not
mark.
as horrible as we've
I agree.
decided
He's
after
young.
5 games.
He's young in his
Yeah.
development process, but the defense needed a better showing.
and let's
to
be
keep them
clear,
in that
he
game.
didn't even throw for 200 yards.
But he wasn't great. He was
He
great
didn't
by
need
his,
to.
by his low
He
standards
didn't
so
need to.
far.
Yes,
He was just fine.
but he's a guy who has more interceptions than touchdowns.
Right.
That
And
happens.
he looked very comfortable against the Washington Commanders.
can't
So
allow that
it
guy-
was by far his best
Yeah.
completion percentage of the year.
Yeah.
If you go through his game logs, I mean, he had never thrown for 70% in a game. He finished at 69.6. If you look at his last 3 games before this, in each of those games, he had 2 interceptions. This one, he had 3 touchdowns without a
Yeah,
pick.
you
I
can't-
mean, it was night and day what he did against Baltimore, Chicago, and Green Bay. Now, that's
Yeah.
a couple of good defenses. And then what he did against Washington.
Again, you
Again,
can't allow the
small
3 in the
resume.
touchdown column and a 0 in the end column against JJ McCarthy at this point in his career. Now, 5 years down the line, if he's an established starter and he does that against you, great. But as a second-year guy still finding his way, you needed to disrupt him more than he was disrupted yesterday.
He never had a quarterback rating QBR over 50.
Right.
He had a 75. He never had a passer rating, the traditional passer rating, over 98. His was 129.
Again,
Right.
has he had 8 starts in his career?
No.
it's
Something around
I
there,
mean,
yeah.
I wouldn't get too crazy with all those stats.
Or you can just say Washington's defense sucks, and it still sucks.
I would say that they still suck, but I still think that DQ should be the D coordinator, not Joe Witt.
I don't have a problem with that.
suck.
And nobody's going to argue for Joe Witt to be
Well,
reinserted.
he's
back
he's
into his
basically
spot.
insinuating it made no difference. I think it did make a difference for a couple weeks. I think it made no difference yesterday.
I know we're going to play some audio a little bit later, but Quinn said if last week they took 1 step forward, they took 3 steps back.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, later he might have said 100 steps.
Well, that seems more accurate.
Yeah.
Because now they just face the NFC East gauntlet to close the season, and they're going to be dogs in it all of the games.
Even against the Giants?
Very
I
frustrating.
think they'll be dogs
They
out on the
already
road
are.
against the Giants with maybe Marcus Mariota starting.
They already are.
Yeah. And
I mean,
I'm sure we're going to get calls today. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. That's why they shouldn't have played Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, whatever.
not gonna,
He
you know
is-
what? As,
I
as
don't-
long as he was cleared to play
Yeah.
by the doctors, I'm fine with him playing. Now-
He is moving into my injury prone column. There's no
mean,
getting away from it now.
It's hard to escape.
I
at
don't
this
want to
point.
call him Mr. Glass
I'm
yet.
not going to go there yet because it was just a re-aggravation of the same injury. He clearly came back a little soon. Just like Aaron Rodgers is playing with 3 fractures in his hand, and he talked about how fortunate he was that he wasn't thrown to the ground yesterday. He got thrown to the ground on his boo-boo.
I know you.
By
don't
the way, he wasn't playing well. First drive was okay.
First drive was
After
good.
that, he was not good.
He was, yeah.
And on the play where he got
Again,
injured,
he
it was a
barely had
bad
the ball.
interception.
He did, didn't have that much. You expect a little rust. I'm not gonna.
His passer
This is
rating
just
was
the year. This year's just a dud.
Yeah, this
35.
This year's a mess.
This year's just
his
a dud.
QBR was 11.
He-
It was
I
a
know-
bad game.
And I know
I
you
think
don't
it's
want-
a time to
I'm not
pile
arguing.
on.
Didn't
Pile on. He's fine. He'll be fine next year. This year's just a waste.
you don't want to cherry pick when and where you play guys and don't play guys, but coming off what just happened yesterday and going and playing at the Giants, which has a turf that's infamous for causing injuries, I might sit Jaden out this one. Get him ready for the last 3, especially because he couldn't make it through the game against the Vikings. I might say, Mariota, this is your game. You're going to be the guy
God, he
take,
sucks. Though,
take you on
too.
the MetLife turf. So good luck to you with that. And then we're going to have Jaden hopefully healthy for the last 3 down the stretch run.
Maybe.
I want to talk about this, a little bit later in the show. I actually put this up as our poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com to get 25% off select merch, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Again, use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. Should Dan Quinn be on the hot seat?
No. I would say no.
He has too much equity for what he did last year. If he didn't have last year, sure.
I tend to agree with you, but 8 losses in a row definitely raises your eyebrows.
I don't love the 8 losses in a row. It's a horrible look, and a lot of them have been via blowout fashion. They've been ugly. But in my opinion, he is not hot seat worthy.
You can vote at Junks Radio. It's just something to think about.
Now,
sometimes coaches get blown out when you lose, and let's say they lose, they're probably going to lose at least 2 of their last 4.
I'll cut off
right?
a pinky toe.
So their
if they
best
fire
record,
him.
like if we just establish that if lose the 2 of their next 4, the best record that they're probably going to come up with this year is 5-12.
Right. That's the high water mark.
They're not.
Probably.
He's AP's guy. He ain't firing.
He's not going
If he was
anywhere.
somebody else's guy,
Now,
it would be under discussion.
if this hangover continues into next year and they look terrible, then he's on the hot seat.
Well, then they
Definitely.
both get blown out probably.
I mean, potentially. But yeah, if this continues into 2026, then the hot seat gets ratcheted up for him.
If you want to chime in, phone number is 1-800-636-1067. That's the same number for our Main Street Bank text line. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We'll hit the skins at 7 o'clock with John Keim, ESPN's Commanders reporter. Grant Paulson's going to join us at 9 o'clock for our colleague check-in as we talk about the Commanders' 8th straight loss and yet another Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Miles, 2025 Top Workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Yet another Misery Monday here on The Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. We'll check in with John Keim, ESPN.com, Commanders reporter at 7 o'clock as we dive into the 31-0 loss. But let's open up the Junkie Sports page, brought to you by Open Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Spirits, locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. You can find Eagle Eye Rye, Maple Old Fashioned, and Independence Bourbon now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. And we'll start with the world of college football. EB was just talking about Notre Dame. Notre Dame gets left out of the college football playoff, and then they say no thank you to the bowls.
He took the ball and went home, went back to South Bend.
I mean, everyone's killing him for it. My buddy's sending me a text. Actually, Vinny, he's sending me a text, and he's clubbing him for not wanting to do it. And I'm like,
some of the Irish not going to the bowl game.
I'm like, to be honest with you, Vin, I don't blame him. I mean, if whatever. If you're not involved in that mix in your program like Notre Dame, you don't want to go to the Daisy French onion dip bowl or whatever. I mean, it means nothing to you. It means nothing.
You'd like to be the ambassador for that.
I
though.
would like to.
You'd
Sure, I would go. I would endorse
just
it.
jump into a big vat of
But I mean,
French onion dip at
Who
halftime.
cares if you go to the Jelly Bean Bowl
Yeah.
or whatever? I mean, these other bowls are so dumb.
So Notre Dame gets left out. Miami gets in. Neither team played. The controversy is that Notre Dame for weeks had been ranked ahead of Miami, but in the end, Miami won a head-to-head matchup against Notre Dame, even though that was weeks and weeks ago. And I guess that was the deciding factor. We should talk about the Saturday games that affected this. First of all, Indiana beat Ohio State. It's just an amazing story what has happened in Indiana.
I still disrespect Indiana. I will still, I know I look like an idiot. I still disrespect them. They're still Indiana football, even though they're the number one team in the CFP ranking right now.
Now they got helped by the kicker who missed a 27-yarder or 28, whatever it was. It was an under 30-yard kick. It was basically a gimme kick. Would have tied the game. The Ohio State kicker missed it. But credit what Cignetti and Indiana, what they've done the last 2 years. They earned the number one seed, going 13-0 and beating Ohio State. The rest of your top four, the teams that get byes, Ohio State remains at number 2. Georgia's number 3. They smashed Alabama. Alabama stays in the playoff at number 9. And I should tell you that Texas Tech is your number 4. Props to JMU. They get in, they win. They will play Oregon, who's the 5 seed in the first round of the playoff. I mentioned Alabama. They're 9. They're going to play Oklahoma. Miami's going to play Texas A&M. And then who am I missing?
Tulane, Ole Miss.
Tulane, Ole Miss is your other matchup. So that is your college football playoff. There's talk about expanding this to 16. Teams like Notre Dame are going to be bitter.
Let's not expand it anymore. It's already at 12. We need more.
Duke was grasping because Duke won the ACC championship game.
Right.
They beat UVA.
Then you expand it 16 to 20 to 24. It never ends. Just leave it here.
I'm okay with 16 as long as it doesn't add an extra week. I would actually be okay with it, but whatever. I don't care. I don't really care that much. But you could add another 4 as long as it didn't add another week to the whole schedule.
Well, it does seem like it goes longer, right? I mean, it's been trending this way for a while, but the Fiesta Bowl and Peach Bowl are going to be played on January 8th and January 9th.
Right.
And then the national championship game is January 19th. This thing used to wrap up on January 1st.
1st and 2nd, maybe. There might be some bleed over into January 2nd.
I then remember it expanding to the 4th, but it just has been trending to go longer and longer.
Well, that's all I'm saying. I just don't want it to go any longer. But whatever. There's always going to be teams that are bitter, to Cakes' point.
Bowl season does start in 5 days, December 13th, if you're a big fan of the Cricket Celebration Bowl at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Alabama.
Right. Do you think that Notre Dame wants to go to that? The
Probably
Cricket
not.
Bowl?
There are 36 bowl games scheduled.
I mean, are you kidding?
Well,
it's to the point where if you go to them, it's embarrassing if you go.
Well, what I was joking with Cakes is, so Notre Dame turns it down. Meanwhile, Cakes isn't a Maryland alum, but his
His
kids
kids
all
all
went to
are.
Maryland. So he roots for the Terps. The Terps would die to be in one of those 36
Sure,
bowls.
but they're not. This is just not their year.
They would love to be in the 68 Ventures
That's-
Bowl,
That's how embarrassing it is.
or they'd love to be in the bucked up LA Bowl.
I mean, some of these bowl names are they're ridiculous at this point.
It's
How about-
become farcical.
Would
Yeah,
you be
so-
happy to be in the Myrtle Beach Bowl?
I'd like to go to Myrtle
Only
Beach.
if it was North Myrtle.
Not these, and I would love to go to Myrtle Beach again and hang
Only
out.
if it was North Myrtle.
Or the Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl?
Sure. I'm guessing, is that San Francisco or Frisco, Texas? That's probably
Hold on,
Frisco, Texas.
Eric, are you
Frisco, Texas.
Yeah.
are you mocking the names of the bowls, or just that there's how many there are?
Just the irrelevance of them, and it's happened. It's been for 20 years, but the irrelevance of them as they've had this college playoff and everything, it's just made them irrelevant.
I'd make fun of both.
The names.
I mean, some
the
of it is
names
the
are-
sponsor.
The names are. I'm mocking. I'm also mocking how dumb they are. Like it used to be something. When we grew up, like JP said, and
There used to be prestige attached to going to a bowl.
like the
game.
Rose Bowl is a big deal, and
Now
the Peach
it's-
Bowl. Or
I mean,
whatever.
unless you're in that college football.
unless you're in the
mix.
playoff, all the others, they're all the same. They're all the freaking jelly bean bowl to me.
How much prestige is there to make the Wasabi Fenway Bowl?
I like wasabi in my sushi. I'm not gonna lie.
UConn takes on Army in that one.
Yeah, I'd be enticed. Hey, I'm
Or there's one just called the Rate Bowl.
And I agree. For Maryland, it's a step up, but that shows you how bad we are. That shows you
Hey,
how
I would-
embarrassing.
I mean, I understand your lot in life. There's X amount of teams in college football.
Right.
Not everybody's going to go to the playoffs.
Right.
I'd be,
Right.
It's,
Right.
I
So then
totally
why
get it.
even bother with the dumb bowl though? Like with the dumb,
Well, you want to go?
the Sears Bowl or
Hey,
whatever.
Well, if the team wants to go play another team, I'm excited for. I'd be excited for another game.
Okay, I guess I would as if I was the parent of the kid.
Look, I
guess.
think it's a cool notch. Like Loxley, like the last 2 seasons really tainted, but Loxley at one point could say we've been to 3 straight bowls.
Won 3 straight
Yeah,
bowls.
1-3.
Yeah, been to 3 straight, won 3 straight.
Yeah,
It's-
but you know what? Name one of them.
Duke's Mayo Bowl, Liberty Bowl.
Pinstripe Bowl.
Yeah.
But
I
Terps fans
can't.
know
I
those.
can't. I
They
can't.
know them.
I can't.
Yeah.
God bless you. But I mean, you're in the extreme
Duke-
minority.
The Duke's Mayo
Yeah,
Bowl
that's right.
against NC State.
Yeah, they pummeled
Okay.
NC
Hey,
I
State.
remember
They
they pwned Virginia Tech in the
Yeah.
Pinstripe Bowl.
they beat Auburn.
You know what? You're in the extreme minority.
are in the
I tip my
minority
cap to you
nowadays.
that you can say that. You're the extreme
Us and
minority.
Locks can recite that.
I would say you're in the 1%.
Silly.
Yeah, I think that the ratings have suffered. People are going to pay attention to the playoff and pay very little attention to random bowls. They're just not. If you're part of the alumni and you're in one particular game, you'll pay attention to that one game, but the odds are you're not checking out the Rate Bowl.
Well, I can understand why Notre Dame thumb their nose at the bowls because you think they look at Tulane and James Madison, and no disrespect to those programs. You think Notre Dame wouldn't destroy both of those programs?
I tend to think
On
Notre
a
Dame
neutral-
would smash
on a
them.
When I
neutral field.
when I went to Nashville, that was one of the bowls, wasn't it? Was that one of the bowls?
I
Because it
usu-
was over Christmas break.
Might have been, yeah.
So
I
it
don't know.
probably was one of the bowls.
Oh, that was where they played
That's where they
Auburn.
played Auburn.
Yeah. So that was one of the bowls,
Which
right?
one
Yeah.
was
I actually
that,
went to
Valdez?
that thing and I don't remember.
It wasn't
Nash-
the Duke's Mayo.
No, Nashville used to be the Meineke Car Care Bowl, but I don't know
Yeah.
what it is
I'll have
now.
to look up the
It
sponsor.
wasn't the Music City Bowl.
It might have been
That
the
might have
Music
been it. You
City
might have
Bowl.
nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually at it. That's how forgettable it was.
Right.
They have to have a corporate sponsor attached to Music City, though, and I'm going to find it.
All right, we're going to be talking a lot of Commanders throughout the show. And again, you can vote on our poll today at Junks Radio. But let me give you the team that we all should be paying even more attention to locally. It's the Capitals. They keep playing
Red
great
hot.
hockey. Logan Thompson, 39 saves, records his 100th career victory, 7th career shutout. Caps defeated the Columbus
I
Blue
mean, when you
Jackets
look at the goalie
2-0 on
stats
Sunday
in
night.
the NHL, just do this to look at Logan's stats. Just look at the middle and then look right up toward the top.
Hmm.
And that's where he is as far as goals against, save percentage, wins. I mean, he is having a crazy good year.
The Blue Jackets were held scoreless for the first time after recording 17 goals in their previous 3 games.
Mm.
Caps seem to have their number. The Blue Jackets have only scored twice in their 3 meetings with the Capitals this season. So Capitals now 18-9-3 and just rolling. So that's great for the Washington Capitals. Just want to give you an NBA nugget. The Lakers beat the Sixers 112-108. LeBron James, after his streak went away where he didn't score 10 points, he responds with a 29-pointer, including a go-ahead three-pointer. So kudos to LeBron. Maybe it's not over for him. I've watched him. He seems like he's lost a lot of lift. Doesn't seem to be the same player, but greatness. He figures out a way to get it
Remember
done.
when Jordan was here, he was a shadow of himself, but he still could score 20 a game.
Luke had a triple-double, 31 points, 15 rebounds, and 11 assists. But LeBron, the story there for Lakers, and they're off to a great start, 17-6. The problem is, in the NBA right now, Oklahoma City is just running away with it. They are a freight train. They are now 23-1. 23-1. And they are winning by an average of 16.1 points per game.
Almost an inverse of the Wizards' 3-19 record.
Who lose by 16 points a game.
Yes.
Oklahoma City wins on average by 16 points a game. The Wizards lose by 16 points a game. All right, let's go through the NFL. So we talked a little bit about the Commanders. We're going to get back to it in the next segment. I'll roll through some of these. The Seahawks smashed the Falcons. They are right now the number 2 team in the NFC. The Rams are the number 1 team in the NFC once again. Puka had a couple of touchdowns. Stafford throws for 3 touchdowns. And Blake Corum has emerged.
He's having a really good season.
Blake Corum had 12 carries for 128 yards with 2 touchdowns. So that Rams offense, super explosive. They're 10-3. I mentioned the Seahawks are 10-3. Right now, the Rams have the tiebreaker, so they're the top seed. And the team that was the top seed was the Chicago Bears. They fall to the Packers 28-21.
Horrible pick at the end by Caleb Williams.
Horrible
Just threw
pick.
the game away.
But they were impressive in the second half. In the first half, they did nothing offensively. Second half, Caleb had a touchdown pass to Olamide Zaccheaus, which was a great catch by OZ.
Yeah, I mean, he zoomed the ball somehow through the Green Bay Packers defender's hands and got it to Oz in the end zone. I don't know how he made that.
He had
throw.
another touchdown pass, but as Cakes mentioned, in the critical moment with, seconds left in the game, they're driving for a potential game-tying touchdown or potentially go for 2 in the win.
Yeah.
It's 4th and 1, and he rolls to his left, and Cole Kmet flashed open, but Caleb kind of threw it late, tried to loft it over the defender, didn't get it over the defender, and it was picked off.
I don't know
Game
if I love
over.
my guy Ben Johnson's play call there, having him roll to the left.
Roll left is
against,
tough.
throw back against his body. DJ Moore, by the way, was open underneath.
But I think
as
he
well.
broke open. Like if you look at it,
Might
he
have
was
been late
blocking.
in the
He broke
play.
open like once Caleb was kind of committed. And
Right.
said Caleb also could have run the yard.
Sure.
I thought, but he tried to make the pass. But their running game got going in the second half because they were just getting dominated in the first half. And Ben Johnson's offense came to life there in the second half. But Green Bay gets the win, and now they're looking to seize control of that NFC North. Ravens game was a big game and some controversy in that game. So the Steelers end up getting the win, but there was a pass which would have given the Ravens the touchdown to Isaiah Likely. And to me, it looked like a touchdown. He catches the ball,
To the entire
has
world,
it extended,
It looked like a touchdown.
took a couple of steps, and they took the touchdown away because it got smacked away. He drops the ball. Like, how many steps do you have to take?
They're saying he didn't complete
I
it.
thought you had to have 2 in the end zone and have possession of the ball, which he seemed to have. He got
Yeah.
poked away after the 3rd step and it was called a non-touchdown.
And there was a controversial call before that, which Ravens fans and Coach Harbaugh were upset, where Aaron Rodgers had a pass which he caught himself, right, off deflection, and it looked like he got ripped away from him before he was down on the ground, but they reversed that call and said, nope, Steelers still have the ball.
Right.
So tough loss. That means the Steelers are atop the NFC North. They're 7-6. Ravens 6-7. Another game where it's like Lamar just hasn't looked like himself this season, right? Is that fair to say, Valdez?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I think that the various injuries to his lower extremities are taking their toll on him. Like at the end of the game, he was trying to scramble away to get to at least to the sideline to maybe have 2 or 3 seconds left on the clock. He gets caught from behind, no timeouts, game's over. Like in years past, or maybe even earlier this season, he probably gets away from the defender there. Couldn't yesterday.
Bills Bengals was a cool game in the snow. It was kind of a back and forth affair until late. Joe Burrow had 4 touchdown passes, but the difference in the game, 2 things. Joe Burrow had a pick 6 and got picked off twice late in the game. And Josh Allen showed why he was the MVP last year.
Right.
He had a 30-yard touchdown run. He also had 3 touchdown passes. So the Bills take that 39-34. So all the talk of the Bengals running the table, potentially catching either the Ravens or the Steelers, that's over with.
Yeah, I don't think many people really believe that was going to happen, but that pretty much seals their fate, that loss yesterday.
And the Bills, had they lost this game, would have been in trouble. But at 9-4, they're probably good to go. Got to give props to Shedeur Sanders now in a loss because they took him off the field on a 2-point conversion, which I thought was crazy with the way he's playing. Shedeur Sanders threw for 364 yards EB, 3 touchdowns, did have 1 bad interception, but also ran for another touchdown. Cleveland's offense hasn't looked like that all year. Like, I get that he hasn't played great,
hey, but
in the first 2 games.
Quarterback wins and losses, guy. It's a bad game from Shedeur. That's an L.
I think it's a pretty good game from Shedeur, and I think he's slowly showing that, you got to give him a chance. Give the kid a chance. He keeps deserving and earning more starts. I'm not going to make a grand proclamation.
He's the best of a bad quarterback group.
Let's see.
I'll give him credit for a good game, but it was against a woeful opponent in the Titans.
Yeah, it's true.
A 2-win team.
I'm not going to go crazy with it, but I just think that there's something there.
But it makes sense for them to see is he the guy going forward? Is he the guy that we can trust in 2026?
I think
you need to see.
I think he's better than Gabriel.
Yeah, he seems to have lapped Dylan Gabriel.
Definitely better than Gabriel.
Yeah.
Well, Gabriel was a 3rd-round pick.
Yep.
Shedeur, a 5th-rounder.
Yeah.
Which is kind of showing you maybe that was botched by everybody. I mean, Mel Kiper had Shedeur ahead of Cam Ward.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dolphins have been on a hot streak. Now, it's probably too little too late, but they're 6-7, smashed the Jets 34-10.
They just couldn't stop the Dolphins' rushing attack. I mean, Achane was destroying them. He goes out with a rib injury. Then they just bring in Jalen Wright and Ollie Gordon. They continue it and just completely dominated the Jets, and they knocked Tyrod Taylor out of the game. Once that happened, I mean, the Jets didn't have much of a chance anyway, but when you go to the backup, Brady Cook, then it's pretty much
That's
over.
honestly the first I've heard of Brady Cook.
Yeah, I had to look him up.
It was the first I heard of him yesterday when I saw
he played
at
Mizzou. Like, unless you're like a really hardcore college football fan,
you're
you probably
Mizzou
don't know him.
You probably know him. Yeah.
Right. So they're actually ascending. A team that's descending that has lost 4 out of 5, and now they've lost their quarterback, is the Indianapolis Colts.
I feel bad.
Daniel Jones was already playing with a fractured leg. It looks like he tore his Achilles, and the Jaguars beat him 36-19. Trevor Lawrence actually had a good game. Give him credit.
He's strung together a couple of good games now. Like, he's ascending down the stretch.
He's not terrible.
Yeah.
He's just never been consistent.
So they are 9-4, and a lot of people don't believe in them, including myself. But now all of a sudden at 9-4, you're like, well, maybe they actually are decent. Broncos improved to 11-4, beat the Raiders 24-17.
Everybody's going crazy because of the backdoor cover that it was unnecessary.
Well,
like really weird.
It just seemed completely bizarre.
It's really
bizarre
weird.
that the refs throw a flag with, like, was it 6 seconds left, 4 seconds left, that gives 15 yards further down the field
for a delay game because somebody was laying on
I don't know if it was 15, but it penalized the Broncos.
They extended the game.
The game's out of reach. Pete Carroll rushes his field goal unit out there to kick a meaningless field goal to somehow cover the spread.
I mean, it's really bizarre.
It was weird. It was a weird ending.
Really bizarre.
The Bucs kind of in a free fall. That division is up for grabs. They lose to the Saints 24-20. Tyler Shuck, couple of touchdown runs. What I'd say here is we've hyped up Ibuka a lot throughout the year, the rookie receiver. Tampa probably wins the game if he can hold on to a pretty easy pass that I think we all would catch.
He was wide open.
He was
Couldn't
pretty
have been more
bummed
open.
about it. He blamed the loss on himself afterwards.
And last game to mention was the game last night. It's over for the Chiefs.
Done. Pretty much done. And
6-7. They lose to the Texans, who talking about a team that's ascending. The Dolphins are on a roll, but the Texans have now won 5 in a row, and their defense looks legit.
That defense is tough to move the ball on, and they hit you violently when they arrive. That's kind of the Dan Quinn mantra. That's what the Texans are doing on defense.
Mahomes throws 3 interceptions. Now, the last one was one that Jason loves to talk about. They put that on Travis Kelce, but Mahomes with 3 interceptions, and the Texans get another win. They're 8-5. They're a team probably nobody wants to play in the playoffs. So things getting interesting in the NFL. Not necessarily here in Washington as the Commanders lose their 8th in a row. We'll get back into it next here on the Junkies.
We've all seen it before, the underdog down at halftime, written off by all the critics, but then something changes. A strategy, a spark, a comeback. Your finances can be the same way. Maybe you've made some mistakes along the way. Maybe your investments aren't where you want them to be, but it's not too late to turn it all around. You need to start right now. Call Trajan Wealth. Here's the number, 202-929-6600. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are here to help. TRAJAN Wealth. They'll analyze your portfolio, optimize your retirement strategy, and make sure that your money is working for you, not against you. Make your financial comeback today. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com, because winning in the fourth quarter starts with planning in the first. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Coming up in an hour at 7:45, going to give you a chance to win 2 tickets to go see Motley Crue, the Return of the Carnival of Sins.
Ooh, very nice. Look at
That's
that.
at 7:45.
Weren't they one of those bands that signed this contract that it was their last tour ever?
They did that probably about a decade ago.
Yeah, and then have they just toured constantly since?
It's called a stunt, EB.
Yeah.
Okay, it's called
Jeez.
a ploy, but it's all good. They're back in the mix.
Yeah.
And we're back in the mix with another Misery Monday cakes presented by Janiga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Let's play some Dan Quinn after the game. Clip number 1. This is how he assessed the 31-0 bloodletting at the hands of not one of the best teams in the league, at the hands of the Minnesota Vikings.
Oftentimes you stand here after a loss, you try to find, the something good that you wanted to point to, as hard as that is. But tonight, honestly, I don't. What I told the team was I thought we took a step forward last week, and tonight I thought we took 3 steps back. And we didn't find our rhythm and let them live into theirs. So tonight, to me, none of it was acceptable. It's 4 division games in our season, and it is an absolute must that we recapture that forward progress that I saw in the last week, because we absolutely did not have that tonight in all 3 phases.
I mean, he's trying to play up the moral victory bit from the close loss the prior week. It's just they're lost again.
It rings hollow.
He claimed that we were lost for a while. Now we're back. We're not lost anymore, and they're completely lost again.
But
one week later.
But we did talk about it last week. If we just talk about that game, we did have some things we were encouraged by in that game.
No, there was reason why he said that. It just didn't carry over.
Correct.
And so then you can mock it. I mean, yesterday was atrocious. I think at some point you can't do this as a coach, you can't do this as a player, but as a fan, you can just look at this and go, you know what? It's just one of those seasons. Nothing's going to go right. Everything's going to go wrong, and it is what it is.
It's a complete
disaster
piece of a season,
and I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what it means for next year, other than a lot of turnover in terms of personnel.
Means easier schedule and higher draft pick.
We didn't even move up in the draft though. Like we still pick.
There's such a glut of bad
6, yeah.
teams. Yeah, at the bottom at this point.
I don't even think we moved up 1 spot.
EB, though, you always talk about the punts.
Yeah.
They forced 1 punt
Yeah.
against the Vikings.
The game was
against
over.
the Vikings.
The game was over in my opinion.
The Vikings offense has been so bad. Justin Jefferson walked off the field last week, refused to talk to anybody.
Yeah, but they're pros. We just made them, we made them look better than they probably are.
Well, you don't have to punt a lot when you have the ball. They have the ball for 12 plus minutes on 1 drive in the game.
Yeah. The game was over really almost. Well, they came out, they got the ball first to start the 3rd quarter. I can't even remember the drive because it was so forgettable. But no, we didn't score, obviously. And
it was a long drive. It was 12 plays, but then it ended with the interception, and the injury,
which was a disaster. And then seeing Jaden go down hurt, it was a disaster.
And then the next drive, they came out and Marcus Mariota threw a horrible interception.
Yeah, I mean, it was just forgettable. It was just a horrific game.
So it was 14-0 at the half. You could have made some sort of argument. Well, we'll get the ball back and score a touchdown, 14-7.
Yes.
But instead, it went 14-0 to 17-0.
Well, I think,
and then it went to 24-0.
Honestly, I think,
and then it was hard. It honestly was hard to watch after Mariota threw the interception.
Of course, I think once Jaden went down, everyone was just kind of in shock because you're like, oh no, not again. I've actually reconciled it again, as I said earlier. It's just the same injury. It just, re-aggravated it, thrown to the ground. It hurt.
But
it could have been worse. Thank God it's not a new injury.
By the way, the coaching staff really needs to reiterate to him, if that happens again in the future,
you can't chase the guy.
That's your L. You just take the L. Right. You have to take that L. You can't compound it by chasing him down and then having a guy come out of nowhere, blindside you, and knock you out of the game. I
thought about that. I don't know if that's correct. If you're going to play the position and you throw an interception.
If you're durable and you never get knocked out of games, I'm fine with you chasing somebody down. But if you're Jaden Daniels and you're kind of spindly and injury prone, I'm going to have to tell you, you just stand right in your spot. Let somebody else chase him down.
So every time he throws an interception, you just have to stand there and they have to be 11 on 10.
Pretty much, yeah.
I just don't think I can agree to it.
Valdez, can you play clip 2? Because he didn't play after that,
Right.
but Dan Quinn talked about whether he could have played after that.
Give you an update on Jaden. Obviously fell on his elbow, was questionable to return and could have. It was my decision to sit him out. Just, as a team at this point, we were off and felt like that was the right call for us to go.
Yeah, you could tell it was a lost game.
I'm gonna just put it out there now. He's not playing against the Giants. They're not going to subject him to that turf after him getting knocked out in a half against the Vikings.
I think he should play.
I don't
and
think he's going to play.
Here's what Quinn says about whether he should play down the stretch. Not
Right.
specifically about the
I'm not
Giants
saying that-
game.
I'm not saying shut him down for the rest of the season. I'm saying don't play him against the Giants.
Play clip number 4.
Yeah, it's an important development time for him. Like there's no zero risk game. We try to manage that. But for the development point of it, it's important. It was my decision to sit him. I just felt we didn't hit our space to be close like we wanted to be. I thought he had a really good, week, 2 weeks really practice, John. And so having the guys come back, I felt like, all right, this is another chance to take another step forward. And so when we didn't today as a team, I think all of that was a contributing factor, not one position or one play.
I don't know where I stand. If they start examining him and doing 9 million MRIs, I'm sure they could find a reason to hold him out. So if they do that, it might all bets might be off. If they don't do any exams and they're just comfortable that it was just a boo-boo that got sore, then I think he'll play. But if they start MRIing him left and right, well, I'm sure they can find reasons to hold him out.
Right.
Yeah, I think if he was questionable to return and it was just a coach's decision, then he should start next week because he also said it's important for his development.
Well, no,
And
I
it
agree
is.
with that.
He
100%.
hasn't played well.
But remember, I agree 100%. But remember, he finished the game and then they held him out the next week or two. Remember, so that's why.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Because those are going to, if they want to find something,
Yeah, your
to
scenario
hold
is
him out.
possible.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it shouldn't happen.
I would
because-
like to see him play.
Yes.
So we'll see.
But
I'm
one
not
thing
in
we
that
talked
business.
about, I saw somebody tweet us because I said in a previous segment that I'm going to call him injury prone. And he's like, now you're going to call him injury prone? I think all of us were hesitant because we were kind of hopeful that if he came back for these last 5 games, he'd have a clean sheet and not get hurt again. And it was a re-injury, and I get what you're saying that at least it wasn't an ACL
Could have
or an
been something
Achilles.
different.
Could have been,
If it was something,
but it was
different,
still another game where he didn't finish.
It's true, frustrating, but he probably, I guess, maybe he wasn't. Maybe it probably, in a perfect world, they would have held him out. But they need to see him play, so they played him, and I have no problem with it. And I would like to see him play this week. But it shows he's still vulnerable to, a push like that can really hurt.
I can't get the line out of my head. It's Kanye West line in Through the Wire, I believe, and he's like, "Call me Mr. Glass," which is an Unbreakable. Like right now, it's hard not to call him Mr. Glass.
That's fair. You take all the shots you want.
It's not necessarily a shot; it's just reality. This is the
It's
4th
just-
time this year he's been injured, and
It's just a re-aggravation of, his boo-boo. I don't know. That's the way I look at it.
his boo boo, which has kept him out of games.
Yeah, but it's
Like you're
in the
minimizing
route.
it.
I am minimizing it because it says left elbow. It means nothing. Like you literally have an artificial one.
It caused him to miss games.
He does
I
need to
know.
brace himself when he falls.
I don't. Yeah. If he was 100% hadn't hurt it 2 weeks ago, I don't think that fall would have hurt him. It was still sore, right? So it makes sense. It sucks. I hated it, but I'm thankful that it didn't dislocate again. Now you got a real issue, right? If it keeps popping
Yeah, but
out,
even you who project him as a Hall of Famer, you have to have your doubts about his durability and
the
availability.
durability is a question. This one though, it's just a case of everything's going wrong. I don't think it's.
What do you set your over under on Jaden
I don't-
Daniels games played next year?
I think a few weeks ago I had it at 15. I might be dialing
15,
I might be
that's
dialing it back.
generous.
I might have to reassess during the
Yeah.
off season.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just we'll have to see. Only time will tell.
I bet if I gave you 12 and a half, you'd be inclined to go under.
That's a good number.
It is a good number.
We'll have to revisit.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Remember, 745 give you a chance to win those Motley Crue tickets. But next, we'll talk to Commanders insider John Keim here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, you know me. I'm always out there trying to keep up on the golf course, tennis court. Doesn't matter. Even this weekend, the snow, shoveling the snow and out hitting balls every day. Doesn't matter. But getting old, injuries happen. Back spasms, bone and joint pain. They can really slow you down. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. I've seen how much of a difference it can make. Get out there, call them.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. The Vikings defeated the Commanders 31-0. Coach Dan Quinn telling reporters that tight end Zach Ertz is feared to have torn his ACL on the goal line plays early.
As far as like the specific calls, I'll have a better chance once I look at it. Sometimes when you're in it, I don't have the right ones. When you score, usually they're the right calls. When you don't, it's off. But there'll be something I'll look at, man. Obviously, like when you miss the mark like we did, man, like you got to look at it all and question it.
Jaden Daniels returns, but is held to 78 yards passing. Sunday Night Football, Texans beat the Chiefs 20-10. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones suffered a season-ending Achilles tear in the first quarter of their loss to the Jaguars. Alabama and Miami are the at-large teams ahead of Notre Dame. Indiana is the number 1 seed, and making it Tulane and James Madison. The Hoosiers get a first-round bye alongside Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas Tech. Virginia will face Missouri in the Tax Slayer Gator Bowl December 27th. Capitals shut out the Blue Jackets 2-0. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Let's head out to the Rude Gus Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and check in with John Keim, ESPN's Commanders reporter. Hey, John.
What up, guys?
So I saw JP Finley tweet a video of the locker room afterwards and kind of the walk to the locker room. There was actually some positive vibes last week.
Oh, yeah.
None of that this week.
None. Quiet, silent. And, there's for a couple reasons. One, I mean, obviously, listen, man, that's a horrible, horrible loss. I don't think I could probably use a couple more horribles, right? They know that. Like, that was just, honestly, it's embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have that with the Zach Ertz injury, too. Like, that crushed many of those guys because of how respected he is, and they know what that kind of injury means at his stage in his career, et cetera. So, like, I think that weighed on him, certainly in the locker room. On the walk to the locker room, I just think there's all those factors that come into play. But, like, just you get it's a goose egg, like, that's bad. You're facing a team with an offense that struggled and they hung up 31 on you. Like, that's bad. So it all adds up. But yeah, like last week or yesterday, Dan Quinn said they took a step forward last week and they took 3 steps back yesterday. And you probably could have added a couple more steps on that one.
It's just so frustrating because, I mean, first and foremost, obviously, Jaden re-aggravating the elbow. Thank God it wasn't anything worse. But even before that, I was like watching it, other than the first drive, which I told the guys, I was telling my buddy who I was watching it with, I was like, oh, what a great response right before. But then they don't score. So it's kind of frustrating. But I was like, wow, what a great drive. So thankful to have Jaden back. But then after that, just they never, even though they had Terry and Noah Brown and, Jaden, there was no explosion. It was a dud. And then defensively to kind of backtrack again. I mean, just the overall game was just so, it's almost hard to explain. I don't even know how to explain it.
I agree. And I kind of thought after that first drive by the Vikings where they basically the amount of they allowed a quarterback who has been bad, and he, for whatever reason, whether because he's young or he's just not that good, they allowed a young quarterback to gain a lot of confidence on that first drive. And that's when you start thinking like, you get that they could be in trouble here. And then you fall down 2 scores to that defense, which is very good and very aggressive. And it's just like, that's when you could not afford to get in the hole against them. And they did right away. But like that, and the second drive, even Quinn said, like after Minnesota second drive, like that was essentially the ball game.
Yeah.
It's a 98-yard, 12-minute march, again, with a quarterback who has struggled against pretty much everybody else. And he looked like Montana against these guys. And that's where some of those defensive shortcomings come into play. They didn't really want to send any pressure at it, any blitzes. They're limited really to heavy zone coverage, and this guy struggles against man because tight coverage makes it hard on this guy who is inaccurate and gets his mechanics all out of whack. But you didn't see any of that yesterday, and that was to me the brutal part. Like, it's one thing to get picked apart by some of the quarterbacks they face with the Mahomes or guys like that, even Goff and et cetera. But it's another to get picked apart by J.J. McCarthy at this stage in his career.
John, give me your best guess. I know there are going to be medical reports and who knows, maybe he gets an MRI in the elbow. Your best guess right now, does Jaden start next week at the Giants?
I mean, I don't know. What I even asked Quinn after, like, do you still want to see him play this year? Like, because that's the third game that he's in a row that he's left early. And he said, basically, yes, it's important at this point for his development. So, if there's nothing structurally wrong, and it was just because, as he said, like, they never ruled him out of the game. So I guess I lean toward that, but I can't lean very hard because, one, I don't know enough information, but two, if it certainly caused him some discomfort, whatever, like whether it's re-aggravated, re-injured, or whatever it was, it caused him enough that he stayed on the ground and was clearly very frustrated on the sideline. So that's where I would probably lean, probably not, but I think I kind of went back and forth on that one because I don't know. But
I think if they start doing MRIs and stuff and searching for something, they'll hold them out.
If they start doing MRIs, and I think you're right, they hold them out. But I think, like, when you look at it,
if it's just a pain tolerance thing, I think they're going to throw them to the wolves because look, it's the NFL.
Right. Well, it is, and one of the first things they did was took out. There was one time they had to adjust the padding on there, et cetera. So I thought that was also a tough defense for him to face in his first game back because of all that blitzes at time. But yeah, I think if you start doing testing on it, then you're just going to you're
looking for something, you'll find it.
Yeah. But otherwise, you're right. If it's a pain tolerance, like a lot of those guys are playing with something like, maybe not quite the same, but to some level they're playing with something.
I think it shows that these guys are so competitive that, once the season starts and they come back from injury, they're never 100%. Like, he wasn't 100%, but he's good enough to play, but he wasn't 100%. And it just unfortunately landed right on it, in a kind of an awkward deal.
It was, and unfortunately for him, that's like a couple of times, like the way he fell that got it hurt was a freak kind of flukish play. But, and I think the other thing too is, like, I know, he's chasing down an interception and that's the tough one, but that's the competitor part too. And then even Bobby Wagner talks about that. Like, you basically want to see your guy doing that because you don't, if he stops running after the guy, then it looks bad.
It's awful. Yeah.
So.
But you know what? He needs to learn a couple things, and he knows it, but his competitor instinct maybe prevents him from doing it. He dives headfirst too often. All right. So you can take a hit there instead of sliding. And then
sliding, you can take a hit too. That's the problem.
Yeah.
He can definitely take a hit in the head. In some cases, it might be even worse.
He doesn't go down enough. Like, there was, I think on that last drive, he was tackled by 2 or 3 guys. And
he goes down awkwardly. I think we can agree to that.
He was very upright on that one where he was scrambling, and they basically got mauled by 3 guys. And, every Commanders fan was probably bracing themselves like, oh no. And he survived that one, but he didn't survive the next one.
Right. And to me, like, part of what it is too, and this is something when you go back and watch the games, like, to see, like, did you have an option there to throw it? And there were a couple of times early in the game, and I wonder, when you haven't played as much, he started to become much better last year at keeping his eyes downfield when he started to run and seeing guys and at least keeping the ball alive, right? But when you haven't played a lot this year, and you kind of, maybe you get out of rhythm a little bit with that, I guess, right? Because there are a couple times early where he ran. I'm like, could you have thrown the ball here? Because, like, Terry's wide is open over here. It's seemingly in line of vision. And could you have, instead of running and taking either a hit or diving or whatever it is, just throwing it to get 15 yards. And so, like, that's one thing I think as he gets back into the swing of it, that I would like to see more of, just because, like, those are the chances for big plays, and then it takes away the possibility of you having to make a play with your legs all the time. He got better last year too at not always running out of bounds and just throwing it away. Like, that's the other thing as well. So I think as he gets back into it, I would expect to see some growth there, because we saw it last year.
Yeah.
But I think that's another big.
This year's just been a wash because you can't play a game and then miss 3 and then come back for a quarter and then miss 2 and then you're just not going to get any rhythm, and it's just awful. It's just throw it away. That's a disaster. But we still got a few more to play. I'd like to see him play if he can. What about with Ertz going down? That's also sad. And, nobody else can see a guy in his career that way. And, I don't know. I feel terrible for the guy. Will they give Sinnott an opportunity to show anything? Or is that train already kind of passed and it's just he is who he is?
I think I'd say I'm kind of in between there because he's gotten opportunities. Like, it's funny because people ask about that. It's almost like he's never played. He does play.
He plays a little bit.
And
Get a catch.
Yeah. And so, but he and Ertz are very different players and different route runners, and they're different strengths. So what I'd be curious to see is if he gets more opportunities. It's also Colson Yankoff, who is probably more.
He seems more athletic, maybe.
Yeah. And so he's more of he would be more of the, Ben Sinnott has become a pretty good blocker. And so that's one area he's really developed, but they're also, like I said, they're very different. So if, I talked to somebody over there who's like probably better with like play action, boots and all that. So if you put him, because then you put him in a situation where maybe there's a little bit of space where he can run after the catch versus like Ertz is better at, you see those, in the red zone, especially the routes that he runs, the precision he runs with, the footwork he shows is just different. And that's not Sinnott's game. So his would be more like, again, boots, rollouts, play action, whatever, just where space maybe is created for him. And then he can run after the catch. So like, that's what I'd be curious to see. Does he do that? So yeah, we'll get a chance to see more of that. And I, like everybody else, like we've seen what we've seen. And it hasn't been enough. If you're like, typically you're going to earn those moments versus being handed to them. Right. And has he earned those? But we'll get it now. And that's, I think, a good thing to see going forward, because that's a position that's on the list if he doesn't. But Yankoff's another guy who will get more chances, and he's had some too. So.
It's hard to be excited for even next season. I mean, when you have a game like this, I mean, the end of the season's one thing, but then like, what's this off season going to be like? How much turnover do you think there's going to be?
A lot. I mean, they only have 34 guys signed for next year already.
Yeah.
So, and then a couple of those guys will probably be released, whether it could be a Lattimore, right? So they're going to be a lot of turnover, but yeah. And this is the, when you start getting into the draft positioning discussion, this has always been my point, that if you just collapse on the stretch, yes, you get the 5th pick, but if you're collapsing down the stretch, you're going to need a hell of a lot more than the 5th pick to turn this baby around. And you know what I mean? Now finish strong is also like, if they had lost yesterday, 21-20, it's like, all right, well, it's another competitive game, similar team, right? Okay, it's a little bit different. 31-0 exposes other things. And like, if you have that kind of a finish, then we're looking at a whole different ball game going into next year. Questions about everything about the organization versus, hey, that was just a bad year because of injuries, right? Like that would be so. But yeah, they always knew they needed another good off season to keep this to really build this thing up. But it's like way more than what anybody thought. I mean, you need to get some defensive playmakers, man.
Oh yeah. The one thing I would say in yesterday's game, and maybe something they can carry over into the offseason, is the offensive line looks good. They allowed 2 sacks in the game, and Chris Rodriguez and Bill, when they were given the ball, ran pretty effectively.
Yeah.
I think Rodriguez was over 5 yards a carry. Bill was closing in on that. Yeah. So there's that, but there's not much else.
No, you're right though. But if you to build, I agree with you on the offensive line. And when again watching that yesterday, I was able to watch some of it on the plane ride back last night, where like it was the pressure that they got. It was not because of line shortcomings as much as it was they were fooling them. And that's a hell of a scheme that the blitz scheme that Minnesota uses. But overall, they've been much better lately, right? And so I think that's a building block for sure. And I still think they have the quarterback, just got to stay healthy. So you have that. But beyond that, when you look at the positions, receiver with McLaurin, we don't know what's going to be beyond him at this point, because Noah Brown will be out. I mean, he's free agent. So is Debo. Like, what do you do there? I think you need to get some young guy in there to help. Tight end, you're going to need somebody unless Sinnott really has a strong finish, right? But defensively, what are the building blocks? How many are there really? That's the question. And I think, that's going to be the hard one to really dig into. So,
We just got to hope that Amos comes back healthy, and you got, you drafted Sandra Still. So,
and I think, like I would, and I think yesterday kind of goes to, just to pause on that for a minute. Like when you look at that defense yesterday, part of the problem was they're only playing, they want to be a heavy press man team. And they're really right now, they are a zone team because you don't have those press man corners in Amos and Lattimore. So I think you still need to get another corner there to play the style. Like yesterday, they again stuck with heavy zone because I don't think they didn't feel comfortable playing man against that group, and I think it leads to an inability for a good offensive minded coach on the other side to pick you apart.
All right, John, good stuff. 8 straight losses. It's been a tough season for sure. Thanks, pal.
Thanks,
Thanks,
John.
buddy.
Guys.
I just can't believe we are where we are. It's
shocking.
unbelievable.
Well, the 4
unbelievable.
of us on the show range from 10 to 12 wins.
Yep.
That was our preseason predictions.
Turns out they're going to have 10 to 12 losses.
In my worst case,
They already have 10 losses.
Right.
other
They're gonna be in
than
that
Could be
range.
14.
Yeah.
other than like a catastrophic injury to Jaden, I couldn't have seen this.
Impossible.
It's impossible to see this.
Phone number is 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. We'll open up the phone lines. We're going to tackle the next topic, which is Jaden Daniels specifically. And can you find a way to keep this guy healthy? Should he be playing? Should he have been playing? And how do you protect Jaden? We'll tackle that next here on the Junks.
All right, guys. EB here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, people. From yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel's giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/EB. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
No, I didn't. He's upset, but no, I didn't. It was just my call where we were at, and just thought we're off, as a team, and so I felt like, hey, this is the right call at this moment. It wasn't anything other than that. Like, I just felt like, man, we were off as an entire group, offense, teams, defense. I thought this is the right call at this time, and let's regroup it and see what we can do.
It's Coach Quinn talking about his decision to keep Jaden Daniels off the field
You know what that
after he
sounds like?
went down with the injury.
That right there sounds to me like a guy who's got no answers for what's going on. He's got no solution to the problem that's unfolding in front of him.
Well, the game was
I know
gone.
the game went
The
completely
game was
sideways,
gone, so he saw no benefit
I
to playing Jaden,
but
and he was scared. It was he raised a white flag in that game.
he's at the bottom
Well,
of
also, he was just coming off the heels of keeping him in too late. Yeah, like 2-3 weeks ago. That
yeah.
was playing heavily in his mind.
he's in a deep pit and can't find a way out.
But
Like he can't find his way out
Well,
right
the
now.
underlying
I'm not sure anybody
issue,
could.
Yeah.
the underlying issue is the cornerstone of the franchise.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels has been injured several times this season, which has cost him games.
Right.
Last season, to his credit, he started all 20 games. He did have the rib injury,
Mhm.
which we learned was more serious along the way in the middle of the season. And he didn't finish the game against Dallas. And he had, the injury against Carolina. But give him credit. He was there for basically all of last season. This season, he's missed a ton of games and he hasn't finished games. It's been a disaster. And so the question is, what do you do, if anything, about it? And what is your
think
faith
you gotta
in
ride
his
it out.
availability?
I don't think there's anything
Nothing you
you
could do.
can physically do to keep him from getting injured going
He
forward.
proved to you he could play 20 games last year if things go right. And, you got to be fortunate to some extent. And this is just a year where literally nothing's going right.
I keep harping on this. I think they got to change the offense a little bit. This is not a game-to-game thing, but I think you got to have him under center a lot more than he is now, and maybe de-emphasize the read option offense and have him scale back the running. Like, he's just not going to last with the amount of hits. Like, before this one, he had that run where it seemed like 3 or 4 guys were around him and he was running like completely upright.
Right.
Like, he can't help himself. So I would do something to limit it. I watched the whole Bears-Packers game. And look, Jaden's more athletic. Like, I don't want to take that away from him than Caleb Williams. Now, Caleb Williams is pretty athletic. Caleb will run, but a lot of times it's on rollouts where he can run out of bounds. It's just, I think Jaden's exposed too much on the field. And by the way, they had success when they were under center yesterday. Now, It was all basically first down runs, but
I just think
I think the offense got to be tweaked a little bit in the offseason.
I just think he can and possibly will get injured going forward at any spot on the field,
might.
whether he's in the pocket, whether he's scrambling out of the pocket, whether he's chasing down a defender that he just threw a pick to. I don't think it matters.
I just would limit exposure a little bit.
I just think it's a little unfortunate because this injury is obviously because he wasn't quite healed from the other one. No different than Aaron Rodgers playing with 3 fractures, Daniel Jones playing with a fractured leg. He blew out his, these guys play hurt, and it re-aggravated an already existing injury. It sucks, but I'm not sure it adds to the narrative that he's injury prone. He might be because he is spindly. My mother, for the first time, I will say this. I'm 55 years old. I've never once heard my mother basically do a scouting report on a player. And before the game yesterday, she said to me, I don't think they're using Jaden Daniels right. He should not be. I've literally never heard her say anything like this ever. Like, we've talked about football maybe for a total of 3 minutes in my 55 years.
Right.
She said to me yesterday before the game, when we're coming home from church, I just don't think he's a quarterback. He's too skinny. And I had to kind of acknowledge it. Mom, I hear you. There are some people that think that.
That drum beat's starting to get louder.
I mean,
You can be a skinny
reaches
quarterback.
My 89-year-old mother,
Yeah.
then there might be something there.
You can be a skinny quarterback and have great success. I mean, Matt Ryan, skinny quarterback, but Tom Brady, pretty skinny quarterback. But you gotta
not
know
as
how to go
exposed.
down.
They're not as exposed.
He doesn't really know how to go down right.
Yeah, it's a little awkward with it. There's no question about it. But I haven't lost faith in his ability. Even though Barry Svaluga wrote an article this morning where he's killing him, saying, even when he's been healthy, he's been bad. Okay, yeah, I agree. He hasn't been great, but I still think his ability is elite. Just got to stay healthy. Let's see what happens next year. Maybe you guys are right. Maybe he ain't the guy, and at the end of next year, I'll have to acknowledge it. But I still have faith in the ability.
I think if you put him in the Chicago Bears offense, he would thrive. Under center, some play action, some rollouts. Doesn't take away his running. I mean, Caleb runs at times, but I don't think he's exposed as much as Jaden is.
But
it's
even
just
when
too
he
much.
runs, he's still going to be awkward because that's just who he is.
But maybe you're in different type of situations.
Maybe.
Like the running isn't.
I'm open to it. I don't think Cliff Kingsbury's God's gift to offensive coordinating.
He definitely isn't. They scored 0 points yesterday.
I'm sure there are other guys that could come up with a scheme that would work for him.
Are you begging for Cliff to get hired away this offseason?
I'm open to whatever.
Right.
I don't care.
They were blank. This Cake said earlier, it's hard in the NFL to not score any points.
Dan Quinn should be open to everything too. Like he needs to go to his place in Hawaii, reset a little bit, recalibrate, do whatever he's going to do, and he's going to have a long, hard thought about both the offensive and defensive coordinator in 2026.
And that's something we're going to be debating for the next 8 months. But when the season is over, he is so loyal, that he's going to have a hard time making some of these decisions. Is he going to go all of a sudden where Cliff is everybody's sexy offensive coordinator too? You know what? I think probably in fairness to Jaden, we're going to need a different look and actually let a guy like Cliff go. Would he do that? I think he's too nice and too loyal. I don't think he's going to do it.
I don't know if he's going to do it, but I think he's going to think about it.
Not saying that he even should, but I think he's almost loyal to a fault.
Right.
I'm not sure if he's able to make some of these changes that might need to happen.
I mean, you can argue that maybe it doesn't need to happen. What would your solution be, Cakes? I mean, you
as far as keeping Jaden healthy?
Yeah, what do you do?
I don't think there is a solution. I don't think anything that you do as far as tweaking the offensive line, putting him under center, having him run less, I don't think any of that is going to help keep him upright on the field more.
Well, I think if you get him less exposed, that has to help.
I just think he's a guy who's going to take awkward hits throughout his career, and he's going to spend a decent amount on the sideline not playing.
But here's
could be.
Look, you're right. He can get hurt in any system. Right. And guys get hurt just dropping back. I mean, Daniel Jones had a injury before, but I think his torn Achilles was non-contact. Those kind of things happen in the NFL.
Yeah, but it might have happened because they put so much strain because he's playing with a broken leg.
Trust me, I know that because I've had 5 knee surgeries. I just think there are other potential options where you expose him less. And I think that Jaden has shown enough with his ability, he would thrive in different systems. Like if Jaden was just, I'm not saying that this is what he should be, but RG3 kind of ruined his career because he needed the read option, right? And when his dad said, oh, he can be Aaron Rodgers, and he thought he could be just a drop back passer, he was never effective like he was during his rookie season.
That skill set.
But if Jaden was just a drop, and I'm not saying be just a drop back passer, but if Jaden was just a drop back passer and had protection, I think he would be good.
Mm-hmm. I do, but what makes him elite are the legs, and so it's painful the thought of potentially taking that away.
I wouldn't take it away. I would just dial it back like 25%.
You'd limit it.
Maybe.
You try to limit it as much as possible.
It's hard for me to argue with it. All right, let's bang out some of these calls. Everybody's going to want to chime in on it. God, I can't wait till next year already. I'm going to have 8 months, 9 months of this.
I know. You have to stew the whole offseason.
Torture. All right, let's go to...
At least you won't have a Terry holdout to deal with.
Yeah. Let's go to Kevin in D.C. Kevin, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
I think JD should have been set, man. If you look at his first throw, his throws were off all night, man. He looked uncomfortable, man. I sit him down, put
his first throw. It wasn't his first throw that passed to McLaurin?
No.
That was like
I'm talking about when he threw it in the dirt. But I sit him down, and the key question to me is, does Dan Quinn still have control of the locker room, just like in the NBA locker room? Does he still have control of the locker room?
Guys that we talk to seem to swear by Dan. Maybe they're just being company guys because they're vets. But I'm kind of amazed by it. But like the Von Millers, they think that DQ's unbelievable, and the culture and the brotherhood and all all the cliches.
Well, that's being tested right now in the
It
midst of
is.
this horrendous losing streak.
It is, but nobody's finger pointing at the coaches.
Jaden's first pass was the 28-yarder to Terry McLaurin, which looked good. So I don't know the specific pass you're talking about. There were definitely passes where he, like he had one where he had pressure coming on him like a blitz, and he threw kind of backpedaling to McLaurin that was wide, but he kind of threw it before McLaurin even broke. So the Vikings defense with Brian Flores, they give you different looks and they'll blitz.
It's a tough
They'll
defense,
frustrate a lot
no
of
doubt.
quarterbacks.
Let's go to Ron. Ron, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies. Hey, pal.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Ron.
From the country of James Madison University. Oh, yeah. So let's go on. Think I got some burgundy and gold. We can root for some purple and gold. But moving forward with Daniels, first of all, he should never been in that game when they were down 31 points. That was crazy. And to see him back in the game yesterday.
He's talking about the earlier game where he hurt his elbow.
Before.
Yeah, against Seattle. When he got hurt against Seattle, he should never been in that game, in my opinion, and all fans' opinion. All right, and speaking of him being a drop back passer, yes, I believe he could be a drop back passer, but when they are bringing everything but the kitchen sink to him, he's going to need his legs to run to get away from it. You looked at yesterday, there was no answer for that blitz packages that they was bringing, and that goes on Cliff Kingsbury and that head coach. Head coach should have went to the offensive coordinator and said, look, we need to change something to protect the quarterback. He's going to keep on getting hurt if we do not have head coaches or offensive coordinators to adjust to that. And going back to Jaden Daniels, if he saw that blitz package was coming his way, as much as it hurt for me to watch Peyton Manning back in the day making all these audibles and saying Omaha 400 times in a game, you know what? I was a smart man, and he could see those blitz packages, and he could connect and control that offense. We need to learn to be able to control that offense and look at that defense and say, look, this is what's happening, guys. Call an audible. Do something. Go over on the
how you do that? I agree.
Tell those coaches.
You know how you do that, though? You need experience. You need more experience. You got to play.
It's a catch-22 because in order to learn how to do that, to avoid getting hit and getting crushed,
You got to play.
you have to play to see it.
You got to play.
You can't, that's not something you can simulate.
All right, we'll continue to take your calls next at 800-636-1067.
Don't worry. We'll get to you. Mark, Milton, Aaron, Steve, Gary, everybody. We'll get to you.
Yep. How do you protect Jaden Daniels going forward? AV is built for DC. Here in the nation's capital, AV is creating solutions that protect our troops, our homeland, and our way of life. From autonomous unmanned aircraft and counter-drone technologies to advanced satellite communication systems and next-gen missiles, they're delivering innovation where it matters most. Battle-proven, warfighter-trusted, engineered for the future, and proud sponsor of the Washington Commanders, Capitals, and DC United. Visit avinc.com to learn more today.
Welcome back on a Misery Monday, presented by Chinica Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. You know what's not miserable, Cakes? Going to a Motley Crue show.
I can speak from experience. I have gone to at least a couple in my day.
Caller number 10 right now at 1-800-636-1067. We'll hook you up with 2 tickets to Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. That's Monday, August 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. We told you you're giving away those tickets at 7:45. At 8:45, your chance to win Terps tickets. And we have a major announcement.
Ooh, a real announcement?
It is a real announcement.
Ah, very good.
I even have a graphic that I'll tweet.
Excellent.
And I'll put up on the Facebook page, and I'll put on our Instagram page.
Cool.
Within 15 minutes of the announcement. I'm not promising to have it right there.
It's all good.
8:45. It's a lot of multitasking, but we've got a graphic. We've got a real announcement that you don't want to miss at 8:45. Right now, let's go back to the phone lines. Locked and loaded. What do you do with Jaden Daniels? What's your faith level? Hindsight, should he have been playing? Do you want him to play the rest of the way? A lot of questions about Jaden Daniels now.
If it's just sore, I want him to play.
I was fine with him playing. I think most people that follow the team are fine with him playing as long as he's medically cleared to go out on the field and play.
No, but the "I told you so" crowd was in full force.
Well, victory laps. Out of the woodwork today.
Candace Buckner was probably doing backflips.
All the people that wanted him in bubble wrap for the rest of the season, that was their rallying cry when he went out of the game yesterday.
Yeah,
I mean the voice, the Sidham voice, just was at a 10.
Right.
It's just so frustrating. But he's got to play. I mean, that's not some major thing. He has a boo boo. It hurt. He ran off the field.
You got to quit minimizing the boo boo, because the boo boo did cause him to miss multiple.
Well, I mean,
games.
it was dislocated, of course.
Yeah.
But I'm minimizing. The reason why I'm minimizing
it
is because it's irrelevant. He literally could play with an artificial left arm. He doesn't need it. He could be Jim Abbott. Like, he doesn't need it. That's why I'm minimizing
That's a little bit extreme, but okay.
I honestly disrespect
you
his
think
left
he
arm.
could go out with like a prosthetic left arm and be an effective NFL quarterback?
So like snapping the ball, running RPO, avoiding tackles.
I actually do.
If he had a robot arm like
I disrespect
Terminator 2,
I don't think it's
he'd be that
important.
silly.
I'm obviously going to an extreme. I'm going to an extreme to make my point, but that little injury, his boo-boo on his elbow, it doesn't bother me at all. If it's healthy enough to play, get out there. I mean, like I said, Aaron Rodgers is playing with 3 fractures. Daniel Jones playing with a fractured leg. These guys are all hurt, but Bobby Wagner's hurt. These guys play hurt. Unfortunately, he landed and re-aggravated the same thing. It hurt.
Yeah, but
if they were in the game,
it
was tied, he would have been back out there.
But the issue is he seems to get hurt a lot, and it does cause him to miss games. And by the way,
this year it certainly has.
Daniel Jones is now going to miss the rest of the season, and Aaron Rodgers missed games.
Yeah.
Or missed a game.
I know, but he's came back and he's playing hurt. That's my point. Like, he wasn't fully healed, obviously. Landed on it. It wasn't that severe of a thing. It hurt because it's still
I'm
sore.
agreeing with you that the larger issue is building a track record now.
My only thing is, I don't
and
know
it could just be a lost year
because
like
it's just
I said,
the same injury.
I think what is
to
disprove the doubters, he's going to have to play in all the games next year and stay healthy.
And I think also to disprove the doubters, his ass got to be out there next week. Like, you got to show that was just a pain tolerance thing, and the coach is a little skittish and got scared. I don't blame him. And we were all scared, but it looks like it was just a pain tolerance thing. Get his ass back out there. He's got to get through some games. All right, let's go to Milton. Milton, what's up? Hey, buddy.
Good morning.
Hey, Milton.
Hey, the problem is he don't need to play anymore. He's done. He don't need to play anymore.
He needs the reps, man.
Why do you think he doesn't need to play more?
If he's not healthy, you think about going to work and you're not healthy.
Mm-hmm.
You're not 100%. He don't need to play anymore. And the reason this season went bad is because of Terry McLaurin and the holdout, and we don't have no receivers. Y'all all said we should have paid Terry. Terry is washed up. We should have never paid Terry.
Did you watch him last week? Come on, give him the gas face. He's not washed. He had a monster game last week.
Did it maybe in hindsight? Some people may have said it at the time, but in hindsight, can you say maybe it hurt morale and it put a weird vibe on the season? Yeah, I think that's probably a
Could be
fair
some of
criticism.
that, sure.
Did it contribute to him getting hurt? Maybe. It's very possible, but I don't think he's washed.
He's already proven that he's not washed.
He's clearly by far the best wideout on the roster.
I just didn't understand.
That's not even for
I
debate.
didn't understand though why we didn't get more going before he got hurt. Like, I mean, part of it is we barely had the ball. We had the one great drive, and then it was just some 3 and out, and then the disaster, and then Mariota has a disaster or two, and it's just, I guess it all. I mean, we just couldn't get anything going. So frustrating, and I was excited. I was like, oh, we're gonna have our 3 receivers back. Oh, we're even gonna get to see what Treylon Burks does. Treylon Burks did nothing.
Well,
By the way, they gave Noah Brown.
That's Treylon Burks in a nutshell for his entire career outside of the one-handed catch last week.
To me,
that's what Treylon Burks does.
They gave Noah Brown.
You've
and
written
that
him off.
that helped Jaden Daniels, by the way. They gave Noah Brown just a gift pass interference. I think he just ran right into a receiver.
Well, again,
Jaden threw it like 20 yards
if
past
you're a
him.
big Noah Brown stan, first of all, you're weird. Second of all, you got 4 games left of Noah Brown in a Commander's uniform.
You know, and Jaden kind of got hooked in a way in terms of his numbers because he had the fumble,
right,
which got disregarded by the penalty. The 12 men on the field. Now, give him credit that maybe he recognized there was an extra man and he snapped it early, whatever. But
I doubt he recognized that. I doubt he recognized they had 12. I don't think he's counting.
Well, there was a guy sprinting off the field. You can probably see a guy sprinting off the field, so you snap it.
Oh, okay. Maybe he saw that. I didn't see the guy sprinting off the field.
Oh, yeah, you could see it.
Let's go to Reggie. Hey, Reggie, you're on with the Junkies.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
So I got 2 quick points, man. Yeah, first of all, I don't think he should play anymore. I mean, because in my opinion, if he had a brace on his arm or elbow, that might have meant something right there.
It's sore. Guys play with braces on their body parts all the time.
Guys play with casts.
I mean, Bobby Wagner played hurt yesterday. A lot of these guys are playing hurt.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. But if you land on that elbow brace or no brace, it's probably going to do what it did yesterday. And I don't know how much confidence I got in this medical team just from prior experiences with Trent Williams and RG3, by the way.
It's different. It's different. Can I ask you a hypothetical, though? Let's say you shut him down for the rest of the year, right? And let's say in week 1, he has the same injury he had, a dislocated elbow, and he comes back in week 4 and this happens again. How do you treat him then? You going to still have bubble wrap on him?
He's gone.
He left?
Gone.
Didn't have an answer.
You know what I mean? Like, are you going to play scared again next year?
No, I think, like, we got to sink or swim with him.
Right.
Yeah, you got to roll him out there.
I'm curious.
I'm curious.
I'm curious with the shut him down crowd. Let's say something happens in week 1, week 2. You're going to shut him down again?
I don't get the shut him down crowd because you know what happens then? Then you're playing your backup. And that guy ultimately always gets exposed. Always.
Now,
and that's a terrible way to do business in the NFL.
If there was 1 game left, fine. But these are still 4 more opportunities for him to prove, to get reps, prove he can get through games. I'm sure even in his own mind, there's a little doubt. I bet even in his own mind, there's a little doubt lately of just having the confidence to get through a game.
How could you
win
not
a
have
game
doubt?
again? Because he has done it in a while. Because he do anything. You miss a few jumpers, you have a little doubt. He hadn't gone out there. He needs to get out there and complete a game, win a game, build some confidence, and go from there. The team needs it. He needs it. The fans need it. We all need it.
By the way, he's a competitor. He's seeing these other guys lap him right now. Drake May might win MVP. Caleb Williams. Now, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, by the way. They went from the 1 seed with 1 loss to the 7 seed. And they got the Lions right behind
I don't
them.
think Caleb Williams is lapping Jaden, but I mean the fact that he's not.
But he's playing in every game.
He's actually playing in the games.
Bo Nix.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think Bo Nix is better than Jaden Daniels.
I know he's not better,
but
than
he's
Jaden
playing
Daniels.
every game and they're winning games. That's what I mean. I'm not saying lapping him in terms of ability.
Right. Yeah, he had. If he's healthy, he has to play. If the doctor says the elbow's too banged up, you can't make it, you got to sit out another week, fine with that. But if the doctor says your elbow's good, you're good to go, you just have to play with a brace, that means, Jaden, you're going out there against the Giants this weekend.
Yet another Misery Monday on the Junkies, presented by Chiniga Miles, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. What's up, dogs? I've been telling you about Metropolitan Moving and Storage for years. They helped me move multiple times. They are the unofficial moving and storage company, 1067 The Fan. I've used them. Grant Paulson's used them, CK, and many more. Why? Because they're an industry leader and the preferred moving company for savvy real estate agents, DC's prominent move management companies, and residential and commercial clients looking for the best service and the best results. We're talking 3 decades of best in industry service. Local guys started this business and they are crushing it. Whether you're moving locally, long distance, residential, commercial, take it from me. Metropolitan Moving and Storage needs to be your number one pick. Here's what you do. Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They provide East Coast Express service. You call my guy, Justin, over at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. That's 301-279-0090. That's 301-279-0090. Tell him I sent you. Or go online at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Obviously, a rough one for the Commanders, falling 31-0 at Minnesota. Dan Quinn says Zach Ertz is feared to have torn his ACL.
Early signs say it's serious injury for Zach Ertz. That's hard, man. This guy is one hell of a competitor in every way. To see the frustration and emotion with that, all of us are feeling that. I'll have the imaging tomorrow, but I wanted to give you that update from an injury standpoint.
Jaden Daniels held to 78 yards passing. Sunday night, Texans beat the Chiefs 20-10. Quarterback Daniel Jones of the Colts goes down with a season-ending Achilles tear. Alabama and Miami are your at-large teams ahead of Notre Dame. For the 12-team college football playoff, undefeated Big Ten champion Indiana earns a 1 seed. Also making it in Tulane and James Madison. The Hoosiers get a first-round bye alongside Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas Tech. Virginia will face Missouri in the TaxSlayer Gator Bowl December 27th. Capitals over the Blue Jackets 2-0. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can check us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. And we're brought to you by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. We were talking about this during the break. Some of these callers, you know, it's fine. Have your opinion.
Yeah.
But don't make stuff up. The guy, number one guy's like, yeah, Jaden's first pass, you could tell he was off. Well, it was like a 28-yard completion to Terry McLaurin.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
If you could tell he was off on that first pass, it's fine. Okay, people make mistakes all the time. I make mistakes all the time. Do you really think that it's the same medical staff that botched Trent Williams?
No, I mean, that was how
Did
long
he say
ago
that
was that?
too? He didn't say
No,
that.
that
did
was
he?
a different
That was a different
caller.
No, but that guy actually mentioned Trent and thought it was the same staff.
Yeah, he thought the same people in charge
Mhm.
from, I mean, how many years ago did Trent Williams play for the Redskins?
I don't know, 7 or 8 years.
Yeah, I mean, that's a long time in the NFL.
They've changed
Yeah,
staff.
they've changed everything. Ownership, medical staff, strength and training staff, players, GMs, everything.
Right. The question is, what needs to change for next year? That's the question. And I don't have the answer to it.
I mean, I just don't know how much
Other than
you
a
can
bunch of
change.
players.
I don't know how much you can change to actually keep Jaden upright and keep him healthy. I don't have the magic bullet answer.
I think,
for
yeah.
that.
It's just, it is what it is. Last year, he got through, played 20 games. Everything went our way. This year, literally, everything's going the wrong way.
But what is it? So now Caleb Williams is stockier. I'm just watching him on TV.
Mhm.
This showed his awful interception at the end of the game. He's played in every game, right?
As far as I know, this season, yeah.
And he
Yep.
took a ton of sacks last year. Now this year he's minimized the sacks, but he's very elusive. During the game, they showed some sort of statistic like he gets away from unblocked defenders more than anybody in the league.
Mhm.
He's very shifty, something like that. Bo Nix, I think, has played in all the games. He's not a big dude.
Mhm.
And
Maybe that's just something that Jaden has to work on, is his escapability and just somehow evading the big hits that he's taking.
And it was
I don't know how he
it
works
was
on
a
that, but
critique
how you
of
work
him
on it.
in college, right?
Well,
now
they
he
said was like
played
Johnny
all
Knoxville.
the games, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
A lot of big hits.
I brought this up earlier. I was kind of mocked, but in the future, if I'm his offensive coordinator, if he throws a pick, I'm going to say, you know what? Let Terry chase him down, or let somebody else chase him down. Your job is not to chase him down. At this
think as a
point,
competitor,
your
you can't
job
do
is
that.
to stay in the game.
Yeah.
That's more
I
important
think-
than chasing down a guy from behind, in my opinion. And I understand that teammates might, give him a side eye, like, hey, like, why wouldn't you try when you are the guy that caused the mistake to try to remedy it? Well, because he's injury prone and he's got knocked out of several games. That's why he's not doing it.
I think you made me onto something.
And
I haven't studied it, but I think that Tom Brady, like in my mind, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning,
They would just quit
when they
after
threw
they-
picks. I don't remember them chasing down guys.
That sucks after a pick, but somebody else has got to catch him because I'm not going to be the guy
Maybe.
putting
Maybe
myself in harm's
maybe
way.
you just be a diva.
And I remember,
And I'm sure that would kill Jaden Daniels.
Right.
Like he's such a competitor. Like he does not want to just stand there and watch that guy bring the ball to the house. But if he wants to be in on the next series, he may have to swallow that bitter pill.
and I remember
know what I'm
making
saying?
fun of mostly Peyton,
Yeah.
but maybe even Tom Brady, that sometimes they would drop back, and if they had a blitzer come in, they would just like
Sure.
drop down.
And
like
also-
they would just
also-
go down.
You have to throw on top of that the fact that anytime a quarterback throws a pick like that, you know that the guys in
They're
your other
hunting
team
you.
are hunting you down. They know you're fair game at this point where they can just put a big hit on you that they normally wouldn't be able to get away with. I know it's unpopular, but I think that's something that he should be focused on going forward.
And it's not that it hasn't been coached, but it's something, a lot of things in coaching, you coach it over and over and over again. We've talked to Coach Carberry about
Right,
it.
it's repetition.
He's like, there's only so many ways you can coach a power play, right?
Mhm.
He's talked about, there's different things. It needs to be drilled into his head over and over again. And it started in the preseason last year
Mhm.
when Coach Quinn said he was putting on like double secret probation
Mhm.
when he took a hit. He just has to avoid, as best as possible, putting himself in positions where he can take some of these big hits.
Right.
That drive before that, just a few plays before that, he got smashed by like three guys. And this is why I do think he takes the car crashes, EB, and maybe the difference between guys like Caleb Williams or Russell.
Mhm.
He runs it seems like very straight up.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you say so. Sure. I don't know. He just gets hit a lot. He goes for the extra yardage. But a lot of times, honestly, I want him to go for that. I want to get that first down. I want the drive to continue.
Yeah.
I
I mean, last year that was the
So-
reason they were so great on 3rd and 4th downs.
I mean, it's part of what makes it special. I think you just have to live and die with it. And we need to suit him up and get him out there as soon as we can. Look, Baker Mayfield's playing hurt. Daniel Jones is playing hurt. Aaron Rodgers is playing hurt. All these guys are playing hurt. It's part of the deal. This career, even the longest career, it's a short career. You get a small window. Take some Advil, get his ass out there. I hate to be that way, but I think we have to. But is he going to have to adjust a little bit? Probably does. I don't know. I don't have the answer. I'm kind of just throw my hands up in the air in frustration. I don't have the answer because I think he's obviously trying to minimize, but he's trying to pick his spots. Is what he's trying to do, right? He's trying to pick his spots. And are we saying that he can't pick any spot, or is he allowed to go for it on 3rd and 8 and everything falls apart and he wants to get those extra 3 yards and there's 3 linebackers right in front of him?
That's what makes him special is that he
Right.
can get that
So he has
first
to-
down when other quarterbacks can't.
So we
But
have to
there's a
allow
risk-
him to pick his spot.
There's a risk involved.
There
You
is
just
a
have
risk
to-
involved.
There's risk involved
I
with
think that's
not
right.
only him, with every other quarterback.
Yeah. And is he spindly? 100%. Is it easy to throw him down? I mean, I was stunned at how easily they just kind of just throw him like rag dolls.
Oh, well, the guy had a huge head of steam.
Yeah, totally.
And he just sent him flying.
Just sent him flying.
Yeah.
Like he was nothing.
Right.
It's
What does he weigh? Like 195? Maybe 200
But
pounds?
again, you have to remember, he played 20 games last year. He did it last year. He can do
He
this.
played
It's
most
just-
of 20 games.
Okay.
He started all the games. He didn't
did.
finish the ball.
Okay, they took him out to protect him in the
Yeah.
Cowboy game, and he got injured in the one, but he came right back the next week. He played 20 games. He could do it.
But
He
if you
can do it.
remember, like looking at last year, he gets hurt, and then they went and lost like 3 games, which a lot of people thought
Mm-hmm.
he wasn't himself because of injury.
I'm sure. You think Aaron Rodgers and Baker Mayfield and these guys are all playing at their best while they're hurt? No. But they're better than the alternative. I hope the Mariota crowd is done. That guy's so mediocre. So
I don't know
mediocre.
what was he doing on that interception. Like it was. I couldn't figure out. There was a receiver maybe about 5 yards ahead of where he was throwing. Did he think the receiver was breaking the other way? It was a terrible
I mean,
interception.
you want a guaranteed loser? Put Mariota in there.
His record's
He's
definitely not good
he's
this
like
year.
1 in 100 with us.
Okay, but what's Jaden's record this year? To be fair, he's
I
only
know.
won 2.
You know what it was? He won like 14 games last year.
I know.
Okay, that's what
course.
Jaden is. And I'm not going to
But
lose
this
sight
year-
of that.
This year,
This year's been mediocre.
sadly, Jaden's play hasn't been much better than Mariota's. And that's what the article in the Washington Post by Barry Verluga talks about his play.
Mhm.
Right? His play, last year, in some statistics, he was a top 5 quarterback in the league.
Mhm.
This year, he's middle to lower tier.
That's another
the
reason
pack.
that he needs to play in these games is to get that bad taste out of his mouth heading into 2026.
Yeah, he just needs to get
You don't
into a
want him
rhythm.
going into the next season
Yeah.
playing poorly.
I feel like all of that is valid. Can't argue it. He just needs to play more to get out of that. He needs to get into a rhythm. You can't play a game and a quarter and then miss 2, then play 2 games, then miss 3, then play a half and then miss 2.
Also, on a selfish note,
You're never going to get into a rhythm.
he needs to play so they have a better chance of winning games because these misery Mondays are they're killing all of
They're
us.
brutal.
They're running us all straight into the ground.
They're brutal. The worst thing in the world is seeing Jaden down. It's like the worst. It's the worst feeling in your stomach when you see him down and you're guessing, is this serious? Is this not serious? Is this career ender? Is this season ender? Is this going to be 3 weeks? What is this?
So here's some statistics that Zverluga points out in his column. This year, Jaden Daniels is completing 60.6% of his passes. And the average is 6.7 yards per attempt. Last year, he connected on 69%.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just round it and say 8% difference. And 7.4 yards per attempt. And then on the ground, he last year rushed for 52.4 rushing yards per game, 6 yards a pop. This year, it's sub 40 and just 4.8 yards a pop.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't been the same player when he's been on the field.
Right, because I think he would be largely if he could get into a rhythm and play 3 or 4 games in a row, played 7, 8, 9, 10 games in a row. He gotten off to a mediocre start, no doubt.
I tend to agree with you.
But just
some people will say their excuses.
Restart.
Sadly, now I'm to the point where you just mentioned 7, 8, 9, or 10 games in a row. I'm like, is he ever going to play 10 games in a row again in his career? I know it's early to kind of forecast that.
He did it last year.
He did it last year. But what's happened this season? It puts a shadow on what he's going to do in the next few seasons. It casts doubt on it.
I agree.
In my head, at least.
I agree. But I think you also have to acknowledge that sometimes guys just have bad years. Things just go the wrong way. And then guys come back the next year. And they reestablish themselves.
Hoping that's the case.
And I hope
this
that's
is a
the case
blip
too.
and an outlier.
Yes.
And that next year he plays in, let's say, 15 starts and finishes 15 games and is a Pro Bowler. That's the hope.
Yeah.
I don't love this
happens.
offense for him. I've come to that conclusion. It could be incorrect. I don't love this offense for him anymore. I think he has the capabilities where he could run a Bo Nix type offense, a Caleb Williams style offense to what they're running right now, where his rushing may not be in the 800, 900 range.
Once last year.
I understand that.
I didn't hear this one time. I didn't hear
You can't evolve, Cakes?
I didn't hear one peep out of you about him
But
being
he could
under
say-
center more last year when he was setting the league on fire
But
as
he
a
could
rookie.
say his defense can be, well, he didn't get hurt 4 times last year. So because he got hurt 4 times,
okay,
now I want to maybe
I just
see
think
if he
it's
can
very,
function
I think
in a
it's
different
reactionary.
offense.
I think
Of
it's
course,
obviously
that's our job.
reactionary.
You're reactionary all the time, Cakes. When you want to fire a coach, it's based on information, right? It's the way it is. You've changed your opinion on Sirianni. You've changed your opinion on Dan Campbell.
My guess is if Jaden ran the same offense, didn't have extra under center that you're begging for, and he had 30 touchdowns and 10 picks and rushed for another 800 yards, you wouldn't bring up the fact that he isn't under center once.
Of course. And I'm not saying be under center 100% of the time.
I understand.
I'm saying there might be better offenses which protect him a little bit more.
Could
and
be.
he has, to me, he has shown he can make all the throws.
Look,
and he's capable of succeeding in different style
if Dan
offenses. And
Quinn-
I think it might serve him better.
If Quinn wants to make Kingsbury walk the plank this offseason, I'm fine with that. If he's got a better option, if he's got a better offense to bring in here,
I think
he has
Quinn's
a
too
better
loyal.
guy.
I think Quinn's too nice. He needs to be more of a jerk. I think he's too nice.
Yeah, but I think once the seat starts heating up, I think he's going to turn to being not so nice. I think if you lose 10, 11, 12 in a row, you're going to have to start reassessing everything.
Do you know the 2 leading rushing quarterbacks this year?
2 leading rushing quarterbacks. Let me think.
I'll give them to you. It's
Okay.
Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
They're bigger dudes.
Yeah.
He is slight. We all knew that
Well,
going in.
right.
There's no question the stat where he took the most hits of any quarterback. That's not great, right? That came out last year.
Like if you're Josh Allen, and people sometimes say Josh Allen takes too many hits,
Mm-hmm.
you can kind of understand it. He's big.
Yeah.
Like he's a monster.
Yeah, he's a beast.
He has to minimize the number of hits, and maybe that includes a different offense. I'm open to it.
I mean,
open
look at
to
the
it.
criticism of Jackson Dart already, right? He's barely played, and people are like, this guy's an idiot. He's taking all these hits.
Well, he's a big dude.
He's like
He's pretty
6'2",
thin.
He's he's a 6'2"-ish.
You think he's pretty thin?
He's
He's not
pretty
like
thin.
Jaden. He's not like Jaden thin.
Well,
Maybe
he might
not.
want to reassess because I saw his presser where he's like, haven't you guys watched me play? This is how I played in high school. This is how I play in college.
Yeah.
Basically saying I'm not gonna change just because I'm in the pros.
He's listed at 6'2" and a quarter, 223.
Yeah,
I think
That's this thicker,
he's
but
definitely thicker. He doesn't have that
but-
spindly body.
but he's not, Josh Allen or Justin Herbert or Patrick Mahomes.
Jaden looks like Exree Hip out there.
It's not a good body comp for an NFL quarterback.
All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Mark in Largo. Mark's been on hold for a while. Mark, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Mark.
Look, I have to comment on what JP said about the gas face. God, I thought this was 1993 again when he said gas face to one of the callers. But look, I wouldn't shut Jaden down. I'm with you, Eric, on that. I would keep playing him.
Gotta play him.
Here's the reality of the situation, guys. We're talking about Jaden. JP, you just brought up a stat, but you know what you're not bringing up, JP? You're not bringing up the talent that he had. Now, De'Ami Brown and Zacchaeus are just better in space than what they have right now. I know everybody likes Debo. Debo's been I would say he's been a total disappointment because, to be honest with you, yes, he does do some things and stuff like that. The problem is he's not that good in space. We saw that yesterday. We've been seeing that all year. And outside of Scary Terry, what teams have noticed, no one else scares them. And Noah Brown Adam Peters needs to stop, and Cliff Kingsbury needs to stop pushing this Noah Brown thing. Traylon Burks could be the future of this team. But
I don't know. He didn't do
that's
anything.
what they have right now.
Well, let me ask you this, Mark, though. So let's say you had De'Ami Brown and you had Zacchaeus this season again. You think Jaden doesn't get hurt?
No, I don't. I don't think he gets hurt. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if you
That's
don't
a
have
big
Debo,
leap.
It's a big leap, but here's the reason why. You got guys that are getting open in space. So he doesn't have to
So
do
he get
everything.
rid of the ball quicker.
Last
Maybe.
year, he
Maybe.
wasn't.
Maybe.
I mean, last year. Now, here's the other problem I think we have.
Quickly.
Ben Sinnott, either you go get Kyle Pitts, or you let Ben Sinnott cook. What did you think?
What if he can't cook?
He might not be able to cook.
John Keim said before that he doesn't even run the routes that slow Zach Ertz was running.
Yeah.
I'm punting on Ben Sinnott.
He was basically saying he's a blocker who could maybe work in play action.
I'm ready to call Ben Sinnott a bust at this point. I think I'm pretty safe in saying that.
Somebody did point out, though, that
He doesn't have the same Bilal Coulibaly loyalty in your heart.
No, I can't. No. I'll never give up on my man Bilal. But Ben Sinnott, I'm over Ben Sinnott.
Like, I remember when I saw, so Ben Sinnott ran a 4.68.
I don't care what he runs. Can he just run a route and catch the stupid ball?
He had one catch yesterday.
Dude, he has a 40-inch vertical. Do you know how athletic you have to be to have a 40-inch vertical?
I don't care about that. You could have a 3-inch
40-inch vertical?
Just get open and earn a target and catch a football. I don't care about the otherworldly metrics. Just get open and catch a football.
Well, that tells me he can. He has a 40-inch
but
vertical.
EB,
You know what? He's got the opportunity to prove it right now.
Is it not worrisome that when John Keim, who watches the team every day, he's at the park every day.
I know. I don't.
When he was asked about it, he kind of gave Yankoff some love over Sinnott.
Yankoff has shown more to us. I mean, we've even us
Yankoff
as
has
fans.
3 catches.
Yeah, but he's more athletic. You see him on. He pops a
Okay,
little
that's
bit
my
on
point.
special
So isn't that
teams.
worrisome?
Yes. If a nobody like Colson Yankoff is outperforming a second-round pick, worrisome.
Right.
In my world, it is.
Yeah, I don't know
EB
if
wants to run away from it.
I know
but
what
that's my
I'm
point.
just thinking they're two separate entities. Yankoff might also just be a very good athlete too. I mean, I don't know.
Hey, all I know is Zach
Doesn't mean-
Ertz is sidelined. There's never been a bigger opportunity for
That I
Ben
agree
Sinnott
with.
to do something.
I agree with that.
Right now, this is
Is it-
your month, Ben
this
Sinnott.
is it. This
if
is
you
your
don't
month.
capitalize right here, right now,
That's true.
then it's never gonna happen.
I'm with you
Over
on
under
that.
on 7.5 catches in the last 4 games.
I'd have
You
to
got
take
to
the under.
go under.
I'd have to take
but
the
he should
under.
go over.
You just need 2
Yeah.
a game.
You got to
saying-
bet the under, but he should go over.
All right, got to
No
take a
sane
break.
human would take the over there.
Remember, 8:45. We got a big announcement. We'll also give you a chance to win some tickets to go see the University of Maryland basketball team here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, EB here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel's giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. All you got to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back on another Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. At least the Caps aren't miserable.
It's true.
They've won 10 of their last 12 games.
It's a good thing.
Oh, look at the
Positive.
standings. Look who's atop the division now.
Oh, they're top of the Metropolitan. I do like to see that.
Washington Capitals have been playing damn good hockey.
Big one Thursday against the Hurricanes. They're in town. Big one.
EB, what do you make, though, of Bears Valuga's column about Jaden Daniels' play?
I mean, it hurts me a little bit because I just think the sample size is fairly small and it's just been so choppy. But it's true. And I think I've been one of the first ones to say it. He's been a tick off this year. Said it from the beginning. But maybe I'm in denial, but I just think he's proven what he can do at this level. He just now has to prove that he can do it again. And I just, I expect him to have a much better, much healthier 2026. I'm just kind of waving the white flag on this year in some respects. I don't think he'll ever improve these numbers. Like, it's just going to be what it is. He's never going to get the completion percentage up to where it needs to be. It is. He's going to have mediocre touchdown numbers. The yardage numbers are going to be this is just an awful year. But I have supreme faith in his ability. And I just think it's just been one of those years where it's very difficult to start, restart. He just hadn't gotten into rhythm. Team's been awful. It's just been one of those years.
And then
I don't think it's a testament to he's lost something or that we just saw the best. Maybe it will be his best year last year, but that he just is incapable of playing at that level again. I don't believe that.
And I feel like they need to press the reset button outside of Terry for the wide receiver unit as a whole. I don't think Debo is getting re-signed. He's not going to get a big bag of money from this team. We saw how hard it was for Terry to get paid. I don't think Debo is getting paid by Adam Peters. The Noah Brown thing has to end. You have to bring in some younger, more dynamic guys to complement Terry McLaurin. I think that's going to be a big focus for Peters this offseason.
I'd be scared that last season is the outlier, not the norm.
I mean, it's fair. Proven
that
otherwise
could be the case.
It's fair
Hopefully
until proven
it's not.
otherwise. I can't get excited about it, though. I have to see.
People
I need
will
another
say
year.
sophomore slump and that sort of thing. I mean, look, is QBR this year? And sometimes I toss out QBR because I like it. It's supposed to take into account all facets of the game and look at every throw and take into account your running. But his QBR is actually below Marcus Mariota's.
I mean, mine no, but Mario's been poop.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's kind of what you're looking at with his QBR this year. His passer rating is higher, but even his passer rating, the old school passer rating, Matthew Stafford's number one with the 113.
I know his is like
Drake
88.
Mays at a 111.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels this is the company that he's in this year. All right, I'm going to give you the two guys ahead of him and the two guys below him,
Mhm.
but all basically in the same category. Kyler Murray's ahead of him. Michael Penix Jr. is ahead of him.
Yeah.
Guys right behind him on his heels, Bryce Young and Brock Purdy.
All I could say is
And
that
last year he was in the stratosphere of top 5.
yeah, he just hasn't been able to get into a rhythm. It's been too choppy.
And I think
if he
some
plays,
of it,
if he plays, let's say he plays 8 straight games next year, and we're in the same boat, then I'll say, all right, you know what, we might have an issue here. But you can't play 2 games and then miss 2, and then a game and then miss 2, and then a quarter and then miss 1, and it just doesn't. You can't get into a rhythm, especially when all your threats are falling down.
yes. And hindsight's 2020, but the preseason was an abortion because of the Terry McLaurin deal. And
You know
then
what scares
and
me?
then he barely played in the preseason.
They won't play him next preseason either, I bet.
No.
Which he probably needs to play. Probably needs a few reps in the preseason.
I mean, half
maybe
the
not
teams
done.
don't play him.
The lowest number that he needs to stay fresh, that's what he's getting.
He don't have to run for 100 yards, but they could drop him back and pass a few times. If it looks like you're going to get hit,
A few times.
fall down.
Not a lot in the preseason.
You don't have to take an extraordinary chance, but they could do some quick hitter stuff, get him into a rhythm a little bit. In the
I need him
preseason.
to be the healthiest he's ever been in his entire lifetime heading into next
You know what?
regular season.
Probably, even though it didn't really help RG3, I'd like him to maybe gain 10 more pounds too.
That's fine.
I don't
You
know
know
that it'll
what?
help
He
his
can-
spindly bones, but
Do whatever you have to do to get healthy. Go on a wellness retreat to the White Lotus in wherever, Indonesia. Stay there for a month. Add some weight. just get healthy. That is the key.
You know how I
for
feel. I think they
2026.
need to change the offense. This is from Tony. You can always email us at junks or hit us on Twitter at Junks Radio. He says Sean Payton, Ben Johnson, and Josh McDaniels run pro-style offenses. Kingsbury's offense is more college RPO, and this offense will keep him hurt. Quinn needs to move on from Kingsbury. This one from D. Ziders.
I wouldn't be adverse to that.
Daniels needs to play for a couple of reasons. One, needs the game reps as he's in his second year, and he has missed a lot of games this season. Two, he needs to show that he can play effectively with a minor injury. And three, he's playing for his next contract, not based on 2024 alone. I think that's a bit early to worry about his contract.
Yeah.
But I agree with the first 2 points.
Let's slow down on the next
I know
contract
this,
talk.
that as mediocre as this year has been on the whole for him, that even yesterday, as the game was going south, before he, had the debacle, I still have extreme optimism every time he's under center. I still think he could pull off a 3rd and 12 or make a big play, make a big throw. I have not lost my faith in his ability and the excitement level and what he can do under center. I still have all the faith.
And I think the coaches,
I truly do.
I think the coaches have the faith. I think most people have the faith. Look, he came out. His first throw was that layered throw to Terry McLaurin. I think if you really, and people say this is excuses, but if you really think about it, the offseason wasn't ideal because of Terry McLaurin. And then once he starts playing, like you said, he barely has his top guys on the field ever. And then he's on the field for a couple games, misses a couple games, on the field, misses. And who knows, playing with the bad knee, playing with the bad hamstring, now playing with a boo-boo on his left arm.
Yeah.
Like, it's not ideal.
Yeah, it's been a disaster. It's been a disaster. I'll grant you that. I never could have envisioned this.
No.
I could have envisioned like one catastrophic injury, wiping him out and being, wow. But just the repeated little things and the starts and non-starts and just everyone else falling down. I never could have. This is by far, this is maybe the most frustrating, like if we end up with 3-win season we've ever had. The most shocking. This just came out of nowhere for me. Now, I know there are people that'll chime in on my Twitter and that'll call in and say they all knew. They all knew last year was a fluke and that this team was awful because they always come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, but everybody, even the people that were doubting,
people didn't think that.
Even the people that were doubting whether they would get back to the playoffs had them as like an 8-win team.
Right.
And this is 3-10.
Like
this is shocking.
Nobody saw this coming.
This is shocking.
Had he not fumbled in that game, they would have been 4-2.
Yeah, who knows?
Was that what they would have been? I think 4-2.
Yeah, I think so.
Damn wet ball.
And that's on him.
Hey, how
I
about
blame it on him.
being under center? He's just trying to hand it off. They got to run the I'm telling you that the pro style offenses are back in vogue this year.
Okay.
I'm totally fine. Maybe the best thing could ever happen to us is some school gave Cliff a job. Is there anybody out there? Is there any jobs out there?
Or he could just take a sabbatical like he did when he got fired from the Cardinals and he just disappeared and went off the grid. Went to like Bali and nobody knew where he was.
He's a nice guy and he had so much success last year, but maybe we need a different look. We just might need a different
look. But to be fair to him,
and
this is where, look, I have my opinion. It could be 100% wrong. And this is what I would say if I was Cakes, who's you love the college style offense.
Apparently, I love
Apparently you're entrenched.
I love air raid style offense.
Cliff hasn't had his weapons. Like, to be fair to Cliff, he's drawn up a game plan. He's got Robbie Chosen on the field.
Treylon
He's got Treylon Burks.
Trying to sell me on Treylon Burks. Here's Treylon Burks. The Tennessee Titans, who are terrible, they said, we don't need your services anymore.
We've also had terrible quarterback
You're
play.
not good enough to play for us and to be part of our organization. That's why he was out on the street.
Yeah, but sometimes you pick up guys off the street and they do well for you.
Sometimes they work out, but for the most part, they're on the street for a reason because they flamed out and didn't do so well in their first, second, or third stop.
But look, I didn't like on that first drive when they get it, it was a good drive, and then they get in the red zone and they basically get down to the 1 yard line on first down from Chris Rodriguez's run. Then you don't run again? You're on the 1 yard line. Or maybe it was the 2, whatever it was.
I know everybody was upset about that. I like passing. I feel like
I generally like passing.
I like passing in the red zone too.
When you have a goal line, when you have a goal line hammer, like that's Rodriguez's thing.
Who had been successful on the drive.
Utilize it.
he had been successful on the drive. Now, to be fair to Kingsbury, the Commanders' offense, despite everything this year, with Jaden playing less than half the games, Marcus on the field all the time, Terry playing less than half the games, no premier running back, no Austin Eckler. They're in the middle of the pack as an offense.
Yeah,
now, they're only averaging 20 points per game.
But
I'm
that's
talking
not good enough
yardage.
because the way this defense is, this offense has to be elite, has to be top 5 offense.
Yeah. Now, points per game, they've slid down to, let's see, 30th, 28th, 24th.
Mm-hmm. No, it's been devastating.
20.2 points per game.
Banked on I basically guaranteed 30 a game this year.
Yeah.
I banked on
that's because we thought that they would.
I thought they'd be 3 points better.
Yeah, we thought they would pick up where they left off last year and do better.
Yeah.
But, you
And
know,
they've been
if you're an offensive
worse.
coordinator and you expect Jaden to be on the field and you expect Austin Eckler to be part of the equation and you expect Terry to be there, and then even Noah Brown, you know, as your number 2 or number 3 receiver, you're thinking, oh, we're going to have pretty good offense. Drop these plays. And then all of a sudden, every week there's somebody missing from the lineup. Like, I can give him some excuses, even though I don't particularly love his offense. I'm not married to Cliff for sure.
Well, you know, I'm not married to. There's a bunch of the clowns they have in the wideout room right now. That whole unit needs a makeover outside of Terry, in my opinion. Let Luke get healthy. He showed he could help out in the return game and be a bit player on the offense when needed. Jalen Lane, probably needs some more seasoning. They need at least 2 new wideouts to help Terry and to help, more importantly, help Jaden going forward. At least 2.
And they might need a whole new philosophy.
That I don't know.
They might need a whole new philosophy.
Here's what they need. They need to look at guys like Robbie Chosen and Treylon Burks and say, those guys are street free agents. You can't make our team's good enough where you can't make the cut. Right now, they're making the cut and they're actually playing, which is a problem.
Well, it's because they've had so many injuries.
Right. That's what they've had to do. That's what they've been forced to do.
But was Robbie Chosen active yesterday? I don't think so.
I don't think he was, but he's, but he's cut him.
Like,
But he's
I know.
been in the mix.
I know.
The
Resign
fact-
him today.
That's my
but-
point.
The fact that he's even on the roster is an indictment on what's happened with that group of players.
Is it
You have to sign somebody when you don't have Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown and McCaffrey.
It's not those guys.
You got to fill out the roster.
I'm not saying it's Adam Peters' fault.
It's not even
Right,
the
right.
guy's fault. They got hurt. They were in they got effed. I mean, literally, I've never seen so much go wrong. I've never seen so much go wrong. I mean, yesterday I felt like it was a body bag game again. Carting
But
guys
in
off.
theory, yesterday, like we all picked the Commanders to win because in theory, the game against the Vikings was a good chance for them with healthy receivers.
Yes.
Theoretically healthy Jaden Daniels.
And you get to face J.J. McCarthy.
And you're facing J.J. McCarthy. They lost 31-0. It's actually hard to focus. Like we're talking offense. The defense was just as bad. Like we could spend as much time talking about how bad their defense is.
They gave up 31 points, and Justin Jefferson, he had as big an impact on the game as Mike Moore.
The difference
He did
is
nothing.
they don't have a Jaden Daniels on defense. They got nothing.
By the way,
They got nothing on defense.
Mike, we all miss our parlay picks all the
Yeah.
time. Mike Martin not only missed his regular parlay pick, but I think he talked trash about Stonebridge against a
Lost
school
that
I had
one,
never
too?
heard in Maury.
Yeah.
And I was getting updates from I don't know if Keith, who calls into the show from time to time, he texts me from time to time. He was like, "You guys lost to Maury, right? Was that the name of the school?"
Yeah, it was a tough one.
Maury. So he obviously was listening to it. He was sending me texts. He was like, "JP, I don't know if you care, but Maury's up 14-0." And it took me a second. I was like, well, "What do I care about Maury?" Like, oh, because Mike Marr talked trash about him.
They're a very good football team. It was a close.
See, now it's getting their flowers.
It was a close game until about like right before the third quarter ended, and then they pulled away.
Yeah.
A good half. 1-800-636-1067 talking about the Commanders' latest loss here on the Junkies. All right, we told you at 8:45 we're going to give you a chance to win some tickets. Caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. We'll hook you up with 2 tickets to go see the Terps, Maryland's men's basketball team. Saturday, December 13th, they take on Michigan. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/contests. We also said we had a big announcement.
Hey, that Tiffany cake.
You got it.
What do you got? What do you got?
All right, it is December. And no, Jason's not off all week for a week of vacation, but he is off Monday and Friday.
That's
Our annual holiday show is back, and it's going to be out and about at Hyde Social in Arlington. The beautiful thing about that is listeners can join us for the holiday show.
Perfect. Do I get to hang out in the Mike Marr VIP suite at Hyde Social?
He has his own booth.
There's no better location we could have chose than Hyde Social in Arlington, Virginia. Everyone better show out.
You're the lead hype man for Hyde Social. We love that. That's
No,
fantastic.
It's an awesome spot. They got a ton of TVs. And of course, we're going to be drinking responsibly. We'll get
Yes.
some rides.
Yeah.
I think I might go a little harder this year.
Oh, really?
It's been a while.
JP's trying to go
We're
hard.
working on getting you guys your Scotty's fountain there.
Oh, we're
out
gonna
and
do that.
about.
Maybe talk to that a little bit.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. So
The Scotty's Fountain is so enticing.
I mean, just a hit. It's just a hit wherever
I
it
think
goes.
if that Scotty's found there, we're going to need a governor for that.
Oh, yeah.
It just tastes like punch. It's so silly.
We probably need a security guard to keep us from going up to it too often. I would think. Just limit us.
and then hopefully Eric brings his meta glasses. We can do some
I can do
POV shots.
Sure.
I found my meta glasses. I asked my wife, where are these things? I've heard these rumors that I got these things. Where are they? I did find them.
I love the holiday / drinking show that we do, and I love it even more when it's interactive with other people.
Very
and
good.
people can come and hang out and join along, have breakfast, have a Bloody Mary, watch you guys in action.
Yeah, just make a whole day of it. Don't have, aspirations to be like, oh, I'm going to go to the Junks holiday show and then I'm going to go to work right afterwards.
take off.
Did I
You
mention
take
the
it off.
date?
Take the day off.
I don't know if I mentioned the
Yeah,
date.
date's pretty important.
Give us the date, Foundies.
December 19th. It's
Friday,
Friday, December 19th.
December 19th.
Friday, December 19th.
Everyone will be there. Show up at 6 a.m.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Will
get the thing started early.
those that come, will they be served? Will they be serving to the customers too, if they want?
Yeah.
Okay. So they can, they always want to drink with us. We're at an establishment, so I think
it's
they
right next-
probably
yeah.
could.
And it's right next to the metro. So boom, you just pop in.
Yeah. Of course, we'll all have rides, and
Oh yeah.
that'll all be taken care
We'll
of.
all
That
be
goes without saying.
responsible.
Yeah.
I was at
Uh,
Hyde pretty recently, and Chuck was kind of giving me his vision for the layout. It's going to
Okay.
be a really cool layout. I think you guys will really enjoy it. Listeners will enjoy it.
Why? What makes it special?
Just where the stage is going to be for you guys, and then I don't know. I don't want to spoil it. Just show up December 19th, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
let
You'll
me
have a
ask
good
you
time.
something. We kind of we're bitching and moaning so much. Are we not doing the Kris Kringle, the gift exchange anymore? Did that kind of fall by the wayside last few years?
No, we can do it. I'm open to whatever you guys want to do. If we
It
want to
fell
do
off last year.
I feel like the last couple of years, maybe we bitched so much about it that we didn't even do it.
That is a distinct possibility.
you guys bitch, no way.
Yeah.
I feel like I like the ones that are out and about. EB, you'll probably like this too.
Yeah.
I'll remind you, listeners sometimes will bring gifts for us.
That is
I
very
always
true.
like that.
It's a very good
That's
point.
always
I always
appreciated.
like that. Why? I don't know why.
Didn't somebody get like a free OnlyFans
Yeah, I
subscription?
I got that.
Yes.
And I passed it on
There's
to
no
Valdez.
reason why we can't accept gifts.
No, we're always open to accept gifts.
Why?
Now,
Why
we're
would that ever be an issue?
We're probably not going to be giving gifts to just randos that show up, but if they want to give us gifts, it's a great one-way street.
It's like a super chat instead of, you know what I mean? Like, bring us gifts.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
It's
We're giving you free entertainment for freaking 30 years.
Yeah, that's all we do. Free is all.
EB's been pining for the "What would you do for the junkie" segment for
always-
years.
it's
The
always
fact that was sort of like poo-pooed is amazing to
just
me.
dust that baby off.
First of all, it was butt entertaining, and we got free stuff out of it. I mean, it was a double
That
whammy.
Jason probably sold on Facebook Marketplace later.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean,
At some
I
point.
think there's a lot
We-
of jealousy out there.
We don't have as many like live shows, out and about appearances as we should.
We don't.
So
well, I
this
think
is
next year's going to be big with that, though, too, right?
I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
But this is the Super Bowl. This is a P1
This is it.
Super Bowl.
And Jason will be there for that show,
yes.
right? We're gonna have all four of us.
Everyone is scheduled to be there, even with all the vacation and
I'm
all
actually
that.
flying to Florida the next day.
Jason actually sent me a text yesterday during the Commanders game at 2:48. Doesn't text me that often, but
don't even read it. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is.
All right.
I know what it is. I know what it's based on. I know it's
gonna say
it's poking fun at Jaden for getting knocked
He's
out
gonna
of
say
the
have
game.
fun talking about Jaden's elbow
Yeah,
for 4
something
hours.
like that.
Right?
no, it just first text was
It's a jab at Jaden.
2:48.
Yeah.
Actually, none of it's about Jaden. It's larger than that.
Okay.
He just wrote, "They are embarrassing," and I put, and it was
yesterday they were,
and it was right
Very
after
true.
it was right after Mariota threw the interception. So I said, "Who was Mariota throwing to?" And he just said, "They suck. I'm glad I don't have to talk about them for 4 hours tomorrow." And DQ's defense allowed a 19-play drive.
My only defense of that is that who's good on the defense? Give me one player.
One player that's good.
That's
I
currently
think Trey Amos.
Is he playing?
No.
Right. Give me
Javon
one player.
Kinlaw.
You know what? He had some moments early.
He's fine.
He had some moments early. He's a big, intimidating guy. He looks good coming off the bus.
Bobby Wagner. I just want to trigger you.
Hey, I just got an update from Chuck.
Okay.
For your guys' holiday show at Hyde.
Yep.
He said Surfside is going to be coming heavy with gifts as well.
Oh,
Sweet.
Love to
So
hear that.
Maybe we'll each get a Surfside umbrella so we can have one like JP.
Maybe.
in your on your patio.
I'm
Happy
telling you,
hour.
I would take it because it block out the sun sometimes. I need that.
I also I'm not 100% sure, but I think also they might be having like some swag for listeners who show up as well.
Excellent.
Oh, okay. We get first crack at it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I know the hierarchy.
Yeah, right. Perfect.
We're all about getting gifts during the holidays, not really giving them so much.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
what are
you're
we
better
doing?
receivers.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey, maybe Jaden could use you guys.
Yeah.
You're silly receivers.
We would upgrade the room. I can tell you.
I know
that.
EB so well that there's
Room
only a few
stinks.
things that really perk him up.
Yeah.
And it's like talking about nudist colonies.
Nude cruises.
Right.
Yeah.
well, also,
and then what would you do for the junkies?
Female golf influencers.
Yes.
conjugal visits.
Yes, conjugal visits.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm so
always-
intrigued
yeah,
by
you always get a
conjugal
spike
visits.
there.
How can that even be a thing? I think that's the most amazing thing. We got to be the only country in the world that does that, right?
I don't know. You think I've studied conjugal visits in Peru?
You think in China they allow conjugal visits?
Hey, do you want me to get a warden on to playing conjugal visits or
If you
something?
can get a warden on that has conjugal
Now
visits.
that could be our mystery guest for the holiday show at Hyde.
Yeah.
Hyde Social, Friday, December 19th.
Yes. Be there. Be there bright and early.
All right. Put that on your calendar. I expect a
Yeah.
big turnout. I think it will be.
Will the Commanders have added one win by the time we do that show?
Well, how many games do we have before
2
that?
weeks from now?
We have two games.
The Giants. They got to beat the Giants.
I mean, they put a bagel against the Vikings. How can I have confidence they can beat anybody?
The thing is they can't play worse, right? So they'll play better. I honestly don't think they can play worse.
How can you play worse than getting shut out 31-zippy?
It's a weird league, so they'll play better. I don't know though. It depends on who's quarterback. I mean, Mariota cannot quarterback them to a win.
I'll say no wins before we show up at Hyde on Friday, December
If Jaden
19th.
plays, we get a win. Who do we have after the Giants? I don't have it in front of me.
Eagles.
Eagles. Probably not going to beat them.
I think so.
You'd have to be a moron to pick us against them. Like literally, you're just being stupid. It could happen, but it would be the one-est off of one-est off.
The Giants might be a must win if you want to avoid 3-14.
Well, they could be. They're heading there right now.
All right, coming up next, we'll do our colleague check-in. We'll talk to our pal Grant Paulson from the Grant and Danny Show next here on the Junkies. All right, here's your no huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders, is putting $200 in your pocket when you open your first ever checking account and meet a few easy qualifications. No trick plays, no fourth downs, just a fast drive to free cash. Get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200 and take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Minnesota defeats the Commanders final 31-0. Commanders coach Dan Quinn fears that Zach Ertz has torn his ACL after the game decision to pull Jaden late.
For the development point of it, it's important. It was my decision to sit him. I just felt we didn't hit our space to be close like we wanted to be. I thought he had a really good, week, 2 weeks really practice. Having the guys come back, I felt like, all right, this is another chance to take another step forward. And so when we didn't today as a team, I think all of that was a contributing factor, not one position or one play.
Daniels returns to the field held to 78 yards passing. The Sunday night game, Texans beat the Chiefs 20-10. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones goes down season-ending Achilles tear. Alabama and Miami at large teams ahead of Notre Dame. Indiana earns a number 1 seed, also making it in Tulane and James Madison. The Hoosiers receive a first-round bye alongside Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas Tech. Virginia will face Missouri in the Tax Slayer Gator Bowl December 27th. Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 2-0. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle and Johnny Cakes Auville. Time now for our colleague check-in. And we'll check in with our pal Grant Paulson, host of the Grant Danny Show, 2 to 6:30 right here on 106.7 The Fan. What's up, GP?
Fellas, good morning. How are you?
Jeeps, are you calling us still from the Twin Cities?
We are, absolutely. I'm in Minneapolis just for travel and show purposes. We're going to do the show from here today, and then we will be on the plane tonight coming home.
I saw you, I think you made a comment about the stadium itself, that maybe you tweeted Zabe or something. Can you fill us in?
Yeah, I mean, the stadium, so for people that don't know, this place was built about a decade ago at U.S. Bank, and it's considered one of the best in the NFL still to this day, but the architects who built this stadium are the architects that the Commanders have hired to build their stadium. And from what I was told, this ownership group has kind of been enamored with this place and these architects for some time. So when we came out here, I wanted to, see as much as we could. So we went on a tour of this stadium this weekend. I posted a bunch of content, but it is immaculate. It's absolutely gorgeous. I loved it. And I was texting with Zabe, and the joke was, he was like, how nice is that place? But I said, just everything purple, make burgundy. Okay, there's your stadium. It's done. Like, do exactly what they did. It's absolutely amazing.
What wasn't amazing was the Washington Commanders on the field. Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with the Jaden question? You want to start with the defense?
I think Daniels is the lead, right? That's where we got to go first.
I think you're in my department that they got to change the offense a little bit. What's your take on Jaden the rest of the season? Do you want to see him on the field? And do you think ultimately they need to change their offense a little bit?
Well, specific to just him being on the field, I know this is now probably increasingly in the minority, but yeah, I think he needs to play football. I think one of the bigger problems for him this year, if you want to talk about the regression or the quality of the play or, the offensive production or lack thereof, is the lack of time on the grass together. And while I don't really believe in momentum year to year, like whether or not they finish strong and string together wins this year, or even him playing at a really high level this year.
There's obviously none from last year to this year.
What's that?
There's obviously no momentum from last year to this year. Right.
Yeah, the carryover, EV, is not a thing to me. Having said that, what I do think is, I think that he is suffering when he's playing from basically just not playing enough in terms of, processing, getting the ball out quickly, taking the layup, seeing everything.
Just get into a rhythm. Yeah.
Exactly right. And so this is playing football stuff. And I don't think you get better by not playing football, number one. Number two, there was 29% of the season left as of yesterday, 5 out of 17 games. So everyone acted like this was some January week 18 game where it's like, oh, there's a game or two. You've got your entire healthy offense other than Austin Eckler. So if that's the case, I know Ertz is now hurt. But, I mean, when you have your entire offensive line, you got all your receivers. If the offense is healthy, he should play.
Yeah.
And if they don't want to play him in the final game of the season or whatever to evaluate some other stuff, sure, whatever. That's not a problem. But with a month of games left, you're talking about 4 weeks of practices. You're talking about 4 games. He should be playing football if he's healthy.
Right.
That's a no-brainer to me.
And here's the thing. It's sometimes I think we as fans take for granted this idea that these guys are all healthy. Like Baker Mayfield's playing hurt. Aaron Rodgers is playing with 3 fractures. Daniel Jones was playing hurt. It's unfortunate that Daniel Jones, that probably exacerbated it, but that's just the nature. Matthew Stafford's playing hurt. All these guys are playing hurt. It's the nature of the game. If they're healthy enough to get out there and play, even though they still are nursing things, and I've kind of downplayed this one a little bit, calling it a boo-boo because he just re-aggravated the boo-boo, because thank God it's a sort of a non-factor as far as I'm concerned. The left arm doesn't really mean that much. We're just lucky that it wasn't a more serious injury, but if he's healthy enough to get out there and withstand a few hits, he's got to play. That's the nature of this game.
Totally right. Here's the other part that people don't seem to care about, and I understand that. There is I'm an analytical, data-driven person, but there's a real locker room element to this too, in terms of culture building and operation where, everybody else is banged up and hurt. Mm-hmm. You can't just take care of
Bobby Wagner played hurt
guys.
Yesterday. Yeah.
100%. And that list is long. So I just think it's a no-brainer. Now, here's what I'll say. That the big debate or question really is around the word health, I guess, EB.
Yeah.
Which is how healthy is he? So here's what I need to know about this week. After the game, Dan Quinn, as I'm sure you guys have talked about, suggested he could have gone back in. He kind of got banged up or whatever. That's precautionary. If he just, felt pain in the elbow again and he came over and then they worked it out and got treatment, and if this is a playoff game, he could have gone back in, then sure, he should play next week. If he re-aggravated something, that's different. But that's not the sense I got. The way he was moving around afterwards on the sideline, his frustration. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. I'm not suggesting, you referenced a lot of quarterbacks in playoff pushes and things that are playing through real injuries. Mm-hmm. I'm not suggesting he should even do that in a lost season. But that's not what happened yesterday, to my knowledge. He was very healthy. He landed on that elbow the way that he did and didn't, quote unquote, re-injure it, supposedly. There was pain and there was an aggravation.
It was a pain thing, that's all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, I don't think this is really that much of a debate. There's 2 camps. There's people that basically say, shut him down, have him healthy for next year. And then people that go, are you watching this? This dude needs to play football right now. They need to get this fixed.
What do you make on the decline of his play?
I just don't think he's played enough. I think this is supernatural for a second-year guy without a lot of reps. First of all, there are clear adjustments that have been made to their offense. Everyone wants to make it him. I think we've talked a lot about this. I know you guys have as well. I don't think they do enough things to make his life easy, first of all. Mm-hmm. They're not doing the types of things that you see around the league where it's, getting him some easy layups in the middle of the field with play action shots and under center offense and moving the pocket and bootlegging. And so first off, I think the way that they live, which is the straight drop back game for the most part, is the hardest thing to do in the National Football League as a quarterback. That would be one thing I would tweak going into the offseason. But when you miss as much practice as this guy has, and you have worked so little with this group, I think a lot of their problems are timing and just the operation. So that's why the prescription, it would be like saying to me, oh yeah, well, your problem is that you're not exercising enough. And then the prescription is, well, make sure you don't exercise for a month. No. This dude's got to see things live.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm sure he's still wearing his binocular little device and watching everything at 2 times the speed. The game speed is the game reps are what matters. He needs those.
And he needs them with his ones. He needs them with NFL caliber starters.
Correct.
And he just hasn't had that enough. It's just been, unfortunately, it's just one of those years you just write it off. But I agree with you. These reps are invaluable, though. And as many of them as he can get down the stretch, look, you want to sit him in the last game, fine. But if this is a pain tolerance thing, put a Band-Aid on it and let's throw his ass out there because he look, it's a short career. We say it's a short career. It's a short career. He's got a limited window. If they can play, these guys play.
Well, I was talking to Logan Paulson about this
on the show We Do Take Command, and he made a really interesting point. He's like, if you go back and you look at the number of guys that have basically missed like a season and then come back right after that and just played lights out, or, early in the next year were themselves. He's like, it's really, really hard. He's like, the more you miss, the more time you miss. He didn't comment to this, but he like, my analogy is it's like coming back to school after you miss like a week or two sick and you got all that makeup work you've got to do and it's overwhelming. That to me is the same thing. Like the more time you're out, think about like a Deshaun Watson who missed the season. And I get that a lot of guys, that they have an ACL, they have an Achilles, they come back, they figure it out. But it just gets harder. There's really no reason to further put him behind the 8 ball, especially if Cliff's back next year and you're running a similar offense and you're with a lot of your starters. Now, if in week 17 they don't have that, like Terry's out or they're shutting down Debo or whatever, cool, no problem. I'm not asking them in a la the preseason to go out there with a bunch of 2s and 3s. But that's not what happened. They went into this game. The story all week long was their whole offense, other than Austin Eckler's, on the field for the first time. And, of course, they got shut out. But why wouldn't Jaden Daniels be out there with that group? It doesn't make sense.
Hey, Grant, if Ben Sinnott is ever going to be a thing, the runway
now or never
is clear with the Ertz injury. And on a side note, I mean, what a dirty hit by Jay Ward, like right at the knee. I understand that it's hard for defenders to, not hit a guy like up high and if they're trying to aim for like torso and the waist if they can. But that seemed like a clear hit straight to Zach Ertz's knee. Dirty hit.
Casey, that was brutal. That was right in front of us, too.
Yeah.
Directly. And in real time, it was one of the most vicious-looking collisions. Just because he's so big and he went head over heels. We had no idea about the knee bending back, obviously, in real time, the way that it did until we saw the replay, which was pretty stomach-turning. Feel awful for him, future Hall of Famer. Obviously, his year's over, and possibly, very likely, career could be over just because of his age and how deep into his career he is. But yeah, in terms of Ben Sinnott and the transition, there's tough. But here we go, kid. I mean, you now have 1 month. This is one of the things we were frustrated with, I think, as a fan base collectively, was this team is 3-9, and you're still not prioritizing some of these young guys. Well, you're by default now about to see a lot of Ben Sinnott, Colson Yankoff, and if he's still catching 1 or 2 balls a week, if there's not some 4 for 47s in here or whatever, we got big issues.
Hey, let's talk about DQ in this sense. A lot of people, and maybe it's not a bad comparison, comparing him to Ron in the sense that they're both super nice guys. Like, I don't even want to question even Ron's football acumen, whatever. It didn't work here. I don't know his football acumen, but you've been around the game, lifer, right? DQ, is he too nice? Is he going to be able to make the change? Is he too loyal? Is he going to be able to make the changes that he needs to try to take this next step? Because we can't just bring the same guys back. Obviously, there's going to be personnel changes, but I'm talking about on his staff.
It's a good question. I think Adam Peters is going to have to be the star of the show here in that regard.
Okay.
Right?
Because he is too nice?
I think Quinn is extremely loyal. I don't think, by the way, that is unique to him. I think most coaches are that way.
Sure.
And I think that happens. But if you're AP, he runs this operation. I really believe that. And in a way that I like, for the record, I think he's competent and good. But I think one of the reasons you end up with Dan Quinn as your head coach is, not only was it a fit, but I think Peters wanted someone that he could work well with, and probably wanted someone where he could kind of run his own operation, and there would be a lot of agreement, and a guy that felt like, he saw the game the same way. And so this is his thing to fix, I think, this offseason, whatever that means. But I will say this, there's a lot of now questioning what happens if you lose out, which I think is very possible. Here's the thing. You guys, I'm sure, have talked about this. It is so hard to lose 8 straight games in this league. I mean, it is hard to be that bad.
It's hard to be shut out.
It's so hard to be shut out. It's so hard to lose 5 times by 20 or more points. They've lost by 31, 24, 22, 22, and 21. Like, this is not just a bad season. This is insane how bad this is. And I say all that to say, like, if they hadn't gotten to the NFC Championship game last year, if they last year were 7-10 and Jaden balled out at times and whatever, and felt good about the quarterback, like we're talking about a coaching change in that type of situation because they did what they did last year, deservedly and correctly. No one should be talking about Dan Quinn getting fired, Adam Peters being on the hot seat. You got to get out of jail free card.
But we did put that as our poll of the day, Grant.
Yeah.
Should Dan Quinn be on the hot seat right now? About 1,000 votes, 58% say yes. So it's starting to at least, be thought about.
That's actually high. I'm shocked.
Real quick before we let you go, our next topic was going to be, and I'm going to ask you, what are you more disappointed in this year? The offense or the defense?
Oh, it's the offense. I mean, last year they were a top 5 unit. The quarterback looked like an MVP, and it seemed as though you might lose Cliff Kingsbury to a head coaching job as he was getting multiple interviews and turned down the Saints. I mean, right now they got shut out. The whole week, JP, we talked about, well, guess what? They finally have everybody healthy.
Yep. It was supposed to be the get right game.
Exactly. I mean, are they going to score 34 or 27? What's it going to look like? He didn't score a point.
They did. They did take it all the way to the 1 yard line. Now that's my beef. I think on first down you run C-Rod and he gets to the 2 or the 1, and then you go pass. I mean, it is what it is. I don't mind passing, but like maybe run on second down, second and goal, third and goal.
Work. For sure. I joked with Danny yesterday. We were walking back. So like everything in this city you can do like in these skywalks indoors because it was 0 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So we walked back like basically a mile and a half, 2 miles in these skyways. And I looked over at Danny at one point and I said, dude, it didn't feel like 31-0. He said, you don't think so? And I said, no. He said, what do you think it felt like? I said, it felt like 31-7.
A good first drive.
A lot better.
Right.
Yeah,
I actually said to I watched the game with a buddy halfway through that drive. I said, what a great response. What a great response. I was ready for it to be a good game.
It felt like last year, honestly, when they would come out on the road, they'd go on these long methodical marches. You need 4, they get 6. They had a 3rd and 13 conversion on a beautiful little, really decisive quick out to Debo, perfectly blocked in front of them by Ertz and McLaurin. They were doing everything they set out to do, and that script worked.
That's why
the rest of the day was a fiasco.
Disaster. That's why I keep saying, I try to emphasize on Twitter, and I try to emphasize it throughout the show that, there's no question that the season has been down for Jaden, and it's not the same as last year. When that guy is out there, though, even right this second, I expect something great to potentially happen every time. Like, I still have so much faith in his ability. I literally haven't lost any faith in his ability.
So that part I agree with. Not that I haven't lost any faith or whatever, but the reason I know that this guy could be really good, and the way that, like, in my core, I still feel like, dude or not a dude, he's a dude, and I'm not concerned about it, is what you just said. Like, on every single play, if Mariota or some random quarterback is out there, you're like, this offense is just not good.
Yeah.
But you go, this could be the play he does something great.
Yeah.
And it just hasn't happened, but it's there, right? It's like
I haven't
he's got
lost
the
faith in that.
power
Yeah.
to hit the ball over the wall. You've seen it. You know it.
Yeah.
And that's how you know this guy's different.
Yeah.
All right, Grant, good stuff. Have a good show. Grant Danny Show, of course, 2 o'clock.
Safe travels back.
Safe travels back, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, pal.
I think they went to a T-Wolves game. I saw Danny at least post something T-Wolves game. I assume that all the boys went out there.
I know they want their 3 hours watching the Commanders back. They're going to be at the end of their lives saying, we wasted 3 hours of our life watching the Commanders.
We might have
shut up of the Vikings.
Well, by that metric, we've wasted about 30 hours of our lives this year.
Much more than that.
All right, you heard Grant's answer, but I want to open up to callers. What are you more disappointed in this year? Their putrid defense or their lackluster offense? 1-800-636-1067. We'll tackle that next here on another Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Welcome back on another Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Wanted to get into the question that I posed with Grant Paulson. What's been more disappointing this season, the offense or the defense? What say you before I answer? I will tell you what my answer is after you.
I'm Team Grant here. I thought the offense would be, I don't know about markedly better, but improved when you bring in Laramie Tunsil and you draft Josh Connolly to be the bookends on your offensive line to help. Well, we thought it would help keep Jaden Daniels healthier than last season. Hasn't been the case. You also add Debo in a trade to pair along with Terry McLaurin. Now that was hampered by the fact that Terry held in, missed a bunch of time after he actually came back, hasn't been on the field a ton outside of the last couple games. I think the offense has been the more disappointing of the two units.
I think it's a close call. I'm just going to counter. I was going to say defense, and here's why. The offense, I feel like I can make more excuses for.
Mhm.
Like if you said at the beginning of the year, Jaden's at this point in the year is only going to have played in 7 games,
Right.
and he's going to have suffered 3 injuries that are going to keep him from games. My expectations would be lower. They also started the season without Austin Eckler. Terry's been in and out of the lineup. Noah Brown, whatever. He hasn't played until, barely been on the field. So I feel like I can make more excuses for the offense.
Mhm.
And statistically, certainly not great, but yards per game, they're 18th in the league. Points per game, they're 24th. The defense is abysmal. 30th in yardage, 28th in points per game. Against the run, 29th. Against the pass, 30th. Now, they've suffered some injuries too, but I don't feel like they're as premier guys. Now, they did lose their starting defensive tackles in Armstrong and Wise. Lattimore gets hurt. Amos gets hurt.
Some pretty big losses. I mean, they lost.
Yeah, but it's not a starting quarterback.
True, but they lost their top 2 corners in Amos and Lattimore. Like those are guys that they're counting on. And, they lost their top pass rusher. If you take the top 2 corners and the top pass rusher off of most teams, you're going to see a big impact on the defense.
They've both been disappointing. Let's go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067. Cakes goes offense. I go defense slightly.
Of course, I picked the offense. 800-636-1067 is the number. What's been the more disappointing unit?
I mean,
to
the
you?
defense was so bad they didn't fire him, but they demoted their defensive coordinator.
They reassigned Joe Witt. Let's go to the phone. Let's go to DJ. He's calling in from Detroit. What's up, DJ? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man. Good morning.
Hey, so I missed the first half. I was at church, but I tuned in for the second half, and to me, it was the offense that's more disappointing.
Well, in this particular game, of course, they were shut out, but overall in the season, would you say that?
I would say overall in the season, too.
Okay.
Like, honestly, I didn't expect the defense to be that good. Last year, I feel like the script was, okay, our offense kind of holds the defense, keeps the defense off the field. We make long drives, score. We haven't had that kind of game script, I feel like, for most of the season. We had a few games where it looked like a little bit of last year, but seems like this game, too, it just highlighted, like, okay, Jaden got a little bit of time. He was under duress for tonight, and it's been the season. I feel like it hasn't been too bad, but seems like when he has time, just sitting back there, or there's nothing open. He's throwing the ball out of bounds. He's kind of scrambling for. It just doesn't seem like we have dynamic players and personnel on the field that is people that we got to worry about, or the defense has to worry about. But that's my take.
All right, thanks, DJ. Appreciate that. I'm not trying to tell you how to live your life, but I would go to an earlier mass so that I'm not missing the first half of the early kicks. But that's just me. You do your life. You're doing better than me because you're actually in church and I'm not.
Remember, for him, the kickoff is
it's an
noon.
hour. That's true.
But still, Saturday night mass.
Just go to early
then
mass.
you miss your college football
That's all.
games.
Let's go to Elijah calling from DC. What's up, Elijah? You're on with the Junks.
Yo, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Yeah, for me, it's the offense, and more importantly, it's the coaching. I know that wasn't an option, but I still think the coaching is a part, obviously, of the offense. And I don't think Cliff is calling the game with 53 guys in mind. And I'm looking at certain situations, and I'm like, you have to call a game for your defense as well as the offensive play caller. and vice versa. So I'm looking at some of his decisions, and I'm like, man, he should have ran that ball to keep his defense in an opportunity. Like, man, it's not always about, scoring. They're trying to evaluate Jaden. There's a lot of things going on right now. So that's why he's out there. They got to evaluate to see when they roll the dice, what was they even going to get?
To be fair to Cliff, yesterday the split was 24 passes, 23 rushes. Now that includes scrambles. I said it a few times, and it's nitpicking, but on that very first drive, you're knocking on the door, right? It ended up being a 15-play, 83-yard drive. You're having this really nice drive, and then you get right down to the goal line where you're at the 2-yard line, 2nd and goal at the 2. Pass.
I mean, to come away with no points there is super demoralizing. Like, you gotta, even if you have to just capitulate and go for 3, you got to get points after a drive like that. You can't come up empty-handed.
I don't mind,
in my opinion,
on either 2nd or 3rd down. If you're committed to going 4 plays, I don't mind on 2nd or 3rd down, you run a play action, try and fool them. Right. And I guess they tried to do that with Brandon Coleman reporting, right? They tried to fool him. Didn't work. Yep. But then try at least one more run. Because they were running effectively. If you look at that first drive, Chris Rodriguez, 4-yard run, 10-yard run from Chris Rodriguez, 2-yard run, Jaden Daniels, 5-yard run. They were running 15-yard run, Chris Rodriguez. Then he had the 2-yard run, and you're knocking on the door, and then you don't hand the ball back off to him? I don't know.
All right, let's go back out to the phones. 800-636-1067. What has been the more disappointing unit to you for the Commanders, the offense or the defense? Let's go to Peter. He's calling in from Atlanta. What's up, Peter?
Peter, you're on with the Junkies.
Peter's not there. All right, let's move on to another out-of-market call. Let's go to Marcus calling in from Pittsburgh.
What's up, Marcus?
So what's up, guys? First of all, great job. I would ask you how well you're doing with them. That would be a really stupid question because we just got mollywopped and completely humiliated. But the real answer, I want to say both, but that's a cop-out. If you're putting a gun to my head and I have to answer, it's the defense. When's the last time we honestly had a good defense, guys? Statistically, as bad as our offense is, we statistically are respectable when you look at our offense in terms of points, in terms of scoring. We have one of the top offenses last year. We have one of the top running games this year. Defensively, me, the two of you, and 8 other bums can score on this defense. Anybody can score on this defense. Who are we stopping? We can't stop anybody, any team. So this is a team that was 5-8 that blew us out like they were the New England Patriots.
They were 4-8.
Thanks, Marcus.
Now they're 5-8.
It did irk me that J.J. McCarthy, who couldn't get out of his own way against any other opponent, was throwing picks left and right, ineffective, throwing for like 110 yards a game. Like, he didn't throw for a ton of yards, but he was precise. He wasn't moved off his spot a lot. I know they got 4 sacks, probably the least impactful 4 sacks I can think of in a game in a long time. That's bothersome to me.
He's been the NFL joke of the month,
right?
That fans have been laughing at.
Yeah,
9.
He was a guy who was like soft benched for Carson
Yeah.
Wentz like a few weeks ago, and now he's helping his team put up a 31 spot against your defense. It's embarrassing. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Mike in La Plata. Mike, you're on with the Junkies. Good morning.
Yo. Good morning. Long time no hear from guys.
Thanks,
What's
man.
happening?
Thanks, Mike.
Man, hey, listen. For me, it's offense. Cliff Kingsbury. He got to go, man. His offense is anemic. He doesn't have any blocking schemes to pick up the blitz. I was sitting there, I watched 4 straight plays, and me and my son were sitting there watching the game. And I was able to call the blitz package coming in, and I was right out of 3 out of the 4. And if I'm at home sitting on my couch, drinking a Coors Light, watching the game, can call it. Imagine somebody that's sitting there getting paid millions of dollars to figure it out. It's ridiculous, man. Like you said down there, the play calling is horrendous. How do you throw the ball to an offensive lineman on the goal line instead of running the ball and you're 2 yards out. You done
Well,
ran
you don't
for
mind it if it
average.
works, right? It works
If it-
on occasion. You
if-
see the lion. No,
on
you see the
occasion,
Lions
I
do it.
agree.
It works.
Thanks,
But
Mike.
Again, and nitpicking, they're on the 2 yard line after a short run, and then instead of trying to run again even one time, it's pass, pass, pass. To answer the question about when's the last time they had a good defense, believe it or not, in 2020, it's not that long ago, during the Ron Rivera tenure and Jack Del Rio as defensive coordinator, in 2020, in yards per game, they were number 2 in the NFL, allowing just 304 yards
That's
per game.
impressive.
Right? That they were allowing 304 yards per game. This year, they're allowing 382.5 yards per game. And in terms of points per game, they were 4th. They were allowing 20.6 points per game. This year, the Washington Commanders are allowing 27.2 points per game. So it has dramatically fallen off from where they were in 2020.
We'll continue to take your calls next at 800-636-1067. Which unit, the offense or the defense, has been more disappointing for you this Commanders season? 800-636-1067. We all know plumbing problems always seem to strike at the worst possible time. It's inevitable. You should also know that no matter your plumbing predicament, nor when it occurs, you can always schedule an appointment with the Crop Metcalf 5-star plumbing experts at cropmetcalf.com. Save time and schedule now to have a Crop Metcalf 5-star plumbing technician at the ready to expertly handle any plumbing pickle you may find yourself in. You don't even have to call. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule today. Crop Metcalf, home of the 5-star technician.
Welcome back on a Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Miles, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. Can you help us out and get us over 41,000 on the YouTube subscribers?
Let's do it.
Very close to 41K. Mike Mars put up videos of our interview with John Keim, our interview with Grant Paulson, and our initial reaction to the latest loss. I mean, we've gone 2 straight months cakes without a Victory Monday. 2 months.
Brutal. It affects your mental state coming into work to do the show. I mean, I don't know if it affects yours. It definitely beats you down after 2 straight months of losses.
Well, you know, Victory Mondays are fun.
They are fun.
Even if not you're like an uber
Winning
passionate.
Winning is fun.
Yeah, it's more fun.
Wins are fun.
It's more fun.
Losses are soul-sucking and demoralizing.
And quite frankly, we get, a great amount of listeners listen to our Misery Mondays, but more people like to ride a winning team.
Correct. Very correct.
So for selfish purposes, we like the team to win. We just haven't had much of it during our 30-year career.
We have not.
You know, one of the worst things about Misery Monday compared to Victory Monday, like last year, is the spread of food we'd get every couple of Victory Mondays. I mean, those breakfasts would hit.
Sometimes people are generous. People are more generous on a Victory Monday.
On a Misery Monday, people are curmudgeons. They're not in a good mood for good reason.
Real quick, let's open up the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here and cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit. Warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas. Cakes, you often lament that coaches should have a clock management specialist.
Absolutely. I've been advocating for that for years.
The Packers-Bears game.
I did watch a good chunk of that game yesterday.
All right, so kind of to refresh your recollection, the Packers go up 28-21. Bears get the ball back with a couple minutes left. They move the ball all the way down to, I think, the 23-yard line. They still have 3 timeouts.
It's plenty.
3 timeouts. Yep. They're on the 23-yard line. Ben Johnson decides to run on first down.
Okay.
Didn't call timeout.
How much time's remaining in the game at this point? Roughly?
It was under 2 minutes.
Okay.
I think a minute 27 yeah, it was right around 2 minutes.
Just say minute and a half. Minute and a half to 2 minutes with 3 timeouts.
Because they called a timeout with the minute 27.
Yeah.
So let's just go with 2 minutes. Then they run on second down. Did not call timeout. The Bears finally used their first timeout after a 3rd consecutive run, left them with that 4th and 1 with 27 seconds left.
It's malpractice. This is coaching malpractice in its simplest form. Well, I mean, does he have a bonus in his contract if he has extra timeouts at the end of a game?
And maybe that's
what
why
are we doing here?
And maybe that's why Caleb went for the touchdown instead of like the quick little check. Like he had like a little. They needed 1 yard, right? It's 4th and 1. He could have just thrown a quick little flare to, I think the running back was in front of him, or even tried to run. But figure, let's say you actually convert that. Now you've got 27 seconds left, and you're on the 21-yard line, like with the 2 timeouts. Yeah, he should have used the timeout. At least one of them.
I don't understand the reluctance to burn these timeouts. I'll never understand it.
Couple questions for you. We went through all the games earlier. So the Browns did lose, but Shedeur Sanders had himself a day. All right. 4 total touchdowns, 3 passing touchdowns. They end up losing because of a failed 2-point conversion. I want you to give me the percent chance that Shedeur Sanders becomes the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns next season.
Ooh. I don't know if I can.
Before the game, you probably would have had it 0%.
I don't know if I can answer that without seeing what he does if he starts the remainder of their games. If he starts every game down the stretch, which why wouldn't he at this point, and he plays well, then he's got a good chance at being the starter in 2026. If he falls on his face, and yesterday was a function of you're playing the Titans, one of the worst teams in the league, and he's ineffective, Well, then there are going to be discussions about drafting another quarterback high for the Browns because, they're picking high again in the NFL draft. I need to see what he does over the next month to fully answer that.
I want you to fill in the blank.
All right.
The best team in the NFC is
the LA Rams. With a close second, in my opinion.
The Seahawks are coming.
The Seahawks.
And you know what? Packers are only a half game back. Like, if you watch that game, Jordan Love had a couple deep shots. Now, he had a terrible interception. Can't remember if it was in the first half or second half. But
he did, but
that defense is pretty damn good.
The defense is nasty. He's really developing a chemistry with Christian Watson, who scored twice yesterday. And they're getting healthier. They just got Jaden Reed back. He's a pivotal part to their offense. He'd been out since, I believe, week 2 with a collarbone injury. He's another piece. So, yeah, that's a team that's getting healthy at the right time and becoming more efficient offensively here when the playoffs are approaching.
All right, I'm going to ask you, in or out of the playoffs?
All right.
Chicago Bears, who went from the 1 seed to the 7 seed. The Lions are 1 game back at 8-5. Carolina 7-6. Cowboys 6-1. I guess are technically still in it. But
let me look at. I know that they have a tough schedule. I need to see it. They host the Browns. They should win that. They host 2 of the next 3. Host the Browns and Packers. They're at the Niners. Home to the Lions. So 3 of 4 at home. I'll put them in.
So that would mean Lions out.
I mean,
unless another team falls off, the 49ers, I guess, could fall off.
It might come down to that final regular season game between the Bears and the Lions. I would put the Bears in.
Same question for you, Ravens Steelers. You just saw the Steelers beat the Ravens, but to me, it's kind of hard to believe in the Steelers. But they've got a 1 game lead now at 7-6. Ravens 6-7. Who are you putting in? Who's winning that division? Cincinnati's off the table because of what happened yesterday.
I don't love it, but I guess I have to pick the Steelers because they just beat the Ravens head-to-head. I don't love it, though. I mean,
of course not.
I mean, how could I love picking a team when the standings in that division are 7-6, 6-7, 4-9, and 3-10?
So you've got the Steelers, which would mean Tomlin, saves his job and he'll be back stuck in that because they're not going to do any damage in the playoffs. Let's be real.
It's kind of weird that we're saying Tomlin's going to save his job just
right.
to make the playoffs.
But there's a conversation.
I know
it may not be real to save his job, but he's more likely to go on.
I would pick Pittsburgh there, but I hold my nose while I do it.
All right, same hold your nose scenario. Who wins the division between the Carolina Panthers 7-6 and Tampa Bay Buccaneers 7-6?
I never thought I'd be saying this. I think if I had to pick between the two, I'd pick Carolina. They're trending better right now.
You're not a Bryce Young stan.
I'm not a Bryce Young guy, but Baker Mayfield has not been playing well since week 6 or 7. That offense is kind of broken, even though they got Bucky Irving back. Now, Mike Evans should come back next week.
But don't you kind of feel like they should have won yesterday if Ibuka just catches a very catchable ball?
But that team is kind of falling apart down the stretch. If I had to pick between the two, again, I don't like picking either of these teams because they're both mediocre. Carolina seems to have a little more momentum on their side than Tampa Bay.
Right now, both teams with 2-1 division record. It's probably to come down to a head-to-head game. I favor Tampa. Been there, done that. I just like Baker better than Bryce Young. I mean, if you watched, just even the highlights, there was a 4th down pass to Godwin, which looked like he caught and bobbled it.
Yeah.
You have the pass, which could have been a touchdown. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens down the stretch.
Yep.
All right, we got to get out of here. Our guys, B. Mitch and Finley, they're up next here on The Fan.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. The Vikings defeated the Commanders 31-0. Coach Dan Quinn telling reporters that tight end Zach Ertz is feared to have torn his ACL on the goal line plays early.
As far as like the specific calls, I'll have a better chance once I look at it. Sometimes when you're in it, I don't have the right ones when you score. Usually they're the right calls. When you don't, it's off. But there'll be something I'll look at, man. Obviously, like when you missed a mark like we did, man, like you got to look at it all and question it.
Jaden Daniels returns, but is held to 78 yards passing. Sunday night football, Texans beat the Chiefs 20-10. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones suffered a season-ending Achilles tear in the first quarter of their loss to the Jaguars. Alabama and Miami are the at-large teams ahead of Notre Dame. Indiana is the number 1 seed, and making it Tulane and James Madison. The Hoosiers get a first-round bye alongside Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas Tech. Virginia will face Missouri in the Tax Slayer Gator Bowl December 27th. Capitals shut out the Blue Jackets 2-0. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, Big Mitch and Philly, 106.7 The Fan, and we're going to get right to it. Now, I'm going to let you know the phone lines are going to be open basically all damn day. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I'm going to just let you all know I was highly disappointed last night in the game as well. I did not expect that whatsoever. After watching them play against the Miami Dolphins over there in Spain, in Madrid, then coming back and having a game that they went out and I think they gave great effort against the Denver Broncos. I was expecting that type of effort. Didn't expect it to come out like it did yesterday, but I can just say this. And I know there are going to be the people calling in, want to blame this person, this side, that side. I'm going to say it's a whole damn team problem. It don't have nothing to do with an individual. Don't have nothing to do with one side of the ball. And certainly everybody has an issue right now. Coaches, players, let's say offense, defense, especially, everybody has an issue right now. And this has been going on for a long time. You want to see things pop up. Jaden came back yesterday, went out. From what I talked to and heard a lot of people, he could have went back into that game. And after watching him and watch him not put anything on his arm, I truly believe that. I know we're going to have all of the couch GMs and coaches today calling in and saying what you think. And let's just say this. If we agree with you, we agree with you. We don't, we don't. Don't try to attack us because I will come right back at your ass. I'm going to tell you that straight up. But let's get into it. All right, Jaden come back. And Jeff, are you sitting here because of what? You want to talk to me?
They don't have JP. They have JW.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
So I'm here to help.
But the thing is this, okay? That game started first pass from well, when they get the ball, they go right down the field, boom, score. Then Jaden gets out his first strike, 28 yards, boom, to Terry. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be a good one here. You go right down the field, get inside the goal line, get inside the 5, and one run, throw it 3 times. That to me has become like a narrative. When we get inside the 5, we throw. Chris was averaging 8 yards a carry at that moment. Chris ended up averaging 5.2. I think McNichols averaged 4.6. I just have a thing of about, and I, as a former quarterback and a player, I think like this. If you can't stop the run, I'm going to run until you stop it. There are a lot of coaches who draw up a game plan and understand I may have to waver away from it. Some people feel I got to run everything I put on that card. Football is not ran like that. Life is not ran like that. All of us have come up and decided what we wanted to do in life. And I guarantee you, I would say 100% of the people, you did not hit everything you wanted to hit in life. You had to adjust somewhere along the way to get to where you wanted to go. And I believe the same damn thing has to happen in football. The second half, I see Chris get pushed aside, and then here come Bill. Why? Why does it have to be that way every time? I think there is no rhythm whatsoever. I don't think there's a rhythm on defense. I saw stuff coming with DQ calling it. Yesterday, I don't know what it was. And as a former player, I would tell you this. We could sit up here and blame coaches all day. Players make that stuff happen. I've been on teams where the coaches were outstanding and the players were able to make little slight adjustments and make the coach look even smarter. I've been on teams where the coaches couldn't get a damn thing right, but the players believed and had enough pride in themselves when they got it right. But in this day and age right now, there are so many excuses about everything else, and we get so many so much false information when it comes down to this damn thing right here and the social media aspect. Somebody could go out and put the dumbest ish ever out there, and if you get enough likes about it, people gonna start believing it is facts. Most people don't have a damn clue what happens inside of football, what goes into a game plan, what goes into getting ready for it. So I understand all the things gonna be, but everybody, you have a right to be pissed off. Because what you saw yesterday was nothing that we expected, nothing we want. And I see that. Like, that's why I tell people what I do. I critique what the hell I see. I don't try to get personal about stuff because you know what? I don't know what you're dealing with at home or what could have happened or what could have made somebody try. But what I see on that football field, just like once anything become public information, we can discuss it. But if it's something that somebody said, well, I think somebody said that, I'm not going with what I think somebody said. And I'd be damned if I'm going to listen to somebody that just sits here and call into these shows every day and think they know every damn thing. But what I saw was despicable yesterday. I did not like it. I didn't like the energy. I didn't like the approach. I didn't like nothing that was going on that whole damn game. And it's amazing how the week before we were praising them because they gave great effort in this. Well, I think me, JP, all of us got to get back to when you do something great, we'll praise it. We got to stop. It's like that. What we call it, the participation trophy era. Just because you play hard means nothing. You got to play. That's your job. Be consistent every week. And if you can go out there and be consistent every week, I guarantee you get a lot of victories. If you can go out there and push yourself, you'll get victories. But if you're just expecting any little, oh, well, look, I showed up. Well, that's your damn job. You get paid to show up. You know? So for me, I didn't see what I expected. I was like, what the hell is this?
I didn't understand it either, B. At one point, they were 6 for 6 on third downs. One of them third downs completed was 3rd and 12. It's like after that play call inside of the red zone where we basically ran all the way down there and then decided to pass 3 times. After that, it seemed like the life was just sucked out of the team.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just seemed like a defeated team was on that field yesterday.
It seemed like that. Like, and for me, like what I always say is blitz. And we saw listen, bro.
They were sending heat.
They were sending people from different areas, and you know what that did? That made our offensive line have to think. That made our tight ends have to think. It made the receivers have to be perfect. It made the quarterback second guess. Because if you sit back in the NFL, and we saw this yesterday because in pregame and all week we were saying the guy Bursich, when we talked to him about J.J. McCarthy, he said what the guy was, how bad he was playing. He wouldn't get no pressure. Any quarterback in the NFL, if you don't put pressure on them, they will pick your ass apart. When you got a quarterback playing the level of 7-on-7, you're going to have problems dealing with that. And what he did was drop back and just hit the open receiver. When you can't get pressure and you're playing a zone where the zone is where you're dropping so far off the player, these guys ran 15-yard outs. Run out, boom, catch the ball, and it takes a couple seconds for the guy to come touch him. I hit him, I knock him out of bounds. Too deep. So, I listen, what they did, they made us speed everything up. And when you speed if you don't practice like that, you can't do it very well. And I saw they played at a different speed than we played at. And it affected us.
Yeah, man. And then with the trick play, I don't think our offense is clicking well. Well, we know the offense is not clicking well enough. Why do you set up a trick play for who was that? Trent Scott?
No, that was Coleman.
Oh yeah, Brandon Coleman. Why you set that up for him to go out there? Now it was no reason to pull it out. B. We need to play hard smash mouth football. They knew that, and I don't know if Cliff gets in his own head, but there is no way them guys are running that hard in the backfield. You said what, 5.2 and 4 point what?
6.
Either way, that's 9 yards between your running backs right there. And to go away from that, and I honestly liked how they got Terry involved early, making Jaden throw the ball. But it's like when you go to that and then your run is working, keep running the ball, let it open it up. And I don't know what it is that's going on in Cliff's mind. It seems like he is just thinking too hard about this.
Yeah, it's listen. I understand this day and age is supposed to be about passing, but I'll go back to the Patriots when I used to watch a lot of the Patriots because I was baffled why one week I'll see them run the ball 50-something times, the next week they throw it 40-something times. So someone asked Bill Belichick when they say, "Coach, you know you don't have like a consistency in what you do." He said, "Well, we run what works. So if a team is horrible at defense, stopping the run, I'm running the ball on them till they stop it. If they can't stop the pass, I'm gonna throw it till they can't stop it." We have a mindset of what we think we want to do. I think this is what you do. Like this show, we come in with a game plan, and sometimes a certain story will hit, and you have to call an audible and hit and go a different direction. Same thing happens in football, and that's what I see every week. Like I'm watching this offense, and I think I'm watching us run Chris. He's having success. And when we coming out in the second half, he doesn't touch the ball till late in the fourth quarter again. That has to be something you're deciding on. I watch us run the ball down the field, then we get inside, we just feel we got to do something else. That's a decision. That's not what they're dictating to you. See, defenses try to dictate to offenses. I played under two coaches, and Joe Gibbs and Andy Reid. They dictated to you. They made you adjust to what they were doing. And I think right now we just got to get to the point where let's stop being sexy about it. Let's stop trying to be pretty and understand what still works in football. Smash them out. Come downhill, run the damn football as hard as you possibly can. That little to Aaron Jones, he looks like he should be a scat back. But they were running him. They were running Mason. He is a small dude. They don't care. Because the offensive linemen are going to initiate it. And I still say it over and over again. When you have a offense in this blocking, pass blocking is passive. Run blocking is aggressive. When those guys get that aggressive mindset, they play a lot better football. But you run them down, then you get down the goal line. I think it got to mess with their heads too. Like, well, damn, you don't think we can get this 2-3 yards? It has to mess with them.
Yeah, it really looked like it shook the confidence of the team, even defensively. It's like we were not flying to the ball with a purpose yesterday. I believe Mikey could have made that tackle on when they ran that outside. It just seemed like everything was just defeated. We felt it through the TV. We hear it through the announcers. Like why are they throwing the ball? They need to get back to. Everyone sees it. Everyone. Cliff, what are we doing? I thought the defense. I thought we were found. You know, last week when we lost the game, we not lost no more. I felt lost in the first quarter. B.
Yeah.
I felt lost.
That one kind of confused me. But all right, I want to get back to something else. We saw a gruesome injury last night. Zach Ertz. I mean, you can see how his leg bent, man. That didn't look good whatsoever. You saw him on the sideline crying. You saw Jaden reacting to it. I understand what people are saying, and I know last night we were talking about defenseless receivers. I think if you're gonna call a guy catching the ball defenses when they get hit up top, that got to be defensive. If you hit a guy in the knee, but we can't keep making rules for every damn thing that happens in football. Football is a violent sport. I feel sorry for him. You know, this is a guy who late in the career, you don't want to see people have to go out like that. But was he 35, 36 years old? There could be the last one. You know, but I watch him, the dude, work his ass off, and you feel for him. But, you know, these DBs, they small DBs, they ain't trying to hit you up top, bro. They trying to get you where they can.
Yeah, I believe Marcus, he got to throw a better ball than that because you sent that up high. There was 2 defenders on him.
Mm-hmm.
At least, I don't know. I think you dirt that.
You can throw it lower. It
was bad. It was bad. And but you know, you hope whatever you want to come back and leave out in a different way. More power to him. I pray that he could get healthy and to be able to do the rest of life, bro. Listen, you know, one thing about life, I know we gonna have people calling in highly upset about this game. Football still is a damn game. It's not more important than life. So when I watch guys get injuries like that, I want to make sure that they can get back and do the things they need to do or have to do. They got kids to go play with, things like that. You want to be able to do those things. That pops into my head a little bit more in the game. The game pisses me off too. But as I said once before, when you start thinking about what's really important, that win or loss in that game is not super important. I understand it maybe for some people, but it's not for me all the time. Let's get to the phone lines real quick here. And we got on line 2. Let's say that the loss is a blessing in disguise. Let's jump to that. Damien, what's up, brother? Jamie. Jaime, what's up, brother?
Hey, Big Mitch, how you doing, brother?
Doing good, man.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed. When you look at a game and you look at and you cannot find 1, 2, or 3 players that play well, that means that it was a team bad performance. And you know what? I'm lowering my expectations now. I think at the beginning we had a wonderful season. The first season, it was like unbelievable. We NFC championship, and what we did in the second season, and understandably so, you know, we bet on continuing that. We thought that we were very close to winning a Super Bowl. So let's go all in. We traded some picks. We got some nice additions to the team, but now we realize with all these injuries that you don't have as good as a foundation that you should be having. So I think when I say blessing in disguise, I said we have to return to rebuilding the team. I remember all these bad drafts from the Ron Rivera administration. We will talk about it all the time, about the missed picks, missed first-round picks and all of that. And maybe we have to go back to that. Concentrate on rebuilding the team. And now, from now on, it's an evaluation mode, not only for players, but also for coaches, because I see organizations that, for example, the 49ers, you see how decimated with injuries they are, but they're still competitive, right?
Yeah.
Because they have a deep roster, they have a great coaching staff, and they can keep them in games. But we don't have that. So we don't have that strong foundation, and we have to concentrate on building that instead of, you know, going all in for a Super Bowl. We're far away from that.
All right, Jaime, appreciate your call, man. I totally agree with you. I think all those teams that we try to compare this team to, saying that they have injuries too and they're successful, they have a great foundation. They've been doing this thing 6, 7, 8 years. We're in the second year of it, and I understand. I know a lot of people now got this revisionist history. Oh, man, we should have done – everybody wanted them to go for it after they went to the NFC Championship game last year. Hell, I wanted them to go for it too. They tried. It didn't work. You get back to building this thing, and then you can you can still get back. And I think it won't take as long as many people think. You know, they have the right pieces in place, and if you start adding the legitimate spots, you need a pass rusher. You need another cornerback, okay? When you get those things in place, you'll find out this thing could jump for you. We're going to take a break. When we get back, we're going to start go right back to the phone lines, 800-636-1067. I'm going to start off with my man Zeke, But when you have a house sale, we want to reach out to my friend John Leahy. John has a If you have a house to sell, reach out to my friend John Leahy and John Leahy of the Fine Living Group. But just like Javier and Alma did, they wanted a new home. They wanted something updated to help them serve as a new beginning. But first, they need to sell their Silver Spring property in order to buy it. And while it was stressful, Dustin, a member of the John Leahy's team with the Fine Living Group, showed them the strategy to execute both transactions, both at the same time and hassle-free. Alma and Javier's home ended up selling for top dollar, almost $20,000 over the asking price. And thanks to the Fine Living Group, that's what enabled them to buy something both newer and bigger. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time. So call John today at 301-900-3052 or hit him online at johnsellsdmv.com. Or even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update brought to you by Millwood. Obviously a rough one for the Commanders, falling 31-0 at Minnesota. Dan Quinn says Zach Ertz is feared to have torn his ACL.
Early signs say it's serious injury for Zach Ertz. That's hard, man. This guy is one hell of a competitor in every way. To see the frustration and emotion with that, all of us are feeling that. I'll have the imaging tomorrow, but I wanted to give you that update from an injury standpoint.
Jaden Daniels held to 78 yards passing. Sunday night, Texans beat the Chiefs 20-10. Quarterback Daniel Jones of the Colts goes down with a season-ending Achilles tear. Alabama and Miami are your at-large teams ahead of Notre Dame. For the 12-team college football playoff, the Hoosiers get a first-round bye alongside Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas Tech. Virginia will face Missouri in the TaxSlayer Gator Bowl December 27th. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Millwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit Mellwood.org or call 877-MELLWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerp on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We are going through a misery Monday. It's been a lot of those Mondays going on this football season. There was that 8 games in a row they've lost. And it's not very, very good. It's pathetic, to be honest with you. But we're taking your phone calls, and we're going to get right back to the phone lines. And as I stated, I'm going to start off with my man Big Zeke in Southeast. What's up, Zeke? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, what a misery Monday. What an ugly game, Brian. Ugly all the way around. Oh, man, listen, let me hit both sides of the ball. On offense, man, what is wrong with Cliff, man? We get the ball on the goal 1 yard line, and we don't run it but one time? Mm-hmm. I just don't like his philosophy. Does he believe in running the ball? What do you think about that?
Hey, listen, bro. I know he came from the Air Raid, but he said he likes to run the ball. We've seen in situations where he does. But I think we've seen too many times this year in that position, we ran it, we threw it instead of running it. And I think they were running the ball effectively up until that point. So it's just like you get there and you don't get that touchdown, kind of throw the momentum off. And I think from that point on, it was off completely. Let's go continue on. Let's go to line 2, go to Mark in Landover Hills. Mark, what's your thoughts, brother?
Good day to you, Brian. Hey, man, I'm frustrated like everybody else, and man, I gotta back you up on everything you've said since the start of the show. I listen to you every day I can, buddy. You and Doc are my favorites, and JP and everybody on the station, man. But I'd like to make a couple comments, and I want to tell you, man, you are spot on with everything you said. I don't know how any man in this world can expect to stop a team when they are playing, like you said, between 8 and 9 and sometimes 15 yards off the ball, playing that shell zone, which is a bunch of crap. They are rushing 4 all the time. And I'm telling you right now, Brian, that if they didn't have Bobby Wagner, I don't think they'd have won a game this year. The way they tackle, like you've been saying, you got guys leading on defense with a forearm shiver trying to tackle somebody, trying to knock them down. And if you notice, when Mr. Wagner tackles, he takes him to the ground, Brian, like you've been saying. Man, it is just crazy the way they're playing, the way they are tackling. I don't know what the heck they have to do to get those guys to wrap and roll and wrap and take them to the ground, like you've been saying, Brian, and to play tighter defense. Like you said, they just waltzed down the field like they were at Arthur Miller Dance Studios. And the offensive line, man, they got to show me more. They got to show me more. And I agree with you and Doc that, man, they're not letting them take the offensive and block to build momentum and to build that aggressive nature that you have to have like the Hogs had. You played with those guys, Brian, and people still won't listen to you or Doc or anybody about the guys who have played in the league about, man, you have to go after it. There is nobody closing on the ball. The pass blocking is poor, to say the least. They're putting the quarterback in danger because of the blocking schemes. Hey, the guy's going to get hurt, man. He's not 6'6", 235. He's a smaller man. You got to give him a chance. You have to set your scheme up to take care of him. And they're not doing that, Brian. And everything you've said is 100% spot on.
All right, brother.
Man, I'm glad, Brian, that you got the cojones to say it and tell the people who apparently don't know much about football, and you know a hell of a lot. And it's very, very frustrating for the fans. And, hey, man, you're doing a hell of a job, and I sure wish the coaching staff would listen to you, B. Mitch, because you're spot on, buddy. And I'll get off here because I know there's other people.
Appreciate you, brother. All right, let's go to D.C. and let's go to Pulpit. What's up, man? How you doing?
B. Mitch.
What's happening?
What's going on, man?
I'm chilling.
Happy holidays to you, man. You know what? The reason I love calling in, listening to you, is because every time I call in the morning to talk to them junkies, them Josh Heupel looking junkies who don't know nothing about football, you always say exactly what I've been saying from the jump. And that was to run the football last year and run it this year. And I kept telling people, y'all gonna get this man killed if y'all don't start running the football and get rid of Cliff Kingsbury. And I warned y'all, as a Cowboy fan, I warned y'all about Dan Quinn. He has never stopped the run. He couldn't stop the run in Seattle. He couldn't stop it in Dallas. He couldn't stop it in Atlanta. And he can't stop it with y'all. And I'm going to say this before I get off the phone. I got to make this pitch to you because you're one of the smartest people when it comes to football, Mitch, and I mean it. Can you please put in an application for the University of Tennessee a head coach of football job? Can you please do that?
Nah, man, that's too much work. That's too much work for me.
Hey, B. Mitch, I think, and I'm serious, I think you would be the perfect candidate to change that culture. Think about it, man.
Hey, one day, that's when I get a little older, I might want to slow down and go coach, but that's a little bit too much for me. Go ahead.
It's so bad. That game was so bad. We have Cowboys fans. You know he's a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, I know.
You have how disturbed he was?
Yeah.
That's bad.
But
even White Brian
I'm
was
not
saying it's
going
bad.
to go completely on Dan with that. Right now, we got some dudes on the football field. They're not playing nowhere close to what their ability is. And when that's happening, that's a problem. You know, we can blame coaches all we want. Players got to play. And I don't see a lot of players playing.
And we also, as a fan base, we have to stop thinking Jaden have to make the play. We can't keep putting it solely on him to make the play. The other guys got to block. The other guys got to get open. The other guys got to run the ball strong. We can't really say run the ball strong.
What I tell you over and over again, quarterback is the most dependent position in sports. But the mindset we have is always the quarterback going to do everything. No. Let's get back to them helping him, and then he wouldn't have to try to do so much. I'm going to say this to him. Join interception, run the other direction. We won't need him to try to make no tackles. You know, moving forward, I was just throw an interception, go on the knee. If they hit you then I expect somebody on my team to come beat the hell out of somebody. Point blank. That's the way we'll go with that one. All right, let's go to Alex in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex? How you doing, brother?
I'm good. What's going on? What's up, Jeff? What's up, JP? The whole crew in there.
All right,
Here's the thing, man.
Alex.
I'm not gonna be the type. I'm glad I'm not gonna be the one going, oh no, I told you so. No. I was cool with it. The barbecue tasted good last year, so I was like, go all in. It didn't work. Cool. All right, it didn't work. Now you see, B-Mid, why I was saying do not play Jaden. And you were like, nah, let's play him and this and that. The reason why I say that is this ain't the Chunky commercial where his Miss Daniels walks in, oh, what you did in my pantry? And he threw the son under the bus. That's just on TV. You know what I mean? That's a commercial. This dude is never going to throw somebody. If somebody misses a block, if the play call is wrong, if he sees something different, he's going to do what he has to do, and he's going to keep his mouth closed, even though he doesn't like. This is the main reason why we're saying just shut him down. You see what happened yesterday. He doesn't have nothing to prove.
I don't think he has nothing to prove, but you know what? He could have went back in that game yesterday, but Dan decided not to put him back in that game yesterday, and I totally agree. I believe that because when
here's the other thing.
If you watch him on the sideline the whole time, he was never in a situation where he couldn't move his arm around. You know, and when he walked off the field, I was looking to see if they had bandaged it up or something. Nothing on it. So
and here's the other thing.
Go ahead.
Here's the other thing, B. Mitch. We're gonna find out next year. I don't know if Cliff already has something lined up for next year. It's like if you getting ready to leave a job, you know what I mean? You don't care. You just there for whatever and let it finish up and whatever going on. So I don't know. It's something else in there going on that we don't know. But I mean, who comes out of the tunnel? Last week, they came in there looking like a total different team.
Yeah.
Look at yesterday.
No, I agree with you on that. I was disappointed in what I saw yesterday. Appreciate your call, man. I did not expect that type of output, that type of performance. I thought they were going to give a lot more. Let's go to Charlotte and check out Brad. Brad, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to talk about RG4 personally. This guy is a completely different guy than he was the first year. He's taken a huge regression. Every time he just wants to pull the ball down and run it. And when he runs it to the right. He's also exposing himself. And this isn't a guy that has the muscle to really withhold all of those hard hits. Not that many quarterbacks do, but we're talking about sitting the guy. He needs reps. And what I see is just a huge regression from last year, and he needs to play. I don't think that we really have the quarterback that we thought we did. So anyway, controversial opinion, hot take. Also want to talk about Adam Peters.
Mm-hmm.
He did a masterful job his first year in bringing in, it was just a terrible roster, probably one of the worst in the league. Brought in a bunch of veterans, and obviously we had huge success, went to the NFC Championship. But a lot of those old guys were bridge players. They weren't meant to keep playing. And he also said that we were going to build through the draft. What did he do? Traded a boatload of valuable picks for Marshawn Lattimore. That guy stinks. And then when he was on the field, which, for the first 4 games, he was injured. And then when he finally got on the field, this guy can't play. He can't cover anymore. He used to be great. He's no longer good. So huge mistake on Adam Peters' part. Also, Johnny Newton. They bragged and bragged about how this guy was a dog, and they couldn't believe they got him in the second round. I haven't seen much from him. I don't know if you guys have, but it's those types of things that maybe we didn't draft as well as we thought we did. And having these old guys, listen, I love Zach Ertz. I loved him since he was an Eagle. I think he's an incredible football player. Mm-hmm. Great tight end. But these guys are by virtue of them being on the field, they're hindering the young guys' progression. These young guys aren't getting reps. Zach Ertz and Bobby Wagner. I love Bobby Wagner. He's a machine. But we're not letting the young guys develop. We're not letting the young guys see the field, and it's a complete lost year, and we still don't know what we have with some of our draft picks from last year and this year. I think that's probably all I have for you guys.
I appreciate your call. I totally disagree with you when it comes down to Jaden. I don't think he's regressed as much as you think. I think getting injured, that stops a lot. I don't think he's nowhere close to RG3. And then it annoys the hell out of me when I keep hearing people say hindering the young guys. If the young guys was as good as you think they were, they'll be on the damn football field. Okay? That's the react as if just because you an older person, you can't outdo the young guy, and the young guy gotta get this time. Well, you earn time, okay? You don't just get time just because you're young and you're drafted. You got to come in and show that you can actually play. And some of the young guys I've been hearing people talk about, oh, he deserves an opportunity. Why? What on earth makes you think that? These coaches watch him every day too, and Adam has not hit every draft pick. He did not hit with Marshawn. That happens a lot. But you got to figure it out. But I know for one damn sure, if we put a vote out there last year, I would say 89% of the people or higher wanted them to go for it this year. Nobody was caring about that stuff. When they went to the NFC Championship game, we thought we were already there. And they made that. They went with that. And hell, it doesn't seem like it was the right thing to do. But you can go back to rebuilding. You can go back to building this thing up again. And let's stop thinking every young guy deserves a chance. Some of them don't. And that's why they're not playing, because they don't go out there and do the things right. They don't do what they need to do to get on the football field. So just because you got drafted don't mean you're going to get on the field. You've all heard us talking about Paul Henry's window installation over and over again. He went out and he did a big job for JP, turned his outdoor patio into an area where now JP sits in there, doesn't have to have this jacket on. I went over there one time to watch the game with him. I was sitting out there with my overcoat on because it didn't have any air in there. Any heat in there. Now Paul came in, took the windows in, took those windows down, put some great windows in, and made him understand that you don't have to go with the most expensive. For that job he had, he went in and he did it very, very feasible for Jay. Then he came in, he did all my windows at my house. He did my doors. He built a pergola for me, and he did an absolutely fantastic job. Everything has been perfect for me. I think Paul comes in, he does everything right the first time. So if you want windows and doors right now, you reach out to Paul. You'll get up to 10% off windows with the 5-window minimum and 10% off doors. Through December 29th, you can score an additional 5% off Vitex windows. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. All right, Big Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. JP is on his way. Got Jeff sitting in with me. It is a misery Monday. We lost the game, then I got Jeff sitting in with me. This is real misery. misery Monday. But we taking your phone calls, and we're going to continue with these phone calls. And I'm going to go to Sterling and talk to Big G. What's up, G? How you doing, brother?
Hey, B. Mitch, how you doing this morning?
I'm good, man.
And my man, Jeff. Hey, look, I'm getting sick and tired of, we got some of the dumbest fans in America. All it is like, it's called football, guys. It's called football. This year, we hurt. We're not making the plays that we made last year. And another thing that people need to realize, just think about something. Last year, when we beat Chicago, Chicago lost about 9 to 10 games straight.
Yep.
We lost to Chicago this year, and we not had one game since. That's football, guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's football.
Yeah.
We got to accept it. And let's move on with, we need to fire this person, or it's wrong for doing this, or it's wrong for doing that. We took a gamble that I was one of the ones saying, hey, let's get some more people and let's shoot our shot. We shot our shot and we missed. So let's start over again. Let's start over again. Let's do our thing. You know what I mean?
All right, man. Thank you, G. I'm gonna tell you. Thank you for the call, man. I see what you're saying. Appreciate it.
Don't he sound like Big Zeke in Southeast?
He does a little bit, but like I tell you, you know when somebody's serious, man. With a brother with that deep voice will get that high, he pissed. But the thing of it, he admitted he wanted them to shoot the shot, which a lot of fans wanted them to do. And now that they did it, all these fans act like they wasn't on that same little bandwagon. You on that bandwagon too. And let's understand, they went for it. It did not work. But it's not too late to get back to what you said. You can draft this year well. You can get in the free agents that you pick them properly. But you still can get right back into this thing. Let's go to PA and check out Jaden. What's up, PA? What's up, Jaden? How you doing, brother?
Yeah, how's it going?
Very well.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things. If Dan Quinn's still here after this year, because that other fan brought up the Bears, football gods, I don't even know what that means. What did they do? They fired everybody. When you lose 9 games, 10 games in a row, you get rid of people. That's what most teams do. But let's say Dan Quinn stays. Next year, everything's a question, right? Jaden Daniels' durability is a problem. It just is. I love the guy. It's a problem. And he hasn't played well when he's been healthy. He has regressed. Look at any metric, any number, he's regressed, and he gets injured all the time. So that's now a problem going into next year. Him staying healthy. Dan Quinn is a problem. Adam Peters is a problem. Everything now is in question. Everything. So that's what this loss does. And then last week, Dan Quinn's like, we're not lost. I don't even know what the quote was. I didn't even watch the Hard Knocks. But whatever the quote was, when you lose 8 games in a row, like I grew up in Maryland. I live right outside of Philly. Do you think Philly fans would have been like, oh, we're not lost anymore? Dude, we lost 9 games. Who cares? Like, Philly, they take swings. Carson Wentz was an MVP candidate. They drafted him number 2 overall. What did they do? They moved off him. Jared Goff made a Super Bowl for the Rams. They moved off him. So my thing is the NFC Championship, that is now out of the picture. We've been terrible my whole life. So there needs to be major changes. And when you lose 10 games in a row, playing hard is a prerequisite. That's just what you do. So the Raiders almost beat the Broncos. They're not cheering and happy. They're going to call for Pete Carroll's job. So I think going into next year, everything's a question. Our quarterback's a question. Our GM's a question. And our coach is a question, which is terrible to say, but that's just reality.
I got you, man. I think it sounds like everybody just want everything to just suddenly be back what it was. I thought we got away from a situation where it was constantly change about everything and moving on. Change. But seems to me that's what the fans want. You want to be like it was when Dan was here, right? No, you don't want that. And yes, things are going to come up into question. But I think you can look at a whole the season isn't over yet, but we're going to dissect this thing in the off season. Because I love when I hear people like they blame certain people in one aspect and they blame another area in the other aspect. Now, we got a bunch of BS going on with this whole little mindset of a lot of our fans, and we're going to break it down when the season's over. I don't believe in talking about off-season stuff during the season. So I'll get to that in the off-season, and you know what? I'm going to piss some of y'all off, and I don't give a damn. So let's keep going with it. Take us a break. We'll be right back.
This update brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Care. Experience dentistry with a touch of elegance. The Vikings beat the Commanders 31-0. Concern for Zach Ertz. Dan Quinn is fearing that it's a torn ACL on the third down defensive struggles.
That was the game, I thought, honestly, where it shifted the most because the third down stops, then it flips it back, and it flips it back. Coming into the half, I said, if we improve on third down, like we're right back into the game. Might have been the interception, got a stop, and a field goal, but I thought the third downs was where we needed the most improvement right off the bat. I thought we had chances to, honestly.
Sunday night, Texans beat the Chiefs 20-10. Tonight, Philadelphia against the Chargers. Capitals shut out the Blue Jackets 2-0. Logan Thompson's 100th career victory. Jeff Kent has been elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Elegant Smiles Dental Care at Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Nobody. All right, Big Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. December 8th, Misery Monday. I think this is probably the lowest point of the year after watching the team perform better against Denver than they came out yesterday, and that was a hell of a step back. We're taking your phone calls today, and we just find out your thoughts on the game, and also we can also take blame pies as well because Lanfield got it written here. And he also threw an extra question. Did anybody play or have a good game? I think C-Rod had a good game. If you would have given more opportunity, I think it would have had a much better game. But it's not many people that did. Bobby had 16 damn tackles yesterday.
We got to take a page out of JP book. We got to have people name one positive thing from yesterday. I already told you, man. Look,
C-Rod averaged 5.2 a carry.
Yep, and Justin Jefferson didn't get off on us cause
yeah.
A lot of my friends was like, he's about to have 300 yards on us, and I'm like, relax.
I kind of felt that could happen, but he wasn't involved a lot. But the other guys stepped up. But let's go right back to the phone lines. We'll go to Greenbelt. Check out BA. What's up, BA? How you doing, man? Ba.
What's going on, B-Mitch?
What's up, Ba?
My brother. B-Mitch, I don't even know where to start, B-Mitch. B-Mitch, there's nothing positive what happened yesterday, B-Mitch. B-Mitch, going back 31-0. We got a goose egg against the worst quarterback and one of the worst teams in the league. When we played Denver a week ago, B-Mitch, I had to make a list. B-Mitch, I've been talking about Peter need to be fired since the beginning of the season. Today, he's going to give me the stage. I'm going to tell you why. We got the wrong GM. Believe me, we got the wrong GM, man. Look at the team. Go back last year. Jaden was a guarantee. The other two guys, they doing their thing. We see Caleb. We see what Drake is doing. By the way, that was my choice. I'm going to keep it 100 because I've seen something long before. But I'm going to let that slide. It is what it is. But coming back to that draft, he got all those people. John Allen yesterday. That's the proof in the pudding. I know you go to war with John Allen that day, Mitch, because that's your kind. John Allen was chasing Jaden like a little kid around the court. I'm happy for him. That's the only reason making me positive. See John Allen win. Got his reverend. Go back to Peter. Go back to Terry. Terry is the man of the locker room. This guy, that's his first job. Let's keep it 100. Peter was in a room in San Francisco. He was not making the call. We give him his first job. Last year draft is a mess. This year draft, he didn't even draft. I don't even remember who we got. Yesterday was the first day I didn't stay in the house watch the game. I went to do my Uber. I was tweeting at 1 o'clock, 10:05 to Peter. We got the worst rooster. Jerry Jones built his team in less than 6 months. He went and got Quinton Williams. Got this guy, got this guy. Look at their team right now. We behind all those teams. We mess around. The Giants got a better roster than us. That cannot happen. And another thing, when Ron Rivera was leaving the block, y'all can say anything about Ron Rivera, all these haters who hate Ron. Ron, the players he left here, they cut them, they started in the best team. They had the Rams. This guy sharp at San Francisco. That's all he brought here. When he messed with Terry, he messed with the Cardinals. I ain't talking about even the coach. The coaches I give them. I'm talking about the guy picking the player. That's what Doc talked about last night, all night. He the same guy who's going to pick again. He's a mess. He didn't need to be fired. I'm out.
All right, man. Appreciate your call. I'll, you know what? I think the people that have to handle those, look, I'm not sitting up here saying that someone needs to be fired or not, because last year everything was great. This year things are bad. I not gonna jump. I didn't think they should have gotten extra money last year. You signed up to do a job. You did it well. You didn't do it well this year. So the calling for people jobs, I'll let other people do that. Because I believe if somebody want to change, and people at the top, they'll make their change. But the ultimate thing is we are paid to do a certain thing, and winning is a part of that. If you're not winning, then they're going to start discussing those who pick high at the top. Let's go to D.C. Check out Drew. What's up, Drew? What's going on?
Down in Atlanta by way of D.C., man. I said them guys got me drinking wine and putting one of these happy sticks in the air early in the morning. I tell you, man, I'm going to tell you, man, what I see with this team, you know, I just think they really lack depth, you know. But I think with the offense, I think everybody was on the same page, but you got to find with all the pieces there with the offense. But also, I said this last year, I wasn't one of the ones who hopped on the bandwagon about going all in. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I said this, because last year when Chris Kingsbury was with when he was with Arizona, that first year they was lights out. But then that second year with Arizona, you know, people got connected to their offense because they did bad that second year. Mm-hmm. And that's like with this year. I just think he just needs to, because their offense is very, very predictable. It's either bubble screens or running off. That's their whole offense. They don't run this all them. And I just think they gave up too much for that left tackle. They in the depth, and I'll just say this on my ending. I do think they do need to be some changes within within some of the assistant coaches. Because, you know, I just figured the scheme these guys are in, they are doing terrible. Because we all talked about Forbes all year, talk about how bad he is. And you look at Forbes, yeah, he balling when he's playing it.
Nah, he balled in one game, and in the next game he came back to earth. We're going to stop making Forbes like he's doing something great right now.
No, I'm not saying like an all-pro or anything like that, but he's playing better than what he plays here. But I'm just saying, as far as the scheme that they're using him in, he's making plays better than he's out there on the field compared to he couldn't get on the field here. And the defensive line, I've never seen defensive tackles play patty cake with guys on the line. It looks like they're playing patty cake, like slapping hands together. They don't try to force their way up. I understand you stay in your gaps, but you look at these guys like Aaron Donald. I understand these are freaks of nature, but these guys fight every play. These guys just stay there and just stays back and stay in the lane, man. So I just think some adjustments need to be made on the inside. And these guys, if you're hungry, man, act like you're hungry, man. Stay blessed, man. Keep up the great work, champ.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, man. All right, let's get we got JP finally gotten here, and let's go to get College Park and go to Charlie, and then we're gonna get to you, Jay.
No, Charlie can hold. Everybody can hold. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you. I want to start Monday with a giant bleep you for an unnamed airline, and we're gonna start there. And I'm gonna keep the airline's name to myself, but bleep you all the way to wherever your headquarters is and back. At most, I should have been about 5 minutes late. Like, I was supposed to land at 9:45. Mm-hmm. Not only they're delayed because the amount of cursing I want to do is astonishing, but I'm going to try to control myself. Nobody can find the log. That's the delay this morning. Nobody can find the log. I imagine the pilot shouldn't that be in the goddamn cockpit? Where does the log go? So then, in the half hour it takes these absolute imbeciles to find the log. We're in Minnesota. It's 4 degrees. Then the damn plane ices up. So then you got to de-ice. I understand that. But if we were ready to go, we would have just gone and not have to de-ice. Then, Brian, we land here in Washington. Mm-hmm. Of course, the parking spot's not ready. Of course. And then because this is a regional jet, on what planet is Washington, D.C. and Minneapolis in the same region? Why are you sending a regional jet from D.C. to Minneapolis? It's probably 1,000 miles. That's not D.C. to New York, little jet, no problem. D.C. to Boston, I get it. D.C. to Norfolk, maybe even Charlotte. Minnesota is not regional. So anybody with a carry-on, you gotta check it, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the way to Minnesota, they were efficient. They got the bags right up. God bless the two 75-year-old ladies in charge of the luggage at DCA. Wasn't the most efficient process. Somehow, grace to God, my bag was the first. I literally sat and watched my bag sit on the runway, the tarmac, whatever you want to call it, for like 11 minutes. I was looking at my phone, just going ballistic. The ineptitude of commercial air travel is astonishing. Just astonishing. My preferred airline is United. They do a pretty good job. I was not flying United today. And when you have to, because of my crazy ass schedule, you got to just sometimes take whatever flight works. God, that was awful. Now, you know what else was? I don't know what was worse. My flight home this morning or the freaking football performance we saw yesterday, B. This team had not been shut out since 2019. You and I worked that game. There was a freaking tropical storm hovering over the DMV.
Mm-hmm.
It was raining sheets. The reason nobody scored, the Niners were a wagon that year. They connected on 3 field goals. It was a 9-0 game because it was raining so hard you could barely see in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, last I checked, there's a dome on that stadium. I know they dropped fake snow from the sky for some stupid reason, but there was no weather impacting Washington's offense.
Mm-hmm.
Their inability to recognize Brian Flores' advanced blitz concepts is really shocking for an offensive staff that's got a whole lot of brain power.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't figure out a damn thing. And the entire game turned when you get first and goal from the 4 and you run it, and you get second and goal from the 1 and you call 3 straight pass plays. And maybe Debo should have caught it on 4th down. You also should have run it. 3 straight pass plays from the 1.
Yeah.
I need to talk. I need Doc Walker injected into my veins. What are you doing?
Oh, it's already been done that. I think he already been injected, but the whole
what
thing
are you doing? And then you give up 19 plays, 98 yards, 12 minutes, 1 second drive, longest drive in the NFL in the last 4 years. Minnesota's longest drive since at least 2000 when they started tracking this stuff.
Yeah.
What are you doing? 3rd downs.
But the
J.J.
thing
McCarthy was 5 for 5 on 3rd down. All the dude does is throw picks. Yesterday it was Joe Montana.
He was Joe Montana yesterday, but
I am roasting hot.
The throwing the ball inside the 5, that's been happening all year.
I'm not.
It's nothing new.
I'm not mad at.
I'm mad that it's happening.
2 of the 4, you want to throw it? Okay. You got to run it one more time. You've got to at least run it one more time.
I just think when you get to the 1 yard line, you should be able to just drop a set and say, we're going to get this 1 yard.
You agree with me that that sequence
where it changed everything.
7-0, you don't get it, and then it's 14-0 because they're able to go 98 yards on your defense.
And listen, them not getting it doesn't automatically mean you have to allow a 90-something yard drive.
No.
But I believe you run that ball 4 times, you get in the end zone.
I mean, watching that unfold. So you try to go jumbo, try to get cute. You run Coleman to the corner. Minnesota was all over it.
I don't understand why that play was called at all.
Sometimes you wonder if people are putting tape out there for their next job. I don't know. But you go jumbo throw there. It was never there. The 3rd down was never there. Jaden's getting pressured. The 4th down, maybe Debo should have caught that. There was a lot of hand fighting there. I'm okay with it not getting called. Debo's pushing 2. The ball does hit him in the hands. He's also falling down. Like, if that's your 3rd down, and it's like, damn, but then you run it on 4th, if they got stuffed running it on 4th down, I'm not complaining because that's the right call. And I'm not saying you got to line up in jumbo with a fullback. Like, you can still spread them out.
Yeah.
You can still put Terry and Debo out to one side
totally
and run it off the edge. Your offensive line in the Denver game, which I talked about, the amount of back padding that came after a loss, I found problematic because you did take Denver to the wire, but you also lost the game. The back padding that was reasonable and resonated with me was that it was the offensive line's best performance.
Yeah.
You know what the O-line wants to do? 2nd and goal from the 1?
Roll grade.
Forward, not backwards. Not everything boils down to one sequence because so Minnesota goes 19-98-12, 14-0. Then Washington is able to get a stop. Jayden and company got the ball with a minute 50 and 2 timeouts. That's a prime opportunity to go get some points. You're getting the ball coming out of halftime. That game could look very different. 6 and out, punt. And you know what Kevin O'Connell is thrilled to do with his struggling second-year quarterback when he gets the ball with, 25 seconds before halftime and a 14-0 lead?
Neil.
Take a knee, baby.
Yep.
We're going into halftime with the lead. That everything about that performance was god-awful. And I know, I had the radio on driving from the airport, and I heard Jeff say, we got to figure out some time to say something positive. That's tomorrow. Today is not the day for positivity because there was C-Rod. I heard you say that. C-Rod was running well. When they had 2nd and goal from the 1, he was averaging 8 yards per carry.
Yeah.
How many carries did he get after that?
0.
Not everything boils down to one thing, but when you get blanked by a team that got blanked last week, zeros we're talking. How many times in your career, in 14 years playing in the NFL, how many times in your career were you part of an offense that got 0 points? I bet you can count it on one hand.
Probably once or twice.
Right. You played 14 years. What's 14 times 16? You played, I don't know.
200 plus.
200 plus NFL games. That doesn't happen. The rules are designed for the offense to have every advantage. Every advantage.
But I think the thing of it though, Jay, and I understand
they threw for 108 yards in an NFL game.
Like I said, everybody should be frustrated, but I think we also got to understand this team has shown it is not good as we thought it was for a long time here now.
Sure.
So I think my frustration was with the performance I saw and the effort I saw. I don't think it's a very good team right now.
Clearly
so I'm not excessively pissed because I recognized that a while ago that they were not very, very good.
I think,
and the injuries was a big problem with it. So like now, I see everything. I see too many different things happening. We're trying to implement somebody back into the system. Why trying to make somebody understand the system? Why we got too much stuff going on instead of everybody on the same accord. You get what I'm saying? And I just don't see it how I expected to see it. But I thought we had started to see something in the last 2 games. And then yesterday, I'm like, oh, hell, that was a hell of a step back.
So DQ, when he opened his comments afterwards, he said, I felt like last week was a step forward and then this was 3 steps back. Later in his presser, he's like 3 steps back. This was 10 steps back. I feel like that was real. You are right. This team isn't good. You don't lose 7 in a row and fall to 3-9 if you're good. Were there a confluence of factors? Yes. Were injuries a big one? Yes. Yesterday's the healthiest they've been all year. It was terrible. And you're right. This, like, the performance yesterday, maybe we shouldn't be shocked, but that was a shocking result. J.J. McCarthy had thrown 10 picks in 6 games. I don't know. I guess Luvu batted 1 pass. I don't think a DB got a hand on a football. I
didn't understand the coverage.
Well, they were selling out to stop Jefferson from breaking their back. They were clouding him everywhere. That's why the tight ends were just running wide open because everything was designed to stop Jefferson.
I understand that.
DQ
I understand stop Jefferson, but you're giving people 12 and 13 yards in front of you.
There was a 3rd and 7 where the DB was 11 yards off.
That is what I don't understand.
Brian, coming into that game yesterday, Minnesota was 29th in points scored, 28th in yards gained, and 31st in the NFL on third downs. In the first half, I believe they were perfect on third down. On the 98-yard drive, they went 5 for 5 on third down.
Yeah.
And it wasn't 3rd and 1s. It wasn't tush push. It was 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8. There was a 3rd and 12 in there. I don't know. I know that I've watched that team come off the field in pure silence. And I've watched a lot of bad losses. I don't know that I'd ever heard or felt silence to that degree. And I do think some of that was the emotion of seeing Zach Ertz and understanding what that probably means for his career. Maybe not, but possibly anyway. But I saw Adam Peters and Josh Harris stand there and shake everyone's hand as they walked in, players, coaches. So I know people are going to light these phones up talking about hot seats and who should go. I did not get the feeling or the opinion that those two, the big boss and then the boss, are looking to fire anyone. But I know after a performance like that, NFL coaches don't outrun the storm. Most NFL coaches can't outrun an 8-game losing streak. That's just the reality. Go around the league. Atlanta, Kansas City, LA, wherever you want to go. An 8-game losing streak generally gets dudes in trouble.
Yeah.
3-10 generally gets you in trouble. Now, I think they're going to preach continuity, and maybe it was the injuries this year, and we're going to get this thing back on track. But they're in trouble, dude. You ride an 8-game losing streak, and you're 3-10. And you got 4 left, and they can say 4 division games. This is going to be our barometer. They're dogs to the Giants.
I expected that.
How could you not? They got blanked yesterday.
I expected that.
They lost 31-0 to a 4-8 Vikings team with quarterback trouble like we used to have.
But listen, I just think that they lost to a 4-8 team. We were 3-9.
They've now lost.
We were worse than that team coming into the game.
Dude, and they lost to the Dolphins. That was a team that was good. They're bad. Like, there's got to be, like, we all need to take a deep breath and be like, oh, my God, this thing we invest so much time, energy, effort, money. I saw all the Commanders fans on my flight. They're spending real American currency to fly back and forth to Minnesota. God bless these people that plan a trip to Minnesota. You and I have to go. That place sucks in the winter. It was 6 degrees. That is not fit for human inhabitation.
Well, I saw a bunch of little kids walking around with just a T-shirt on, Jay. We don't have the right blood.
It ain't me. That place is not for me. Because I've been to Minnesota enough during the sale process. That's where the NFL held all the meetings because it's very convenient for NFL owners because there's a private jet runway next to a JW Marriott. They can fly in and out. For us flying commercial air travel, it sucks. Here's the thing about Minnesota. It's so damn cold, so you got to be convinced the summers must be great. Wrong. Hot and humid. Felt like it did here in D.C. in the summer. Get me the hell out of Minnesota. We'll get to the phones. I'm angry about a lot of things. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley. One thing I'm not angry about, Better Services. They've been great for me. They've been great for my family. They hooked up all the appliances in my house. They found my wife the exact KitchenAid oven she wanted. It's got 2 ovens. I don't even know how that works, but they have the technology. Plus, if you're looking to do any work around the house, say you just need some handyman work, call Better Services. Say you're thinking about a renovation, maybe a kitchen, maybe a new bathroom, call Better Services. Go check out their showroom in Kensington. You can get next day or sometimes even same day delivery. A family-owned company. They do things the right way. Check them out, betterservices.com, BETTAR services.com, or you can follow them on Facebook at Better Services.
This update brought to you by Melwood. Vikings defeated the Commanders 31-0 after the game. Dan Quinn told reporters that tight end Zach Ertz is feared to have torn his ACL. Quinn talked about the goal line plays early on where the Commanders could have taken the lead.
As far as like the specific calls, I'll have a better chance once I look at it. Sometimes when you're in it, I don't have the right ones. When you score, usually they're the right calls. When you don't, it's off. But there'll be something I'll look at, man. Obviously, like when you miss the mark like we did, man, like you got to look at it all and question it.
Sunday night's game had the Texans beating the Chiefs 20-10. Tonight, Philadelphia against the LA Chargers. Monday Night Football on Team 980. Virginia against Missouri at the Gator Bowl December 27th. Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 2-0. Point streak now 8 games. Jeff Kent is elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit Melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
So, all right, I'm going to try to get back into actual show mode here. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, watching us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, listening on various apps, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, maybe listen on the podcast. B, thank you for holding it down this morning. Sorry for the incredible inconveniences of commercial air travel in the United States. You're also watching us on Monumental Sports Network. I generally try to look nicer because we're on TV now. I don't look my nicest today. Just going to keep it real right there. Haven't showered. So at some point, Landfill, I should probably take a shower. Maybe I'll shower downstairs during
You didn't wash your ass before you got on the plane?
I was up at 4:40. I just got on the plane. And honestly, the people on the plane, this lady that kept her window open the whole time when everybody's trying to sleep, I'm glad I didn't shower for her. No apologies. Sorry, not sorry. I told the boys in there what I was doing. I was fighting back. Chemical warfare.
Stupid.
All right. But a lot to talk about from yesterday beyond, as much as the second Minnesota touchdown drive, the astonishingly 19-play, 98-yard, 12-minute drive.
You know what I told when they got the ball on the 2, I had one thought in my head. It was the game we were playing against the Dallas Cowboys. And I had lined up on the 5-yard line for the kickoff. And I'm talking to the referee. And while we were talking, he was moving. So I guess in the time I moved up to the 10. So the ball was kicked. And I dropped back, assuming I'm still on the 5. And I kneeled at the 1. And I got drove. And he told me, stay in the game. And we went 99 yards. That's the only thing that was in my head when that happened. I was like, oh, Lord, I hope they don't go this 98 yards. And they went 98 yards, 12 minutes and 1 second, whatever it was?
12 minutes, 1 second.
Bruh.
They did, at least on the first third down of that drive, they had a well-designed blitz. Quan Martin had pressure up the left side. He just couldn't get home. And then JJ, the little bit he certainly is an athlete, was able to make a big play there. So they had him 3rd and 6 from the 6. Well-designed blitz from Quan Martin. JJ's able to get out of it, runs for 13 yards. That was the first of many third down conversions in that game. Dan Quinn, after the game, talked about third down was the problem. At halftime, he tried to implore the team to get some third down stops. Let's just run through it on that drive alone. 3rd and 6 from the 6. That's the Quan blitz. He doesn't get home. JJ scrambles for 13. 1st and 10 at the 13. Then they run the ball. That was a theme for Minnesota throughout the day. They ran the ball end of the quarter. 2nd and 8, JJ finds, I think it's Jalen Naylor for a 9-yard gain. Now it's 1st and 10 at the 24. They collect a couple first downs, jump ahead to 3rd and 9 at the Minnesota 37. They're still in their own territory, like clear punt situation. 3rd and 9. JJ McCarthy, who had been terrible coming into this game, the kid was able to sit on his back foot and hit his first read all afternoon. And what you do is you give a young player confidence. And to his credit, he's got a rocket. When he can identify and just let it rip, it's getting there. He finds Naylor again. It's 3rd and 9. He finds Naylor for 12. Now they're at midfield. They've already, the idea when you are deep in your opponent's territory at the goal line to go for it on 4th down, the idea is if we don't get it, we're going to pin them deep and get the ball back.
Yeah.
They've already reversed that because they've gotten to the midfield. They have 1st and 10 at the 49. What do you know, Brian? They've got another 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8 from the Washington 49. They've only mustered 2 yards on the first 2 downs. JJ, Jordan Addison, 21-yard gain. Now they're cooking. Now they're at least scoring again, which is a total Mongolian reversal of where Washington was minutes earlier when they had 2nd and goal from the 1. But calamity strikes again because the young man's not a very good passer. It ends up 1st and 10 becomes 2nd and 12 because they try a little screen to JJ that was well read by the Washington defense, -2. Then a no gain on 2nd and 12. 3rd and 12 from Washington's 30. You get a stop here, you're forcing what? A 56-yarder?
Yeah.
It's 3rd and 12. Get a stop, right?
No.
Wrong. JJ to Justin Jefferson, the only impact play he really made all day. 3rd and 12, and Jefferson gets 13. That's what stud receivers are supposed to do. It's not what defenses are supposed to do. 3rd and 12.
That was a well-designed play. They ran everybody up the field, and then he came underneath and came right behind them. It was a screen that didn't look like a screen.
Right.
Yeah.
It was just like a little more downfield.
Yeah.
I don't know what to call this one, B. So now you got 1st and 10 at the Commanders' 17, 5-yard gain. 2nd and 5, another run. On 1st and 10 from the 17, they ran for 5. On 2nd and 5, they ran for 4. So now you got a 3rd and 1. Jordan Mason's the young man's name. I believe he played for the Niners prior to his time in Minnesota. Does it count as a 3rd down conversion if you don't pick up the 1st down?
You got a touchdown?
Yeah, he scored.
Still, I think it's a 3rd down conversion.
I was trying to give him credit. Maybe they got a 3rd down stop. No,
it's not a stop unless you're stopping behind the chains.
3rd and 1 from the 8. 8 yards, touchdown, 14-0, strike up the band.
Yeah.
I do love that they play Prince, Let's Go Crazy every time Minnesota scores. I do not like whatever that old song, the polka song or whatever they start singing.
I don't know.
That drive was the ball game. It really just was. It's 14-0. Could they have climbed back into it? Yes, but you give up a 19-play, 98-yard, 12-minute drive where they convert 5 third downs on you. It's demoralizing, to say the least. I thought what was worse, though, the first drive of this game, where the people in Minnesota are ready to run J.J. McCarthy out on a rail. His coach is publicly saying, we're going to stop coaching him. We're just going to let him run around and do his thing. There's an open acceptance in Minnesota that they got to bring in a veteran next year to let J.J. sit some more to get some more seasoning. Carson Wentz is on the mend from surgery up there. Maybe they're going to keep Carson around. Like, that's the conversation up there. And you know what you do? You kick it off. I'm okay with deferring. This is you think,
everybody do that now.
And in this game, you think you're in this one. You'd rather get the ball in the second half. I get it. Okay. The first pass of the game, no pressure. JJ just rifles it right into the kid Sims. It's his first read, and it's there.
Yeah.
2nd and 7 becomes 1st down. I believe JJ was perfect on the first drive. 1st and 10 from the 18. So they kick off. They get the ball at 35. They get a good return to start the game. So they start the game in pretty good territory. They get a 35-yard kick return to open the game, which is a tone setter. 1st and 10 from the 18. JJ finds his tight end, Josh Oliver, for his first of 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
It was a good throw. The design from Kevin O'Connell yesterday, especially on the early stuff, the scripted stuff, was very, very good. And I thought that U.S. Bank Stadium, that's a real home field advantage. That place gets rocking.
It's loud.
But those fans were disinterested in this game. Those fans did not come in there ready to go nuts because they thought their quarterback wouldn't give him a chance to win. You give the young man confidence on the first drive where he's perfect. He
Then
went
they woke up
1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 4 for 4, touchdown. And then all of a sudden, my man likes to call himself 9, right? He says, I'm JJ off the field. I'm 9 on the field. Terrific. I hope you sell t-shirts with that. They allowed this kid to become 9.
Yeah.
You go 4 for 4 to open it up with a touchdown throw. Kid's feeling himself.
Of course.
No pressure.
Yeah.
They finally generated some pressure on the third drive. Louvu batted down a pass. Von Miller got a sack. But at that point, you're down 14-0. Washington did a good job of responding to the first touchdown. And then I'd at least question not a single run at the goal.
I think you gotta try to pound that thing in there.
I mean, just so much hinges on that. We haven't even gotten to the injuries. There's just so much to try to break down. I know we got Smoot at noon. After Smoot, we'll go all the calls. Everybody that's on hold, stay there. We're going to do calls all afternoon. Real questions for Smoot about the coverages yesterday. Like allowing.
I mean, they were just giving them. I watch some coverages, and I watch defensive backs a lot. And normally when a defensive back hits that foot, he sprints out of it. I watched a bunch of the guys yesterday. They drop back. They're already sitting off of the guy, and they drop back. And when they come out of the break, they hesitate before they break. So they were never, ever there to contest any catch. And I don't know if that was planned or that's something that they just start doing. Because I know if you're receiving the league and you don't have nobody within 2 yards of you, you're going to catch every damn ball thrown to you.
You want to hear something funny? I feel like we could both use a laugh. You know how when callers call in and really make me mad, I challenge them to meet me at the 7-Eleven on MacArthur Boulevard?
Mm-hmm.
Craig texted me. He's like, dog, don't go to that 7-Eleven today. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. You know where they should call Crop Metcalf? Minnesota, because it's cold as hell out there. I wish I had Crop Metcalf that could have worked at my terrible hotel room in downtown Minneapolis, where my choices of heat or cold were 80 or 62. It was a really great trip. Let me tell you how much I enjoyed my time in Minnesota. But it's that time of year. You better call and schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with my guys, the 5-star heating experts over at Crop Metcalf. My wife and I love the service. They've taken great care of my family at my house. They can do the same for you. Right now, for just $99, a Crop Metcalf certified 5-star technician will inspect both your heating and cooling systems in one visit, making sure everything's running smooth, efficient, and ready for whatever this cold winter throws at us. They're going to take care of your system's performance and lower your energy bills. And most important, they'll catch any small issues before they turn into major, costly repairs down the road. Take it from me, a quick call to Crop Metcalf is a small move now that can save you big when the temperatures really flip. Because if your heater goes down in February, you're cooked. You don't want that kind of headache. Do yourself a favor. Do what I always do. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician. All right, B, we haven't even talked about the Jaden Daniels injury yesterday. I made a point to watch Jaden warm up and kind of get a good look at the brace he was wearing.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like just a regular arm sleeve that they had installed a bunch of padding on.
I think it had like little things right here. That's the one I mentioned. It has like the neoprene pad.
Yeah.
With a little, I guess it's like a fiberglass something. You know?
Right.
Not very thick. And then like you saw it one time it slid down. They pulled it back up.
Yep.
But after the injury, I kept watching him. And I think DQ at the end of the game said he could have gone back in. I believe he could have. But I think at that point they were like, you know what? No, we're not going to do this. They couldn't do it at that point. Because when he walked off the field, he had absolutely nothing on it. He had a Band-Aid right here. And I guess that could come from when they drained it or something like that, you know, but he had nothing else on his own.
Yeah, I saw the Band-Aid. I mean, at some point, there was an incision, right? Like at some point, they probably had to check some stuff out or drain the swelling because at some point, the Band-Aid makes sense. The Band-Aid's probably the least of my concerns. I agree with the decision not to put him back out there.
Yeah.
He was injured early third quarter, right? Mid third quarter. Yeah, so the injury happened. They had a bit of a drive going, and then Van Ginkel kills this team.
Yeah.
If you're watching,
did he have one of those last year?
When he was on the Dolphins, he
There
had
you
a
go.
pick
There you
six.
go. Yeah, yeah.
Remember that game with Tyreek just throwing his hand up the first two plays of the game?
Yeah.
I almost want to look up the box score because Tyreek's box score in that game was unbelievable. It was like 3 catches for 170 and 2 touchdowns. Van Ginkel is a smart player because anything thrown at or near the line of scrimmage, he's going to get to it.
Oh,
he has a track record.
He got
of doing
hops.
it. Yeah.
I think Jaden made the decision when you saw when he got blocked, that arm was out, pulled that thing in, protected him.
I think. Do you think that? But then he landed right on it.
It's better to land on it right here
and land on the
than
wrist.
to land like it did when he
in
hit
the Seattle game,
and it went out of he got dislocated.
I don't have a ton of issues with like people that are like Jaden. I understand throughout time when we've watched the great quarterbacks, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, throw a pick, they don't really make much effort to go tackle somebody.
Yeah.
But when they were early, actually, they showed it on the Manning cast maybe last week, a play of Peyton making a tackle to save a touchdown. Like there's inherent, intangible, intrinsic football player in football players. And if you're you played quarterback for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
When you threw a pick, I bet you tried like hell to go tackle the guy.
I threw 6 picks in high school, and I made every tackle.
Right. Like, you don't want to take that out of someone.
But I think lately, I remember when I was in Philly, we were playing against Chicago Bears in the playoffs, and I forgot who their quarterback was, but he threw an interception, and he was closer than I am to you, and Hugh Douglas destroyed him. He got hurt. That's when they started to say, the quarterback, they tell the quarterback, get away from the play. Because people look up quarterbacks when the interception is thrown. And they want the quarterback to get away from the play. So if the guy come hunt you, then they can throw a flag on the guy. So they tried everybody was saying,
well, then all the blind side and all that stuff. Yeah.
Hugh should lose some salary because the guy was about to make the tackle. And he just peeled his ass off of the tackle. But quarterbacks, best thing you do, go to a knee.
I agree with the decision to not put Jaden back out there.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, once Jaden gets visits with medical, gets cleared, I think the score at that point is 17-0, if not 21-0, 24-0. And it's not just about the score. Jaden was ineffective yesterday. And I think you got to credit Brian Flores for, if yesterday was a boxing match, Brian Flores 1, Cliff Kingsbury 0. The Vikings defense dictated terms.
They dictated terms, and they do listen. From being a former quarterback to watching some of the best defense coordinators, and Jim Johnson up there in Philly, and Richie Pettibone here in Washington. when they wanted to affect you, they blitzed. And they didn't blitz like the same place. They came, like you saw what Flores was doing. They were coming from all over the damn place. You know what that does? When you start seeing offensive linemen doing this, communicating at a high level, and then now you got to figure out, the running backs got to figure it out, the tight ends got to figure it out. And what happened on there almost every damn play yesterday? Somebody was running free. And I think that is the thing where I've watched Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Joe Montana. When a guy is running free on every play, you know what they're doing? They're not looking downfield. They're creeping as like, who coming from the backside? They can see the dude coming from the front side, but they're going to start seeing who's coming from the back. And I think a little bit of that happened yesterday because they were winning at the point of attack.
You know what combats that blitz? Running the football.
Yeah, if you run it right. But they had some run blitzes on yesterday, too.
But with early on, when it looked like he had a ball game, when you get ahead of the chains, I think it was pretty clear Jaden didn't seem comfortable. And maybe that's first game back from injury. Maybe that's dealing with the elbow. But Jaden was not. We have the pocket passer that is Jaden Daniels is incredibly accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday he wasn't. And I don't know. There's a whole bunch of different factors.
Yeah.
Minnesota's blitzing. That building's loud. It's his first game back. There's a lot to that. But it just, I understand why DQ didn't put him back out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right thing to do. Once the guy, if he's coming in the game with a nick and he gets nicked, you don't put him back in the game.
Right.
Okay. But all the people that said he shouldn't play, then they don't put him back in the game. Well, you should have put him back in the game. Listen, bro, I am so over the up and down folks who they're going to be on the other side.
Well,
of
we're going to have
happens.
another week of it. I mean, we'll see what Dan Quinn says this afternoon. But Dan Quinn yesterday did say, He didn't say directly, but like it doesn't seem like the plan is for Jaden not to play in these last four, and that'll become its own topic. I feel like we need to share something positive with the community, and I'm prepared to do that.
What's positive?
Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win a $50 Paisanos gift card, $50 to Paisanos. No one apprecites 1067 The Fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now you can score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Whatever you want, pizza, wings, pasta, salads. Their chicken cheesesteak is phenomenal, by the way. Whatever it is you want, you can get it all on the website. And if you use the promo code FAN30, they'll take 30% off an order of $30 or more. Check them out at paisanospizza.com. Not just pizza, something for everyone.
This update sponsored by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Commanders coach Dan Quinn told reporters that tight end Zach Ertz is feared to have torn his ACL in the loss to the Vikings. Jaden Daniels and his elbow a concern after 78 yards passing. Head coach Dan Quinn.
For the development point of it, it's important. It was my decision to sit him. I just felt we didn't hit our space to be close like we wanted to be. I thought he had a really good, week, 2 weeks really practiced. Having the guys come back, I felt like, all right, this is another chance to take another step forward. And so when we didn't today as a team, I think all of that was a contributing factor, not one position or one play.
Sunday night, Texans beat the Chiefs 20-10. Tonight, Philadelphia against the Chargers on Team 980 at 7. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerp on the Fan.
Oh, why you this? Must be the money.
B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. Fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our friend, Mr. Fred Smoot. Fred, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, brother. How y'all doing, man? My keister hurting a little bit from that whooping yesterday, but I'm okay.
Fred, how did you function in Minnesota, dog?
It's too cold up there.
It's cold
Fred.
as hell up there, dog.
But listen, B. Mitch, one thing I learned quickly living up there with the Mississippi River coming down through there and the home of 10,000 lakes, you will learn how to take that cold. And what happened to me was my blood thickened. And I know with y'all making that quick trip, y'all blood didn't have time to thicken, but the people up there, it bounced right off them. I heard it was 2 degrees up there. How did y'all fare?
Listen,
It
man.
was terrible. I hate that place.
I was sitting me and Tanner was sitting in a little restaurant at the hotel, and we were watching people walk by to go to the Timberwolves game. And everybody had on basically a shirt like you and I, JP. And then these kids walking by with their parents, and these little bastards had on just short sleeve shirts. And look, I had on a regular shirt with a pullover on that, with my jacket, the hoodie, and gloves.
Well, and
I
Friday
was freezing
wasn't
like
as-
hell.
Saturdays when it got super cold.
Bro,
too.
come on, man.
That's
Hey.
not for me up there, Fred.
Lord have mercy. Like I said, I endured it for 2 years, but my body acclimated to it. But a quick trip like y'all made, I'm sure y'all felt the pain.
Speaking of feeling the pain, Fred, serious question for you. In your NFL career, and you played for a long time, were you ever blanked? Were you ever on a team that got shut out? It doesn't happen all that often.
Yeah, I think my rookie year, you remember my rookie year, we started like 0-7, right? You remember like we had such a slow start my rookie year. And if I'm not
that's right.
mistaken-
0-5. That was
0-5.
Marty's first year.
Yeah, so I think if I'm not mistaken, I remember Priest Holmes and Tony Gonzalez in that Kansas City, Will Shields and that offensive line and that team. I think they blanked us. I think that was the first time I was blanked in the NFL. I think it was my rookie year where nothing went right. Like, nothing went right on defense. Nothing went right on offense. Special teams couldn't make a play. And then when you have that happening, man, it's just like an avalanche of things. And that team just got it rolling on us. We couldn't do nothing right. We couldn't make the right calls. We couldn't win the one-on-one matchups. If you play long enough in this league, you don't have a couple of those days.
So, Fred, you're right. It was your rookie year, but you were a 1 week late. The Chiefs beat you all 45-13, but you got blanked week 2, Monday Night Football, Lambeau Field, 37-0 to the Pack.
Oh, that's terrible. I think I had an interception that game.
So one thing B and I specifically wanted to ask you about yesterday,
the coverages.
Minnesota was so good on third down early in this thing when it was still a ball game, and you'd see a 3rd and 7 and a DB 11 yards off. Like, what did you think of the coverage plan in the first half yesterday?
Well, I think we kind of pigeonhole ourselves because we basically for the last 3 weeks been 100% zone team. And when a team comes in and know you're going to be a 100% zone team, unless you're the Tampa Bay Buccaneers of the early 2000s, no team has been able to just do that and do it at that volume. Well, I think they just picked the zones apart. The one thing we can say about Kevin McConnell, he's one of the best offensive coaches in this league. You give him a week to dissect your defense, knowing that your defense already has some slight weaknesses because of personnel, he will come up with a game plan that he can layer that can make it easy for his quarterback. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to make easy throws for J.J. McCarthy. I know J.J. McCarthy looked surgical on us, but let's not act like he threw for 350 yards. He made the plays when they presented himself, and he made the clutch plays, the third downs, the red zone. That's where they was efficient. Where they was efficient at, they had these long, drawn-out drives that just drained us.
Yeah.
And when these things happen, my offense get on the field. Now my offense trying to play catch-up, and now it's 3 and out. And I think that's where the game got away from us.
Yeah. Brent, you played in this league a long time and you studied football. I do give you credit for that. You're just a horrible cook. But when you look at this defense, let's try to move forward. Like I normally try to get away from this junk because I get in all season, then I'll dissect. But what needs to change for this thing to get better?
Man, you know what? I'm one of these believers at this. Let's be good at something. Let's find that one thing that we're good at. And if there's blitzing, let it, so be it. If it's coverage on the back end, so be it. If it's something small like tackling, so be it. At this time and point in the year, I should know one identifier of who we are. Like, what do we do good? What is it, that one thing? Well, when it was me, Champ, and Dale Green, we was good at man-to-man covering. We didn't need a super pass rush. We could cover long enough to go out there and make plays. That was our super strength. If I ask you right now, B. Mitch and JP, what is the one super strength of this defense? What would you tell me?
Nothing. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, then. It's nothing. Mm-hmm. And that's the problem. That's the problem. And you have to have some identifier. We talk about that Vikings defense. Blitzing. They're going to get off the bus blitzing, and they're going to live, and they're going to die by it. Big play, short play, they don't care. This is who we are. We're not going to change for anybody, and that's what you got to have. Even on offense right now, we are a running team. We won't lean into it, though.
Yeah.
We are a running team. If we can do anything right on offense, we can line up and say a mano-a-mano. We're going to run the ball downhill. But we seem, because the game gets away from us, we have to get away from the running game, and we can't do what we do best.
But I think what you said, we're a running team, but we won't lean on it. I just think as soon as we think, we don't have to know, we think something is about to happen, we just get away from it. When that running game, if you establish it at a higher level, it can open up a lot of other stuff for you.
And it can be defensive, B. Mitch.
Yeah.
If you want that, the only way a defense can give up 0 yards is to sit on the sideline. Where if you got a running game and you can put together what were we good at last year? 12, 13, 14 play drives.
Yep.
The defense was playing right around 55, 65 plays. You put this defense out there for 70 plays, they will not look good. Mm-hmm. You put this defense out there for consecutive drives of 10 or play more drives, they will not look good. You have to weaponize this team, and the only way to weaponize this team is to tell those 3 running backs, we're finna take this thing to 1980 Georgia Tech. We're finna show these guys what we got on the offensive line. Get ready to go forward. Let's just get nasty a mano-a-mano.
Time of possession yesterday was 35-25. The Vikings offense was on the field 10 more minutes than the Commanders offense.
Was it the shortest game y'all ever been a part of?
Bro, that first half was an hour and about 5-10 minutes.
It reminded me of the Callahan games in 2019. When it was
that thing that when it got to halftime, I was like, damn.
I think it was the shortest NFL game this year. I think it was 2:40. Usually these games are like 3:15. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That game got to move. Think about it. The first quarter consists of one drive from each team.
Yeah. It was.
And the second quarter was mostly one drive from one
team. 12 minutes in the second.
That's what I'm talking about. So that's how that game could get away from us so quick. And I thought the turning point in the game was when Debo couldn't catch the ball in the end zone. I thought that was the turning point of the game. Because if you don't get no points right there, if you get points right there, I thought the game turns out to be a totally different game.
You don't get points there, and then they go on a 98-yard touchdown drive. I told that was the
that's a play where we probably should have leaned into that running game a little bit more.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Talking with our friend Fred Smoot here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can follow Fred at FSmoot21 Sean T. Check out all his work with the Commanders on their YouTube and their social channels and the podcast. Fred, going forward with Jaden, if you were in charge, what are you doing?
He a football player, right? Well, he don't play football. You can't be my fearless leader, and you ain't out here being fearless with us. Like, at the end of the day, he is built to play football. We all get hurt. We all have injuries. But if I'm going to follow you into a lion's den, I need to know that you're going to be the first dude off the bus. So, yeah, if it's me, I'm playing them. You can't get better at football not playing football. Like, you got to play football. Like, and the one thing I try to tell people about it, as good as Jaden is, as much as he did for us last year on that trip that he took us on, he is not a finished product.
Yeah.
Right? He still has to cross his T's and dot his I's. He's going to get better. And I know that's scary to the rest of the NFL. But, yes, he still has room to improve, and you cannot improve without playing football. And think about this, JP. These last games are all divisional games. These are people that you're going to see the rest of your career while you're in Washington. You need to get used to beating them. You need to get used to playing them. And you can't do that in 1 year. You need to get used to your environment in the NFC East, and these are three good teams, three good measuring sticks to finish up the year. Yes, I want him to play. He's a football player. Play football.
I think like when injuries and things in the past and injuries today, it gets a little bit. The people start labeling people, but a lot more of it is the coaching and the front offices holding guys back than it is the guys holding back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think that right there is something you got to be a little leery of, because as they said it yesterday, he could have went back in the game. They wouldn't let him go back in the game, which I understand that. Yeah. But, some of these injuries, I think you spend more time out because of what the others think. And the fan base and the media label you based off of that when you could have probably played quicker.
We in life right now that everybody's so quick to label everybody. They so quick to label everybody great off one game. They so quick to label everybody bad off of one game. You get hurt twice. Now you're injury prone. And that's why the one thing I never did when I just played through injury, because I knew with me coming in the league at 175 pounds, if I get hurt twice, they're going to say I'm injury prone. Just like that. Like, just because of my size, not because I'm actually injury prone. So they're quick to label you, and the one thing about it, it's hard to shed those labels. That's the bad part about it. Once you label as something, and I don't care if that's a bus. If you label a bus, people would never let you live that down.
Agreed. I thought it was the right call to not put him back in yesterday, but it seems to me, barring some sort of setback today, that he'll be out there Sunday in the Meadowlands, and I think a lot of fans are going to have a big problem with that. But I don't think
why?
Sometimes,
why, JP?
Well,
why?
I think there's a
football
disconnect.
player.
I think fans don't see things the way people in NFL buildings see things sometimes, and a lot of it, I think, especially you look at baseball and the NBA, everything is about protecting for the future and not worrying about right now. Von Miller said something really that stuck with me a couple weeks back. He said, in the NFL, we're prisoners of the present. All we can focus on is the next game. And I do think that's the correct mindset. I think that's the mindset.
16 of them.
17. Yes.
17. You play 17 games, and you got baseball is 160 plus. Yep. And then basketball and hockey is 80-something plus.
Yeah,
and I don't think people really understand the mindset that goes into that. Every week you playing a big game. In hockey, you might have 4 games, 3 games that week. Basketball, same thing. Baseball, hell, you have 2 games in one night.
Right.
So in one day. So it's just like, it's a different mindset. And I understand, but like what happens is if you're a guy who gets injured, either you learn how to not to, or you learn how you just don't give a damn and you just keep getting injured.
How you learn how to play with injuries?
Yeah, it's people that learn how to not get injured.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just like you learn how to not throw an interception, you can learn how to stop taking those unnecessary hits.
And they got to realize that football is such a gladiatorial sport that we happen just to lead with wounds, right? We happen just to lead with wounds because it's like we go into games knowing I'm gonna leave with pain. Like it ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. I will not leave this game the way I came in, and you have to face that every week. All right. So at the end of the day, if I'm a player and I'm playing with pain, why can't you?
Got Fred Smoot on the line here, star cornerback for the Commanders, for the Washington and the Vikings in his 9-year NFL career, 18 interceptions as a member of the Burgundy and Gold. Fred, I don't say this lightly because I've covered a lot of games and I've seen a lot of bad stuff. Yesterday might have been the most shocking game I had seen. As that game unfolded and for them to get blanked, I was shocked. How did it land for you?
Well, not scoring points is not the end all be all. It's just a loss. You're losing. That makes me mad. Like, which one hurts the most? To lose by 2 or to lose by 30? I think it's to lose by 2. All right, because that means we had this game and we had a chance to win this game. Like, I'm not appalled at it. Like, I always tell this, when you go into competition, it's about matchups. Just because we matched up well against the Broncos don't mean we matched up well against a Minnesota team. Just because we matched up well against, so it's all about matchups, and it's all about momentum, and it's all about home field advantage is a real thing. Y'all was in that environment.
Yeah, it was
loud up there, dog.
Listen, when they get to doing that skull chant, when that horn get to blasting, you cannot hear your thoughts in that building.
You ain't lying about that, Fred.
It was blasting.
That place is loud, man.
Fred, Brian and I talked about this earlier. In the NFL, there's not a lot of coaches that can handle an 8-game losing streak and maintain their job. That's just the reality of pro football.
Yeah.
You got a team that's 3-10. To the people that are calling for Dan Quinn's job, and I don't think it's going to happen. I watched Josh Harris and Adam Peters shake his hand as he walked in the locker room yesterday. What do you say to the people calling for Dan Quinn's job?
What are you thinking? You know what? We're so used to misery and change. Let me tell you something. Our fan base has PTSD in the biggest form possible. Anytime they see anything that resembles the past, they revert back to the past. If our quarterback gets hurt, they revert back to RG3. If we lose 3 games in a row, they revert back to the time me and Santana was playing football. It's just, they go back to the worst case scenario at every point. Let me ask the fan base this. If you fire Dan Quinn, who are you hiring? Who are you hiring that's going to do a better job than him? All right, listen, we know, I always tell people, all of us got problems. Tell me the circumstance of the problem. This is the circumstance of our problem. Injury, injury, injury. All right. Also, our offense, for example, we got a lot of great individual talent. Well, that individual talent hasn't had time to gel and be in sync because they haven't practiced together for more than 1 week, 2 weeks at a time.
Yep.
So, no, they're not going to be in sync like an offense that didn't have all its parts and all its pieces. Pass rush. All right, we've had limited pass rush. We're missing our top 3-4 pass rushes. Right? Yeah. That's cause and effect. So I want to ask them, what's your better solution? And just because you fire somebody, that don't make your new hire better than the person you just fired. Give people a chance to troubleshoot. Give people a chance to figure things out. Give people a chance to lay a foundation. Well, our foundation is this. We went to the NFC Championship. The next year we had a losing season. Let's see what the rest of the future got in store for us. Change ain't always good.
Yeah.
Amen.
I think the biggest, they obviously built up, DQ specifically builds up a ton of capital last year with the season they had. And every move they made worked. This year, seemingly the opposite is true.
Yeah.
I do not expect a change. I know others will try to.
That is what we wanted to get away from when this new ownership came in. And now people immediately want to go right back to it. The problem is this.
The same thing.
Like, I hope ownership and front office don't listen to those people.
Yeah, I don't think they'll feel that pressure.
That
I don't think
said-
they hear outside noise. I don't think that's how they live, and I think they understand continuity is the best thing that we can have right now. You want to try to keep everybody that helped us get that success that first year. Keep them, but you got to cross your T's and dot your I's. You might have to add something to the coaching staff or subtract something from the coaching staff. But I don't think changing the head man, I don't think that helped nobody.
Fred, thank you for the time, man.
All right,
Appreciate
brother,
you.
man.
Anytime, man. You know, B. Mitch, I'm gonna drop you out some gumbo for Christmas, man. 'cause I know you're tired of eating
Hey,
yours.
you probably would go pick up my gumbo, come back and drop it off and tell me it's yours.
Thank you, Fred.
All right, boy.
Anytime.
That's
That
Fred
boy is
Smoot.
crazy.
Now we're going to open these phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We'll take phones the remainder of the program. Blame Pies, Hot Seat, Jaden starting in New York. Let's go.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Very impressive effort for the Capitals again. They have a point streak now of 8 straight games after downing the Blue Jackets 2-0. Big goal for Jacob Chikrin.
Puck coming toward the blue line. Villiers here. There's a puck fired. They score! Jacob Chikrin, as a puck comes to him in a high slot, he rips it. Top right corner. 50 seconds into the second period.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Vikings beat the Commanders 31-0. Commanders coach Dan Quinn told reporters after the game that Zach Ertz is feared to have torn his ACL. Tonight's Monday night matchup features Philadelphia against the Chargers at 7 on Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
For a while, I may have to tweet this out. I was at the Minnesota airport very early this morning, and I went and got a Celsius and a bottle of water, and they were selling something in the Minnesota airport, a Pearson's salted nut roll. It's the original, and it has a creamy vanilla filling, vanilla nougat, pardon me, golden caramel, and a whole lot of peanuts. I sent a photo to the group chat, and apparently Jeff's very upset I didn't bring him back a nut roll. I'm sorry, Jeff. I mean that personally. We were about to go to Charlie at College Park when I arrived and needed to get some things off my chest. So we will start the phone calls. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. We'll let our boy Charles lead us off. Hello,
What up, Charlie?
Good afternoon, and thank you for that, JP. Brian, did you and Jeff in Lansfield check JP's blood pressure, man?
I was looking at him in his face. I think it went way up.
I'm not teasing you, JP. I know how you feel. The only thing I feel misery about, you and the junkies call it Misery Monday. The only thing I'm misery about is Zach Ertz getting hurt, and also the season's almost over. I live and die for this team, and I get a bad feeling when I know the season's coming to a close. The rest of football loses it for me. I'm down on college football. This is my team. I'm wearing burgundy and gold right now. I wore my Redskin jacket out to the store this morning. Doc Walker's talked about this on the post game yesterday, and I talked to you guys about it last year. He didn't use names, but as much as said, Cliff Kingsbury does not want to run the football. I said this to you before. I said it last year. He does not trust his running game. He does not trust his offensive line. If I had a blame pie, I give 60% to Cliff Kingsbury, and I give the other 40% to Dan because he didn't make him change. And Doc said as much as said that yesterday. Somebody's got to be a jerk, and he's not willing to be a jerk. But you know what? When you play, when you've been injured as much as they have, and your tight end goes down, and you're down on the 1.5 or 2 yard line, and you don't run the ball 4 times, you don't trust your running game. So if he wants to be a head coach somewhere, go be a head coach somewhere. Don't waste the talent that's here. I think he's got a brilliant mind, but his situational play calling, I've said before, is suspect. Thanks, guys.
All right, brother. Thanks, Charlie. Appreciate the call, bud. Yeah, man. If we're going to pinpoint a season low point, and we've watched them all, and maybe it was Seattle. Seattle was straight BTA from the break.
Yeah.
And then Jaden got hurt in that game. But yesterday, to not score from the 2 yard line with 3 plays, to not run it once with 3 plays, and then to give up subsequently a 98-yard touchdown drive, that might be the low one.
Yeah.
And then Jaden gets hurt again. Let's go. We got options, Brian. We got lots of options. Alton is in Richmond. What's up, Alton?
What's up, JP and B Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Like I told y'all once before, Adam Peters did not go into this with the state of common sense. Because if I'm a GM, furthermore, if my star player is sitting out and needs contract negotiations done, I will have it done before the season starts. Then number two, when my star receiver got hurt, I would also made a point of emphasis to go out and get another number one receiver. Don't get me wrong. Debo is fine and everything, but Debo is a gadget player. That's why Cliff loves him in the system. But the thing about it, though, you needed somebody else that could take all of the notice off of Debo and put it on that number one so it could leave Debo open. Ever since Adam Peters came there, he been doing backward stuff. He picked up KJ Jackson. KJ Jackson got knee injury. Why would you pick him up? Why would you go get him? It's like he just keep getting people to fill spots, but the people he was getting to fill the spots, we never heard of them, or they never played for teams that was having winning records or nothing like that. It was just like you were just fitting pieces there. And by you doing all that, you just put everybody behind the eight ball. Now when all your starters and everybody comes back, you're not capable now of doing nothing. J.J. McCarthy is literally garbage. I guarantee he's literally garbage. From what he's been showing me this evening, then you have him come, you go to his home and make him look like he's an all-star. And it was so bad yesterday, I turned the TV to the Ravens game.
Yesterday was bad, man.
And I've been a diehard fan for almost 46 years, man.
Wow.
And it's been, and the thing about it is that I go to these games and I see all this stuff that be going on. And my whole thing is, JP, and B, if I can see it sitting at a game watching it, or see it sitting there at home watching it, how come they can't see it and they the ones that coaching this stuff? You got rid of B-Rob. Oh, B-Rob's slow. Okay, you got rid of B-Rob, but then you got 3 more running backs and you don't even run them. You ran Rodriguez all the way down to the 1 yard line, then you saw.
That's tough, man. Thank you, Alton. Appreciate the call, bud. Yeah, man. Yesterday was a damaging loss, dude. And I thought the back padding from the Denver game got to be too much. And yesterday, Minnesota came out as the team with a lot more to prove, it seemed. And you saw them respond in a way Washington did not. And that's an organizational loss yesterday. And I think they built a strong organization, but I think the problems here are significant. You've lost 8 in a row. You're 3-10. This is significant examination required. Not like, tweak this, try that. Like last year, they were coming off the great season, and they tried to get bigger on both lines. It worked on the offensive line. It's largely worked. Defensive line, the injuries killed you. But last year, they tried to tweak a few things to make the run at Philly. This year requires a much more significant examination.
This requires an overhaul. And listen, it's a year removed, a year after what you were supposed to be doing. That's what they claimed they were doing. And they decided to go the other route. And I'm sure the majority of the people were cool with running for that. Didn't work. Now we got to start building this foundation once again.
Let's go to Kevin in Stafford. What's up, Kev?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
How you doing, man?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Dan Quinn make his name in the NFL as a defensive coordinator?
Yeah, in Seattle.
Okay, so the next thing I'm about to say, I don't try to sensationalize anything, but do you think his message is lost to the team?
I don't think so.
I have not thought that. Yesterday was the first time you wonder. What makes it so difficult to try to address that is the performance we saw Sunday night. Because if he had lost the team, I don't know that changes in a week, because Sunday night was their best performance of the season, at least since the LA game. I think I think the momentum started running away from them early when they didn't score at the goal line and then gave up a 98-yard drive. And then that building was electric and everything that could go wrong went wrong. I don't know, though. I think we'll learn a lot Sunday in New York.
I don't think he's lost. I don't think the
Um,
message is going stale. I don't think so.
In a way, you wish that was the case because then you have an answer for why yesterday's performance was so poor. Right? Like the best thing you can have in the NFL is clarity. Whether it's clarity that, this team is really good or, damn, this thing is terrible. We got to start over. They don't have the clarity right now because I don't think you can look at this and say it's a start over, fire everybody situation. I know I got people texting me that. I got people tweeting me that. I don't believe that's the case, but I don't know where the clarity comes from because you're not loaded with draft picks to get younger and faster, which is something I think they need to do. You do have a ton of cap space. You're going to have to pay Tunsil. You got some decisions to make with other players. Like, I don't know that there is a clear path on what needs to change, but you got to look at the results and recognize a lot needs to change. You know what, Landfill, just for you, quick break. If you're on hold, stay there. Jeff, answer these other calls coming in. We're going to take calls the remainder of the program. Chris Russell's here. I just saw him. Looks particularly insane. Nobody go anywhere.
That's every day.
JP Finley here, and I can't wait to get home to my house that is not in Minnesota and look at my beautiful garage door. If your garage door isn't working, needs maintenance, or you're ready to upgrade your home's look, do what I did. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. These guys can do it all. Maintenance, repairs, replacements, or a full new installation like I got. They know what they're doing, and they've been doing it for over 50 years in the DMV. Keeping garage doors running smooth for homeowners like me all over the area. Listen, if you've been putting off the repair or the replacement because you want to save some cash, now's the time to act and save big. You get a $0 appointment, okay? $0 trip and inspection fee on service calls right now. Plus, they'll give you a free estimate on a new garage door. While you're at it, you can ask about the Door Pro Advantage membership. That's the smart move for homeowners who want discounts and annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Trust me, upgrading your garage door doesn't just make your life easier. The MyQ app certainly makes your life easier, but it also adds serious value to your home. So if your garage door is due for a little TLC, are you ready for the big upgrade like I did? Level up and go with Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Or visit doorproamerica.com. Tell them JP Finley sent you. Chris Russell kind of loitering in the studio like a puppy looking for like a stray dog looking for a bowl of kibble. Jeff's out here fighting with P1, Richmond John. A lot going on in the world. Me and White Brian just trying to survive, man. Landfill's talking about salted nut rolls. I don't know what we're on, B.
It's the Commanders are causing everyone to go crazy, right?
It's crazy season. Rooster just told me, I asked Chris if he thought they should run the ball from the 2-yard line. He said, well, they did draw up 2 touchdowns. And I said, sir, they drew up 1 with Debo. That could have connected. The Coleman jumbo tackle
that was drawn up.
That was dead.
Yeah.
Minnesota was all over that.
Oh, yeah.
Chris, to that, said Jaden was late. The linebackers running step for step with him in the corner of the end zone. I think Jaden...
He does wear glasses, don't he?
Jaden missed some stuff yesterday, undoubtedly. Mm-hmm. Jaden was not performing at his highest level, undoubtedly. He didn't miss nothing on the Coleman jumbo.
No, not at all.
You can listen to Chris Russell show at 2 o'clock. Follow him on the internet at Jeff2Funny. Rod is in Leesburg. What's up, Rod?
What's going on, JP? Guys in the fishbowl and B. Mitch.
What up?
Thanks for taking the picture with me in North Carolina. Appreciate it.
Cool, brother.
I think everybody need to calm down. I know it's been bad, and I'm a season ticket holder. But they do listen to other outside noise because they brought the defensive coordinator down to the sideline. Then they sat him down. Then they started going under center on some plays because people on the outside have said that. I think that he needs to incorporate more of a pro-style offense that will help him develop more in the NFL because there's mainly pro-style offenses in the NFL. But I believe in the mindset and I believe in the direction. It's better than the last 30 years, I can tell you that.
All right, brother.
Appreciate the call, Rod.
Appreciate you.
Little
I think
little stability there from Rod.
I'm good with Rod on that type of stuff, but the NFL has been running college offenses for a long time. Most of the offenses in college are ran out the shotgun in more of a spread style offense. Tom Brady was running the spread when he was in the league. Peyton Manning ran the spread when he was in the league. I don't know why people immediately want to now say pro style. There's no such thing as pro style offense anymore. You're in the NFL, so that's the pro. But everybody runs more of a spread offense than anything right now. It starts in high school, college, and it's damn sure in the pros. Cliff brought his offense from Texas Tech. Well, Texas Tech, where he was. Most of these offenses are coming from college. It's not just, you don't line up under the center with a fullback and a running back like pro style used to be. That doesn't happen anymore.
I agree. Offensively, they got away from the run yesterday.
Yeah, basically it.
Undoubtedly. But, this offense has worked plenty when it's right. I don't think Jaden's right. I don't think they're running the ball enough with what – one thing that I never like, and this is not specific to any of the staff here right now. You see this throughout the NFL. The best coaches adapt to what they got, not try to make what they got adapt to their system. And maybe right now you need to change up how this thing looks. I don't know. I think there needs to be significant examination of everything going on. You lose 8 in a row and you're 3-10. That's required. I don't know exactly what that means, but I think including the offense, that's required at this point. The level of play, the lack of success requires that. Drew is in Forestville. What's up, Drew?
Hey, JP. Hey, B Mix. Love you guys.
What's up, man?
Thanks, dude.
Hey, look, I called last week. During the Denver game, it's like, man, and I said that it was good to see Chris Rodriguez get out the witness protection program. But my whole thing is, I got some questions. Who there don't like Chris Rodriguez? I mean, we on the what, 2-yard line? And you gonna throw the ball in the end zone 3 times? Something don't like Chris Rodriguez. What off? I'm gonna say this. What offensive coordinator don't like Chris Rodriguez? Is it personal?
I'm just going to jump in, Drew, because I think it's not personal. I mean, they are giving him the lion's share of the carries. He got the most carries yesterday. This staff clearly believes in a running back by committee, but I don't want to allow this to leak into a speculative area that I think is kind of nonsense. I don't think there's a personal problem.
But yeah, exactly, JP, that's what I'm saying. And then he don't get in the fourth quarter. What is going on here? He's clearly right now at this point. I love McNichols. I love Bill. But Rodriguez right now is your best running back in Rome. I mean, like I said, I played football. I got a championship ring. I know what offense looks like. I got some serious questions. Who over there don't like Chris? Is it personal?
It's not.
I just
he
don't
finished the
know
game
what
with the most carries. He has finished the game with the most carries for the last month, I would say. So, no, it's not personal to answer that. I don't know that. I think everybody likes him. The issue with not running more at the goal line, particularly, I hear you. Bill ran the ball well yesterday, too. Bill finished with a 4.6 YPC, and I think Bill did a better job yesterday of taking what was there than trying to bounce stuff.
Trying to bounce everything.
I'm going to sneak one more in here. My man Josh been on hold a while. Josh, what's up, dude?
Thank you. There's a Christmas. What's up, B Money? What's up, JP Skinny?
What's up, brother?
How y'all?
I'll take Skinny all day. I ain't feeling it.
So look, I know you. Look, man, what's the difference in Dan Quinn and Ron Rivera? You know, you're paid to put the best product on the field, right? Man, he's putting Jaden in harm's way. The kid, hey, why you want to bring him back? He's injured. You know what I mean? Anyway, besides all that, you had to be told almost 2 weeks ago to take over the defense for the guy to step down. You're a defensive coach. You're supposed to be knowing what's going on. Cliff Kingsbury, hey, his offense is elementary. My grandma can sit there and tell me what play they're going to run. She's 95. She could tell me the exact play they're about to run, and I'm shocked. So if she can do that, then anybody else could do that. We need to look. This is what our team would look like if we would have hired Dan Quinn first last year. You know what I mean? This is what we could have lived with that. That's what is expected. But we went to the NFC Championship last year, right? Dan Quinn wasn't even our first option. We was on a plane to Detroit when Ben Johnson said, nah, I'm good. I'm going somewhere else. I'll stay in Detroit. Now we got Dan Quinn. We didn't even really want him. So we need to figure out what's going on. We're going to a new stadium. We need to bring new stuff with us. We need to bring new wins, new everything. So, man, this guy, he got to go. I don't even care. Where else can you lose 8 games in the NFL and not get fired? Seriously. What is the difference in him and Ron Rivera? Got to go. They're both nice guys. Cool. Whatever. They changed the culture. Cool. You got to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Ron never changed the culture.
I agree with that. The brotherhood stuff is real within that locker room, but I get that it rings hollow to fans when you lose 8 in a row.
It rings hollow to
you
fans,
lose
but
31
Ron
to
picked
nothing.
his own players. Ron was the one doing all that. DQ's not picking his own players. And I think on top of it, we can go through all this, who we wanted first, this, that, and the other. Tell somebody to sign a damn dotted line. We don't know what the truth is with the whole Ben Johnson thing, this, that, and the other. We don't know if he was going to be asking for $14 million or whether they will offer him something less. So we can't just take the stories that we think are right and run with them. Point blank.
Quick break. Phones open the last hour. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Commanders now get ready for the Giants after the loss to Minnesota. Jaden Daniels returned, but was held to just 78 yards passing. They decided to take him out with the elbow late in the game. Sunday night matchup had the Texans beat the Chiefs 20-10. Tonight's Monday night matchup, Philly against the Chargers, 7 pregame show on Team 980. Alabama and Miami are your at-large teams in the college football playoff. Notre Dame is out, and they won't go to a bowl game. Appalachian State gets a chance instead. Virginia will take on Missouri in the Gator Bowl December 27th. James Madison gets it started against Oregon in the college football playoff. Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 2-0. Logan Thompson's 100th career victory. This December only score 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And through December 29th, get an additional 5% off Vitex windows. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
In a champagne supernova. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to the people watching on Monumental Sports Network. Shout out to the people on the stream. I've been chatting with the people on the stream. Some dude said I need to let people give their opinions. I do. The dude was incorrect, suggesting there's personal beef with C-Rod. That's the only thing I push back on.
But the thing about it, let's be real. Everybody don't get a right to give opinions if your opinions are completely off base.
Yeah.
You know, if there were a particular thing like that, I don't think it's anything against C-Rod. I just think it's a high belief in the way that he wants to run the system. You know, I've never seen people automatically not run people as soon as the second half comes. It just don't make no sense to me. But it's what they do.
Like, when people are going to, I do not believe Dan Quinn is getting fired. I saw him shake hands with the owner and the general manager yesterday. Like, but if people call in and that's their take, I'm not going to tell them they're incorrect for feeling that way because they've lost 8 in a row and got blanked yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, if you want regime change, you can make a legitimate argument right now. I don't think it's happening, but I'm not telling you that's incorrect. But the personal stuff, you don't want to allow silly rumors to become a thing. And I was trying.
And remember, it wasn't the same. It's the whole new regime right now.
Right.
And guess what? He's on the active roster. On the other regime, he was always on practice squad.
Right. These guys cut him too last year. But yeah,
but he's back. I'm just saying.
Right.
So
let's go to Nate in DC. Nate, what's up, man?
What up, y'all? Long time no talk to. All right, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. I was a little shocked to see how shocked everybody was that we went from 3-9 to 3-10. We weren't poised to be but so great. Our defense already showed too many holes. We played plug and play this whole time, and it showed. We had a lot of draft spots to fill in the beginning. We only had so many draft picks over the last 2 years. So we kind of knew some of these things were coming. So to see everybody so up in arms and like blood pressure all high, the thing that kind of bothers me, I guess I just wonder it a lot, is are we that kid that peaked too soon in high school? Like, are we Al Bundy of the NFL? Like, we had too much success too soon, so we kind of walked onto the field with just this mindset, like, yeah, we got this. And when we were humbled, each and every single time we got humbled, it was just like, maybe we don't have this. It's kind of.
I think
I'm not.
Listen. No. I'm keeping you on because I think this is a good call. I think you're saying they were 3-9. It shouldn't be a shock to go to 3-10. I think that's correct, but I think the manner in which they lost that game was the shocking part. It's not that they lost. You're 3-9. You can clearly lose to anybody. You lost to Miami 2 weeks ago.
Just the effort I saw was the problem to me.
In the second half, when they had the roughing on JJ and every tackle was getting broken, it was just like they're just like, man, bleep this, and that was shocking because it's 14-0 and you get the ball coming out of halftime. That's very much still a ball game. And then to your other point about, man, did they peak too high and let it get to them? I think maybe in the roster construction and how they ran training camp, like I think they were kind of feeling themselves coming into the game. But if we're talking about peaking and feeling themselves in mid-December when you're 3-9, that's a joke. And I don't think that's the case. But if that is the case, that is a freaking joke. Like, live in the moment, right? We're prisoners of the present. That's what Von Miller said. In the moment,
but
hell no, last year means nothing.
What happened last year probably did happen too soon. But hell, that's last year. Season almost over this year. Yeah.
Right.
And I think that's where so many people have so much angst. They're still looking at this team as the last year team. This is not the last year team. This is this year's team. And this year, they have not been anywhere close to last year to make us even still think they can be last year.
Yeah.
100%.
I want everybody just to don't get your blood pressure high. Like we gotta stay healthy for next season. Like we got some decent draft picks coming. It seems like at least draft spots.
All right.
Appreciate you, Nate.
Thanks for taking my call, y'all.
See you, man. We live in interesting times, Brian. Dave is in Raleigh, probably listening on the app. Dave, what's up?
What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys, I am listening on the app. Hey, I got a question for each of you fine gentlemen. JP, I'll start with you. I'm hoping that you would be willing to consider doing this with either Cliff and or Dan in your pressers this week. I would love to find out why they are so unwilling to go under center more often than they do. I think the Junkie said they're like one of the worst in the league, like maybe 7% of the time. That to me seems ridiculous. I would love to know if it's they don't think that Jaden can do it. They only did it like once or twice yesterday, and they were successful when they did. I just don't understand that. And then number two, Brian, for you, I think a couple weeks ago when Jaden got hurt, I think, if memory serves me correctly, you were not liking to the fact that maybe he's fragile. I'm wondering if you are maybe at least open to that possibility now.
No, I'm not open to the possibility now. I just think that football people get hurt. So I keep saying all the injuries I had, but nobody would say I was fragile. Nobody would say I was a person that was injury prone. Why? Because I played. And I think I grew up in a different era. I think today we run with all. My question about the being under center or not under center, what the hell does that do? Is it hurting somebody?
Yeah, the thought process is being under center sets up your play action a lot better. If you run out,
I believe the running. I think the running game will be a lot more effective there. But there are people that are running that thing. Pat Mahomes been to 5 Super Bowls, running from like exactly how Jaden is running the ball right now. So I mean, it could be done either way. But just because one group says it doesn't mean it's damn right.
Yeah, I'm just interested to find out why. It's not just for play action. I mean, that is obviously a big thing, but you have to go for time, right? I mean, it's a timing thing where maybe that keeps Jaden from scrambling so quick, where it's a timing thing, right? JP, I would just love it if I know you have a list of questions you ask these guys, but I've never heard anybody ask these guys that. I would just love to know why they don't do it. That's all. I'm not.
So I mean, not to get too in the weeds on
anything.
this. I can't remember who it was. Somebody asked Cliff about that 2 weeks ago, and he said,
"Oh yeah,
we use pistol and shotgun primarily because that's what Jaden prefers." And I think you could argue they need more under center snaps, line up a jumbo or 13 personnel. Like I get all that. I think last year none of this was a concern, right? Because the offense was moving the ball well. I think results, right. But like results versus process is always kind of the question. I'm a results guy, so I understand your question. But I think for Cliff, when he says it's what Jaden prefers and the timing, like I under center or shotgun, I don't think is going to impact Jaden's scrambling whatsoever. I think it's primarily driven to create play action opportunities. But I appreciate the call, Dave. I'll see you later. I was letting him reply. Hank is in Brandywine. Hank, what's up, dude?
Hey, buddy. Hey, I kind of agree with the fella Nate a couple calls ago that said, people was expecting too much. I was realistically thinking, hey, if we make the playoffs, everything went right last year. If we make the playoffs, maybe we can do something. Well, now, look, that seems even crazy that I thought that. But hey, the one shining light, guys, Snyder ain't around no more. So that's got to be the shining light. And I think, honestly, most of the roster and the coaching staff, I don't think they're going to go George Steinbrenner and get rid of Quinn yet. So, but everybody should be looking that they're playing for their jobs.
Agreed. And I think coaching for their jobs. And that doesn't just mean the head coach. That means everyone involved. I don't think there's significant change coming in these last 4 weeks. I don't read the rule that way. But I think you could be looking at an offseason with significant change.
Did our quarterbacks going to turn in RG3? Let's hope not. He is frail, but let's hope not. And I'm going to get out of here. But hey, I'm going to say one thing. About 6 months ago, I talked to Brian about who pissed him off the most. And he said, Warren Sapp spit on him. And I responded, and I come in with the S word. Y'all cut me off. Finley, you took the Lord's name in vain today, and you slid. I'm sorry you had a bad trip.
You can't say the S word, bro.
I know, but you said GD, Brian.
Yeah, but that's not saying the S word. You got to understand, we know the rules of this damn radio.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha, Brian.
Okay.
Hey, but he got to answer the Lord on that one. I'm just playing. Later.
Hank out here snitching. Relax.
Snitches get stitches.
Yo. I almost tweeted this out yesterday, and I held back because I didn't feel like dealing with it. I'm going to show Brian, and I'll show the YouTube, and I'll show the Monumental a picture. You know how, like, on your with an iPhone, maybe it's the same with a Samsung, but at least on my phone, pictures just randomly pop up. Like, remember this moment.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, just all the time you get random pictures that pop up. However bad things are right now, and it is bad, not sugarcoating anything. You've lost 8 in a row. You're 3-10. It's bad. This is a bad football team. There are real questions, roster construction, coaching, performance. Real questions. It's bad. Not sugarcoating. But this picture popped up on my phone yesterday.
Wow. Wow.
This picture, hopefully you guys can see it on the stream.
Wow.
Like, Brian, is that showing up on the stream? And then, Joey, tell me what camera you want me to point to show people this picture.
I think it's over here.
So for our listening audience, the picture that popped up on my phone yesterday was Ron Rivera on the left, wearing a very nice blazer, I would add. Tanya Snyder on the right, and Carson Wentz in the middle holding a Washington helmet. Wentz is wearing what looks to be like a burgundy and gold themed outfit, but the gold looks a lot more yellow. Kind of looks like
it
looked
like what Jim Zorn said.
Yeah. This is where we were 3 years ago, 4 years ago. What year was Carson? 21? Ron showed up in 20, right?
Carson was like that next year or 2 years later.
I think it was Fitz. No, first it was Alex, Dwayne, etc. 21 was Fitz. 22 was Carson.
21.
No, 22. 21 was Fitz.
Okay.
This was 3 years ago. So let's try to keep some level of perspective. Now, we're not letting anybody off the hook. There needs to be a real, thorough examination. What do you call it? There needs to be a colonoscopy of this team. We need a thorough investigation, a thorough examination. Drink the liquid, prepare the camera. You need to look at every angle of what the hell is going on this year. But this was only 3 years ago. George is on the line. Hello, George. How do you do?
JP, you wild, man. I ain't giving nobody no colonoscopy.
I'm not saying you need to. There's doctors for that.
Hey, hear me out, fellas. Great show. Hear me out. Let me finish this rant before y'all interrupt. RG3 2.0, and I'm going to tell you why. Both quarterbacks, first year, amazing. Second year, both quarterbacks fell off.
for whatever reason you want to call it. Injuries, staff, line, offense, defense. It doesn't matter. All right. Third reason, family members. RG3's dad involved. Got annoying. Couldn't stay out of people's ear in the locker room. You got Jaden Daniels' mom everywhere, miking her up on Hard Knocks, talking about how beautiful she is. It's all about her mom. Why can't these parents just leave them alone and let it be about the athlete?
What is it? No. What is his mom doing that has affected anything on that football team?
Who knows? I'm not in the locker room.
Well, I'm asking you a
Neither is
question.
she.
I'm asking you a question because you sound stupid saying that. Really, I don't think it's nowhere close. It's nowhere close to where Robert's dad was. Robert's dad was inside the building.
I wasn't in there either, so I don't know. I'm just
I'm telling you because I know a lot of. I'm around. Robert dad was in the locker room. Robert dad was saying stuff. His mama is handling all of his business. She handles. So you gonna see her.
Limelight. Stay on the limelight.
No. The problem. She not trying to be in limelight. The camera's calling her. Listen, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm gonna say it. It affects the hell out of me when I see a black parent trying to be in their kid's life, and people always got a damn problem with it. When the white parent in the kid's life, they don't say a damn word. Let's stop that BS, man.
You can be in somebody's life without being so blatant.
What is she doing that's blatant? I don't see anything she does that's blatant. I hear this crap all the time.
Can I ask a question, George?
Yeah.
I know Regina. She's a very pleasant woman. Last year, when Jaden lit the league on fire, she was on the sideline of the field before every game. Jaden would come, give her a kiss, say hello, she would wish him luck. She was wearing the Jaden jackets and stuff. I don't think it made any impact last year. I don't think it makes any impact this year. I don't think
it's a narrative that someone started.
It's just the things we see. Beginning of the season, he looked off before he got injured.
So what does that have to do with his mama though? That's what I'm talking. I don't get that.
But I'm giving you all three reasons that I see personally. I'm giving you all three. It's not what you see, Brian. It's what I'm telling you.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say, you say they had great years and then they fell off the next year. Dude, it's a lot more that go into that than you see.
They both can't stay healthy. Fact. I mean, it's just the facts that line up. It's just things that line up in my eyes. We're all entitled to our own opinion. I think we need to draft a quarterback, not number one, not number two, not the second round, maybe the sixth round. But we need a quarterback. Everybody's job is on the line. Nobody's job is safe.
I can understand that point, but that narrative of trying to make his mom into a problem, that don't make much sense to me.
Thanks for the call,
George.
George.
Be a problem. It might not. All right. See you guys.
I mean, everybody has an opinion. I can say that opinion to me is stupid. That's my opinion. So I understand fans all have an opinion until you want to say something to them. I think that's a dumbass opinion.
I don't think Regina's involvement is an issue. And I know how different it was with Robert's family because they had a direct line to ownership. And not to suggest that Regina doesn't have a direct line to ownership. But
I don't think I think it's nothing close to what the hell that was.
The Griffins wanted input, like Robert Griffin Jr. wanted input on personnel.
Yes,
and probably
got the office that they were running.
Like that is not what's happening with Regina, and I think it is important to delineate that in a significant manner.
Yeah.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Browns coach Kevin Stefanski makes it official. Shedeur Sanders will be the QB1 for the rest of the season for Cleveland. Nikki Javala noting that Jaden Daniels is on schedule for his weekly media availability on Wednesday. That is a good sign that he would play against the Giants after the loss to the Vikings yesterday when he was replaced because of the elbow late in the 31-0 loss. Alabama and Miami are the at-large teams ahead of Notre Dame in the college football playoff. Notre Dame will not go to a bowl. The CFP starts with James Madison against Oregon. Capitals shut out the Blue Jackets 2-0 with Jacob Chikrin and Alexei Protas with goals. Caps' point streak now reaches 8 games. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Landfill. I see what you're doing. You see what Landfill's doing? B? Woo! Landfill just
Never meant to
silent
make you
pot
talk
stir.
about.
Yes,
I
Jeffrey.
apologize if you done.
Jeff out here is trying to relax, Jeff. Relax. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to the YouTube streamers. Shout out to the Monumental Dreamers. The B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll question of the day. Kind of wish I had a $50 Paisanos gift card right now. I could smash some pizza, Brian. I did have some sea bass last night, though.
I saw that.
Shout out to Toki Altizer. Thank you, buddy. I needed some caffeine. It's gonna be a heavy caffeine day today. So Toby went and got me a Diet Coke. Thank you, Toby. Hope you got yourself something too, sweetheart. The B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll question of the day. B. I think this is a reasonable question, man. You lose 8 in a row, your seat should get warm. Landfill asks, should Dan Quinn be on the hot seat? Simple question. Only 2 answers, yes or no. Of course, the AAA poll question of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/commanders. You think he should be on the hot seat, B?
I don't know. I just think based off of last year and how many injuries they had this year, I can't see it. And then again, me watching, I'm just like you. I see stuff that you see, so I don't think he is. So it's kind of hard for me to sit up here and give you a yay or nay.
I don't think he is either. I think you got to have some real questions, though.
Yeah.
I think
you can have questions, but I just think, listen to me, Jay. I fight more than most people to not get into the mindset of what today is. People can be 100% on your side today and 100% against you tomorrow because of one little thing you may do. And I have always tried to fight that because that's what society has become. Society has become where you can be doing something good, and then you know what? You can get a certain right. If you get the right person behind you, you got all the people supporting you. You do something negative or bad, and it's just minor, and you get the wrong person on your other side, then everybody's against you. People, this is how they live their lives, like a roller coaster.
Yeah.
That's not healthy. That's not what life is really about. I can be good with you today and you do something wrong tomorrow. We still cool. I'm disappointed in what you did, but I'm still cool with you. So I don't completely change my whole feelings about stuff. But I notice that's what people do, and that's what people want. And if you don't do it with them, then they get a little pissed at it. So no, I see stuff a little differently. Fortunately, say it like that, not unfortunately, fortunately.
For historic reference, Dan Quinn took over in Atlanta in 2015. team went 8-8.
Mhm.
2016, they went 11-5, went to the Super Bowl, held a 28-3 lead in that Super Bowl, lost that Super Bowl. Following year, now he lost a ton of staff after that Super Bowl, basically his entire offensive staff.
Mhm.
The following year, they went 10-6, lost in the divisional round. After that, it was 7-9, 7-9, and then in 2020, after starting 0-5, Arthur Blank fired Dan Quinn in season. That is the better part of 6 seasons for DQ in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
So I think when you talk hot seat right now, I think because if last year was his first year here and they went 8-9, and it was, all right, we just got here, we're building our program, and then this year you come out and take 10 steps backwards, as he said yesterday, I think it's a very different conversation.
Yeah.
I think because of the equity built up last year, they're going to get some runway.
Yeah.
Landfill, where are you? It's your poll question. Where do you land on that thing?
I think I'm okay with Dan Quinn coming back, but I mean, it's been pretty brutal. I guess I wouldn't be upset if they decided they wanted to go a different direction. I think as recently as a couple weeks ago, I would have thought that was ridiculous, but they're just non-competitive, and it's hard to it's just hard to kind of believe that this team can turn it around. They're going to have to make enormous changes in the offseason, like massive ones. And if they decide that they want to go with the new coach, I'm not going to be upset about it.
I don't think they will. I think DQ is back. I very much think that. But I also think, what happens if you lose out? What happens if this thing gets to 3-14 and you finish the year going a 12-game losing streak? I don't know. That storm might get too big.
I
But
really
not there
believe.
yet,
I
right?
really believe if they are even thinking that mindset, they would be at this point right now thinking that. I don't think we're losing 1 or 2 more games is going to make you want to get rid of a person even more. If you want to get rid of them, you're ready to get rid of them at this point.
I mean, to that point, I think one of the most damning things, I think in the last 6 weeks, DQ has said some things that are going to haunt him a bit. I think after the Seattle loss, when he left Jaden out there, Jaden gets hurt. He said, yeah, that was going to be his last drive. If you knew that was going to be his last drive, just pull him anyway, because you're already acknowledging the game is over. And then 2, it looked really cool in the moment on Hard Knocks when he told the team after the Denver game, we lost, but we're not lost anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So you feel you found your sense, your play style, your sense of direction, and then you come out the following week and get blanked.
Yeah, I understand that, but I really
That's
think
a tough dichotomy.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's something that Josh Harris is going to be sitting there worried about. I think that's what we worry about because we read social media crap, and that's going to be the stuff that can be blasting in front of our face. I don't think an owner of a team is really looking at that crap. He don't care about that. He's worried about how you going to get this thing back to where it was last year. That's the only thing he's worried about.
We have packed phone lines here. PJ's in Reston. PJ's usually a good call. What's up, PJ?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. First of all, I want to say that I agree with Brian completely. No disrespect to the guy that was calling in complaining about Jaden's mom, but Jaden's mom has nothing to do at all with what's going on the football field. It's just low-hanging fruit that people see his mom with him at a basketball game or something. They think she's like all up in his life. I think his mom is all up in his life when it comes to dating women, making sure there's good women around him, things like that. But she's doing nothing at all except being a loving mom. So people got to stop kind of putting her name there like that.
I agree.
And my thing is this.
Yo, PJ, real quick, can you answer one question for me? Because I think the entire discussion surrounding Jaden's mom is asinine. Did Regina miss any tackles yesterday?
Exactly. She did not miss any tackles at all.
Like, what are we talking about?
And then my thing with the game is this. I can stomach the fact that we lost the game and we got blown out bad. I'm a big fan of Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, but the thing that really raised my eyebrows yesterday was the play when Jaden throws an interception and the guy knocks him down. The guy didn't like land on him and throw him down. The guy, I don't want to say gently, but the guy just kind of pushed him down. And when Jaden's on his elbow like that, with no weight on, without having another player's weight on him, and his would hurt that bad, that tells me that he was not healthy from the get-go. I had no problem with Jaden coming back, get him healthy, come back. But what they did is they brought him back at least a week early before his elbow was not healthy. I don't know if that was more of a Dan Quinn or Adam Peters or other people in the office are combined, but that to me was troublesome. I don't want to say put Dan Quinn on the hot seat, but it really makes you question their judgment, because the one thing, you can lose 80-0. What you can lose the rest of the games this year. The one asset you got to protect is Jaden, and that makes me question their decision-making process, because this guy was not healthy. Why is he coming back not healthy? If he can put on like 7-8 pounds of muscle next year, not 20 like some people saying, because that's not feasible, unless you're on steroids or something. But if he can put on 7 or 8 pounds of muscle, he'll be fine next year.
I think he added weight this offseason. I think some of it, he's a young man. I can tell you, as a man who is not young anymore, you continue to add weight as you age. Thank you for the call, PJ.
Yeah,
Appreciate you.
Well, PJ said 7 to 8, 10 pounds possibly. Yes. I saw somebody say, if he can't add 20 to 30 pounds of muscle, then he shouldn't be worried about coming back. Nobody going to add 20, 30 pounds of muscle. And bro, he say add 20, 30 pounds of muscle and still keep the same speed and agility you have right now. Stop saying stupid stuff.
What do you think to that? Because me and Tischler had a discussion about that yesterday on Beltway Football. Like, was Jaden 100%? No. I bet nobody on that field in week 14 was 100%.
I've already had that discussion many a times.
I think he was healthy enough to play.
Yeah.
And that's what you got to do. And if things go correct, Jaden's the quarterback for 15 years here.
Mm-hmm.
He has to learn to play beat up.
Yeah.
You know what players look to? The quarterback to show how tough they are.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterbacks play through all sorts of stuff.
Brett Favre was loved by all of his teammates. Why?
He played through everything.
He did stuff that normal quarterbacks won't do. Point blank.
So we can talk about Jaden needs development, needs the reps, whatever. He's also got to show the locker room, I'm going.
Yeah.
I'm playing.
But
I think the notion that he wasn't healthy enough to play yesterday and they made a mistake, I think that is incorrect.
Yeah, Jaden could go put on 10 pounds of muscle right now and look exactly the same next year. Muscle is not going to make you look much bigger. Gaining a little fat might make you look like you're a little bigger, but he'll put 10 pounds of muscle on and still be a sleek guy. He's never going to be a bulky guy. That's not his body build. But you can add a little bit more to yourself. Like, I remember being in Philly, and they had us in this little egg, and they tell you your body fat composition. And mine was 7.8. And I started remembering back when Monty, low body fat, Michael Westbrook, 3.4%. I noticed that those guys were banging up a good bit. So I told him, I asked the coach in Philly, I said, should I get that thing closer to 10? He said, why? And I told him what my analogy was, and he said, you know what? Makes a little sense. So I got closer to 10%. And I had muscle, but I had a little cushion to help me out. I think you need it.
A little cushion for the pushing. That's what Jeff likes. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part of the Ruud system, it's whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind knowing that your house is going to be exactly where you want it to be. You get efficiency even in extreme conditions, comfort and performance perfectly balanced. You get the precise temperature control because they control the humidity. And perhaps most importantly, especially in these holiday times where it seems like all money does is go out the door, a new Ruud system could save you some cash. You could qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right. Shout out to Kurt Cobain. You know what I love, Landfill, is we have an open door policy here on the B. Mitchell Finley program. We leave the door open. And then at the time in between shows, it gets loud out there in the bullpen. And that's fine. We do the same thing in the mornings when we're waiting to get in here for the Junks. Frankly, it was a little easier when we were in the prison cell studio because we could just go in there and then we're not interfering.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny. You get Stallion out there screaming about Notre Dame. People are walking around doing other screaming. Shout out to our guy, Jeff, who walks out during our program to go add to the loudness in the hallway and distract us. Shout out to Jeff. Appreciate you, Jeffrey.
I appreciate you.
Just owning it. We got a ton of calls. I'll try to go speed round here. Keith's in Maryland. Hello, Keith.
Hey, fellas. Good afternoon.
What's
up, buddy?
Hey, man. I can say one thing, that this organization, and that's what it is, the organization. It don't have nothing to do with the players and the coaches. I've been watching this team for a long time. And every couple years, we get one good season. Now, Jaden Daniels took us to a championship game, which we ain't been to in a long time. We don't even have, in the last 10, 15 years, a couple of players that made the Ring of Honor. We just basically got to find out what this dark cloud we got over this team, whereas though everybody is getting injured. Like Zach Ertz yesterday, playing a meaningful game, get injured. Jaden trying to make a tackle, he get injured. Now, what if he wouldn't went out there and try to make a tackle? People would have said he quit on the team. At least he's trying. I give the kid utmost respect that he's out there trying. Leave his mother and his family out of this. This is an entertainment sport. What is wrong with these people where you involving people's family in an entertainment sport? We need to come up off that, enjoy the team for what it is, and let's back this kid and just hope the coaches in this organization get players around him that want to play like him. Because this kid out there trying to win games on his own, and we see it. But I hope he try to keep himself healthy and all that negative stuff. If you don't have nothing positive to say about this man and his family, just don't say nothing. And y'all have a good day.
Appreciate you,
Thanks
brother.
for the call, Keith. I'll try to sneak one more in here. Jai is in Detroit. What's up, Jai?
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me?
What's up, brother?
Hey, good to hear from you guys. I'll keep it short and sweet. Everybody's had someone in their life where they were good for a moment, maybe a year or two, and then you come to find out years 3, 4, 5, they might not have been best for your life. I have to ask you guys and to the community out there, do we feel like, our head coach and our OC and DC, they were the men for the moment in 2024, but are these the guys that are going to lead us to a legacy, lead us to a franchise, back to a heyday that my dad talked about from the times from the 80s and 90s where this Washington was a football town? I'm up in Detroit right now, but I was born and raised in DC. That's my pride and joy, but I'm thinking that. I'm wondering what you guys are thinking. Are these the men for the moment? Is this the leadership we need for the moment in the future, or were they just good for 2024?
It's a fair question.
I say fair question, and I probably would say that 33%, 33 and 1/3% of that group may end up being that for the future. But I think one guy, I think Cliff is going to be going towards a head coach job somewhere rather soon. So no, he won't be there. I think the stuff with Joe, how it went this year, that's going to probably be something that if he were to come and start doing something later, yes. But right now, no. But I think Dan could be around, to be totally honest with you.
If we lose out, you think these are the men for the moment still?
Let's see if they do.
We'll see what happens. I mean, I just think if they decide so let me ask you, we're going to do hypotheticals. What if they were to lose out and they kept him and he come out next year and they win 10, 11 games?
Then I'll shut up.
That's what I'm saying. So if you gonna be waiting to see, then so you gotta let the whatever they gonna do, let them do it, and then we'll figure it out. But I don't think any one of us know automatically what's gonna happen.
I think, Jai, thanks for the call, dude. We got a boogie here. It's a fair question. We've entered fair. All questions are reasonable here because you lose 8 in a row and you're 3-10. It's time to ask real questions, and ideally, that's what's going on inside the building, not just here on Sports Talk Radio. Let's make some bets, Landfill.
Gather around, gather around.
New week, new me. B's on fire.
Yeah, I won last week, so I'm gonna put my bet in first.
You didn't win last week.
B's
fool.
won
I
like 3 weeks in a row.
What are you talking about, Jeff?
Hey, I'm just stirring up the pot. I literally looked at.
I know you would like to beat me, but you're not.
But Chargers tonight. Bleep you EAGLES.
J Dogs forever. Chargers tonight. Give me the points.
I'm also
What's the
taking the
point?
Chargers.
What's the points?
2 and a hook.
Where are you playing?
LA.
Give me the money line.
Jeff, can I tell you how dumb it is to take the money line?
Look,
In this betting.
Look, you always say that, but that just be my confidence level since we not putting money on this. It's just I'm confident they're gonna be. It's not gonna be close. They are going to beat them straight up.
Oh, Lord.
Yo, have you looked at some of the advanced stats for Hurts's performances last month?
No.
Bad.
And ain't he healthy?
White Brian, what do you got?
Eagles.
Ooh.
I'm with White Brian tonight. And then I'm going to take give me the Timberwolves, -8.5.
T-Wolves laying a 8 and a hook. All right, so B's laying a combined 10 and a half, 11 points tonight. Right? 8.5, 2.5, 11.
That's on 11.
Shout out to 11 in Miami. That's a spot. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Fred Smoot for joining us. Thank you to all the calls. No thank you to an unnamed airline. Thank you to B for holding it down until I got here. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I think the boys are still in Minnesota. So
They are.
Enjoy that. Stallion's very mad about Notre Dame. Good luck to him. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
This update brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn will speak in about an hour and a half, and he likely will have an update on tight end Zach Ertz. So he says he's feared to have a torn ACL in the loss to the Vikings. Sunday night matchup had Texans beating the Chiefs 20-10. Philadelphia and the LA Chargers tonight at 7 on Team 980. Alabama and Miami are your at-large teams ahead of Notre Dame in the 12-team college football playoff. Tulane and James Madison also made it in. Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas Tech all have byes. Notre Dame has declined to play in a bowl, so Appalachian State gets a chance. Virginia takes on Missouri in the Gator Bowl December 27th. Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 2-0, Logan Thompson's 100th career victory. When your system's under pressure and about to get sacked, call Foley Mechanical, the pros for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. We are in overcast, frigid, windy, snowy Minneapolis. Coming your way live for the next 4.5 hours. We will take you all the way up to 6:30. You can listen to us all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7. Of course, coast to coast, wherever you're traveling today with the free and available Odyssey app. And you can watch us streaming on video, high definition, on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Jay Gruden is on the show today at 3 o'clock. The former head coach here in D.C. has watched the tape for us. We'll get his breakdown of the Commanders and the Vikings. We've got Capitals tickets for a listener to their December 20th game with the Red Wings. We're giving those away ahead of the Blitz in 2 hours at 4 o'clock. And we'll talk to Adam Amin, who called the game yesterday with Drew Brees on Fox at 5 o'clock. Want to get his breakdown of what he saw at U.S. Bank Field yesterday. What a beautiful stadium. What an ugly performance. Danny, the losing streak has reached 8. Oof. And in really tough, embarrassing fashion. That was a good old-fashioned beatdown at the hands of a 4-8 Minnesota Vikings operation. Came in terrible offensively.
They sure did.
With the worst starting quarterback in the league. You wouldn't have known it. J.J. McCarthy got right. The Vikings got fat on Washington and blew them out by 31.
Was that Fran Tarkington moving around the way that he was, scrambling and dropping dimes on this ridiculously terrible team? I would let everyone know today, everyone, you could be fired for this. Whether I do or not, it depends on my mood in the next 20, 30 minutes. Pack your stuff just in case. Stand outside in the cold, just so you realize what could happen. I'm well within my rights. If I'm Josh Harris, Marjorie Harris, by the way, was super nice yesterday, giving hats to people and saying we'll be better. And you know, because we were at the game, by the way, we're here.
Yeah, after the game, to just give you the backstory on what Danny's talking about, for the few and far between Commanders fans that waited around till the very, very end, not just beyond the final whistle, but 15, 20 minutes after the game.
Yeah, just to bask in it.
We're still just sitting there waiting so we can get an Uber later and, you know, just kind of staring around at wondering what just happened and where that anvil had come from that just hit us. The owner's wife, Marjorie, comes out and starts passing out hats to people in the lower bowl wearing Commanders gear, which was a nice gesture. Doesn't put the Triscuit crackers in your stomach,
no.
But 31-0 was the final score.
Yeah,
so
she's very friendly.
The least they could do is pass out a couple of hats.
That's what I would do if I was the Harris's or Rails's and everybody would get together. I would say, hey, everybody come here. Here's the deal. Let's go to one of these crappy conference rooms we had at the stupid facility that needs major upgrades. Probably to be detonated, to be honest with you. We could start over so it's up to speed with maybe some of the Division I facilities these guys have come from. And I would say everyone could be fired today. No one's immune. Everybody sucks. You've all failed in a way that's so epic and so colossal, no one should feel comfortable. I'm not going to, I don't think, but I want you to all know that I could. That's everybody. That's Adam Peters. That's Lance Newmark. That's people that hold the door for you when you walk in. That's the receptionist. That's training staff. Everybody failed so mightily. The team that's going to pick first or second in the draft doesn't have streaks like this. I understand the losing. You can lose games. Uncompetitive. No one loses 5 games by more than 21, 22 points. A 31-0 drubbing. The only team shut out yesterday. everybody's more competitive than you are. I don't know if you're lost and found again, but maybe they got dropped off at the lost and found. Maybe DQ post game had a new let's try to find ourselves, or another cliche for it. Everyone should be so embarrassed and so ashamed. I feel terrible for fans that paid money, bought tickets, plane tickets, hotels, traveled across the nation to deal with sub-zero temperatures, like Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat, shooting ice at you so you're frozen and he could punchify your face. Thousands of dollars to be punted in the giblets by a garbage team. Minnesota sucks. Make no mistake about it. They're all laughing and joking like, I can't believe we got a couple first downs here on this first drive. Our offense has been terrible for, I don't know, the whole season. Woodshed dominant. Everyone should be so ashamed. No positives. Anyone who says anything other than what I'm saying, smack yourself in the face and go take a bath in the freezing cold. Back to you.
It was a shameful performance by a really, really, really bad team. And we will talk in our 5 o'clock hour today coming up. We'll take calls on how hot the seat should be for Dan Quinn, how much Adam Peters in the front office should have to answer for, and what kind of trouble as a regime we should be talking about. My philosophy has been and is that they got to get out of jail free card for this season based on last year.
They're testing that, aren't they?
They are. Last year was not just good or great. It was historical. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was, frankly, the further away we get from it, the more wild and hard to fathom that it actually happened that it was. But they went to Detroit. We all saw it, and they won a playoff game. They whooped them. They went to Tampa Bay. We all saw it, and they beat them. And they got to the NFC Championship game. So when you do that in year one, and they were feeling themselves, you could see it all offseason, how they practiced at camp and how they went about who played and who didn't in the preseason, and just generally how they conducted themselves. All offseason screamed, we've arrived, we're really good, told you guys, you didn't know, we did. That's fine. They have been as bad this year as they were good last year. As amazing beyond words as last year was, this is that bad. And I guess that's what I want to drill down on it. I think what you just said is true. What is happening is absolutely fireable. I'm not firing people. And I mean Peters, I mean Quinn.
Right.
Like, these guys are safe into next season. But I will say for Dan Quinn, you have used the get out of jail free card, my friend.
Yeah.
It should have lasted you 2 or 3 seasons. It lasted you 1. Because that is the big picture point I've got today. This is not just a losing team that's dropped 8 in a row, that's dropped 9 of 10, that has lost 10 of 12. So hard to do in the league, by the way. This is a team that routinely gets blown out and embarrassed and demolished. The whole league is designed to prohibit teams from getting blown out, to prohibit teams from losing 8 in a row. It's hard to do. And they have made it look not that hard. I had someone today who said, I'm tired of you saying basically that it's hard to lose 8 in a row. All you have to do is stop trying. Of course you can lose 8 in a row. So I ran some of the numbers on this, Danny. 22 teams since the 2016 season, the last 10 football years. 22 have lost 8 straight games. That's it. That is 6% of the team seasons that have happened. So it is very, very hard to lose 8 in a row in a season. It happens 6% of the time. The Commanders are the only of those 22 teams over the last decade to have an 8 or more game losing streak where at least 5 of those losses are by 21 points. Yesterday was 31, by the way. Danny, no other team in the last decade has had this happen. 320 football seasons, meaning Washington is having a year that has happened 0.3% of the time. Again, I say, this is not just bad. This is really, really bad. And the last point I'll make is there has not been a team to check these boxes. 8 straight losses, 5 by 21 or more during the skid since the 2013 Houston Texans, who lost their final 14 games of the year and went 2-14. Meaning it's been 13 football seasons since anybody's done this. 416 seasons of football for all 32 of those teams. This season has happened less than 0.5% of the time, 0.48% of the time. So miss me with, well, it's an injury here, it's an injury there. The story all week was how healthy their offense finally was. Everybody but Austin Eckler. And along the way, you lose Jaden Daniels again because he played 3 straight games where he's gotten hurt and left the game. And you lost Zach Ertz again, In his case, first time, and I feel awful about that, by the way. We'll talk about him. Future Hall of Famer, maybe his final game. Awful hit, just gross.
Right, it was literally right in front of us.
It was.
Horrendous.
But you lose those guys as the game goes on.
Yep.
Because it's a game they played in this season, so of course they're going to suffer some serious injuries.
That's right.
Having said that, Danny, what was the talking point all week? The offense. We finally get to see it.
Now we'll get to see it.
And this is what I was so excited about. You're going up against the number 7 defense in the league. Blitz happy. You got a quarterback who's got the lowest completion percentage in the NFL going into the game against the blitz. He needs those reps, needs that work. Let's do this. They got shut out with the entire group intact. When they were on the field, they didn't score a point. Yesterday was bad, man. Yesterday should be very, very revealing. Anything you want to say on a day like today, you get to.
Yeah.
Fan short for fanatical. You want to pop off. You want to go crazy. You want to hot take it. They have allowed you to do that with how they have performed. Because losing in this league happens. Losing like this happens a couple % of the time.
The New Orleans Saints are terrible. They won yesterday. The Tennessee Titans are an embarrassment. They won yesterday. The Jets are still an embarrassment and they lost. But you see my point.
They won last week.
They have played more competitive football more often than this garbage team.
They won last week.
There are a thorough, self-reflective evaluation must happen. Part of me is grateful for this, honestly. I was so worried about an empty calorie win here or there where they'd eke out a win against some terrible team and see, that's who we really are. See, it was just the injuries. It's not. That can never, ever be uttered. That they have lost that privilege to say anything other than my approach failed, my rah-rah, sis-boom-bah, cliched-filled nonsense failed, my give every veteran every day off failed, my entire team build with nothing but old veterans that were slow and unathletic and can't keep up failed, my scheme on offense failed, my scheme on defense failed, my approach with this player, that player, regressions all over the board. Everything that they did failed to an astounding degree that there's no hiding. So part of me is grateful for it because there's no excuses now. I don't care how they played the last 4 games. This is enough to put the nail in the coffin, NBA Jam style. What an absolute embarrassment this all is.
They are underdogs going into their game with the Giants.
Rightfully so, by the way.
I agree. New York's got Jackson Dart and some athletes that are playing good ball on both sides of the ball. Now, could they win this coming week? Very possibly.
Could, yeah.
It's a pick 'em game in the Meadowlands. But here's my point. If they don't win that game, and I just picked them to beat Minnesota because I'm a stupid idiot, and they lost by 31, by the way. I don't know if you guys watched the game. They got shut out.
1 point.
So the game started right around 25 hours ago, and they're still trying to score their first point.
Now, Deebo Samuel catches that ball in the end zone. They have points there. They're still not winning.
Well, yesterday we're leaving the game, and the way this town works, other than being really cold and snowy and windy,
it's no joke.
And everyone being super nice.
Yeah.
The wind chill today, I just looked it up, is 1 degree. I don't know if that works for you.
It's almost an insult that it actually registers positive.
I'd like it to be negative.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they have these skyways that allow you to walk all over the city. Now, they take you away from where you want to go at times, and you go through weird office buildings, and it's not like direct. So you do a lot more walking. But we walked for like 90 minutes after the game yesterday to get back to our hotel, roughly. And at one point, I look over to Danny, and I go, this didn't really feel like a 31-0 game. And Danny looked at me like exasperated. He's like, what are you talking about?
What do you think it felt
He said,
like?
what did it feel like? I said, felt more like 31-7.
Which is a quality bet.
It did.
It's a good bet.
I mean, they had a 95-yard drive to start the game. First down, second down, third down, fourth down. Right.
Like, hey, we're in for it, man. The Minnesota went down and scored. Washington had an answer. This is a ball game. This is going to be a fight.
The reason, though, that you go for that, which was 1,000% correct.
Sure.
In addition to the fact that nothing matters because you're 3-9 and terrible.
Nothing else matters.
Is that if you don't get it, the opponent takes over the football with a quarterback who stinks and an offense that isn't good at their own 2-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
And now in a loud indoor building, even at home when the crowd is being quieted down, they're in the shadow of their own goalpost and bad things can happen. Maybe one of the defensive tackles you pay $15 or more million gets into the backfield and hits the quarterback. Or maybe, God forbid, you get a pressure and he throws the ball into somebody's chest and you get a pick and you're 18 yards from the end zone. Or maybe. Nothing great happens, but you just, after a first down or two, force them to punt. You still get the ball back at your 35 or something. Here's what happened instead.
You'll never guess what happened instead.
The first drive like this in the league this year, 19 plays, 98 yards for more than 12 minutes of being on the field with, I believe, 5, but at least 4 third down conversions along the way.
Oh, sure.
What a completely inept defensive series that was. Right after, you couldn't throw the touchdown to your offensive tackle eligible, and they didn't score on 3rd or 4th down. We can get into the play calling if you want to. I know everyone's beating up Cliff for that. Brandon Coleman's wide-ass open. Go back and watch the play. Play works. Tackle eligible's wide open. Jaden's rolling left. Decides not to throw. He wanted to wait until the throw got more complicated, I guess. Go back and watch it. Yell at me if you want to. It is wide open for about a second and a half. And then he's like, nah, I don't like it yet. We'll wait till the guy's draped over my lineman, then I'll throw it out of the back of the end zone. So that doesn't work on 2nd down. Then on 3rd down, well covered, throws it out of the back of the end zone correctly. 4th down, puts it exactly where it needs to be. Small window throw into the hands of the $20 million man, Deebo Samuel. And he was kind enough to put it right on the carpet.
Get off my hands, football. I hate you.
Was that the same end zone? I think it was, where we were scoring touchdowns the day before on our tour.
It was.
We went on a tour of the stadium, which maybe we'll talk about today. Maybe we'll have to wait till tomorrow because the game was so terrible and you guys are going to want to spit fire, I'm sure, like we do. But we played a little like 4-on-4 football in that end zone, and we were dropping dimes and making plays. Kirk Chains to Justin Jefferson circa 2023 or whatever. I don't remember anyone having to drop that bad in the back of the end zone, but it happened yesterday.
It happened yesterday to the professional.
It did.
I'll tell you that.
19 plays, 98 yards. God, what a terrible game. What an awesome stadium.
I'd like to hear more about Dan Quinn calling plays and the improvement of the defense. Anybody have anything on that today?
What a great trip. Other than the game.
Yeah, we saw a Timberwolves game. That was electric.
Yeah.
That was a blast.
Our guys, Kandori and Murata, put on a clinic.
As usual.
But then the game happened.
That part's not their fault, though.
They don't get
They did everything but.
Yeah.
You lead the horse to water, and then the horse got its ass whooped 31-0 by a garbage team.
You guys want a private tour of the stadium by the same designers and architects that are building yours so you get all the details on how they think about building a stadium? Sure, we want that. You guys want to go to the Timberwolves game and see a game come down to the wire?
Yes.
You want to see James Harden draw like 6 fouls that aren't real fouls and go to the line 41 times?
Yes.
We want to see that. Yeah, no doubt. Want to go to the football game on Sunday? Of course.
Yeah.
Want to sit in the Polaris Club with the best seats you've ever had for a football game? Sure.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
We'll do that.
31-0.
31.
You don't get to see your team score a point if you sign up for all that.
And I thought they were going to get one of those points.
There were so many fans here, by the way.
Yes.
Think about these fans.
That was my major takeaway. That's and Marjorie Harris did. She's like, here's a hat. I know, this sucks. I know.
She's like, I can't catch the pass for you, bud. I can't block. What? I'm trying to think of what movie that is where he's like, I'm tired. I can't do this for you anymore. Oh, it's my favorite speech. It's the 6 inches in front of your face where
Al Pacino.
Pacino's standing in the locker room. He's like, I can't do it for you or I would. I'm tired. Marjorie was like, I can't get the ball out.
I can't
make the catch. I can't score the point. I can't make the tackle. But I got a hat for you here. You like fitted or you like snapback?
You're a hat person?
Which one do you want?
Here's one. Here's a hat. Just I feel there's some like I ran into a good buddy of mine I didn't know was flying out for this game at the airport, leaving DC.
Yeah.
It turns out a couple guys that I grew up with, went to high school with, were making this trip also. I had no idea. We didn't communicate it. They didn't know I was going, whatever. So I ended up meeting up with them yesterday. Like one guy came from Syracuse, one guy came from Iowa. My buddy came from DC. All these guys together had this big meetup. This was like one of their big things. And yeah, it's already depressing because both teams are out of it. You thought this might be a playoff preview or Washington would need it to fight for something. May not have the same season as last year, which is magical. We all get that. But at least this game would have meaning, right? Right? Not only was it not that, the letdown already happened. And you're thinking, I can't be let down more. Then the trap door opened up. You landed on a bunch of spikes, Mortal Kombat style. This wasn't just you came all this way for a bad team and they lost. Oh, J.J. McCarthy makes a play or last-second field goal or the crucial turnover.
That was Madrid. Down. You're describing Madrid.
Yeah, like a normal loss. You got him, and like the Vikings fans are going, this is pretty unusual for us. This hasn't happened a lot. We don't know. Sorry. They're like apologizing because they know they stink too. They got shut out the week before. They're like, we've been there just last week. I know. And we looked it up. It hadn't happened since 1992 that a team gets shut out and come back the next week and wins by 31 points. This is so all time. This is so beyond the realm of, oh, bummer you lost or the breaks went against you. This is every single decision and approach that we have must be thoroughly forensically examined and probably termed incorrect.
This is going to sound hyperbolic and dramatic. I challenge you to tell me I'm wrong. this could not have gone worse yesterday. Like, if you tasked a director to come up with a script,
this would have been thrown out.
No, I don't think it gets thrown out. I think this is it, though. It's like realistically as bad as it can be without it seeming like cliche or cringy. And you go, okay, we're going to start the movie with Dan Quinn in the locker room saying, we lost the game, but we're not lost anymore. And like taking solace, as we all did, because it's been such a crap year in the fact that they had just lost the game. Like, let's all high five and hug the brother next to you. We found ourselves. We found our identity. So it starts with that. And then it ends with your worst loss of the season, 31-0. But lest we forget, we haven't talked much about this. We'll talk about this next segment in quite detail. Jayden Daniels getting hurt again. It looks like not seriously, and maybe he didn't go back into the game for precautionary reasons. But in the last 3 games that Jayden Daniels has played in, he is left with an injury. So to lose by 31, to get shut out, to have your quarterback, after the conversation being about his durability off and on for the entirety of the season, leave a 3rd consecutive game with an injury, to have the defense, which looks like it's trending in the right direction under Dan Quinn, lay another egg and crash back down to earth and give up 30 to one of the worst offenses and one of the worst starting quarterbacks in the league, who had a 129 rating and 3 touchdowns and no picks. How could this have gone worse? Do I need to mention Zach Ertz tearing his ACL, being done for the season, or maybe
just brutal
beyond? This was just a nightmare that you don't get to wake up from because it was real. But let's talk about the Jayden Daniels injury next. Live from Minneapolis, which is 16 degrees today. Feels like 1 degree. We're Grant and Danny. In a city where the wind chill is 1, which is more than the Commanders scored points yesterday. This is The Fan. The FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who's going to win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token for Monday Night Football. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token on Monday Night Football. Make FanDuel your go-to app for every single snap. All you got to do is visit FanDuel.com/GP to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/GP. The promo code is GP at FanDuel.com. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restriction apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. In the NFL, the Commanders dropped their 8th straight game as they lost to the Vikings yesterday, 31-0. They're now 3-10 on the season. Jaden Daniels left the game early after he landed hard on the elbow that he injured in the Seattle game. DQ said that he could have returned to the game but held him out. Zach Ertz is feared to have a torn ACL. Other injuries in the league, Colts quarterback Daniel Jones is going to be done for the rest of the year with a torn Achilles. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Eagles and Chargers at 8:15. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. College football playoff was announced. Notre Dame left out. The top 4 seeds, Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas Tech. The 5-12 matchup will be Oregon and James Madison. 8-9 will be Oklahoma and Alabama. 6-11 will be Ole Miss and Tulane, and then 7-10 will be Texas A&M and Miami. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan. Back live, Grant and Danny from Minneapolis on The Fan after a 31-0 Vikings victory over Washington. The Commanders are 3-10. Unfortunately, they did not move up in the draft standings for now. They are still 6th, although they've got a big one looming this weekend in the Meadowlands against the Giants, who currently have the number 1 pick. But believe it or not, Washington is now within a game of the Giants and the number 1 pick. And because of strength of schedule, if they beat New York, they would leapfrog them and presumably at least one, maybe some other teams in the process. So the hunt for climbing up in the draft with them eliminated officially is on.
Yeah, the hunt for draft capital, baby. Here we go.
Jay Gruden joins the show at 3. We've got Caps tickets to give away at 4. And Adam Amin, who you just heard calling the game for Fox in that highlight, stops by at 5 o'clock. Danny, Jaden Daniels returned. We talked on the show really all season long. We've discussed this, but the last week or two, the convo has been about whether or not he should come back and play. I have advocated loudly for him to play football. I think he needs to play. I still feel that way. And if he's healthy against the Giants this weekend on the Meadowlands or next week against Philadelphia, I will advocate for him to play football because I think he needs to play football. I think when you watch him play, you see a guy who is not playing at the level he did last year because he has not had the reps in practice and in games and with his teammates to play at a high level. So he's not playing at a high level against Seattle the last time out or against Dallas the time before that necessarily, or certainly in this game against Minnesota where he had a 35 rating and a pick of Andrew Van Ginkel, and he was 9 of 20 for 78 yards. So I think he's got to play football, but he did get hurt again. And now we are at a point, Danny, where it's 3 straight games he's played and he's left with an injury. And it does feel like if he plays, he gets hurt. And so now you're eliminated. You got a month left of the season. That's a lot of football ahead of us. But this conversation's going to come back up in a big way after he landed on that elbow.
Shut him down. That's it. Enough. No more. I'm done. I can't do it anymore. This is very simple to me. You already said it. You just summarized it. When he plays, he gets hurt. It shouldn't be that way, but it is. I deal with what is. Here's what is. He's come back 3 times. He's been hurt 3 times. We can't do it. Whoever's fault it is, the answer is yes. You want to blame him? Want to blame Cliff? You want to blame the offense? Want to blame the O-line? You're probably wrong, but whatever. He can't get through games and stay healthy. We'll try again another time. Here's my analogy.
To be clear, though, you have been for bringing him back.
100%. He needed to play football.
But you don't think he needs to play football now, or that's just takes the back seat?
I still do. That's now in the corner and tiny, and it's overruled. You're in a box. You can stare at that corner. You're right. He needs to play, but we can't do it. We can't do it. Here's this very simple analogy that I have. I have 2 older sons, 12 and 7. They play together. They should. I'm not yelling at you. They should be able to play together without incident. They should be able to, right? How many times have I said to them, hey, guys, can't have that kind of sound, can't have the whining, can't have something break, can't have an incident, can't have a problem. And they go, oh, okay, no problem. I have to come back a second time and warn them. I come back a third time and warn them. And at the end, I come back and say, that's it, we're all done. We should be able to play together without anybody screaming and crying. We should be able to have the TV not break or this piece of glass not fall or a scratch on the wall or someone come to be bleeding. We should be able to do it, but we can't. We can't get through that session. We can't play together. Find something else to do. Go your separate ways. That's what's happened to me. That yesterday broke me. That fall was innocuous as far as football falls go. That should not have been the thing. I'm now going to scream at you, again, not you, Grant, and everybody who will listen to me, that he shouldn't have been playing in the first place. If that fall can knock him out of the game, you shouldn't have been cleared. But I'll get to that in a second. The idea that we can't is frustrating. It's embarrassing. It's exasperating. It's pathetic. But we are here. I am acknowledging that we are here. When he plays, he gets hurt. Therefore, he can't play. I don't know when it's going to be acceptable. I don't know when that's going to come. I just know that something's going on in the water. Something's going on in the air. Something's going on with this franchise where they have lost their privilege to trot him out there as far as I'm concerned. He will be injured again. I can't in good conscience do it. It sucks because he needs to play football. I'm done. Shut him down.
So there's a lot of different areas there I want to respond. But let's just start with the first one, the analogy of your kids don't get to play together anymore. To stay with that analogy, if they had to play together to get to a point where they learn how to play together, I think that's what we're talking about. Like, you're not going to get Jayden Daniels back to being Jayden Daniels without him playing in games to do it. So you're saying we're going to wait 7 months or whatever, and then we'll let them play together again and we'll hope for a different result. I just think in this analogy, it gets harder to play together as you wait longer since you've last done it. Because the longer you go without Jayden Daniels becoming Jayden Daniels, that is problematic. And when I say becoming Jayden Daniels, I mean playing like he did last year, right? Because just like the team, you've got last year and you've got this year, and they look very, very different. But the longer you go without him being on the field routinely, that's a problem. That stunts development. And playing at a high level, that's also an issue. So if that's the case in this analogy where your kids actually have to play together to learn how to do it, and it's the only way to break through this wall to the point where now they're not breaking things and screaming and crying, then however long you wait doesn't really matter, which brings me to my second point, which is for the people that are saying he shouldn't play again this season, they're basically saying that as a way of saying they don't trust him to stay healthy. That they think if he plays, he'll get hurt. Is that fair?
Yes.
Why would that be different in September? That's the part I don't understand.
I don't know. And I don't. Here's why was
really quickly.
Why was the offense the worst it's been all year when it was the healthiest? I mean, my point is,
sure,
this now defies explanation.
But here's my big picture point on this. Mm-hmm. You are acknowledging a really significant issue if that's what you're saying.
Oh, yeah.
What you're saying is, I don't trust this player to stay on the field.
Correct.
This player where the original discussion before the draft was, are we sure he's going to be able to stay on the field at this frame and this playing style? If you are advocating for shutting him down for a month of a football season and not playing him for 4 games at the end of the year, it's because you're saying he can't stay healthy.
Yes.
Now, if your argument is some fake thing like the offensive line can't protect him, which has not been a problem. The Seattle game was an example where the best defense in the league got after you. Minnesota blitzes, I get that. But go back to the Denver game with Mariota when the ball came out. This injury, almost every single injury, by the way, it's not that the O-line, he's in the pocket getting crushed. It's he's running, he's moving, he's scrambling, he's doing other things that have nothing to do with the O-line. Cliff's play calling doesn't protect him. Scrambling is not on the play caller. Yesterday was an interception where he's chasing it down and he gets destroyed at the middle of the field. Cliff Kingsbury shouldn't have called the interception play where Van Ginkel, I think he checked it at the line, by the way, and checks into a screen to the guy that defends the screen better on his side of the ball than anybody in the league, based on what I could tell. But that said, so are we now saying that Cliff Kingsbury shouldn't have called the interception play where Jayden chases it down and gets knocked down? No, he's a hell of a competitor. He's one of the great competitors on your team in the league. So he had an interception. He's running. He's playing football. It's a freak thing. But if you're telling me he shouldn't play again in this month, why is it different in September? Other than just saying, well, those games matter, and so we'll risk the injury then. If that's your answer, I guess okay. But what's going to change after the offseason? For this confidence that all of a sudden now he'll learn a lesson while not playing all offseason, that he can now stay healthy? Do you understand my confusion on this?
Of course I do. And so here's my response. One, we have now an automatic if he plays, he gets hurt. You're saying, I don't care if he gets hurt. When you say
I'm
play.
not saying that.
That's my, when you translate my thing, now I'm translating your thing. So my response to you on your question is, I don't know the answer. I do know that this shouldn't be happening. This doesn't happen to any team that anybody's this bad. Something is so irrevocably broken, and if I could point to what it is, I would. I'd hand them a note card. Maybe they'd fix it. I don't know why it's going to be better. I hope with an overhaul. I hope with introspective discussions and evaluations of every single element of their organization, from training staff to to water temperature to mold in the building. I have no idea what's going to be better. I hope with time it improves. If it doesn't, we can yell at each other about this next year. I know that when he plays, he gets hurt. That's the end of the discussion for me.
But will he be able to play in week 1, or are we going to be worried about him then too?
Of course I'll be worried.
And we'll wait till week 2.
Of course I'll be worried.
But will he play in week 1?
I have no idea. If we get to this situation again where every time he plays, he gets hurt and has to leave the game, then no is the answer. But I'm hoping for improvement. I don't have a specific formula to that. I do know that it's now to the point that it's irresponsible to put him on the field because he can't stay healthy. And your point is correct. When you're saying, I don't trust him to stay healthy. Yep. I got 100% data point now. When he plays, he gets hurt.
Okay, but
so
if
I don't
that's
trust
the
him to stay
case,
healthy.
then the alarm is sounding.
The alarm is
which
sounding.
is so much bigger,
Yes.
big picture of
Now
the
we're
future of this player
Yes.
and the durability of this player. This is what it sounds like to me when you say he shouldn't play for a month. Alert.
Yes.
Alert. Alert.
I have that alert.
That's
going
what
off.
I hear.
And rightfully so. You're right. We're in lockstep on that. Everyone's alarm bell should be exactly where mine is. I am seeing this so 100% correctly. We wait a while. He plays injured. We have 100% sample of that. This is such a disaster. This is such a disaster. If he plays next week, he will leave the game with an injury. I'll bet on that because he's done it 3 straight times.
And my point is I would bet against it because I don't know that it's ever happened before, but
we're here.
I totally understand
we
what you're
are.
saying in that regard. I'm not asking Danny Houtier this. I'm asking your camp of people this.
Yes.
But to the people that say you can't play him, are they okay playing him in week 1 next year?
Yes.
Or should we wait until week 2?
I think that's a what's the you accuse me of straw manning?
Yeah.
Like right now,
it's 100% straw manning. I'm doing a bit.
Yeah, right now it's a disaster.
Yes.
I'm hoping it won't be a disaster next year. I'm hoping
Understood.
with an overhaul and a bunch. But again, that's all this is hope. I have no data point that supports. I just know that right now, here's where we are.
Yes.
He plays, he gets hurt. I can't do any discussion past that.
Exactly. And it is straw manning, and it is a bit to drill home my point, which is you're just kicking the can down the road. That's all people are doing is saying,
at this
I
point,
don't want to deal with this right now. I don't want to deal with the fact that, he can't stay on the field, that he can't stay healthy, that when he plays, the level is not where we want it to be or need it to be. So let's worry about it in September. That's what I hear. That's what people are saying. And I agree because the season will be back on, and hopefully they'll have a good supporting cast around him, which they did, by the way, in this shutout loss to the Minnesota Vikings. And because it's a new season where they're not eliminated, I understand that literally it makes more sense to play him in that game. But acknowledge, people out there, that if you're saying don't play him again for the next month, what you're actually saying is you don't trust that this player can stay healthy for 60 minutes of football.
And right now, this minute, that's the case for me.
That is a gigantic problem.
Yes, it is. It's and again, a lot of it's him. A lot of it is him. The overwhelming majority is him, and he need the change that I was begging for has not happened, and that's terrifying.
What injury this year can you pin on anybody else? I mean, I guess the nuances of you had to leave the pocket against Seattle because of pass rush, or you called an RPO, where Dan Quinn essentially said after the game, we never run on that play anyway. Like it was designed for a pass and Debo's in the end zone, whatever. But like you could say they shouldn't have run an RPO. So you put a couple percentage points on Cliff, or the pressure happened, which just happens in the league. But Seattle was harassing him all day. Like that's a play where he chose to leave the pocket. The Green Bay play, he's running. This play, he's running. Dallas, he's in the pocket and he's kind of reacting and the hamstring goes on him. Where are the plays where it's something else?
Well, not necessarily the play, but Quinn himself said I missed it. That's where we got the I missed it.
Oh, you mean taking him out of the game?
Not having
okay,
him in the game.
that's fair.
When they're down by a million.
I just mean the actual
Sure,
injury.
the actual play itself. Right.
Do you look at the play and go, that's somebody else's fault?
Right. So you and I disagreed about this, and we'll disagree about it forever. But to me, the we're in the shotgun all the time to emphasize his running, and that's a paradigm thing where it's more of an option for him, and it's emphasized for him, and that leads to decision making that we'll continue to put him at risk. I mean, there was a play on the sideline yesterday where he's cutting back again, taking on shots. I'm sitting there going, oh my God, please don't stop this. And of course he just does it and pops back up because it was nothing. We only notice the ones where he gets hurt. To me, the process is terrible. And there needs to, I don't know what Cliff and Dan are saying to him behind the scenes. I have no idea. We'll never know. We get a glimpse on Hard Knocks, and it's usually a cliche. And then, we'll high five about Tavita getting another job because, he's a commander for life or whatever the hell it is. But I don't know what's being said behind the scenes. I know that it ain't working. I know that the injuries are happening at a 100% rate. And until that's different, we can't do this.
I want to get back into this idea you brought up, which I've seen a lot of, and it's interesting. I'm not shooting it down. I just want to discuss it. That maybe he shouldn't have been cleared if you land on the elbow and you leave the game. So we'll do that next. Jay Gruden at 3. He advocated for Jay Gruden, just like every other coach and executive for the most part, getting back on the field. We'll talk to him at 3. Caps tickets at 4. Adam Amin, who called the game at 5 on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant Paulson from my friends at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee. I'm the father of 4 presidents, you may know. My family loves going to many local historical landmarks throughout the year, and we're kicking it into overdrive right now to celebrate Virginia's history because we're celebrating 250 years in America and in Virginia. You've heard me talking about the visit we took to Mount Vernon a couple of weeks ago. The holiday season's now here. There's a lot of events in Virginia to celebrate the holidays and our history. You could go to Frying Pan Park's Holiday on the Farm all month long. Santa is at Colvin Mill Run on December 13th and 14th. There's a holiday candlelight tour in Bedford County as well. There's no better time to get in on the fun than in this year ahead. You got to go visit va250.org. Go to the website now. It's visit.va250.org to celebrate 250 years of America and Virginia at some of our most cherished historic landmarks. To find out about any of these events during the holiday season, visit.va250.org. America made in Virginia. From Minneapolis, where we watched the Commanders lose 31-0 and get shut out for the first time since 2019 yesterday. We're Grant and Danny. This is the Fan. By the way, the last shutout for Washington came at home in that 9-0 game at the hands of San Francisco. Good 49ers defense. But that was during a monsoon.
Yes.
Sheets of rain, the wettest I've ever seen fans at Northwest Stadium. So I'm going to put an asterisk by that one. In fact, I said yesterday something to the effect of the last time they got shut out in a game that wasn't affected by weather. You got to go back even further to the year before when Josh Johnson, now their third-string quarterback, was their starting quarterback because time is a flat circle. And they went to, I think, Philadelphia at the end of the game, at the end of the year, and got shut out in 2018, the first year after Cousins left. That was when they went through like 4 QBs in 6 weeks or whatever that Shamingus was. Do you remember that? Might have been Jay's last season.
I was going to say that runs together. There's been a couple of those.
Yeah. Jay's coming up at 3 o'clock. We got Caps tickets at 4. We got Adam Amin on the show at 5 o'clock. So no reason to go away from G&D today, taking you up to 6:30. But even that game was outdoors and it was freezing and it's the end of the year. Like, I'd be curious to know about an indoor shutout where it's 72 degrees in there, man. It's not cold.
There's no breeze.
That wind's not pushing the football away from your receiver.
There's no sun problems. Yeah.
Like, don't you think the vast majority of shutouts in league history had something to do with weather? Whether it's, I don't know what, the sun coming down and getting in your eyes on a deep ball or something. Like, that is an indoor controlled environment. That's hard to do.
I mean, you think back to some of those awful Ron Rivera teams and games, and there were many, but he would, get a field goal in. You know what I mean? Like, just to make sure we're not shut out. Okay, really, like he would do crap like that.
You can't do that though. Like I
couldn't even do it yesterday.
I would have been more mad at Dan Quinn. I don't know that he ever had a chance to, for the record.
Yeah.
But if they would have kicked a field goal just not to be shut out, that's worse than getting shut out, I think. That's the most loser thing you could do. If you just, like yesterday, the Raiders, and I'm not just saying this because I lost on the worst beat of my life as a sports bettor, but I think it needs to be acknowledged just for everyone else. They're down 10 points.
This was an all-time beat,
This was a horrific.
Tell people this.
Cost me in confidence points picks, too, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, I would have had a perfect week.
You and Dave Portnoy were both ranting and raving about this one last night.
So this is an all-timer. 10-point game.
Yep.
The Broncos have been wearing the Raiders out all day long.
Uh-huh.
The Raiders have the ball with like 5 seconds left. Okay. They throw a pass with no timeouts. Dude gets tackled around midfield.
Yep.
They're not in field goal range. He's held down for quite literally like a second by a defender. They throw a flag for unsportsmanlike
delay
nonsense.
of game.
Yes.
Yep.
Held him down.
Mm-hmm.
So they move them to 15 yards into field goal range, but they're down 10.
What's the spread?
The clock stopped at 2 seconds. The spread is 7.5. It's a 10-point game. Instead of throwing the ball to the end zone like a grown-up or taking a knee or just running a football play, Pete Carroll trots his field goal kicker out for the final seconds of the game.
Confidently, too. No hesitation.
What a joke.
Chewing his gum, pacing up and down the sideline. He goes, field goal. Chew.
Like, I'm a reasonable, mild-mannered, I think data-driven. Like, I'm not yelling fire people ever. That's just not my bit. If I'm Tom Brady, Grant Brady's walking down very handsomely and firing the S out of that guy. In fact, I'm calling a game. I'm on Packers Bears at the same time. I'm sending a text to Mark Davis, his bad haircut, right then and there, and saying,
At Mark Davis haircut,
go down there and fire Pete Carroll, but I don't want to see him in the building again. But anyway, they kick a field goal. They lose by 7.
At the horn.
And the minus 7.5 for Denver for me turned into a big fat hurting loser. That was the worst beat ever. All the way around. The penalty shouldn't have been called, was stupid. Gets them into field goal range, stops the clock. The field goal attempt was asinine. Everything about it was just egregious.
Because they're not going to have time to spike it and get a playoff or whatever. And the game was going to be over. And it wasn't. That's an all-timer. That's like that kid hits a half-court shot when nobody's trying or playing defense.
Yeah.
Or whatever to take it from, a plus to minus the spread. Insane.
So we're going to have to come back to this idea that you wonder now, based on Daniels going down on the elbow, then leaving the game, whether or not he should have been cleared, because we don't have the time to do it here. We're getting ready for Jay Gruden. We're in Minnesota where the wind chill is 1 degree and there's snow on the road and falling from the sky. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders dropped their 8th straight game, losing to the Vikings yesterday 31-0. Jaden Daniels left the game early after he landed hard on that elbow that he sustained an injury on a couple of games ago. Dan Quinn said he could have returned to the game but held him out. Zach Ertz is feared to have a torn ACL. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones going to be done for the rest of the year with a torn Achilles. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Eagles and Chargers. That'll kick off at 8:15. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In hockey over the weekend, the Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 2-0 last night. Logan Thompson with 39 saves. He recorded his 100th career win. A couple of days off for the Caps. They're back in action on Thursday at home against the Hurricanes. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From DeCrop Metcalf, 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondorian Murad, would like to help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, and put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. They will take excellent care of you, just like they did taking care of us all weekend long out here in Minnesota. Another great road trip with those guys who sponsor our show and send us on the road. They think of everything. They're very thorough and just they want us to have a good time.
Yeah, they make it easy for us, for sure.
They could not be better to this program. So we thank them again, as always, for all that they do for us and for the fan. And we send you their way, kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to the former head coach here in D.C., Jay Gruden.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Lincoln and Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Jay, this is a disaster at this point. Washington's lost 8 in a row, 5 of those losses by at least 21. I mean, the last team to have 8 or more losses in a season where they lost by 21 or more 5 times is the 2013 Houston Texans. What do you make of just how bad this year has gone?
You know, the obvious one is you point to the injury factor, especially the quarterback. But really, there's been other teams with injuries that haven't looked this bad or played this poorly. I don't know. It's hard because some days it's the offensive line, sometimes it's the passing game, sometimes the defense can't get a stop. It's been a combination of a lot of issues, and that's the scary part is where do you start next year as far as addressing the problems? Is it the secondary? Is it the linebackers? Is it the pass rush? Is it another offensive lineman? Is it a big-time back? Is it another big-time wide receiver? I mean, they just have a lot of issues right now they got to figure out.
How surprised were you that yesterday happened like it did, especially given it seemed like they played much better against Denver and were competitive? Not good, but, you know, it's better than it was. How surprised are you that they kind of came out and did as poorly as they did yesterday?
I was very surprised. You know, they give up the opening drive, a 7-play, 80-yard drive for touchdown, then they get the ball back and they drive 15 plays at the 2-yard line, go for it, and don't get it. And then Minnesota goes 20 plays for another touchdown, 14-0. And then you're in that hole and you're battling against the time to try to get scoring before halftime. That doesn't work out. Next thing you know, you're down 3 touchdowns, and then the floodgates open. Marcus Mariota comes in, throws a pick, and everybody's looking at each other on the sideline, waiting for the plane to take off back to Washington. So it was a bad day.
Jay, you, like me, said throughout the week and for a couple weeks that you got to bring Jaden Daniels back because he needs to play football. There are still 5 weeks of practices and games to go. He comes back, and for a 3rd consecutive game, he leaves with an injury. Does it change how you felt in hindsight or feel now at all?
A little bit, yes. If he's going to continue to, if he falls down and hurts that elbow every time, then I probably wouldn't play him anymore. I don't know what the elbow injury is. I don't know if he could have come back in yesterday or not. But if this is an issue where he's got to wear an elbow brace and the team's not very competitive right now. Maybe it is best to sit him, but I'm still a firm believer if he's healthy, he should play. They still have Dallas and Philadelphia. They could ruin their seasons, which is always a good thing to do when you're a division rival. I would love for him to play, but if it's a nagging injury and it's going to continue to bother him every time he gets tackled, then I wouldn't play him.
Yeah, so Dan Quinn said after the game, as you know, essentially that he could have come back in, that it was precautionary that they kept him out. We were right behind the bench, so we were watching. He was getting a bunch of treatment. He looked annoyed, honestly, that they basically told him he couldn't go back in based on what we could see coming out of the blue tent. But I know the reaction has been as if like he redid the elbow injury altogether and he's out for another month. It's very possible he could practice this week and play again this weekend. Does that change how you feel? If, like, to me, landing as hard as he did on the elbow, if there's not an injury that happened and it's just pain and he's like, oh, that hurt really bad, and they get him back to the sideline and they cut the sleeve off and they put a new sleeve on and he's ready to go again, then I think that's actually a sign that the elbow was pretty healed and handled it pretty well if Dan Quinn's telling the truth and he could have returned to play.
Yeah, well, that's disappointing. If he could have returned to play, he should have gone back into play, for God's sakes. This is getting to be quite annoying for me as a ex-quarterback who played with many, many injuries. I know he's a franchise player, but, I mean, injuries happen. You got to play with pain a little bit. You're not always going to be 100% when you step out on the field. So you got to show your physical toughness at times, and you can't be babied by the coach or the trainers. I mean, you got to go out there and play. It's a left elbow, for God's sakes. You don't need it. I mean, just go out there and let it rip. You know, I was disappointed in the protection plan against the pass rush of Minnesota a little bit, but for the most part, he should go back and play if he can. It's a left elbow, for God's sakes.
Yeah, Jay, I wanted to ask you about that. Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. What did you make of how they handled the blitz and things? And listen, with our vantage point, we were there at great seats. We're on the side. It was hard to tell who's open, who wasn't, and a lot of different things. But it looked a couple times like Zach Ertz was open for something quick, and he wasn't looking that way. I don't know if that's a him problem, if that's what he was coached to do, etc. But how do you think they handled yesterday's blitz? Obviously, the results weren't great. They didn't score.
Yeah, no, not very good. You know, they showed a lot of 8-up looks, and you know, they have a very good blitz package. They show the double A's, they eat up your backs, and they'll bring somebody off the edge, usually unblocked. And I think Jaden felt the guy that was unblocked was trying to throw, you know, into it. He knew he was hot, which was good, but nobody was open. That was the problem. And, you know, on the other side, you did see some people open, but he was working into the blitz because that was the free runner. So he's hot on that side. So, yeah, you know, you just got to expect that. You know, I'd like to see a little more max protection or something like that. Maybe get some more shots down the field and try to take advantage of the weak coverage. But unfortunately, he had to get the ball out so quick. And then they audible to a quick screen to Van Ginkel's side. And I said on the show last week, I said, whatever you do, don't throw a screen to Van Ginkel's side. He's going to pick it. And sure enough, son of a gun picked it. So, yeah, I mean, he's unbelievable at playing screens. And yeah, that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny here on the Fan after a 31-0 loss for Washington. They've dropped 8 straight. They are 3-10. To that point, I went back and watched last night. It was pretty clear he's barking something out and changing something before the play. I guess it's possible he's like changing a protection and the screen was already called that way. But I got the sense he changed into that hot throw toward Van Ginkel. Is that what you saw?
I think so. You know, a lot of times if you have an 8-up look or a blitz look, teams will audible to a wide receiver screen, and that could have been the case. But, you know, something has to trump it. You can't do it if that's Van Ginkel over there. He's batted too many down. He's intercepted too many of them. He's just got a great awareness of how to play those receiver screens. I mean, it's unbelievable. So, yeah, I mean, sometimes that's your only option. You have to audible a screen pass, and then Jaden should have done a better job of trying to get around them somehow over the top.
Was there, as you're watching it, Jay, was there more there that Daniels wasn't seeing? How much of that is rust? How much that he wasn't seeing it? Or, you know, did Minnesota have their number? Just kind of give me your overall offensive diagnosis.
Yeah, I didn't really see a whole lot that was there that he missed, to be honest with you. A couple he threw in the dirt because he had pressure right on him, and there was a free runner, and he had to. There was nowhere to go with the ball. You know, even down in the red zone when they were going for it on, third down, the second down play before the play to Coleman, there was nobody open. And on the fourth down play, they went for it. There was nobody open at all either. So Minnesota did a really good job of matching up with the receivers. And there just wasn't a whole lot for Jaden to go to. Even his second, third receivers in the progression were pretty much covered. So it was a tough watch if you're an offensive guy.
Do you still feel, Jay, like if you can get through this patch of whatever these injuries, these nagging, this whole year kind of a nightmare where every time he comes back, he gets hurt again, like on the other side of this,
there could be a longevity, durability run coming? Or are you at a point now where you are worried about him just being able to stay healthy?
I'm worried about the team letting them play. I mean, my God. I mean, you got to let them play. Sometimes you got to play through pain a little bit. And it's been an elbow so far. It's been a little bit of a twisted knee. And it's been, what else do you have, a neck?
Hamstring.
Hamstring, yeah. So hamstrings those things are, I'm not concerned about that one. The knee was a little bit of a concern. This elbow thing is just a nagging thing that he can play with. So I think if they were in playoff range right now to make the playoffs, he'd be playing. I really do. I think it was a mistake to not let him play when he hurt his knee a little bit if it was only a 1 week injury, because we'll be all right. We'll just soon this week, and then you lose that game, and next thing you know, you're chasing wins down the rest of the year. So his body is slight, and that was a big knock on him coming out. But I really believe that he can last an entire season or 2 or 3 or 10. I have faith in him, and I think he's such a good player and remarkable with the ball in his hands as far as avoiding the big hits.
When you talk about him playing through the pain, or they should let him play, or what have you, is that like what is the background reason for that? Is it so that other guys see that they're not babying him? Is it so that he can play because he needs to develop? Like, where does that come from for you?
Yeah, I think it's show the teammates that you can play through a little bit of injury. I'm sure Bobby Wagner's playing with a little bit of a hurt foot or hamstring or knee or something, and McLaurin still probably got a little bit of a nagging quad, and Debo's probably got something wrong with him, and those guys are battling through it. And then you look up and you see your starting quarterback on the sideline with a bruised elbow. You're like, what the hell? Why am I playing? So I know this is a different guy. He's a different meaning to the franchise because he is the franchise. But this is pro football, and injuries and pain. You have to play with pain. You have to be physically tough to play pro football. I just want to make sure they don't baby him.
Jay, from a coaching perspective, I don't know who you want to blame here, and I don't mean you generally, but anybody would want to blame. He's come back 3 different times talking about Jayden Daniels, and he's had to leave the game due to injury. Now, this one wasn't as bad as the others, but still, we're 3 for our last 3. What do you think he's being coached to do or not do? Because whatever it is doesn't really seem to be sticking. I know it's not every play that he's getting injured on is one of these risky ones, but to me, there's a paradigm, there's a process here, and it doesn't seem to be clicking because he's left the last 3 games that he's played.
Yeah, well, the first injury he had with the elbow was a bad read by him. He should have handed the ball off, and he got stuck in an awkward situation and landed on his arm, and he missed the game. And then yesterday he threw a bad audible screen to Van Ginkel, and he had to try to make a tackle. The guy blocked him on the ground, and he left again. So those are 2 kind of fluke injuries that should have never happened. But he is going to get hit. He's going to land awkwardly from time to time. Just a matter of him getting up. Other quarterbacks are protecting themselves and doing a pretty good job. But I think Jayden can do it. It's just a matter of trying to avoid the catastrophic poor decisions on the zone reads and screens and having to try to tackle a defender running down the field.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What have you thought of overall? You talked about the protection plan, but otherwise the play calling. Are you okay with the amount of straight drop back game, shotgun stuff they do? Do you think it's time to incorporate it more under center, play action, bootleg type passing game into this offense? Where are you at on Cliff kind of sticking to what he's known?
Yeah, I would love to see more of that, especially with the big guys they have up front. And, that's always a good thing to have for a quarterback. Those are easy things to complete. Those are easy plays to execute. They make your football team tougher and more physical, especially when you play later on in the season when it's cold and windy and rainy. That's something you rely on, very similar to what Green Bay did against Chicago. Chicago did against Green Bay. These are plays that you have to have, I think, later in the season. It's all fun and games when you're in a dome, but eventually you're going to have to use those plays and be tough. Third down and short, 4-minute drill. Those are important situations. Maintaining possession of the football, let the clock run, let your defense rest. So I think, yes, eventually there is a place for that in their offense, and I think they should incorporate some of that next year if they choose to.
Jay, speaking of that, and Jay Gruden with us here on G&D, speaking of the defense, well, I guess there isn't a renaissance with Dan Quinn calling plays now. Minnesota did whatever the hell they wanted. They could have gone for 50 if they felt like it. They were chewing clock and had a 20-play drive or some kind of nonsense from their own goal line. They could do everything they wanted yesterday. What did you see?
A very efficient passing game, intermediate passing game, which was very, very good. And then a running game that was had little resistance at all. The defensive line play was non-existent. Nobody was getting off blocks. They were forcing safeties to make plays. The linebackers were taking bad bad angles, and they're leaving gaps wide the hell open. So, yeah, it was a poor display of defensive football, fundamental football when it comes to gap control throughout the game for Washington. And Satan, when the corners had to make a tackle, Stano Stroh missed a tackle at the goal line, let Mason run for a touchdown. So, yeah, it was not a lot of positive to go around for the Washington defense.
Jay, if you were in Dan Quinn's shoes, how comfortable would you feel right now? We're trying to get a gauge on job security, how warm the seat should be. And I'm asking you this as someone who doesn't think after going to the NFC Championship game last year that he should be fired at all. But it is really, really hard to be this bad. I mean, they get blown out by 20 or more constantly. You got to go back to 2013 to find a season like this one. They just don't compete in a lot of games. Is it fair to ask questions like, is this thing rotten from the inside out? Or because they got to the NFC title game on that kind of fluky, magical run last year, do they just get a get-out-of-jail-free card where we don't ask tough questions and come back to the drawing board next year?
Well, questions need to be asked. That's the right of the media. That's the right of the fan base. What happened? How can we go from NFC champion contenders to losing 8 games in a row by 30? So, yeah, you got to ask questions. And what's the fix? What's the answer? The easy answer is, well, Jade's been hurt. No, it's more than that, buddy. He played yesterday. You were down 14-0 at the half to Minnesota, who's not very good, who just got blown out a week ago, who's had a struggling quarterback and a struggling running game and a struggling offense for the last 3 weeks. I don't think they put up 10 points in 2 or 3 games. So, yeah, questions need to be asked. And then the most important thing, like I said, is what is the fix? I mean, is it a new defensive coordinator? Is it defensive personnel? Is it a makeover in the secondary? Is it another big-time wide receiver? Is the back? So I just think there's so many questions that need to be answered. I don't know if they have the answers to them, or they can answer all of them in the offseason. So, biggest, most important thing when you have a franchise quarterback like Jade, everything revolves around Jade, to make sure you surround him with good pieces so you at least score a lot of points and win games.
So, Jay, to kind of hammer that point home, not to bring up anything painful, but the year you were let go, right, with a 3-13 record overall between you and Bill Callahan, that team lost 3 games that year by 21 or more points. 3. This group has done that 5 times, including yesterday's 31-pointer. This isn't your normal teams are losing, like the Browns and the Titans lose every week. And it's not like this. It's not these unbelievable non-competitive blowouts. There's something beyond not being particularly good, right?
Yes, and it surprises me because Coach Quinn teaches effort and motivate. He's a good motivator, and he teaches effort and tough-minded guys and all that stuff for them to look like they were disinterested yesterday coming out of the tunnel, and throughout the course of the game there was a lack of energy, lack of focus. It just was surprising to me. So, yeah, they got to dig down deep and try to figure it out, because you lose the next 3 or 4 games by 30 or more, then there'll be even more questions to be asked. They got to figure out some way to be competitive in these last 3 or 4 weeks.
Jay, is there a switch flip as a quarterback, as a coach rather, where you just decide, okay, now's the week where we start to prioritize the kids? Like by default, we might finally get to see Ben Sinnott, Colson Yankoff, because of the really sad and unfortunate circumstance where Zach Ertz's knee got really crushed yesterday and he's out for the year. But in terms of, hey, let's get Brandon Coleman back out there because we drafted him in the 3rd round. Let's actually play Johnny Newton a bunch of snaps because we drafted him in the 2nd round. Is that something you got eliminated yesterday where you just go, all right, now's the time? Or is it just still a natural thing where you don't go into the game thinking that way as a coach?
Yeah, I think there is a time and a place where you are going to play the younger kid, especially if it's close. Now, if it's not close in practice and they're not showing up on time in meetings, or they're not putting the effort in on Wednesdays and Thursdays in practice, and that's something different. But if they're putting the effort in and they're battling their ass off to get on the field, then I think they do deserve an opportunity to play, because you need to know. I mean, you need to know for next year's draft and next year's free agency, hey, we got Newton here. Is he good enough to be our rotational tackle or not? You know what I mean? And that goes the same with Sanat and a couple other guys they have in the secondary. Yeah, so definitely a time and a place. Now's the time to do that without jeopardizing the competitiveness of your football team. You don't want to take out a really good player, put in a young guy just because he's young, and then you're going to lose by 40. So you got to have a really good feeling on what player can help you as a young guy and which player you want to see for the future.
Here's one. Would losing 12 in a row down the stretch of the season, does that do any irreparable damage culturally or something? We're going to talk a lot about draft positioning and how when it comes to the draft in a vacuum, you just fast forward to draft night, you're better off to have the 2nd pick than the 8th pick, right? I know as a coach, you don't think that way. But is there any damage done? We talk about a lack of carryover momentum year to year. If they don't win another game, everyone will be like, oh, awesome. That was perfect execution to get to the top of the draft board. Does that linger? Would winning another game be beneficial in the big picture in a way that somehow outweighs a couple draft spots? How do you see that?
I never really thought about, hey, a third pick is very important. Let's lose our next 3 games, especially when you're playing Philadelphia and Dallas as part of those 3 games. So I know they're going to try to come out and compete. A higher draft pick would be great, I guess, for draft capital, possibly for trade value and all that stuff. But the most important thing is to try to get these guys out here and compete and win and beat Philadelphia and beat Dallas. So it's.
But you get my question of is there a difference between losing 12 in a row and 11 of your last 12 in the way of just are we sure this guy knows what he's talking about? I mean, I'm doing the crap he's telling me to do on Thursday, and I'm getting my ass handed to me on Sunday. And, Grant and Danny are yelling about it all week long. Does that start to sink in? Do they need a win just to make sure that doesn't happen?
I think they desperately need a win. They really do. I mean, it's no fun walking around the building after you lose 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row. It really isn't. You get tired of looking at everybody. You get tired of hearing people talk. You start to doubt what you're doing, what the guy next to you is doing. He's not coached right. Everything comes into play. Your special team guy's an idiot. Your running back coach doesn't know what he's doing. He can't pick up a blitz. So, yeah, they need a win to try to get some confidence and some continuity going in for the offseason, 100%.
So once if you were coaching right now, once the team got back from the flight last night, everyone got home, meeting, whether it's today, Tuesday, Wednesday, whenever it is, you get everybody together. What's the message? Because the most recent stuff obviously didn't work. So what's kind of the new approach, kind of to your point here down the stretch where we need something to go right?
Yeah, they got to have some competitive practices, man, and they got to get ready and play. This is a stretch of games that supposedly don't mean anything to the playoff picture, but they mean something to our building and how we present ourselves and how we show the Washington Commanders on tape on Sunday when people are watching us on TV, when the fans pay their money to come watch us play. We're not putting that crap product on the field ever again, and hopefully they dig down deep and take pride in it and take it personal that they have played like this 8 games in a row. I mean, they got to step up. The leaders got to step up. The coaches got to step up, be more vocal, be more commanding of the practices on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So it's very difficult because, like you said, what are we playing for? We're not playing for it. Yeah, we are. We're playing for pride. We're playing for our jobs. You know what I mean? That's why I think I'd love to see Jaden play if he had a chance to help them win a couple of these last 3 or 4 games that they're playing.
Jay, thank you. Good catching up as always. Know you got a trip out to L.A. today. Fly safe, and we'll talk to you next week.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
You got it. There's Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny. He joins us every Monday after games.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Tedbert Automotive Group, Tedbert Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Tedbert Lincoln and Chantilly, and Tedbert Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Tedbert for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbert.com.
Commanders do currently have the number 6 pick. We'll look at the draft board and get back into that conversation on the Daniels elbow and whether or not yesterday was evidence that maybe he should have been held out, something Danny brought up. That is next. We've got those Caps tickets for you at 4, and Adam Amin, who called the game for Fox at 5, live from Minnesota. Grant and Danny on the Fan. What's up, guys? It's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Eagles-Chargers. FanDuel's giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on all the action with a 30% profit boost token for Monday Night Football. Make FanDuel your go-to app for every single snap. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to bet the game. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code
GP on FanDuel. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders dropped their 8th straight game, losing to the Vikings yesterday 31-0. They're now 3-10 on the season. Jaden Daniels left the game early with the elbow injury. Dan Quinn said after the game that he could have returned to the game if he needed to. Zach Ertz is feared to have a torn ACL. Other injuries, Colts quarterback Daniel Jones done for the year. He has a torn Achilles. Monday Night Football tonight. Eagles and Chargers in LA. That'll kick off at 8:15. Can you hear that game over on the Team 980? College football playoff was set. Top 4 seeds going to be Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia, and Texas Tech. James Madison making it in as the 12th seed. Hockey. Capitals beat the Blue Jackets yesterday 2-0. Logan Thompson with 39 saves recorded his 100th career win. A lot of days off for the Capitals until Thursday. Then they'll take on the Hurricanes at home. This December only, score 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And through December 29th, get an additional 5% off Vitex windows. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. We are live in Minnesota today. We'll take you up to 6:30 in 3 hours. And then we are headed to the airport to come on home. We will be back in our Half Street Navy Yard DC studios tomorrow. Double plays coming up in 15 minutes. And in 30, we're giving away those tickets to the Capitals game against the Red Wings on December 20th. So you better be listening at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Danny, despite the loss yesterday, the Commanders did not get help or move up in the draft order. But here's where they did benefit a little bit. Things got tighter in the top 6 in the NFL draft. The Giants skyrocketing up to the number 1 overall pick, one of 3 teams at 2-11. And because they have had the easiest strength of schedule, they now have the tiebreaker over the Raiders and the Titans. Washington obviously plays the Giants this weekend. So if they were to lose to New York, they would surpass them, and they would have a top 5 pick at the least. But your draft order right now is the Giants. They've got Washington this week. The Raiders play the Eagles this week. Hard to imagine an upset, so they're likely to be 2-12 and stay ahead of the Washington. You've got the Tennessee Titans, who
vacated that number 1 spot by winning.
They sure did.
They beat Cleveland.
It's not the way it's supposed to go for them.
What are you doing down there, guys?
They play the San Francisco 49ers on the road this week. Hard to imagine that they would win that game as heavy underdogs, so they'll probably stay a game ahead of Washington. And then you can still catch teams, even if there's not wins or losses exchanged because of strength of schedule changing as the year goes on. But identical records right now for the Browns, the Saints, the Commanders, the Jets, and the Cardinals. Think about that, by the way.
Yep.
They have the same record as the Browns and the Saints right
Browns
now.
better than they've been over the last month. New Orleans won this weekend, again, better than Washington has been. Jets have been friskier. Of course, they
won last week?
Yeah, Jets got blown out this week. So I guess they got that in common with Washington. But that's the company you're in.
But look at this. So Jonathan Gannon at 3-10 is going to get fired.
Yes.
The Jets have a new head coach in year 1, but even still, there's been question about if Aaron Glenn is going to survive the season. I think he probably will, but that's been talked about. I haven't heard much about Kellen Moore in New Orleans, but that's a year 1 head coach without a quarterback. Kevin Stefanski's right now more likely to get fired than to keep his job. Those are the 3-10 teams. So when we say, and I'm one of the people saying this, Dan Quinn should not be on the hot seat, that is a different conversation than, is it fair to question everything? Because the answer, when you lose 31-0, we've lost this many times this badly, is yes, every person. And I would think Adam Peters and Dan Quinn would acknowledge this. You know, if I were to bump into Adam Peters in the hallway and be like, hey, I know you're pretty good at this, but it doesn't look like it right now. You understand where people and fans are wondering, should everyone keep their jobs? I bet he would go, yeah, man, we're 3-10, and we are going through a stretch that happens once every 12 years in this league.
Yeah, I tweeted this at Funny Danny, Grant's at Grant H. Paulson. The Jay Gruden team that we just referenced, that when he joined us a moment ago, that finished 3-13.
So he got fired 5 weeks into that year?
Yeah. So
Bill Callahan.
He was 0-5, and then Bill Callahan from Callahan Auto Parts took over. So Jay's last 2 games, they lost by 21 plus points. And then old Brucey in his wisdom said, you know what, enough's enough. I got to pull the plug. They would lose by 21 or more points only one more time that year, when they were literally just playing out the string, knowing that everybody on the staff was getting blown out. This wasn't sustainable. Everyone was going to leave, roster turnover, brand new, whatever was coming in. New sheriff was going to be in town. As uninspired a situation as you would find, they had a total of 3 losses that year by more than 21 points.
Mm-hmm.
You might notice that this particular team right here, this 2025 situation, 5 of them. On that Tankathon board, I couldn't happen to notice, the longest losing streak of anybody. You know who belongs to? Who belongs to? Washington. More than the team picking 1, Giants. More than the team picking 2, the Raiders. Now Tennessee's on fire. They won 1 in a row. But nobody else has a winning streak anywhere, or losing streak rather, anywhere close to as bad as Washington's. You said this in the chat, and I think it's salient and qualifies this all very well. I don't think people understand truly how bad this is.
Oh, man.
Other teams are losing. Everybody loses. There's so many losers every week, right? You look at the top 10. I can't remember this many 3-10 teams or worse. It usually doesn't go like this. There are some bad teams. They're playing some losing football. Not like this.
Yeah.
This is unusual. This is within the realm of sucking. This is a new level.
I shouldn't use this analogy before we go to the airport.
Okay.
But there's flights getting delayed, and then there's flights getting delayed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like one time we were coming back, and our flight got delayed 15 minutes, and Danny was really put out and really upset.
Because I thought more was coming, and I was wrong.
Gigantic dog and pony show, and
True.
him and Holland, and woe is me, and I don't know why my life is
And
so
Grant
terrible.
left his suitcase.
Right. That
was
did
that one,
happen.
yeah.
Was that the same trip?
Same trip.
And then you're staying in a hotel because you're flying out tomorrow. Like this is that one.
Yeah.
I don't think people really get how ridiculously bad the results are. The discussion needs to be, is this reality? Like, is this what this team is? How much of it is injuries? If they had 17 games with the healthy group, what would it look like? But the problem with that argument is yesterday you had your whole offense.
There you go.
And you didn't score any points.
What's their lowest point total this year?
0.
Yesterday. 0.
All
0.
my points seem so far away.
We had a 4th and goal, and it's here to stay. Nothing.
You said something earlier we have not gotten to, which is that basically this idea that, and I've seen this a bunch, Jaden's elbow hits the ground really hard, and now he leaves the game and doesn't come back in. And if that was possible, he shouldn't have played, which I actually kind of agree with. My issue is, and we'll see if Dan Quinn's telling the truth or not.
Tell the truth.
It sounds like he got banged up and was in pain and got treatment on the sideline, which is a really normal thing in a football game.
Yes.
And then wanted to go back in and could have gone back in. That's a different thing. And they said, did what all of us said they should do, by the way.
Correct, yes.
Which is, wait, you're down 17 in this game that doesn't matter where you're going to be eliminated. And the guy that had the elbow injury a few weeks ago has an elbow that's got a sharp pain in it or whatever. Let's keep him out. That's very different than if he were to have re-dislocated it or had some really serious elbow thing happen, which it does not sound like happened. It sounds to me like, and this is the semantics of like not being able to look at the medical report
Sure.
and not being a doctor, and all of us are guilty of that, I guess. But if I have a hurt ankle a month ago and now my ankle's better, but I slip and fall, is my ankle going to have some pain probably like residually and be like, more so than someone who didn't get hurt a month ago? Yes. But that's very different than re-aggravating the ankle to the point where now here I'm starting over. I think what happened was he landed on the elbow. It hurt. He came to the sideline, got treatment. They cut we saw it. It was 15.
Right in front of us.
Check us out at Grant H. Paulson.
We're snapping photos of it, man. Yeah.
I got videos of it, right? They're cutting the sleeve off. They're putting another sleeve on. He goes to the blue tent. I saw him mad at the coach, kind of talking. I think he was trying to go back in the game, and they did the correct thing by not letting him. But if he landed on his elbow, it hurt, and then he was ready to go, and like he can practice this week and play again this week. To me, that actually does the opposite of make me think he shouldn't play. It confirms that this elbow healed well enough that it could withstand a really violent collision with the ground after he got launched 10 yards into the air. Not in any way the opposite, which is he shouldn't have been playing at all. Now, had he have actually re-hurt the elbow, or he's out a month now, or the thing got redislocated or something, then I think that argument holds up and makes perfect sense. But I actually go the opposite way if Dan Quinn's telling the truth.
Right. And that's one thing I don't know. That's a variable about Dan Quinn. The thing that I would say in response is what you're saying makes sense. The way I viewed it, though, that's nowhere near as violent as you're subject to as a football player. Like, there are times where you're going to get hit between two folks and your knee goes a million miles in the wrong direction. See Zach Ertz. See some of the regular run-of-the-mill violent collisions. He took worse shots in the game, I thought.
I think that's as hard as you can land on an elbow in this league.
I thought that was a, you got some sort of time and space and you fell. It probably wasn't pleasant. Would have knocked me out for 10 months.
He flew like 7 yards in the air.
Yeah, to me, nowhere near as, like, if that's because I thought that was far more minor than some of the other things. He's running full speed. He loses his balance. He's going to fall on that side. It reminded me of like when Tony Romo had all the collarbone things, and it got to the point where every time he fell on his left side, that collarbone was going to go again.
Yeah,
right. Now I know it's not the same, different injury and everything else, but to me, like, if that's going to cause him to stay down for an extra minute, writhe around in pain, everybody's got to be over there, training staff wise, et cetera. It means that he was vulnerable, and if he was vulnerable, it means that there's probably some compromise, and if he's compromise, it means there's some overcompensation. And now we start this domino where if that hit is all it took to knock him out of the game, I don't know the answer, but I now wonder, should he have been in there in the first place? Could he have used an extra week to make sure that he wasn't that tender where you now have to worry about, I can't fall on my left side? Well, what does that mean? If the pressure's coming from the left, does that mean I now can't step into a throw that way, which means he's compromised, which is not himself? It leads to more questions. I don't have a definitive.
Yeah, there's no way to know.
It's what I wonder.
There's no way to know this. I think if the same thing happened to Marcus Mariota, he would have had a hard time getting up. He got destroyed in the middle of the field in a precarious situation where you're not bracing for your fall. It's not like you're running forward with the football. You're running against the grain, and you get pushed really far in the air by a large man running at full speed,
gentleman,
and he landed directly on the elbow. Like, I don't think you could have designed a worse test for the elbow in this game than what happened there, in my opinion. And I think if it happened to Marcus Mariota, he's doubled over, and he comes to the sideline, and he's probably getting looked at and testing out his arm and his elbow and throwing some passes or whatever. That's my guess. But there's just no way to know. If Dan Quinn's telling the truth, it sounds like it's more in line with the second one, not the first one. But do we really think he is? They still haven't acknowledged he broke his rib last year. So we have no idea. G&D on the Fan. Next, our double play from Minnesota. What's going on in our lives with nothing to do with sports. And we are blitzing in 20 minutes. That's when we're giving away those Caps tickets on a Misery Monday on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet, and hold on. Let's take a look at the latest Pro Football Injury Report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Little Monday Night Foosball this evening for the Chargers. Running back Omarion Hampton is scheduled to make his return from injured reserve for this game. It's been out for a couple of months plus now. That is a big deal for the Chargers to get their rookie bell cow running back. We'll see how much usage he has tonight. And quarterback Justin Herbert listed as questionable with that significant left hand injury. They're already without, of course, tackles Joe Alton, Rashawn Slater, and running back Najee Harris. For Philadelphia, no Lane Johnson at tackle. He will be out for this game. No defensive tackle Jalen Carter, and linebackers Azeez Ojulari is out, and offensive tackle Miles Hinton is also out. That is today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. It's the home of fair play. Download the app today. You've heard me talk about it a bunch, right? Football's in full swing. And let's be real, there's no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook. So don't wait for that bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Any first-half injury. Some books protect you for the first quarter. Some do nothing at all, but not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's QBs, running backs, receivers, any eligible player prop, Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. That means if your player gets hurt in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win just like that. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speed, lightning quick as well. So bet with a book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook. I'm telling you guys, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny from Minneapolis on the Fan. Enjoying ourselves on a chilly day.
That's all you can do, man. It's calories over here.
16 degrees outside with a wind chill of 1. 31-0 Vikings over the Commanders. Many of the fans that made the trek out here in the airport now flying back. Hopefully we'll see some on our flight this evening. I will say, for those of you streaming on the Odyssey app that are in and around town in Minnesota or have just gotten back, I mean, we must have talked to dozens of people over the last couple of days that listened to the show and that pretended, at least when we met them in person, to be fans of the show.
They said nice things in person,
which is really all that counts.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to go on any of these various platforms online and say terrible things, that's perfectly reasonable as long as you're nice to our faces. That's really what matters the most.
That's actually 100% right. Yeah, I met a very nice man yesterday, meeting up with a couple of my buddies for a few minutes. And he said really, really nice things about me and the show. He could be online right now saying something terrible about me, and I wouldn't know because I probably blocked him or muted him or something like that.
Quite sure
So you never know.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm fed up with that Randy Douye fella.
In about 12 minutes, we will be giving away tickets to go see the Capitals December 20th. That's the Capitals that have the most points in the Eastern Conference.
Is that which Capitals are they?
3 more points than anybody else. But they have man games in hand. Yes, they have played more games than some teams.
Whoa.
There are also teams that have played the same number of games. Okay. They also far and away have the best goal differential in the Eastern Conference. So zip it, or Tom Wilson will break your hip. All right?
Man.
With that in mind, it is time for our double play.
There's a reason that no matter what I do on vacation or trips or anytime I leave the comfort of home, I gain weight, Grant. And I worked out this morning.
Good for you, Danny.
Worked out yesterday morning.
Good for you.
Good for you. And
no, tell us more about that.
Well, I'm not, because
Okay.
here's what I did last night. And I dragged poor Darius with me. I dragged him right down.
Oh, I know what you guys did.
I dragged him right down. We went to a sports bar last night to watch the first half.
I would use sports loosly.
Of the Kansas City. There's sport there. It's a bar.
Let me just say this. Okay. The good people of Condori and Muron put on an absolute show out here.
Sure. Yep.
Boy, did they do a good job.
Mm-hmm.
That bar that whoever chose last night that we stayed at and watched the first half of Chiefs Texans, I don't think we could have chosen a worse place in the entire city of Minneapolis. Darius and I left what I would call is a good sports bar. That's where we were. Where there were people and they were attractive and they were hanging out and they were watching sports. There was a screen the size of a movie theater screen right there with Bears and Bears and Packers right in front of us. We get a text to come to this spot over by the hotel. And I'm like, oh, okay, they got something for us. And we walk in and I'm like, this isn't the right place. It was a dive bar that was like 6 foot wide, 22 feet back.
Mm-hmm.
And there were 2 TVs that were roughly the size of the TV in the kitchen at your grandpa's house like 30 years ago.
Okay.
They were also black and white, just like that TV at your grandpa's house.
No, they were not.
Did they have colored TV?
Yes, they were.
Okay.
I know because the Simpsons that were playing when we got in there,
Right.
Were on.
I got there. You guys were already there, and they're like, don't worry, they're turning off the Simpsons to put the game on in a second.
The Simpsons.
And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? The game's been on for 10 minutes? That bar stunk. But anyway, keep going.
So I actually had a nice little dinner there. I had some wings, which were delicious.
Food was very solid.
Wings were good, and I can't remember what I had for a sandwich. That's not
I'm just glad there wasn't a really important good AFC matchup on during it that we needed to watch.
Yeah, we got to see it though. And I was craving a little something after that dinner. It was. I'm sitting there.
The flatbread that you ate.
I'm sitting there going, no, that was Kia's flatbread that I had a piece of too. But I also
the
had
tots that you ate.
No, I didn't have any tots. Somebody else did though. But the point is, I had my main and my sides. Okay, I had my normal thing. I'm sitting there going, I need a little something else. I don't, by the way. I don't need anything else. I had my dinner. I'm full, right? Right? Nope. So I start hopping on that old telephone. I'm on my maps. And I start punching in all sorts of dirty things, filthy things.
Yeah.
I start punching in smut that I'm looking for. Food smut. Not that kind. There's nothing here in Minneapolis. The place empties out. I look for things like dessert, ice cream. I'm searching and searching. You know what I find? Cookies. Couple blocks away, freezing cold, sub-zero temperatures. Here's me and Darius. I'm going, anybody want to go get cookies? There's an Insomnia pretty close by. And we bundle our little heinies up. My scarf out, got my earmuffs and my wool cap.
Danny did wear earmuffs. A lot of people have asked me if Danny wore his earmuffs.
Damn right I did.
He did. Darius and I actually, Darius, you can attest to this. While we were outside of US Bank, right before we walked into the stadium, we got to see, because we got there in the first Uber, so we probably watched 1,000 people walk in. I said, for the hell of it, let's see if we can find one other adult male in earmuffs. We didn't see one guy.
Because you weren't looking.
No. Darius, tell me I'm
Didn't see.
wrong.
We were literally counting every person that walked by us.
Now, there was a guy eventually that did have earmuffs on. It happened to be
Yes.
Danny Rouillet.
Yeah.
But for the 10 minutes we were out there waiting for that Uber to show up and 1,200 people walked past us, there wasn't one bundled up dude who was wearing earmuffs. But anyway, back to you, Danny.
No, I mean, it's again, you guys just didn't see. So the point is this. I marched over to Insomnia Cookies like a fat ass last night. Now, you're in Insomnia Cookies. Do you have any control? Can you just get a cookie? Because you're working it off, you're walking. Is that all I did? No. I got 4 goddamned cookies. Not the regular ones either, the deluxe ones that are twice as expensive.
Did you eat all 4 last night?
I ate all 4 last
night. I thought you had that ice cream sandwich.
I had that too.
Oh.
That was at the game.
Yeah.
This was much later. I had 4 bleeping cookies last night because I have the willpower of a sheep. I'm sitting here on a road trip watching my beloved football team get their hind parts welted by a garbage purple team where there's murals of Prince everywhere. And I love Prince, R.I.P.
What did Prince do to catch your eye?
Nothing. I love him so much.
That was tough.
I just remember that Prince mural. And I actually was really moved by it. I couldn't take a good picture. There were glares.
The visiting owner suite doesn't have a bathroom.
Yeah. I had to go potty. I had to go out with the common folk, said Josh Harris probably. I had 4 giant cookies in my hotel room last night.
But you got a workout in, so it's all even.
It's not. I'm in deficit or positive in terms of weight gain.
When we come back, we're giving away Caps tickets, and we got a Beltway Blitz for you. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders dropped their 8th straight game, losing to the Vikings yesterday 31-0. They're now 3-10. Dan Quinn said today that Jaden Daniels has no long-term concerns about the elbow, but they will consider his status throughout the week. Zach Ertz does have a torn ACL. MRI confirmed that today. Other injuries around the league. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones is out for the rest of the year with a torn Achilles. Trey Hendrickson for the Bengals is set to undergo core muscle surgery that's expected to sideline him approximately 6 weeks. Omarion Hampton is set to be activated off injured reserve and return for the first time since week 5 tonight for the Chargers as they take on the Eagles. Baldino's Lock and Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Caps got a shutout win last night. That's a shutout win, not a shutout loss.
Oh, I've been on the other end of those.
They're the best team in town. We got 2 tickets to go see the Capitals take on the Red Wings right now. Game is on Saturday, December 20th. Caller 10-800-636-1067. You're winning a pair of tickets. We'll have these to give away right here at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz all week long. Holiday season, spreading holiday cheer. The Capitals facing the Red Wings. Annual Caps holiday party at the game. Details at thefandc.com/contests.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We got the Wizards coming up in the Beltway Blitz. You know that basketball team that everybody loves so much. And the Commanders. But let's start you off on the gridiron. Scott Docterman of The Athletic, who covers college football, joins us on G&D's Beltway Blitz. So, Scott, let's start with the playoffs. Did the committee get it right?
They did within the parameters that they were given. Let's put it that way. I think the whole system needs to be revised. When you have Tulane and James Madison getting in the playoff and they're not in even the top 15, then it's time to take a look at what you've got, because Notre Dame, we can go back and forth, and we have, and we will, about whether they should get in versus Miami. You know, that's a figure 8. But the fact is, Notre Dame was one of the 5 or 6 best teams in the country, especially at the end of the year. They won they won all their 10 games by more than double figures, and here they're left out because of the process. And now, if you want to, I think Notre Dame has a lot of reasons to complain, which is how can you be rated ahead of Miami throughout the course of every rating but the final, whereas I know Miami could look at it and say, we beat you head to head. Why were you ahead of us the whole time? Well, the committee felt like Notre Dame was better until they were right next to each other. Then that's when they flipped. So I would say, given the parameters that they had, it was the only political outcome that they could survive with, because if Alabama was the weakest of the 3, and if Alabama would have gotten knocked out, yes, there's no way anybody would ever play a conference championship again.
What should the parameters be? Your point, I think, is correct, which is with what they were given to work with, they kind of colored between the lines. But do we just want it to be the 12 best teams? And if that's the case, I mean, can you do that and have the season matter? You know, yesterday I'm arguing with buddies and stuff, and they're like, you know, this Texas would beat JMU, and, you know, Tulane would have no chance against Notre Dame. And it's like, well,
I mean, why don't we just do the preseason rankings and just have those teams get in?
Yeah, I watched them do that to Florida State a couple years ago, and nobody cared about their resume.
What's your thought about that?
Yeah, I think you have to have them in some sort of zone where it matters. I mean, let's say that, yes, if you want to keep it to 5 champions, then they're going to have to be ranked in the top 15 or 16. You just can't have this. Or if you go to 16-team playoffs, they have to be inside the top 20. You just can't have the 25th best team be allowed to be in this really subjective but important tournament involving 12 teams. And really, this was kind of an olive branch extended to the group of 5 schools in the beginning. But the last 2 years, both years of the 12-team tournament, a group of 5 champion is outranked the ACC champion. Happened last year when Clemson was way behind Boise State, who was actually ahead of the Big 12 champion too. And then this year, where you saw that Tulane and James Madison were ahead of Duke. And so maybe you need to cut it down to 4 champions. Just say
I'm just
top
thinking
4.
out loud. And I'm spitballing, so I might even be wrong about this. But in the NCAA tournament for basketball, where we have 64, 68 teams, whatever it is, there's auto bids with conferences I don't know about until March every year. Aren't some of those teams like 106th in the country and they just automatically get into a 64-team field? How's it different?
Well, yeah, because every conference gets in, and then they have their tournament.
Right,
which
but there's probably 64 teams better in the big conferences, but we don't say, well, why is Valparaiso in? They're not as good as Baylor.
Yeah, if we were talking about a 64-team tournament in college football, or a 32-team tournament even in college football, you can have that point. The problem is that, with college basketball, I kind of hate that system anyway, because you play 5 months and none of it matters because some team in the middle of nowhere hits a 3-point shot and they're 13-18 and they get to go to the tournament. I mean, you just blew up 5 months. But I think in this case, if you want to go big, like 24 teams, which has been discussed or whatever, and you want to invite every conference champion, then that's fine. Then make that the parameter. But I think in this case, it's kind of this half-stepping where, all right, 5 champions get to go, but one of them's ranked 25th and they're beating out the team that's ranked 11th. I don't know. It just seems like that's too punitive for a team like a Notre Dame, who is a really good team, or Miami if they would have been left out. And possibly Alabama, which again I think is the weakest of the 3, but there's no way they're going to penalize an SEC team playing in a championship game like that.
So my issue isn't necessarily that Miami beating Notre Dame that loomed all season long. It's the 11th hour, or even but right before midnight hour, whatever that number is, where you drop Notre Dame all of a sudden, and that's kind of cited. If Notre Dame was out looking in the whole time, I think it would have made a little bit more sense to me. It's kind of that, like that midnight switch. That's the part I have a hard time with. Just love your thoughts there.
Yeah, and that's why it's just almost comical at this point, because the committee all throughout the entire evaluation series of the fall has determined that Notre Dame is a better team than Miami, even though Miami won that game. Now, according to the way that they rank these teams, that you really can't compare head to head unless they're side by side. So when BYU was in the middle, it made perfect sense for them to say, okay, well, we got Miami's not as good as BYU and BYU is not as good as Notre Dame. But then once that they came nose to nose, then it's like, okay, now head to head matters, and it's kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth. And right now that's the problem, man. And we don't. The other issue is the college football system is eventually, it's going to change again. I mean, the conference commissioners want to do things differently. Tony Petitti's plan, Big Ten commissioner's plan of wanting more auto bids for the conferences, which everybody kind of made fun of. And in some respects, maybe it's smarter, which is, hey, the Big Ten, you get 4, the SEC, you get 4, Big 12, ACC, you get 2, 1 for the autonomous conferences, and then 3 at-larges, and just do it that way. And it's got what he's suggested. And again, everybody's made fun of it, but it might be the best way to do this going forward, because when you're the SEC or Big Ten and you're playing the competition that you're playing every week, that's different than even the other 2 primary conferences, let alone the American or the Sun Belt or the MAC or whatever.
Scott Docterman, college football, The Athletic. Last one for you. How about Curt Cignetti in Indiana?
Amazing. I was there on Saturday night. And here's a stat for you. Going into that game, since Woody Hayes was hired in 1951 at Ohio State, the Buckeyes were 62-2 against Indiana over that era. And they came out with a win. They ended a 30-game losing streak to the Buckeyes. And they did it in a fashion where you look at them and you go, it's not a fluke. I mean, they won up front. They had as good a players as Ohio State did. And now, granted, Ohio State missed that field goal in the fourth quarter. They had a fourth down stop inside the 5-yard line. And if they play again, and they very well could, it might go the other way. But I think for Indiana, the losingest program in college football history until about the midpoint of this season, to win, that is the ultimate Cinderella story. So it's pretty remarkable.
Scott, thank you, man. Have a great week.
Yeah, you too. Appreciate you.
Hit that Wizard sounder, please, Tobes. Our pal Varun Shankar of the Washington Post covers the Wizards. That's why he's going to talk about the Wizards with us right now. Losses, that's not the new Varun, but losing the way they did to the Celtics the other night on Thursday by 45, not a great defensive effort. There's losing, and then there's kind of the, okay, we need to draw a line here. Go into that.
Yeah, I mean, for the Wizards, they know, obviously, that the season is going to be one full of losses. They know that it's a season that is one where it's imperative for them to maximize their chances of getting a top pick. But at the same time, they're trying to strike a fine line between losing without building a losing culture. And there are losses where, you chalk up to saying, hey, we did some good things. We, acquitted ourselves decently as far as our effort, our attention to detail, our process, and the results didn't show up. And then there's games like the Boston game where they kind of let go of the rope and you can see that the process isn't where they want it to be. And that's where you start to see some of the displeasure pop up from the coaching staff.
131 given up after the 146. Oh, by the way, last time out against the Hawks. Where are we at now? I mean, they've got a little respite here in the schedule. Other than just getting better on defense, what kind of things are they talking about working on?
I mean, we'll have practice Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday to speak with Keith and players, so we'll hopefully get a better idea of what they're focusing on. But one thing that they should be focusing on, and an issue that is an expected issue for them entering the season, but one that has been a real issue, has been their defensive rebounding. They give up way too many second chance points. That was the main issue they faced against Atlanta more than their actual defense. You just saw that they constantly gave up second chance opportunities to the Hawks, who won the first, second, and fourth quarter by decisive margins. The Wizards won the third quarter. One of the reasons that it was a tie game in the fourth quarter, and the reason is the Wizards in that third quarter cleaned up their rebounding. Every other frame, they were out rebounded by a lot.
What's going on with Cam Whitmore?
Yeah, so Whitmore did not play in that game against Atlanta. After the game, I asked Brian Keith, hey, he came into the game questionable with an illness, but was upgraded to available. Was the illness a reason that he did not play? Keith said no. I'm going to pull up what he said, ideally. He talked about how we have certain standards that we have for our team. Cam has to live up to those on the better, and he'll have a chance here, but that's going to be up to him when that time comes. And, I followed up by asking what the standards Whitmore did not meet were, and Keith declined to give a full answer, but he said it was stuff that we talked about internally. It's more stuff we saw in the game.
We were at a basketball game, by the way, where there was energy in the crowd and everyone was really excited, and it was fun to be there. We were out here in Minnesota watching the Wolves and the Clippers. What is the environment like right now at Capital One Arena?
Somber at times. Empty, I think is another word that you can use.
That's funny.
Somber. I'm sorry. Okay, that was a great shot, Varun.
No, I want more on that. I am curious.
Yeah.
Like, I know there's some diehards or season ticket holders, but is it kind of overrun by the visiting crowd? Like, what is it like in the arena on game night?
Often you're going to see fans of the visiting team, especially when you have some nearby fan bases. Boston takes over the arena a lot. I know Miami last season had a really strong contingent. Philly, you see a decent amount of Philly fans. And, for Wizards fans, there obviously isn't been that much to cheer about. It's hard to, I think it would be hard to commit a decent amount of money to come out and watch a 3-19 team now. So you're seeing some of the downstream effects of the tanking-centric approach that the Wizards are taking. This is some of the short-term ramifications that you deal with.
Varun, thank you, buddy. Have a great week.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
You got it, man. Hit that local 53 sounder. I got Kevin Sheehan to discuss the team that got beat 31-0 yesterday. Kevin, should people be fired?
Oh, what a day, boys! How are you doing?
Hey, we hadn't even left the stadium yet. We're still in Minnesota, by the way.
I know, and I texted back and forth with you earlier. I didn't realize until I just heard you. You were at the game. By the way, how was that stadium?
Oh, it's
It's
one
amazing.
seat.
Kevin, it's unbelievable.
So here's what they need to do, because it's the same architects. We went on a private tour. They need to just make everything purple burgundy and then be done. Like, don't change a single thing. It is so amazing.
You can even make it look like a ship, like this one does. It's
But
fine.
we had not walked out of the lower bowl yet. Okay, we're getting to the top of our section because we were sitting very low by the field, thanks to our friends Kendori and Murad. And Danny yells out, "Sheehan just dropped the fire, everybody!"
December 7th, the day they'll live in infamy.
Oh, well, let me just tell you that. So, yeah, I mean, it was total tongue-in-cheek. It was total sarcasm. I was just predicting what all of my callers were going to be like today, which it wasn't all of them. It was half of them. But, yeah, no, I wouldn't fire everybody. This is a terrible season. Yesterday was by far and away the most alarming moment of the season because of just how bad Minnesota is offensively. I mean, Seattle and Detroit are one thing. Minnesota's the other. Guys, you've watched a lot of our seasons. I think this is by far and away the worst defensive team we've ever watched. I don't know how, I mean, I don't know what the numbers will look like, but in terms of my eyes, these are some of the worst defensive performances I've ever seen. Yesterday, the most alarming, because Minnesota was literally impotent offensively coming in. It's one thing for Detroit to play 7-on-7 and Seattle to move it up and down the field, but yesterday was alarmingly awful. And I think that, the one thing once we get into, and I'm sure we're going to get into it pretty quickly, the off season, it starts with 5 new defensive players and a real defensive coordinator that can, scheme up, something that sort of, outdistances, what you have in talent, because it's bad, especially against those Shanahan-style offenses with Quinn. So they got to fix that. You can't. Grant and I were talking a few weeks ago. I think we were on with Ben, and we both agreed. Look, next year if they come back and they're bad defensively, if they're healthy, we still have confidence that they can win more games than they lose. When you're this bad defensively, I don't know if you can win more than you lose. They've got to fix that more than anything else. That was disgusting and gutless yesterday.
Yeah, just because of how bad the Vikings offense is, to your point. And by the way, a verbal retweet, like everything you just said. Also, by the way, the story all week long was that they finally were healthy on offense and had everybody but Austin Eckler, and then they got shut out. And I get that Daniels got hurt and Ertz got hurt as the game went on, but Daniels struggled again with all of his weapons around him and left a third straight game with an injury as they got blanked by, yes, the number 7 defense in the league, but a Vikings team that really had no business doing that on that side of the ball. I mean, what do you make of, I guess let's not bury the lead, 3 straight games where Daniels has left with an injury now?
Well, obviously that's a concern. I mean, the good news, I guess, if there is good news, is that it wasn't much of an injury, it would appear, yesterday. And a lot of these injuries haven't been that big of a deal. And I don't know where you guys came down, but I was on the side of I want him to play. I want him to play. It's ridiculous that you wouldn't want him to play. And I want him to play against the Giants on Sunday. Now, with respect to yesterday, I mean, there are a couple of things here. He wasn't good. The offense wasn't good. They only had 4 possessions, in the game, and they moved it into the red zone twice. And he had some really good plays during the game, and he had some really bad plays too. It's funny because on Friday, I talked about on the show, I'm like, this guy Van Ginkel's always been one of my favorite players because he just sniffs it out better than anybody. And it's like, you can't throw into the flat, you can't throw bubble screens. And I think he checked into that bubble screen. That's a terrible check, and it's a terrible decision. And by the way, the play wasn't going to work anyway, even if Van Ginkel doesn't pick it off. I thought the play before it was, I thought Terry was wide open, and he threw it to Noah Brown, and it was his real bad throw of the day. But there were some really good plays there, but they only had the ball 4 times. But I want to see it again. I want to see him with all those players against the Giants and then the Eagles and the Cowboys. And then for the season finale, we can talk about sitting, a bunch of people and playing Josh Johnson. That's fine. But I want to see more of it. The opportunities were few and far between yesterday. He wasn't good. The offense wasn't good. Cliff wasn't good. But to me, going into this offseason, if they don't focus on a really good coordinator who can get more out of less, and they don't get better players on defense, I know defense is variable year to year, and those of us like you, Grant, and Danny, who look at this, sometimes there's no rhyme nor reason for a defense that's really bad after being good or really good after being bad. But God, this is the worst it's ever been defensively. And the head coach is a defensive head coach. He needs to fix it.
Yeah, 2 straight times you've had high-level defensive people in charge, and with veteran acumen, and defense has gotten. We didn't think it could get much worse from Del Rio, and it is at this point. Kevin, should seats be hot? I mean, last year was so amazing that maybe this just cancels it out. But these aren't just losing streaks. Nobody, even teams picking 1 or 2 this year, have lost this many games by this many points. Data point I pointed out earlier, when they were 3-13 the year Jay got fired. With Bill Callahan literally playing out the string. Everyone knew they were going to be unemployed at the end of that year. They only lost 3 games by 21 or more points. This group has lost 5. Should anybody's seats be warming?
I mean, last year should have bought you a couple of years of, absolutely seats that aren't capable of warming. But if they lose out, and look, yesterday to me was different than everything else. The Dallas game was a double-digit 22-point win, but it was a 1-score game late in the first half, and then it got away from them when Jaden got hurt. The Kansas City game was tied at halftime. Detroit, Seattle, and yesterday, this league doesn't produce 3 touchdown or more victories very often, and so you gotta get more out of less. And look, injuries, I think everybody understands that has paid attention to football. It's number one on the reason they are 3-10, but that doesn't explain yesterday and doesn't explain Detroit. And so you can't see that happen another 4 times and not think that maybe a seat is warming. For me personally, no. He last year bought, absolutely through next year at the very least. And I still believe that it's a good coaching staff. It's not the elite of the elite, but it's solid, and they just need more, and they also need a season where they don't have this kind of, run of injury, bad luck.
Kevin, thank you. Appreciate you, buddy.
Boys.
See you good. There's Kevin Sheehan from the Kevin Sheehan Show. Always appreciate him hopping on the Blitz with us. Adam Amin called the game on Fox with Drew Brees. We'll talk to him coming up in 35 minutes, right at 5 o'clock. But let's get into the Daniels conversation next. What Dan Quinn had to say about him. You're going to hear DQ's answer on how serious the injury was yesterday and his availability. He gave a little information about the week ahead here going into the Meadowlands. Sheehan says he wants him back on the field. I do too. I know that we're in the increasing minority, but we'll talk about that next on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here for our pals at Window Nation. Have you been putting off replacing those windows? You're like, just maybe the expense, maybe it's too much. Well, it's glad you waited until right now because you could take advantage of Window Nation's end-of-year sale. What are the terms, Danny? Great question. 50% off all window styles. That's 50% off. You could get 0% interest financing for 5 years. Replace those old busted windows like I did at my place with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation.
50% is about half off, yeah?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Harry, I took care of it.
Took care of it.
You could get 0% interest financing for 5 years, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sweet.
Yep.
A+ rating, Better Business Bureau. 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory. 20-point inspection of every window when it's installed. 96% customer satisfaction rating. I love them. Danny loves them. They've helped our homes. Window Nation.
Hurry, the sale ends soon, so don't wait to put an end to your window problem. Schedule a fast, free estimate now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com, or give them a call at 866-90Nation.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to 3-10 with their 8th straight loss, losing to the Vikings yesterday, 31-0. Jaden Daniels was sore after he left the game yesterday, but Dan Quinn said that he could have potentially returned to the game last night. He also mentioned that it's no long-term concerns about the elbow, but his status will be updated throughout the week if he can play on Sunday. Zach Ertz has a torn ACL. MRI confirmed that today, so he's done for the season. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones going to be done for the rest of the year with a torn Achilles. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Eagles and Chargers at 8:15. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Chargers getting back running back Omarion Hampton tonight. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Commanders were shut out in Minnesota against the Vikings. 31-0 yesterday. We were on site to see it at an amazing stadium. Most of our stadium content's going to have to wait till tomorrow. There's a lot of things we'll cover on tomorrow's show. Today's more of a reactionary, break it all down from all angles kind of afternoon. But I do want to just point out, based on the tour we went on, and this stadium was built by the same architects and designers that have been hired to develop and build the Commanders' new stadium at the RFK site. I have a hard time believing there's a better venue in the NFL. This has long been considered one of the best in the league. I still have to go to SoFi, have not been there, and that one might rival this. It was a $5 billion stadium, so it better. But what an amazing place US Bank is. I mean, it's just such a perfectly designed stadium. All the things we hear about with the Commanders' new venture, they did here. Like the idea that you feel outside while you're sitting inside, which is real. They've got about half of the stadium as this clear, they call it saran wrap. I don't know that that's really what it is, but that's what she said. It's like an extra thick saran wrap. It's not even glass or plastic or anything. Roof, where the sun peers through, and like people are putting on.
The sun was in our eyes yesterday.
Yeah, you're like putting on shades, or you're like pulling your hat down, so it feels like you're outside in that way. But then over top of the visitors' bench, they've got what is kind of a lot of the dishes that reflect the sound back down to the field. So it's super loud over there, well designed. And half of the stadium, right around 60%, is not actually, the glass top, so to speak, where you can see the sky and the sun. On top of that, they've got so many little wrinkles and just really, really cool things. Like in the end zone, all of the panels, these huge, think of like garage doors open, although it's not like a garage door that goes up as much as it's a door that like swings open. But on nice days when it's about 45 degrees, and this was definitely not one of those, they open those doors so that the air is moving through the entire stadium. So now you've got the sun beating down on you from overhead and the air coming in. So you really would feel like you're outside while you're inside. The only difference being if it's raining or snowing, it's not touching you. Pretty cool. They were the first stadium to do this. There are others now where they've got this entire area where they have a high school football helmet from every single high school team.
That was really cool.
In the state.
Yeah.
They should do that for Virginia, Maryland, D.C., somewhere at this stadium. They had a beautiful, awesome suite called their Legends Plaza or something like that, where all of the former players that are stars that come back for games with their families can come back on the house and sit and enjoy the game. And it was just like really, really well done. I mean, they thought of almost everything and just how nice everything is. Sitting in our seats, it was the most legroom I've ever had in a stadium. Not even close. The seats are extra wide for big people. There's a cup holder at every seat. The seats were the most comfortable stadium seat I've ever sat. Like even nuanced little things like that, Danny. I could sit in that seat and do the radio show for 4.5 hours every day.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
just regular seats.
Everything is so well put together.
The way that I would phrase it, I think you said it very well, is it's all thoughtfully done. Right. So at certain points, it's a little confusing where one thing looks like, and I think if I spent every weekend there or a lot of time there, it would become more intuitive. But to get from one place to another, there's pass-throughs and little nooks and crannies and cool novelties and easy to walk around. It's easy to get wherever you wanted to go. And once you got past a certain hassle, you get your little wristband thing, and it's like now you got free reign of the place and nobody bothers you. Whereas the last time I went to Nats Park with a group, people asked me for my ticket to this suite that we were in 15 times. 6 different people asked me to see it, and then everyone that came into the suite wanted to see it. And it was like, I've showed this. Could everyone not ask us to show this anymore? Right? I'm not picking on anybody there. I'm just simply saying, once you got you're past the hassle, nobody bothered you. And it was easy and clear and friendly. Lines are quick. Everything was efficient.
Well, everything
that we did was efficient and easy.
Somebody told me coming out here, they say, my challenge to you is to stand in a line at the game. I'm like, what are you talking about? And they said, you can't stand in a line at that stadium. And I was like, what do you mean? Concessions? Or like nothing? And I'm like, yeah, right. Now, it might have been that we were in what I would call like a club level. So we were not in the Terra Club, let's say, of Nats Park, but we were in more the President's Club, like the big open area you walk around. There's like buffet style or walk up to the counters and order something. But it's so true to say I did not stand in a line and wait once for anything. And supposedly that's the entire stadium is like that. I mean, it's just perfect. And also their presentation on the screens, which, by the way, it's the best Jumbotron I've ever seen in my life. They have 2. One's the size of a basketball court, NBA court, on one side of the stadium. The other's bigger than that by it's that with like another 10.
It's another 10 feet all around.
10 feet all around it. But like each of those screens were the best that I'd ever seen. And then their pregame ceremonies, the way that they play Paul Allen's radio call seconds after it happened in the stadium. I mean, everything they do to turn things around. It's just incredible. On the tour, when they took us into Paul Allen's radio booth where he calls the game, they touch a button and it just plays a bunch of his calls, like little stuff like that, where it's like, who thought of this? I mean, this is so awesome. So what I would tell Josh Harris and Mitch Rales and anybody else listening over there who's involved in this operation to build this new stadium, don't overthink this. Whatever you're planning, stop, crumble it up, throw it away. I want you to call the people that built this place and said, everything purple burgundy, you're done. We'll see you when it's time to break ground. That is literally what I would do. You can't screw it up. Everything that's purple burgundy, wherever it says Vikings, get out an eraser and put Commanders, or ideally something else that isn't Commanders, but whatever you want to put. That should be the stadium. It is that. And by the way, it'll be weird because people are like, why is it shaped like a ship?
Don't ask questions.
Because the Vikings want it shaped like a ship, and we wanted it to be like that. That's why it's shaped like
it's just so gorgeous. Again, and part of it's because it's in Minnesota, right? So they made it Viking specific. I don't know what you do exactly to make it DC specific.
People want columns and they want the color of like all the buildings in DC, whatever that concrete color.
A million points of access, a million points of entry. As you said, everything is so thoughtful.
Oh, by the way, we didn't mention this. Getting into the stadium. Now, I know you don't go to Northwest very much,
right?
Like Kia, who goes to a lot of those games at home. How quickly did we get into the stadium?
Matter of seconds.
I mean, seconds. And he's like, I don't know what that was, but they need to tell our stadium about it. It took seconds. And there were a lot of people walking up to the stadium at the same time, Danny.
100%, yeah.
And we all just kind of breezed through like it was nothing. I don't even know how it worked that way.
I don't either. I haven't figured it out yet. I just know that's all I ask. Even Cap One Arena, which I generally like. I always end up getting stuck, or I waited an extra few seconds. Just it never seems seamless because now there's a new ticket thing, and now there's a new way to scan your thing, and everything was thoughtfully done with the idea of the comfort and enjoyment of the consumer in mind. That's all I'm asking. Now, of course, I didn't pay very much. I'm just a schlub that Kandori and Morad decide, yeah, he's worth taking. But as a paying customer, I know what it's like to be a paying customer. Please value my money. Please value my presence. This thing I'm opting into. And it felt like every second of our time there, we were valued as consumers of this thing. Right? Just living, breathing consumers that didn't have to be there. Make me feel like you want me there and you're grateful that I'm there. Amazing.
We were sitting, I don't know if we were 10 rows, 12 rows up from the field. We were about 4 rows behind Jaden Daniels' mom, who was like at the 50-yard line right behind the bench.
Yeah.
And so she'll be on Hard Knocks because the NFL film crew was with her and she was mic'd up. And we were a few rows behind her. So it's going to be really funny if like Darius is picking his nose on Hard Knocks right behind
You're
Jaden.
going to see me eating an ice cream sandwich at one point.
Yeah, exactly.
Eating my feelings.
But anyway, there was a guy directly below me, like one directly in front of me in the row in front of me in a Vikings jersey. And I was talking with him at one point because, by the way, everyone here is so nice. And He's like, where you boys from? You from DC? Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, we are, And he says, these are my season tickets here. Because I was talking about how great the stadium was. And I wasn't going to ask him how expensive it is, but I can't imagine. I mean, to be in that Polaris club, like 9 rows off the field every game, my guy is shelling out some cash.
Jeez.
So I was like, oh, wow, good for you. I was like, I'm sure you pay a lot, but man, is this a great experience? And he goes, I'd pay more. This is perfect. This is worth every penny. Like, when is the last time anyone felt that way at our stadium?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Go up to a season ticket holder and be like, you happy you're paying what you're paying? And just wait for the wrath.
Yeah, like, no, because this schlub right over here, and that guy, and that guy, and that guy got these for $6 on StubHub.
Right.
Yeah.
But this guy who pays, God knows what thousands and thousands. And he's like, yeah, I'd do it again tomorrow too. You just can't beat this place. And I'm like, you ain't kidding, bud. I mean, it was awesome. So we'll get more into the tour and some of the specifics. If you're really interested or curious about the stadium, I did a long thread at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter and Instagram if you want to check it out. But make note of that. Let's circle back to it tomorrow because I think there's more meat on that bone. Speaking of bones, Jaden Daniels' bones are fine. We got that going for us.
Mm-hmm.
But that elbow after the dislocation got dinged again yesterday. Dan Quinn spoke about that in the press conference. We'll tell you what he said as soon as we return next right here on The Fan. So Dan Quinn met with reporters this afternoon. You will hear Dan Quinn's press conference coming up at 6 o'clock on Grant and Danny as part of our stretch run. We're taking you up to 6:30. By the way, Adam Amin of Fox, who called the game with Drew Brees, is on the show in 12 minutes right here on The Fan. But when talking to reporters, I wanted to pass this along. DQ on Jaden Daniels said no long-term concerns, that Daniels is dealing with some soreness after banging his elbow. Did not have an update on his availability to play next week, but did say that doctors are not in any way worried about any long-term effects in terms of this injury lingering for weeks ahead or anything like that. So it sounds like whether or not he plays this weekend, I guess, is going to be up to, do they want to show some precaution? He's left 3 straight games with injuries. Is his arm sore or is it not? You heard Jay Gruden on our show saying it's his left elbow. It's not his throwing elbow. You can play through that. You're not going to land on that elbow any harder than he did in this game. And if you didn't re-injure it or re-dislocate it or anything like that, it probably is pretty durable to withstand some contact. So we'll see what happens here, Danny. But that is not ruling him out by any means.
No. So that's good, obviously, that part of this is tongue-in-cheek, of course. But it's good that it's not more serious than that. But again, that our baseline is so unbelievably low that I kind of know, like we're down so far in the subterranean levels of what we should be expecting and hoping. It's like, hey, he wasn't catastrophically injured. We're like now cheering that and excited about that. And again, I'm not ripping you. It's just again, a stark realization, smacking the cold water on your face, where you're going, this is such an epic disaster. The best we can hope for is that the injury is not going to keep him out for multiple weeks.
Yeah, but he's not injured, I guess, is the point in theory. Like, he did what happens in NFL games every single week for players all over the league, which is you either get hit or get tackled or hit the ground or whatever, and you get banged up, and you come to the sideline, and then you either go back in the game or you don't. And in his case, according to Dan Quinn, he could have gone back into the game, and they held him out, which is what a lot of us want them to do. It's kind of a chicken or the egg, or like a damned if you do, damned if you don't thing, I guess, because if they send him back in there, then we know he's healthy. But if they hold him out, now everyone is pretending as though he just broke his arm, when Dan Quinn is basically acting and saying, no, he just got banged up on the elbow that had been hurt before, and he's in pretty good shape here, is kind of the gist so far. So as we get closer, we'll know. I mean, if he can't practice on Wednesday or Thursday, and we're doing the Brian Fantana Panda Watch with Jaden Daniels, Willie Woney again.
We've done that this year a couple times.
It's all we do. It's infuriating, and it never ends.
That's the show.
I mean, this entire season has been that. Just shows of talking about will Jaden Daniels or won't Jaden Daniels play. But if he's back on the practice field and looks normal in a day or two, I think you're going to know, for the most part, that what Dan Quinn said is true. He landed on the elbow. He was in some pain. Maybe, could have been a funny bone thing for all we know. But he comes over. He's writhing in pain. They take him into the blue tent. He comes out. He looks very visibly upset and frustrated that they're not going to let him play through it. They shouldn't let him play through it. By the way, I'm totally cool with that. But that is not the discourse. The discourse is past his prologue here, all the way back to Robert Griffin and PTSD, and certainly with this guy this year. But if you just heard the discussion since the game yesterday, see, he shouldn't have played, you would have thought he suffered a pretty serious injury. And it sounds like he landed on his elbow and felt some pain and isn't hurt again. That's what again, we'll see if they're telling the truth, but that is the way that this is being sold by the team. I should also point out, for those of you keeping score at home, that Dan Quinn started his press conference today by saying it's to tell the truth Monday. I can't tell you how badly I need that to go away for a few weeks. If you want to bring back Tell the Truth Monday next year, this is like your Jaden Daniels thing where you're like, I don't want to see him for the rest of December. I'll see him in September. I don't want to hear Tell the Truth Monday again for the rest of the year. Because if you really want to tell the truth, I need you to start telling me why things are so bad and who you're going to fire and which players are not good anymore.
Tell the truth about that.
Tell a lot of truths right away. But the slogans need to go away from Sergeant Slogan for a couple of weeks. It's just not cute right now.
There's nothing that wears thinner.
I just don't want to hear it right now.
Right now. Like it is nails on a chalkboard would sound like Beethoven's Fifth to me. It would sound like the greatest melody ever conceived at this point. It'd be like Ode to Joy if I could hear nails on a chalkboard before I could hear another stupid, empty cliche about trying hard.
And by the way, this is what's unfair. It's like Jameis Winston with touchdowns and picks going 30-30 one year, the ESPN documentary when he had 33 tutties and 30 interceptions. But what made Dan Quinn loved as a head coach, beloved, what makes him likable, well, the reason players are all in on him is that like high school football coach thing that he does. where he drops that bar in the locker room where he goes, "We lost, but we're not lost anymore." That Sergeant slogan thing. And I can acknowledge that after you play a hell of a game against the Broncos and almost beat the number one team in the AFC, it resonates a little better than after another loss. All I can do is be honest. That is the agreement I have with my audience. There are times when you're popular. There are times when you're unpopular. There are times where I'm liked. There's times where I am disliked. There are times when people say nice things and don't say nice things. I'm sure I'm going to rub you guys the wrong way from time to time. That's just the relationship we have. But all I have is, my opinions, and I shoot from the hip as best I can, and honesty. That's the agreement we've got here. I don't want to hear Dan Quinn say "tell the truth" Monday again, probably ever, but certainly for the rest of this season. Full stop. Stop saying it.
Yeah, and again, it's I don't know how to explain it better than this. It's like going to the zoo and going to the lion's den or the cage or whatever, and be like, "Oh my God, there's a lion there." This is who the guy is.
100%.
He's going to be this way,
and it was celebrated last year when you were accidentally getting to the NFC title game.
And I rolled my eyes at it because I'm just not that cheesy or whatever. But this is fun. We held the magical ride. So part of it's not his fault. It's the DNA. It's the man who you hired to show up has shown up, and it's annoying. But I will tell you, just me as a consumer and someone whose life is, my livelihood is sort of not even sort of. It's very, very pretty closely tied to their success and failures. When the failure is this level, every one of those things that he utters is just insufferable to me. So I'm never going to get what I want, which is a direct apology using my name and the name of every fan one by one about how much we let you down, how this is such an unacceptable level of failure. If we could give you money back, we would. This is just so horrendous. I'll never get that.
That seems reasonable.
It's not. I'm not saying it's reasonable.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's unreasonable. My point is, short of that, I won't be satisfied, but I will tell you it's turned up to 1 billion. Those cliches and just the hokey cliche type stuff is just so hard to manage and deal with.
The Virginia Tech Hokies you're talking about?
That's exactly what I'm talking
Toby
about. They're insufferable too. You heard me.
He just perked up in the studio back in D.C. Adam Amin called the game in the booth for Fox with Drew Brees yesterday. He stops by next live on The Fan.
This sports update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, the Commanders dropped their 8th straight game to the Vikings yesterday, losing 31-0. They're now 3-10. Jaden Daniels, an update on him. Dan Quinn said that the elbow is sore, but it's nothing long-term that the doctors are worried about. We'll see if he's able to go on Sunday. Zach Ertz is going to be done for the rest of the season. He has a torn ACL. MRI confirmed that today. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones going to be out for the rest of the year with a torn Achilles. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Eagles and Chargers at 8:15. Can you hear that game over on the Team 980 for LA? They're going to get running back Omarion Hampton back tonight for the first time since Week 5. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30. We're in Minneapolis at the Odyssey headquarters today. Nice little studio they set us up in. It's a boardroom. It's called their Big Idea Room. They were kind enough to give us a nice lay of the land before we sat down. Got a little tour. Very cool setup. Everybody's very nice in Minnesota.
So friendly, so helpful, so kind. I love it.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murad, can help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're going to catch up with Adam Amin in just a couple of minutes. He called the game on Fox with Drew Brees yesterday. I just tweeted this out, Danny. It has been 64 days since the Commanders won a football game. 64 days. We are over 2 months. And so I did a little research. You ready for this?
Yeah, this is going to the Wayback Machine, right?
The last time the Commanders won a football game, the top song was Golden by Huntrix.
I don't know that song.
That is my daughter's favorite song.
Okay. Is that from K-Pop Demon?
K-Pop Demon Hunters. The top movie in America was One Battle After Another. A gallon of milk back 64 days ago when the Commanders last won a football game was $4.13. A gallon of gas was $3.12. The president back then was Donald Trump, and the commissioner of the NFL at that time was Roger Goodell. That's 64 days ago when the Commanders last won an NFL game.
Now, it's a great bit because all those things are still the same as they've been because, there's a long term for the commissioner, then 4-year terms for the president. But the point is it's been a long time, and it's an excellent throwback. I'm going to give you an air high five. That's good.
The audacity, though, of people, and one of my least favorite things is to respond to like a guy on Twitter, and I have not seen
especially via the radio,
right? And I always like Danny. It's one guy. We're fine.
You got to stop doing that, Danny.
You can really not do that. So I'm not responding to any one person. I have not gotten this from people today, but I know they're out there. We generally hear this idea of like, oh, it's so negative. You guys are skewing negative. The audacity of someone to feel that way. They haven't won in 2 months, man. They have lost 8 consecutive games, man. They have lost 9 of 10 and 10 of 12, man. You understand what I'm saying, Danny?
Of course I do.
Like, how could anyone think anything other than what a joke this entire season has turned into?
I keep hammering the same thing. Teams lose every week. There are plenty of losing teams where things have gone bad, the injuries and the whole 9 yards. Everyone is aware of it, okay? Nobody loses like this many times in a season. This is creamsicle, intro to football, Tampa Bay Buccaneers type losing stuff. This is teams that remain defeated and Detroit Lions where everybody gets fired 1-15 type stuff. Teams don't lose this often by this many points in this league. It does not happen. It's happening now. There are very few historical precedents in the modern era of football with parity, free agency, roster turnover, the salary cap league, where this league is yelling at you. We'd like everyone to be 500. Few teams are immune to that. Even some of the great ones are no longer immune. The Ravens get out of bed every morning at 12 wins. Not this year. It's finally caught up to them. Same with the Chiefs, who we watched get a stake to the heart last night, finally, of that dynasty. Where with 7 straight years, Pat Mahomes has been in the AFC title game. This is the first year that's not going to happen. No one is immune. Parity is the king. Teams don't lose by this many points this often in a season. 8 straight is unbelievable. That you could leave it there. The fact that they've lost so many games, 5 of them, by 21 or more points is so unfathomable that anybody that says anything like what you just referenced them saying to you, you're a stupid person. Go about your life knowing that you're in danger as a stupid person. Because when you're stupid, you don't perceive things well. And that can include danger coming around every corner. Stupid. If you can't comprehend that basic underlying inhale, exhale, more than that's too much for you. Wait for the meteor, dude. You're a stupid person. You're too negative. You're an idiot. If you think that, you're an idiot. If you know someone that thinks that, tell them me, Danny Rouillet, said so just now. I don't know you by name. I probably have you muted or blocked, but you're an idiot. Watch out for that guy, because that guy is in danger because he can't perceive things.
Well, here's the thing we haven't talked about that might be the most maddening of the season, beyond just that it's not bad, it's really bad, and that they don't just lose, they lose in shameful fashion, is that the Commanders didn't get blown out yesterday getting the kids involved. It was the opposite of that, by the way. So if you look at it, I think our boss tweeted something along these lines too. But Jalen Lane didn't have a football thrown at him yesterday, the rookie wide receiver. Treylon Burks, who made the incredible catch in the end zone last week, and we all said, this is fun. He could be a guy put in Sharpie. Did he play? You wouldn't have known because they were so busy trotting out Noah Brown all day in that role yesterday. He got 1 target. Ben Sinnott caught 1 pass yesterday early in the game, and after the Zach Ertz injury, they'd all but shut it down. But it's not like he got targets and involvement. He saw 1 pass come his way. Brandon Coleman can't get on the field other than when they're throwing him a pass in the end zone. Bill only got 7 carries, your rookie running back that they have high hopes for. We are steamrolling toward the part of the season where hopefully Jordan McGee gets more snaps or Johnny Newton plays more. But the fact that they're getting destroyed and beat the way that they are, and you're choosing veterans over these guys, should make people more annoyed. Like if you're doing it this way, that can be explained away by Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. Hey, we're out here competing, we're winning football games, except you're losing by 31. Doing it your way, you've lost 5 games by 3 or more touchdowns, where if it's that bad, you have to give up the Madden controller. Ask Darius. That's how the league works. And your young guys are not involved while you're getting crushed. You can't have it both ways. Either you play old guys and you compete and win, or you play young guys and you're allowed to lose. But
you're the Wizards.
You can't get pummeled with the old guys. So hopefully this is the week now that they're eliminated. That's normally how it works, where you start to turn the knobs up on Lane and Burks and Sinnott and Coleman and Bill and McGee and Newton and everybody else. But while getting blown out in Minnesota yesterday, there was no prioritization of the future. The priority was that game. So like on a Noah Brown type guy who's not going to be back next year, ideally, Treylon Burks should have that role right now, right here. Let's do that. Ertz, unfortunately, is hurt, and they have said that he did tear his ACL. Dan Quinn said as much in his press conference today. But now it's Ben Sinnott's time. Now it's Colson Yankoff's time. That's got to start in earnest that now that they've been eliminated, especially if you're going to do it the other way, Danny, and just get blown out. I'm sorry, but it doesn't work. If you won yesterday, they could incorrectly be claiming, hey, guess what? We're turning this thing around. But you're not. You're not even competing with these guys.
The emptiness of it all. Yesterday is worse somehow than that 4-game streak where they lost by 100 points. You know what I mean? Like, this is worse than that. Because of the rhetoric, because of the we were lost, but now we're found, because of, and part of that's, again, not Dan's fault, Dan Quinn's fault, but part of it is, though. You know what I mean? Like, this feels like more of a rug pull because you saw tangible improvement. You saw a team objectively play much better than they had this past week against Denver. You go, okay, here are the changes that have been made. For way too little too late. Again, I still think it's criminal that they didn't make any trades. I'll never let that go, by the way, but whatever. But you finally said, okay, Joe Witt, you can't do this anymore. You lost your LA privileges. You go sit somewhere else. Help me with the game plan, but I, Dan Quinn, will be calling plays. You saw them play better over 2 straight weeks on that side of the football. You finally had, okay, yeah, the health is the excuse. We've got guys back. We found our true north. We didn't miss a mark. We are where our feet are. And we draw a map because we've been there. Whatever the stupid cliches he uses, or it was Ron's.
We're not going to miss it.
Yeah, we missed it. That felt like we took this step forward, and whether they won or lost this game as a bad team, whatever. Losing that way showed you that it was all smoke and mirrors and bullcrap. It was BS. And I don't care what they do the rest of the way. Like, I don't believe you anymore. I don't believe that you found your North Star. I don't believe that you were lost and now found. Hallelujah. I think you suck. You're terrible. Whatever happens the rest of the way, whether you get a rah-rah speech right or figure something out against how vulnerable the Giants are and you eke out a win, or you blow them out. This week, to me, like, pulled back the curtain, right? Like, they don't look at the man behind the curtain, and we saw it. We saw them naked and afraid. Like, this is unhideable. This is you can't work around this one. You know what I mean? Like, that, to me, is what's more essential about it. The other ones, as bad as they were, this was a bad spell and crazy, but this is a different story.
I want to go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome on to the show, our buddy Adam Amin, who, as always, was fantastic on the call of the Commanders and the Vikings yesterday for Fox, working with Drew Brees in the booth. Adam, you didn't read my text correctly. I said you're supposed to call touchdowns for the Commanders. You're supposed to say touchdown Washington. You forgot that
Forgot
part.
to do that.
What happened?
I forgot that part. I knew I forgot something, and I couldn't pull my finger on what I forgot.
Now you know.
Oh my gosh, what a rough day. What a rough day to watch, man.
It was. So you spend some time around the teams in these meetings or whatever. Like, I don't think anybody saw that coming, right? But it felt on the outside like they certainly thought they got their identity back against Denver. Is that how you guys felt going into the game? Like, they were ready to go out there and this was going to be the new them for the rest of the year as they got healthier?
I wasn't necessarily thinking I was going to see like a pristine performance. I just thought I would see a little bit sharper stuff. I thought I would see a more spirited effort. Like, I think it was really disappointing. I think it was really deflating when Jayden Daniels went down. Not because there's not trust in Marcus Mariota. I just think it's a deflating thing. This is your guy. And from that moment on, after that Van Ginkel interception, I feel like the air was out of the tires. I didn't think they performed all that badly the first half, but it just felt like it was deflated. Once the Ertz injury happened, like that's a heart sinker. Like, that's very difficult to watch at that point when you know what a team and a franchise essentially is going through at that moment. So when we were in those meetings, I was fully convinced that we were going to get a very competitive game. I think the line was like 1.5 for those of you who care about that type of stuff. I always take a look at that just to see, all right, is this considered to be a close game? What do they think is going to be taking place? Is it going to be relatively close in the fourth? So it's rare that it happens like that badly. And again, I know a quarterback injury is going to mess with some things, but I just feel like there's not much of a drop off in the playbook. You know, the playbook is pretty similar for both Marcus and Jayden. Marcus had played, pretty well the last couple of weeks, or in particular last week. The offensive line, I thought, played very well last week, and I didn't see as much carryover. I thought they played okay at times, but I didn't think there was as much carryover when it came to that the Sunday. So it was pretty deflating to watch because we kind of had the same idea that I think Dan Quinn probably had was, hey, we're going to keep things close. We're going to keep things competitive. And we found some spirit and some solidarity despite the losses the last, 2 weeks in the overtimes.
Yeah, just to kind of follow up on that. I mean, we all saw, the post-game speech on Hard Knocks after their close loss against Denver. And, we watched the team obviously very closely at him. They objectively played much better than they had in a long time against a quality opponent. They weren't as good as Denver, but it wasn't like yesterday.
Yeah.
What were they saying, basically, just sort of like attitudinal wise? Like, I know we're out of it. I know, like, they're aware of the standings. They have access to those internet sites like we do. But it's still, there was probably a little bit more swagger and self-confidence going, watch what we show the world here, right?
I wouldn't even say it was that much. I think they just like felt better going into the week. I didn't think it was an arrogance. I didn't think it was like an overconfidence based off of a couple of good performances. I legitimately felt like, and I don't think that feeling necessarily goes away. I just know how deflating of a feeling that must be after a loss like yesterday, especially considering what's taken place the last 2 months, essentially. I understand that. I didn't feel like an overconfidence. I just thought they felt that they were going to have a better idea of how to play more competitively, how to be a little bit more consistent. They were excited to get Jaden back. Jaden was excited to play. I know that's probably a question that's been lingering, and I think we at least tried to address that. Christina Pink had a report on that during the game yesterday of like, why is this guy playing? You guys are out of the standings, which again, they knew, they're aware of that. So they were playing for, a certain sense of pride. And I think to try to execute some of the things that they felt they did well the last couple of games. And again, more in particularly against Denver, I think they wanted to be out there. Jaden said he wanted to be out there. He needs the reps, which I do agree with. The 38-7 thing, I also feel like that's a result-based, prism that we all have a tendency to look at. And listen, the result is really bad when a quarterback gets injured. But, there's a lot of ups and downs to this. I didn't feel like they were coming out of the gate thinking that they were going to, roll over the next 5 opponents they had. But they talked about wanting to go 5-1 in the division. They talked about wanting to be able to get some momentum going into next season and get a lot of reps for key players. And, just didn't feel like those things ended up playing out the way they were hoping for.
Adam Amin was on the call for Fox. Commanders shut out 31-0, fell to 3-10. What'd you make and what did Brees think of JJ McCarthy yesterday? So, ostracized, so much said about him, and yet, man, that was about as clean as it could have been against this beleaguered Washington defense.
I thought it was very impressive. I think he was impressed. I think he walked away. Drew is a big footwork guy, and I think that goes into, and I don't think I'm saying anything that he wouldn't, agree with. I feel like I've just learned this in the short, the month that I've been working with him and getting to know him. He's big on footwork, and as a shorter quarterback, Drew always talks about how the footwork and the mechanics have to be very sharp and on time. And obviously that applies to quarterbacks of any stripe and size, but I just know he pays particular attention to it. And even on that first touchdown to Josh Oliver on their opening drive, he talked about the footwork and how clean it was, how quick it was, how rhythmic it was, and how it was trying to get a young quarterback into an early rhythm by giving some of these, 3-step hitch, throw, rip the ball, hit the seam. We have that kind of ingest Tom Brady commercial on Fox that rolls, during the course of your Sunday when you're watching, and it's talking about ripping the seam. I do feel like it was a rhythmic, solid mechanical day for JJ McCarthy. And I think that's what you're trying to get out of young quarterbacks. You're trying to find something that gets them into an early rhythm and gets them into some form of consistency, something they can always rely on when, all right, the deep throw mechanics aren't working or the line's not holding up great. So I need, we can't do the deep drop stuff. What do I got in my back pocket along with my receivers that run the quicker routes? What do I have that I can always fall back on timing-wise, footwork-wise, mechanics-wise, that I know is going to feel good coming out of the hand? I know is going to feel good from my hips all the way down to my feet, to the balls of my feet, where they are. And, Drew talks a lot about the mechanics of that, and that's often how he looks at young quarterbacks. I think we had Bryce Young last week playing against the Rams, and upset win. It's about as good as Bryce Young has looked consistently for a while. So, he was looking at a shorter quarterback and saying, hey, his footwork was much better. It was much cleaner. It was more consistent. And I think that's one of the things that I look at for a player like Jaden Daniels. What are the things that he's going to start to develop to fall back on? You saw that a little bit with JJ McCarthy. Credit to the Minnesota coaching staff for getting him there. Bryce Young is a young quarterback. Caleb Williams. These guys that, have all the talent in the world, but can they find some sort of rhythm and consistency with their mechanics? So that I think did impress Drew a lot.
Adam, I try not to do hot takes on this show too often, but I will say this one. I think Drew Brees had good footwork. Like, I don't know if that's too hot.
wild, controversial. Why would you say something controversial, so controversial yet so brave? That's what I want to know.
And it just, it's one of those things I know I'm going to catch flack, but whatever. But in all sincerity, this defense had been better, talking about Washington's, over the last couple of weeks since Dan Quinn took over. It felt like a pretty big step back yesterday. Just kind of going to what you guys saw from them and how they were so easily exposed.
The tackling wasn't as sharp outside of of Bobby Wagner. They had some flashes. Like I thought Sainristil still had some good moments in the back end, and obviously Wagner plays his tail off, and one of the great tacklers of this generation. I didn't see a ton of pressure. We didn't see a lot of that, and I know Dan's been just very shy of kind of going to that because of some of the other deficiencies, and I understand that. Listen, we went through the injury list yesterday between Amos and Lattimore, at the corners, and Armstrong up front, and Dietrich Wise, and these are key players. Jean Baptiste is a developing player. These are important pieces, but I do think there has to be some form of scheme in there. I also know that it wasn't particularly great with Joe for a good portion of time. That was a rough month, and you saw the Detroits of the world put up huge numbers against Washington. Dallas put up big numbers. It can be frustrating to watch. So I think trying to be a bend but don't break defense, which is also something that I think I don't know if you guys noticed this, and please tell me if you do. I feel like we're seeing more shell, zone cover, pick your spots for some man. We're going to back off. We're going to make you drive the ball. I mean, listen, they made Minnesota drive the ball 19 plays down the field to score. And that was truly a bend and bend and bend and bend. And eventually they broke on the 19th play of the drive. But that's what defenses are doing. So it's almost harder to judge a Washington defense because they are playing uber conservative. They're saying we feel comfortable with Luvu and Wagner and these guys tackling in space. We're going to let them do their thing, and you're going to have to beat us. And I've heard so many defensive coordinators talk about this over the course of this year in particular, and I'm sure it's bled in to some of the conversations I've had in the last couple of years, so it's been heading towards this point. But I really feel like this is becoming more and more of a trend across the league. So, what are the McVays of the world and the Kevin O'Connells? I'm seeing the San Francisco 49ers this coming week. So what are the Kyle Shanahans, what are the Ben Johnsons and LaFleurs of the world doing against these defenses that are clearly going to play back, don't want to give up the big play, and it's understandable. That's almost where football analytics are starting to play into some of this stuff. You're more likely to make a mistake on a longer drive where you have to play dink and dunk, or you have to run the ball again, and we might have another opportunity to punch the ball out. We just don't want to give up the 20, 30, 40-yard plays so that we're in this game as long as possible. And some of that has to do with talent disparities and distribution, and a lot of that just has to do with the analytic thought of you're going to have to beat me with as many paper cuts as possible. We're not giving up the big play to the most talented guy that you just paid $80 million to make big plays.
Adam Amin, Fox NFL. Adam, I was going to ask you where you are, but you answered the question. So you're in San Fran. I think that's Titans Niners this week. Is that right?
Titans Niners this week. It's a weird slate. Vegas is going to Philly. The Browns are coming to Chicago. Tennessee is going out to San Francisco. So it's some very odd matchups. I wonder if there's some weirdness in store for us. I hope, but I think, San Francisco's coming in looking sharp after, a couple of wins and then the bye week last week. So
they should be in good shape. We'll be watching 4:25 on Sunday. Got the 1:00 kick for the Commanders. So we'll be able to check out you and Drew. Thanks for the info. Thanks for hopping aboard here. Hope you guys enjoyed Minneapolis as much as we did, man. That's a great stadium.
It's a great stadium. It was good to check in. It's the stadium that a lot of folks are going to try to model their new arenas and stadiums after in the next few years.
You're here, man. Appreciate you.
DC's one of them for sure. Adam Amin on Fox. Watch him throughout this NFL season with Drew Brees. Always love getting him on the show. Next, you just heard him talking about this staff, Joe Witt, Dan Quinn on defense. How should we be feeling about Dan Quinn's seat and whether or not that seat warmer got turned on in the car just yet? You're listening to The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders have lost 8 straight after their loss to the Vikings yesterday. Jaden Daniels, an update on him. Dan Quinn said that the elbow was sore. No long-term concerns about him, though. We'll see if he gets back out on the field on Sunday. Zach Ertz going to be done for the season with a torn ACL. MRI confirmed that today that he has the torn ACL, will be done for the year. Colts quarterback Daniel Jones also had an MRI confirm that he's going to be done for the year with a torn Achilles. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Eagles and Chargers kicking off at 8:15 in L.A. Hear that game over on the Team 980 tonight for L.A. They're getting back rookie running back Omarion Hampton for the first time since Week 5. Want to hear the fastest way Notron would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Shout out to Tobes for really getting me in the holiday spirit out here in cold, snowy Minneapolis, playing the Christmas hits here on December 8th. He really started the Christmas season early on the show. I like that about Toby's love for the holidays. He's a jolly old guy.
Yeah, that's fine, I guess. I think that's where I'm at on that. I'm not. I'm not moved positively or negatively. It just is.
You don't want to hear some Christmas music?
Not right now. And that's not necessarily a reflection on the season.
Seems that way.
No, it's this minute I'm in Minnesota, and the team I flew out here to watch got beat 31-0. And there's still way too much pretending that everything is normal.
Oh, when you said that's not a reflection on the season, I thought you meant the football season.
No. It's a reflection of that season.
You mean the holiday
season. Holiday season, there's nothing wrong. Just minding their business, trying to have a holiday. You know, we got our Christmas tree was up. It's decorated. Looks beautiful. It looks fantastic. I'm excited to get home. And there should only be one tree. Of course, it's a real tree. And the upstairs is going to smell like the Christmas tree, which is a delightful odor. And we'll be, populating the tree with presents and all the good stuff to make the kids happy. And that's what I'm all about. Not this second, till I'm not really ready for it. But again, I'm not mad that it's playing.
You're a mean one. Toby's on it. Appreciate you, pal.
Yeah.
That should be the theme. Anytime Danny starts ranting and raving
there
about
we go.
how terrible the holidays are, what a nuisance it is.
But but again, you're never going to play it then because that doesn't happen. That's not.
I don't know.
It's not a thing. Again, did you want to wait in line? No, not really. Oh my god! Oh my god! You hate Christmas? What do you steal people's presents and burn them? No, just regular guy.
No one said you burn any presents.
Regular guy, just a dude.
Dan Quinn is the subject of our poll of the day via Metropolitan Moving and Storage today on Grant and Danny. You can go vote right now. 1067 The Fan Twitter account for our poll of the day. Local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We're asking you, what should be the temperature on Dan Quinn's seat right now? Hot, warm, or cold? 50% of respondents are going warm, and right now, 25% are going hot, and 25% are going cold, which I find interesting because basically you've got half of us that are going to the extremes, and then the other half smack dab in the middle going, this is not very good. But the reason for the question really is, it dawned on me after the game yesterday that there are a lot of people that think that they should make significant changes, that are calling for the head of a coach or, Adam Peters or whatever. And I've been pretty steadfast on this. Last year was so unbelievable and so amazing. I don't mean how it felt as a fan, although that too. But the occurrence, the accomplishment, the idea in year one that you can go on the road to a division winner, Tampa Bay, and win in the playoffs, and then go on the road to a 1 seed in the conference and destroy them in the playoffs. And you can get to an NFC championship game and you can win 12 games, which this team had not done since 91, and all the things that they did. You got yourself a get out of jail free card. I thought it would take 2 years to use that card up, all the hole punches you had for like free sandwiches at Sheetz. But they've gotten all the holes punched and all the sandwiches back, and it only took a week. They have used their get-out-of-jail-free card this year. So I think they're back to 0. It was as if, Danny, they went from like a 0 to a 15, and this year's been so bad that they're back to a 0 because it's been minus 15. It's the inverse campaign. So I'm not firing anybody, even though this is a fireable season. But you're starting next year now where you better not get off to a bad start.
Oh, yeah.
You better not be 0-3 or 1-4. Because as far as I'm concerned, like there's going to be people. It sounds like maybe our guy Sheehan is this way. I think Adam Peters is probably this way. There are others. But there's going to be people that go, dude, 2024 was so amazing. Like if they're 2-5 next year. We were just in the NFC Championship game a year and a half ago. I played that game this year. I will not play that game next year because next year is going to be, last year you were a joke. You get a year like this after the NFC title game berth. You don't get 2 as far as I'm concerned. So this offseason, it's time to put some hay in the barn. And starting in September, you've used your get out of jail free card. I don't care about 2024 anymore at that point. That fluky, incredible run led by your quarterback. Don't care. This year is the past being the prologue.
Yeah, you zeroed out to your point. I think it's more significant, though, because it is the most recent sample. And everything they thought was wrong. I think that matters so much. And everything they got away with, they tried to do again, and it didn't work. I don't mean like criminally. That's not what I'm talking about. But just decision-making. That we're not going to go young. We're not going to use draft picks. We're not going to build and take our time to build a foundation and do something sustainable. We're going to take a cheat code kind of shortcut, get a bunch of short-term aging veterans for cheap, and try to build the culture because they wanted to do that to sort of establish who they are and who they wanted to be. And every one of those things basically this year had the worst-case scenario, blew up in their face. There were no adjustments, no answers, no counter punches, etc. So that weighs slightly more heavily for me than the glory of last year, which part of it's recency bias, but it's also because it is more recent, right? In other words, you didn't believe last year when the year started. If you take a truth serum in your heart of hearts, are you NFC Championship game good in training camp? There's no way decision makers would have said yes. You know, they'll spout their cliches in public and go, hey, we're going to do one game at a time and see what happens to us. And we're going to compete our butts off. And, you know, you'll like where we're at the end. You guys will be proud of us. They didn't think they were one of the final 4 teams, given that roster and given all the questions. There's no way because they were a 7-win team with Jaden Daniels and Lucky Charms up there took us, right? All these decisions led to this. So because of that, this is now weighing more heavily. So therefore, it's not a cold seat for me. It's in between warm and hot. Again, I am not firing anybody right now this minute. I would not fire Dan Quinn right now. I would let him know.
Let me ask you this.
This is so bad, and your decisions, and I would tell Adam Peters too, you guys didn't do anything at the trade deadline. You guys didn't do anything at any point in time other than way too late make Joe Witt change seats. Nobody got benched. Unbelievable how complacent you are. You don't get to be complacent anymore.
Let me ask you this. First of all, have there been any sirens today?
Could you guys hear that over the air?
I mean, if they haven't heard these, I don't know what to say. Are we right near a hospital?
We are in, I don't know where that was, but it was close.
I'm used to doing shows downtown in cities. I know that there are occasionally sirens.
Sure.
I mean, we have heard a lot of sirens.
So we are actually next to a hospital.
That's
I walked past one yesterday on my long walk back from the stadium. That was separate from you guys.
Oh, that was
back from
funny.
the stadium.
That's a story.
Which is a story we can tell tomorrow. But
yeah,
there is a hospital that is probably like 3 or 4 blocks over.
We were all in a skywalk, which was very warm. Darius got trapped outside the stadium and couldn't come back in and had to walk all the way back.
He texted a group and said, I'm outside. The response from 4 different people at the same time was, oh, no.
See you at the hotel, buddy. 800-636-1067 is the number. The question for you, it's the Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. What should the temperature of Dan Quinn's seat be? Hot, warm, or cold? So, Danny, you were trending between warm and hot.
Yeah.
If you get fired at 100, okay, and we're going to say 0 means you are on your way to being coach of the year. You are
right, you're 7
Mike
straight.
Vrabel and Ben Johnson, right? Shane Steichen earlier, like in week 4 or whatever. Where are you?
I think anything above 50, like warm starts at 50, you get fired at 100.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you?
67.
Wow.
So 2 reasons. One, because 6'7". The second is I am at 6'7". I'm at 67. Like, this is so unacceptable. Everyone needs to get to that point.
I'm at a 55 to 59. And look, I've made no bones about the fact when they brought in DQ, that was not my favorite thing that they've done. I thought they had a really good first year, and I give them a lot of credit for being a culture builder, and I thought he deserved a lot of credit for last year. But this is just the erasing of what went well last season. And as I said, zeroing back out. When you have the type of year that he did, there's no change after the following season. I think you could probably almost go like 2-15, which heck, they're gonna get close to that, it looks like. But if they lose out and lose 12 in a row, they're not gonna make a change, and they shouldn't. Again, that's the get out of jail free card, but all bets are off the table. You don't lose 12 in a row in this sport. The teams that go 0-16 do that. Nobody else really does. We'll get to your calls next on how hot the seat should be for Dan Quinn after getting to the NFC title game in year 1 last year. This is The Fan.
At 6 o'clock, about 10 minutes from right now, you'll hear Dan Quinn's press conference from this afternoon. We'll play the best parts of it for you from out in Ashburn, including updates on Jaden Daniels and the latest on the torn ACL for Zach Ertz and what that means moving forward. So you'll want that coming up at 6. On the other side of that, we will give you Don't Forget About, things that aren't getting enough attention today. And we'll look ahead to Monday Night Football, preview the Eagles and the Chargers. That's all coming up in our final segment on Grant and Danny. Right now, though, we're talking Dan Quinn and our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com. The question is, how warm should the seat be under the butt of Dan Quinn right now? Danny's between warm and hot. I've got it just sufficiently warm. I'm not on the hot seat just yet. I don't think anything can happen this year that would lead to me saying he should be dismissed after they got to the NFC Championship game last year. Would you agree with that, Danny? If they lose out the rest of this season, they lose 12 in a row, they will have gone, by the way, 3-14.
Yeah.
Which just saying this kind of stuff out loud is insane. But it
Crazy.
is. If they don't beat the Giants, it's happening, I think. I mean, we're knocking on the door of that now. There was a caller several weeks ago who called in and talked about losing out. And I basically scoffed at the guy and laughed him off the air. Sorry, dude. You were on to something. I mean, it worked out for you. I don't know if you called your shot or you luck box.
He knew something, yeah.
You were on to something. But anyway, even if they lose out 12 in a row, nothing would be off the table. If Adam Peters fired Dan Quinn, it would make perfect sense to me. I totally would get it.
Yeah.
I'm just not making any significant deal like that after they got to the NFC title game.
I wouldn't either. But here are the data points, though, in favor of making a significant move. Borrowing from Office Space. What is it you'd say you do here? Right? You don't have an offensive guru, a young savant that's great at play calls, that's ascending for the first time into the role, say Kingsbury in Arizona, right? I know he'd been a college head coach, but from the pro ranks. This is an established veteran, been around the block, leader of men, defensive type. Let's look at the defense. Horrendous. Beyond horrendous in his charge. Can't get right 2 straight years. Last year bad, this year worse. Okay, so that's kind of a big red X in one of the 2 things that you're supposed to do. Leader of men type. Now, everybody seems to like each other, and that's great. I'm really excited they all like each other while losing 8 straight games. But one of the things the leader of men would be able to do is rally folks and be able to produce better performances. That's not happening either. So what is it you'd say you do here? There's a great case for you're not the guy to turn this around. If I give you a better roster, and this is where I get to Peters here in a second, they need to do that, by the way. They need a tremendous overhaul, which they'll necessarily do, because I think 30 guys, give or take, are not under contract for next year, and a bunch more guys shouldn't be under contract here for next year. After a big roster change, is this the right person to lead them? That is a very fair question after what we've seen this year, where you thought you'd taken a step forward, but to use his words, they took 3 steps back, violently so yesterday.
We'll see that on Hard Knocks, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Because we saw the last bar he dropped after a loss, so we'll see the next one. You know, actually, Hard Knocks could be really interesting tomorrow, because I'm guessing if Jaden's mom, who we saw mic'd up with NFL Films in the crowd, was, mic'd up talking to people, and that's possibly going to be on the show, you would imagine Daniels himself mic'd up, or a lot of those interactions with trainers are going to be part of the show. The team obviously has a lot of say, and so does the league, on what gets in and what doesn't. And I'm sure the team meets with Hard Knocks to go over all of what they've got, tape, audio, film, whatever else, and says, hey, we don't really love this. Okay, you can use this, whatever. The Giants, remember, still paying the price. Joe Shane and that front office for looking terrible from the offseason Hard Knocks that was one and done for good reason.
Yep.
Even though it was a great watch.
The show was fantastic.
As a consumer, it was
because the content was unreal.
It was so good.
Yeah.
But I wonder if they're going to deprive us of that and just rob us from the ability to see all of the sideline banter with Jaden and teammates and him talking about the injury. But if they don't, Danny, that would be really, really huge for numbies for HBO, because I think that's worth tuning in for.
Yeah. Now, there's a great chance it gets overlooked and they get about 4 minutes of screen time because they're terrible.
I don't know, man. Jaden Daniels, one of the biggest stories in the league, one of the biggest